Chapter 97. Xiao Han carefully took the 3 soul bones, and then handed the head soul bone with a faint blue light to Shui Binger. Binger, from the preliminaries to the promotion matches, and then to the finals, your performance in the competition is obvious to all. This head soul bone is most suitable for you. Shui Binger shook her head repeatedly. No. It's too valuable. Without you, we wouldn't have won the Soul Master competition. This soul bone should be given to you. You're a control department, you need it more than I do. I'm not completely a control type, and you're not completely an attack type. Don't the characteristics of your soul skills also have a control effect? So, it also suits you very well. Shui Binger was determined and would not accept this soul bone no matter what. Xiao Han, the captain is right, just accept it. Yes, you take it. The girls all agreed with Shui Binger's idea. Level 60. The 50,000-year-old head soul bone is indeed extraordinary. After Xiao Han finished speaking, he handed the right arm soul bone that was glowing with a faint white light to Shui Binger. Seeing Xiao Han wake up, Lin Zhirua asked expectantly. Binger, I'll give you this right arm soul bone. Don't refuse it anymore. He knew that Tang Hao's old injury relapsed in order to save him and Xiao Wu. The girls are very modest. After 100,000-year-old soul beast transforms, its soul power will reach level 60 and it will enter the mature stage. Even a soul master at the title Douluo level will not be able to tell their soul beast identity. But before that, he had to become stronger quickly so that he could avenge himself, Xiao Wu, and the Shrek people who had been seriously injured by Xiao Han. It's okay, it's just a recurrence of an old injury, cough cough. Xiao Han was secretly amazed in his heart. He could clearly feel that his thinking had become more agile, and he could even capture the subtle fluctuations of soul power in the air. This ability would undoubtedly play a crucial role in battle. Deep in the mountains. Well, I agree with Sister Hai Ro's idea. Don't worry, she's safe. I let her go. She's too weak now and shouldn't be in the human world. Shui Yuer and Gu Qingba smiled at each other. This skill greatly increases Xiao Han's attack power. This left leg soul bone that can increase speed is most suitable for Yuer and Qingba's sisters who are of the agility attack department. Of course, it is also suitable for the other sisters, and can increase your speed. It's a pity that there is only one piece, otherwise we can decide by drawing lots. Xiao Han, Binger, Yuer, you guys should absorb the soul bones now. I will protect you. You guys can practice with peace of mind. After Shui Binger absorbed the right arm soul bone, her soul power increased by more than 1 level to level 57, and she gained a soul bone skill that had both explosive and freezing effects. Xiao Han, you finally absorbed all the soul bones. How do you feel? It is good. Soul masters whose mental strength is inferior to his cannot detect the existence of the invisible arrow. Is this the change brought about by the 50,000-year-old head soul bone? Xiao Han continued. Yu Heru smiled. The next day, Xiao Han and Shui Binger went their separate ways. Lin Zhirua also nodded at Xiao Han. Xiao San, after you recover from your injury, I will give you special training. When the time is right, I will tell you where she is. Ahem ahem. Shui Yuer's soul power increased by 2 levels, reaching level 47, and she gained a soul bone skill that allowed her to move forward at an extremely fast speed, further increasing her speed. Although the invisible arrow is silent, it has extremely strong penetrating power and freezing effect. After experiencing several fierce battles in the Soul Master competition, Xiao Han's soul power increased rapidly and was close to level 58 after the competition. Congratulations, Yuer. It was now time for a break and the carriage stopped moving. Okay, stop pushing each other around, and just flip a coin to decide. Heads goes to Yuer, and tails goes to Sister Qingba. There is still 1 left leg soul bone left that has not been distributed. Xiao Han, since it's most suitable for Yuer and Qingba, let them smoke it. After absorbing the energy from the head soul bone, I was able to level up by more than 2 levels, directly reaching level 60. I can now go get the next soul ring. Gu Qingba said, I feel great. My mental strength has made a qualitative leap, and my soul power has directly broken through level 60. Afterwards, Xiao Han and the other 2 began to absorb soul bones, and the others also calmed down and practiced. Xiao Han, how can soul bones be so easy to obtain? The immortal herbs you gave us are enough. They are much more precious than soul bones. Everyone was in a good mood. Then listen to Xiao Han. When he opened his eyes again, they were shining with a deeper and brighter light, and all his perceptions became clearer. Time passed by minute by minute. Have Binger and Yuer absorbed all the soul bones? Shui Yuer carefully took the soul bone. The other side. The head soul bone has perfectly merged with Xiao Han, allowing his mental power to achieve a qualitative leap. Afterwards, Xiao Han got off the carriage and shared the joy of progress with everyone. As Tang Hao spoke, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Tang San felt sorry for Tang Hao, and his will for revenge became stronger. Xiao Han threw out the gold soul coin. Xiao Han, it looks like we have to go our separate ways with Binger and the others. Yeah. They're outside. Let's go down too. Everyone is waiting for you. Shui Binger smiled gently and took the soul bone. It's the front side, so this soul bone will be given to Yu Yu Hera joked. Xiao Wu is still far from level 60, and Tang Hao doesn't want Tang San to waste his energy on her. Okay, I'll toss the coin. The girls all looked over with some anticipation. It's revealed. Yu is younger than me, give it to Yu. Xiao Han slowly loosened his right hand, and the front of the gold soul coin came into everyone's sight. Dad, are you hurt? Okay, then I accept it. Xiao Han took out a gold soul coin and said with a smile. As the head soul bone absorbed, a cool and pure energy slowly flowed into Xiao Han's mind, bringing an unprecedented freshness and comfort. He will definitely settle this account with the Spirit Hall in the future. Xiao Han, just wait. I, Tang San, will not be a human being if I don't take revenge. There were only Xiao Han and Lin Jirua in the car. Lin Jirua said to everyone. Xiao Han said. Yes. He went to the frozen forest with Lin Jirua to hunt soul beasts and obtain his 6th soul ring. The skull skill Xiao Han obtained is the invisible arrow, which can condense mental power and, through the control of his thoughts, turn the ice arrows into invisible and silent ones, and launch mental and physical attacks on the enemy. Tang San woke up from his coma and saw only Tang Hao but not Xiao Wu. He was very anxious. Gu Qingbo did not feel disappointed because he missed the chance to obtain this left leg soul bone. Instead, he gave Shui Yu his sincere blessings. Combined with single-target attack soul skills, it can cause 100 additional damage to the enemy. Yes, this soul bone can only play a greater role in them. Senior sisters, there are only 3 soul bones. Let's divide them up like this for now. If there's a chance in the future, I'll arrange more for you. No. Give it to Sister Qingbo. The golden soul coin spun in the air for a few circles, and then fell steadily into Xiao Han's right palm. Dad, where's the little dancer? Then you're welcome. Thank you everyone. Chapter 98. Dean Zhao brought Shui Binger and his group back to Qianshui College smoothly. At the same time on the other side, Xiao Han and Lin Jirua arrived at the frozen forest. This time, their goal was to hunt down a soul beast with a cultivation history of more than 50,000 years to make Xiao Han's 6th soul ring. Most of the beasts on the outskirts of the forest were low-level soul beasts, so the 2 of them headed towards the center of the forest. The surrounding scenery became increasingly desolate. The trees were sparse and the ground was covered with thick snow, which flew everywhere with every step. The cold wind was as biting as a knife, but Xiao Han and Lin Jirua moved forward into the depths of the forest with determination. After several days of searching, they finally found their target, a huge soul beast, in a hidden valley. The soul beast was over 6 meters long and covered with crystal-clear ice armor. It looked like a moving iceberg, emitting a heart-pounding chill. The crystal-clear ice armor sparkled brightly in the sunlight, as if it was indestructible. Xiao Han and Lin Jirua looked at each other. Lin Jirua and Xiao Han smiled at each other. Yes. Xiao Han, your mental perception is stronger than mine now, so you discovered it first. Lin Jirua took a closer look and was shocked when she found the source of the blue light. After absorbing the 50,000-year-old spiritual skull, Xiao Han's spiritual perception was elevated to an unprecedented level. He sensed the existence of this soul beast earlier than Lin Jirua. The ice armor bear let out one last howl before its huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang. Then, it pounced towards Xiao Han like a blue lightning. Its speed was so fast that it was astonishing. Okay. Although it's a bit reluctant, I believe you can withstand its power. When it is weakened, it will be easier to take it down. It is good. Xiao Han, bear with it for a while and continue to consume it. Lin Jirua was still waiting there with full concentration. Xiao Han didn't give it a chance to breathe and shot another arrow. She knew that this ice armor bear with strong defense was not easy to deal with, and attacking it rashly would only waste her soul power. Xiao Han pulled the bowstring again, and the skull's soul skill and frost shooting were linked together. An invisible arrow with powerful penetrating power quietly took shape. Its huge bare paws slammed down on the ground. As time passed, Xiao Han's breathing gradually became even. The invisible arrow collided with the ice armor, making a crisp, ding, sound, but it only left a mark on the solid ice armor without penetrating it. Wisps of black mist slowly rose from the body of the ice armor bear and began to condense. Seeing this, Xiao Han's eyes focused and he quickly adjusted his posture, ready to launch his fourth soul skill, the ice explosion arrow. Afterwards, Xiao Han began to absorb the soul ring. By the time his condition was adjusted to the best, the 60,000-year-old black soul ring had completely condensed into shape. Both of them felt the pressure of this force and had to step back quickly to avoid being dragged into it. After dodging the attacks of the snow blades, Xiao Han dived down again. Seeing that the time was ripe, Lin Jiruo's seventh soul ring suddenly flashed, releasing her martial soul's true form. This energy ripple was like a sharp blade, breaking trees wherever it passed. She could feel an increasingly strong fluctuation of soul power from Xiao Han. By constantly provoking it and inducing it to continue launching powerful attacks, you can cause it a lot of damage. The ice armor bear is one of the bear's soul beasts. In addition to possessing the characteristics of infinite power of bear soul beasts, it also has extremely strong ice armor defense. Mom, then use it as my sixth soul ring. Roar. The ice bear felt the sudden attack and roared angrily. Its huge body shook violently, and the surrounding snow was shaken and splashed everywhere. Instantly, the surrounding ground seemed to be hit by a giant hammer, shaking constantly, and the snow was lifted high up, turning into snow blades in the air, flying towards Xiao Han and Lin Jiruo. His soul power surged, condensed on the arrow, aimed at the only exposed head of the frozen body, and shot an arrow. Xiao Han and Lin Jiruo quickly dispersed, releasing their respective martial spirits and spirit rings at the same time, besieging the ice armor bear from both sides. This made her feel a lot more at ease. The ice armor bear was exhausted and struggled angrily and feebly, but it was unable to break free from the shackles of absolute zero. The arrow drew a cold trajectory in the air and hit the target accurately. Both possess the ability to fly. This arrow contains the power of both ice and cold fire. Xiao Han, retreat quickly, don't be greedy for a fight. Mom, that's an ice armor bear that has been cultivating for 60,000 years. However, the ice armor bear did not give up. It roared again, and the ice armor on its body suddenly emitted an even brighter light. It's actually a soul bone. What a strong defense. Lin Jiruo believed that with Xiao Han's current condition, he could withstand a 60,000-year spirit ring. Xiao Han's heart trembled. He flew high into the sky while pulling the bowstring to its full extent, ready to launch a counterattack. Xiao Han, you succeeded. Adjust your state and prepare to absorb the spirit ring. He knew that only by facing such a strong enemy could he test his own strength. The arrow pierced directly through its forehead. With a roar, a violent explosion occurred on the ice armor bear's head, and the thick ice armor on its head was suddenly covered with tiny cracks. Suddenly, a bit of ice blue light shone through the body of the ice armored bear. Almost at the same time as the aftermath of the previous arrow's explosion, this invisible arrow also hit the ice armor bear's head, completely shattering the cracked ice armor. The tentative attack did not cause any substantial damage to the ice armor bear, but Xiao Han was not discouraged. Instead, a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Xiao Han's first soul ring and the soul bone on his forehead flashed at the same time. Sure enough, after the ice armor bear launched several consecutive attacks, its speed slowed down and its attack was not as fierce as the previous 2 times. Xiao Han couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Moreover, the more powerful the soul beast, the greater the improvement will be after absorbing its soul ring. Starting from the second soul ring, Xiao Han absorbed soul rings that were beyond the limit of what ordinary soul masters could bear, and their ages were much longer. But Xiao Han's expression was relaxed. Apart from the beads of sweat on his forehead, he showed no signs of pain or struggle. Xiao Han sat cross-legged and began to adjust his state. In this battle, Xiao Han launched more attacks and got a good training. The first soul skill, frost shooting and skull skill, was combined into one, and an invisible arrow with strong penetrating power shot towards the ice armor bear without warning. The ice bear's counterattack this time is quite powerful, and if you are not careful, you may be seriously injured. Lin Jiruo has not yet released her martial soul's true form. Lin Jiruo was guarding him nervously and expectantly. Xiao Han absorbed the immortal grass and the extremely high-quality spiritual skull, and his physical strength and mental power were unmatched by ordinary people. An even more powerful energy wave burst out from the ice armor bear's body, accompanied by a deafening roar, and circles of ice blue energy ripples spread out in all directions with it as the center. The ice armor bear launched a counterattack with a roar. Xiao Han, it's time. A powerful icy force surged out of her body, instantly freezing the already tired ice armor bear except for its head, and the rest of its body in crystal clear ice. Although the ice bear has extremely strong strength and defense, it is simple-minded and has a bad temper. Chapter 99. He opened his eyes and felt the changes in himself. The increase in soul power brought by the 60,000-year soul ring is astonishing. He could clearly feel the surge of soul power in his body, like a river flowing into the sea, endless. The improvement in overall strength is not as simple as just having an extra spirit ring. As a power type, ice-attributed soul beast, the ice armor bearer's soul ring obviously gives Xiao Han a power boost. The indestructible ice armor also brought him a certain defense bonus. In addition to these, Xiao Han also found that his mental strength had been further enhanced. Lin Jiruo looked at Xiao Han and felt that the aura emanating from his body had changed significantly after he absorbed the soul ring. The improvement in his strength makes him look more calm and confident. What unexpected gain! The cold arrow was covered with blue ice crystal patterns, emitting a heart-pounding light. That's right. I originally planned to discuss this with you after I obtained the 6th spirit ring. Douluo has already wanted to kill me. As long as he is not eliminated, he will be a huge threat to me, you, Bing'er and the others, and even to the entire Tianshui Academy. It will be too late when he comes to us, so we have to take the initiative. Very good, my soul power has increased by 2 levels, breaking through level 64. This right arm soul bone not only increases my ice power again, but also gives me powerful defensive skills. Lin Jiruo took out the soul bone while speaking. The moment Xiao Han's eyes touched the soul bone, he showed an expression of incredible surprise on his face. Xiao Han, you absorbed the soul bone so quickly, how do you feel? After hearing this, Lin Jiruo's heart trembled. Xiao Han believed that if he and his mother were alone, they would have a chance to kill Douluo by surprise. Well, we are united as mother and son, and we can definitely kill him. Mom, I feel like I've been reborn. What? You want to deal with Douluo? Mom, let's just go with the 2 of us. I've asked the teacher, and Douluo is seriously injured, his combat power has been reduced by half, and his injury won't heal within half a year. When he recovers, he will definitely come looking for me, and then it will be even harder to deal with him. Rather than being passive, it's better to take the initiative, so the sooner we go to find him, the better. Seeing this, Lin Jiruo's eyes flashed with surprise and she praised, judging from the shape, it is a right arm soul bone. Mom, I want you to absorb this soul bone for another purpose. It can help you improve your strength, and then we will be more confident to deal with Douluo. This is a 60,000-year-old ice attribute soul bone, which is no worse than the 50,000-year-old head soul bone he absorbed before. When mentioning Douluo, Lin Jiruo also felt a burning anger in her heart. Okay. You are lucky. A soul bone actually fell from that ice-armored bear. Mom, is this the right arm soul bone? Watch out, Mom. Lin Jiruo was determined, so Xiao Han no longer refused. He took the soul bone and sat down to absorb it. More importantly, Douluo has always been arrogant and looked down on others, and underestimating the enemy is a big taboo. It only took half an hour for Xiao Han to completely merge with the right arm soul bone. He looked at Lin Jiruo, his eyes full of gratitude. The process of absorbing soul bones went smoothly. Lin Jiruo shook her head. Well, let's feel it. Then, the 2 walked to the outskirts of the forest, talking about the plan to outwit Douluo. After a while, Xiao Han calmed down his excitement. It penetrated 2 pieces of hard ice crystal rock at the same time, but the arrow was not damaged at all. Lin Jiruo nodded with relief. After Xiao Han finished speaking, he released the soul bone in his right arm, and his entire right arm instantly turned ice blue. A layer of seemingly indestructible ice crystals quickly spread from his right arm, instantly covering his entire body like armor. Lin Jiruo handed the soul bone to Xiao Han. She understood what Xiao Han meant. Douluo was injured by Guanling Douluo and his fighting power was greatly weakened. If she went to seek revenge on him now, she might still have a chance of winning. As he spoke, Xiao Han released his martial soul and 6th soul ring. My soul power has increased by 2 levels. The new soul skill I gained has extremely strong explosive power and penetrating power. I call it high explosive penetration. You are right to worry. Douluo is ruthless. Even if you have Guanling Douluo to protect you, he will not give up. However, it is not easy for the 2 of us to kill him, unless Ding Zhao goes with us. But if Ding Zhao also goes, the situation will change. If we fail to kill him, then our entire Tianshui College will suffer. What a great, high explosive penetration. It has both powerful penetrating power and a freezing effect. This time, after absorbing the spirit ring, your attack power has increased greatly. Xiao Han, you finally absorbed all the spirit rings. How do you feel? Xiao Han laughed and continued. This soul skill is linked with my skull skill. Not only can it achieve an invisible effect, but it can also double its power. When the soul bone in the right arm is released, the power of the icy arrow shot out can be increased by 100. This soul skill combines the power of the ice armor bear and the powerful attack of ice attribute. It has strong penetrating power and also has a freezing effect. It is my strongest single attack skill so far. Xiao Han stood up, stretched his limbs, and a smile of satisfaction and joy appeared on his face. The arrow shot out of the bow with a sharp sound of breaking through the air, and shot towards two ice crystal rocks not far away. Xiao Han explained, "It is crystal clear, exuding a faint chill and sparkling with a dreamy blue luster, seeming to contain extremely powerful chill and power. That fragrant fairy product can neutralize all toxins and restrain Douluo's snake venom. Mom, you don't have a soul bone yet, you can absorb this soul bone." Xiao Han took it carefully, reached out his hand and touched it gently, feeling the tremendous power contained in it. The ice crystal arrow penetrated the rock in front the moment it touched it, and then penetrated another rock. "Very good. Xiao Han, we have an unexpected gain this time." Xiao Han was not worried about Douluo's green phosphorus snake king poison, as he already had a body that was immune to all poisons. Lin Jiruo knew that Xiao Han would not do anything without confidence. She still remembered that Xiao Han had mentioned to her before the method of using magic grass to deal with Douluo. "Xiao Han, I understand what you mean. However, you are the one who needs to improve your strength more. Hurry up and absorb this soul bone. Moreover, there is a snow swan kiss that can increase the toxin thousands of times. Once it touches the wound on Douluo's body, he will be attacked by the snake venom and die from the poison." Seeing Xiao Han's strength improve further, Lin Jiruo was very happy. After hearing this, Lin Jiruo couldn't help but reveal a look of curiosity and anticipation. "Xiao Han, although Douluo is injured, we still need to be cautious in our layout. Tell me your specific ideas." "Silly child, this is your chance. You just absorbed the spirit ring of the ice bear. Its spirit bone is undoubtedly the best supplement for you. Once the fusion is successful, your strength will make another qualitative leap. After Douluo died, he could then take the dragon bone from the bottom of the Yin-Yang spring with peace of mind." "Xiao Han, how much has your soul power increased? What soul skills have you gained?" As his strength continues to improve, Xiao Han's future will undoubtedly be brighter. Chapter 100. Xiao Han and Lin Jiruo arrived at the Sunset Forest, 200 miles east of Tiando City. Along the way, the two discussed the detailed plan to deal with Douluo. Before entering the forest, Xiao Han handed the fragrant fairy product to Lin Jiruo. The fairy product Yoxiang Qilua is the nemesis of all poisons. It can neutralize all toxins. It cannot detoxify itself, but it can overcome poisons. Xiao Han had always carried it with him and used it when searching for soul beasts and protecting teammates. To find Douluo, one has to pass through the green phosphorus snake venom array he has carefully arranged, and will also be attacked by his toxin. With the Yoxiang Qilua fairy product, Douluo's snake venom is no longer a threat to Lin Jiruo. The two entered the Sunset Forest together. The light around them gradually dimmed, and the dense trees were like huge guardians, quietly watching the two uninvited guests, making people's nerves unconsciously tense. At this time, only 1 month had passed since Douluo was injured by Guanwing Douluo. Xiao Han grinned. Xiao Han knew that the environment of the Yin-Yang eyes of ice and fire was helpful for healing, but given Douluo's physical condition, he could not stay there for a long time. "That's right. You want to kill me, don't you? It's just right. Let's put an end to it. You were injured by my teacher and are now half crippled. Do we need so many people to deal with you? My mother and I are enough." A cold wind suddenly blew up, instantly dispersing the surrounding fog, and filling the entire space with an indescribable eerie and terrifying atmosphere. After saying that, both of them spread their wings and flew straight into the green phosphorus snake venom formation. Now, their strength has improved greatly, so they dare to challenge Douluo. "Your magic herbs. Is such a large sunset forest yours? What gives you the right to claim those magic herbs as your own?" "I only picked the magic herbs that originally belonged to this forest. I didn't touch the herbs you transplanted here." "It's you." He didn't believe that these two people dared to trespass into his territory. Perhaps they had companions. Douluo could feel the changes in Xiao Han, his aura was stronger than before. "You two dare to come and break up with me? Fine, fine. But before I kill you, I want to ask you a question. How did you know about the existence of the Yin-Yang eyes of ice and fire and those magical herbs and find them there?" A hint of cold murderous intent flashed across his eyes. "Mom, are you scared?" He was still young at that time, and Lin Jiruo was only at the Soul Saint level. "What are you afraid of?" This day will come sooner or later. Just like you said, if Douluo is not eliminated, there will be endless troubles. But, to be honest, challenging a title Douluo with just the two of us is the craziest thing I have ever done in my life. Douluo was furious, but he did not rush to attack Xiao Han and Lin Jiruo. Douluo was meditating and healing near the Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire, using the unique environment to speed up his recovery, but he never expected that someone would dare to intrude into his territory at this time. A dark green mist in front blocked the two people's vision. This was Douluo's green phosphorus snake venom array. Xiao Han quickly found the inverted cone-shaped valley. Under the cliff on the side of the mountain was the Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire. Suddenly, Xiao Han felt a strong energy wave coming rapidly. Asshole. I discovered that precious land and have carefully taken care of those magical herbs for many years. This is my territory. Xiao Han asked. For a level 84 Soul Douluo and a level 64 Soul Emperor to challenge a level 92 title Douluo is tantamount to seeking death. In just 1 month, his strength has improved tremendously. No wonder he is so confident. What was even more unexpected was that the visitors were Xiao Han and Lin Jiruo. Therefore, he will not recover from his injury in such a short time. Douluo smiled disdainfully and said coldly. Douluo's figure emerged from under the mountain like a ghost. Yeah. Mom, Douluo is here. Old poisoner, please don't wrongly accuse a good person. My mother knows nothing about magic herbs. I was the one who picked those magic herbs. It has nothing to do with my mother. When Xiao Han said this, he looked directly at Douluo, appearing very confident, without a trace of fear. Xiao Han snorted disdainfully. The sudden appearance of Xiao Han and Lin Jiruo made him feel unbelievable. Fortunately, Douluo was in a half-disabled state. Mom, this is really crazy. But the arrow is on the bowstring and it has to be shot. I believe we can defeat him. Out of caution, he asked tentatively. Douluo suddenly felt a faint fragrance, and that special fragrance had a familiar feeling. Both of them made up their minds. Xiao Han recalled the first time he came here and was suppressed by Douluo. Looking around, Xiao Han only felt the breath of soul beasts, and did not sense the presence of Douluo. Boy, you are so brave to talk to me in this tone. It seems that you came to see me on purpose. Lin Jiruo nodded slightly. In addition, he also wanted to know how Xiao Han knew about the existence of the Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire and picked those magical herbs. Xiao Han and Lin Jiruo were getting closer and closer to the center of the forest, and the atmosphere around them was becoming more and more depressing. Xiao Han, you are so brave to come to my house. You have studied medicinal herbs for so many years, but you don't know that those magical herbs are right next to you. Even Tang San knows them, but you don't. You are already a dying man, there is no need for me to discuss this issue with you anymore. It was you who trespassed into my herb garden and stole my magical herbs. He knew that Douluo was a suspicious person, and even if he told the truth, Douluo might not believe it. Where are your accomplices? Stop sneaking around and call them out. So, when you first came here, you were already thinking about my magic grass? His sinister gaze fell on Lin Jiruo and he discovered that the fragrance was emanating from her. He was worried that they might have other companions hiding in the dark. Douluo was filled with murderous aura, his voice was low and majestic, his eyes flashed with fierceness, and he looked around vigilantly. After careful feeling, Douluo did not detect any other aura except the two people in front of him. It's possible that he's not in this forest and is recovering somewhere else. In any case, we'd better be careful. Mom, Douluo might be recovering in his lair and doesn't have the energy to patrol around, so he hasn't noticed us yet. Douluo felt even more incredible. Douluo was injured and could not use his full strength. This battle was a matter of life and death, but they were not afraid. Douluo was completely enraged. Moreover, once the poison attack that he is so proud of loses its effect, his combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. After Xiao Han finished speaking, he and Lin Jiruo released their martial spirits at the same time, ready to deal with this sudden crisis. Well, now that we are here, there is nothing to worry about. You little thief. I will cut you into pieces. Chapter 101. Douluo was so angry at Xiao Han's retort that a powerful aura was released from him, instantly touching Xiao Han and Lin Jiruo. But he was surprised to find that his tentative mental attack was unable to absolutely suppress the two people. After the injury, I was unable to perform at my full strength. An unprecedented feeling of frustration surged in my heart. Douluo was startled and suddenly thought of the 50,000-year-old spiritual skull that was awarded as a reward in the Soul Master competition. The skull was of excellent quality and contained enormous spiritual power. It was a treasure that everyone dreamed of and eventually fell into Xiao Han's hands. At this moment, Douluo realized that Xiao Han had absorbed the spiritual skull. No wonder his mental power had become so powerful. Xiao Han, I underestimated you. It seems that you have already merged with that spiritual skull. A gleam of greed flashed in Douluo's eyes. He already has a head soul bone. If he kills Xiao Han, he can take the soul bone on Xiao Han's head and give it to his granddaughter Douluo. Douluo snorted coldly. Douluo is injured, and a protracted war of attrition will put him in a more disadvantageous situation. If it were an ordinary soul master, he would have been submerged by the overwhelming ice cones. Xiao Han and Lin Jiruo were very fast, and they had been here before, so they were not unfamiliar with the terrain. Call out. Xiao Han's eyes flashed with cold light as he stared at Douluo closely. Seeing this, Douluo was surprised and delighted, thinking to himself, his attacks became more and more fierce, and each blow carried deadly force. He intended to end the battle quickly and get rid of Lin Jiruo, the tough opponent, first. However, Lin Jiruo showed tenacity and strength beyond his expectations. It was not until a mixture of blood and green venom gushed out that the huge body began to tumble involuntarily. The giant python swam at a high speed in the air, as if it had life. It opened its huge mouth and rushed straight towards Xiao Han. He knew that his poison attack was useless against Xiao Han and Lin Jiruo, so he used his second soul skill which had attack power other than poison element. Those ice cones were sharp and dense, each one flashing a cold light and carrying a biting chill. The invisible arrow burst out with extremely powerful energy the moment it touched the giant python's body, directly penetrating the seemingly indestructible scales and leaving a hole the size of a fist. Douluo cursed in his heart, but he couldn't help but admire Xiao Han's wit. It was Lin Jiruo who launched the attack. Next, he will activate one of his special skills, the skull skill, Medusa's Gaze. Xiao Han clearly saw that the giant python's eyes had turned white. His spiritual skull and right arm's soul bone opened at the same time, and an ice blue arrow condensed in his right hand, ready to launch a high explosive attack at any time. He didn't expect that Xiao Han had already reached the Soul Emperor level. The ice blue arrow hit the giant python, causing a loud roar. Just as Douluo was about to launch another attack, Xiao Han and Lin Jiruo suddenly swooped down from the cliff. Immediately afterwards, a giant python formed by soul power appeared out of thin air and coiled towards Xiao Han with a whistling sound. The environment there also posed a considerable threat to him as he was injured. The furious Douluo endured the pain in his body, suddenly turned around and swooped towards Xiao Han. This 60,000-year soul skill has a high explosive penetrating effect. With the combined amplification of the skull and right arm soul bones, its power can be increased to 300 silently. This was the first time that Douluo used offensive skills in front of a contra-level opponent, and he was burning with anger. They want to move the battlefield to the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. Thinking of this, Douluo's eyes became more sinister, and the fluctuations of soul power around him became stronger. Douluo was shocked again when he saw the 6 soul rings of yellow, purple, purple, black, black and black on Xiao Han's body. Deal with you first, then kill the little one. In order to save soul power, he opened the soul bone in his right arm. A surge of power suddenly erupted, and the air was immediately filled with a pungent smell. Little bastard! How dare you sneak attack me? You're courting death. Finally, taking advantage of Douluo's brief respite, Xiao Han released the bowstring in his hand. His eyes focused, and his entire right arm suddenly turned ice blue. He pulled the bowstring to its full length and shot an arrow at the giant python. This kid is more cunning than Tang San. Green energy blades emanated from the giant python, pointing directly at Lin Jiruo in the air. This is Douluo's second soul skill, Iron Python Strangulation. This kid actually has another soul bone in his body. Did he fuse the soul bone in his right arm as well? Faced with this sudden attack, Xiao Han did not panic. The battle between the two sides became increasingly fierce. When the situation is critical, you can distract Douluo by destroying the herbs, or you can attack him with extremely cold or hot poisonous spring water. The green-scaled snake is not a flying soul beast when fighting in the air. Lin Jiruo, who releases the ice bird martial spirit, has a greater advantage in speed. The ice cones fell on the light shield like raindrops, making dense impact sounds and stirring up ripples. Damn it! If I wasn't injured, how dare you, a soul Douluo, act so presumptuous in front of me? Boy, do you think I don't know your little tricks? You are too naive. Before he finished speaking, Douluo's soul power surged and his second soul ring suddenly glowed. The 7th soul ring on his body suddenly flashed, and Douluo instantly released his martial soul true body, transforming into a 30-meter-long emerald green python. Douluo did not dare to be careless and quickly used his 5th soul skill, Snake Python Tiangang Shield. Just as Douluo Dalu was stunned, countless ice cones came towards him from the sky above his head like a meteor shower. Douluo Dalu could feel that although the ice cones failed to penetrate his defense, the power contained in them should not be underestimated. Lin Jiruo is an ice element extreme flow soul master, and her ice power is extremely overbearing. Boom! A layer of green light instantly enveloped Douluo Dalu. In that split second, Douluo Dalu didn't even feel the pain. A mere 100-year soul skill, can you show it off? The moment Xiao Han and Lin Jiruo landed at the bottom of the valley, they released their soul rings at the same time and entered combat mode. Xiao Han was not idle either. He knew very well that once Xiao Han and Lin Jiruo entered the range of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, he would be put in a passive position. Seeing the two men suddenly rushing to the bottom of the valley, Douluo Dalu felt something was wrong and flew out in a hurry to chase them. He had to be distracted to protect the herbs from being damaged. A month ago, Xiao Han was still a battle soul king. Not to be outdone, Lin Jiruo released her own martial spirit and launched an ice blade to attack Douluo Dalu. Xiao Han's attack was somewhat similar to Guanling Douluo's invisible arrow, which made Douluo Dalu feel frightened. Apparently, Douluo Dalu's skull had been released. Mom, let's go down. This is Douluo Dalu's 10,000-year-old defensive soul skill. During the entire process, Xiao Han did not use any spirit ring skills. Xiao Han's counterattack did not stop. While constantly changing his direction, he shot several arrows at the giant python, freezing it into pieces. There are not only medicinal herbs that Douluo Dalu cherishes very much, but also the yin-yang spring water that is extremely cold and hot. Chapter 102. Lin Jiruo is a spirit master of the agility attack type, and her spirit possesses an excellent flying ability. Moreover, she had taken the 9th grade purple Ganoderma and a magical herb that could increase speed, so her speed was no less than Douluo Dalu's. Douluo Dalu, who was already injured, did not gain any advantage and was even successfully ambushed by Xiao Han. Douluo Dalu did not expect that Xiao Han, a Soul Emperor-level Soul Master, could have such a powerful explosive attack. Even in the state of the martial soul's true body, the hard body of the green phosphorus Snake King was pierced. Using special skills to deal with a Soul Emperor is a disgrace to the reputation of a titled Douluo. But at this time Douluo Dalu could no longer care about so many things, he just wanted to kill Xiao Han. Xiao Han was standing next to the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, ready to deal with Douluo Dalu's attack at any time. Sure enough, 2 white rays of light burst out from the eyes of the huge green-scaled Snake King, pointing directly at Xiao Han. That was Douluo Dalu's skull soul skill, Medusa's Gaze. Although Douluo Dalu struggled hard to break free from Lin Jiruo's ice, the price he paid was heavy. Douluo Dalu's voice became hoarse with anger and pain. It's a clone. Douluo Dalu's voice echoed through the valley, with unquestionable determination. This is Douluo Dalu's 8th soul skill, Time Freeze. The Ice and Fire Dragon Kings were both god-level soul beasts when they were alive. The green phosphorus Snake King was nothing in front of them. Douluo Dalu's attacks had no effect on it, and he had wounds on his body, so he didn't dare to approach the spring easily. At the moment when the 2 rays of light came, Xiao Han leaped up and plunged into the yin-yang eye of ice and fire spring water. The rocks fell into the spring, instantly causing huge splashes. Lin Jiruo's soul power surged throughout her body, and a powerful aura burst out from her body. Boom! His eyes were red, as if they were burning, and his whole body exuded an aura of determination. Douluo Dalu was not sure whether the motionless ice shadow was Lin Jiruo's real body or clone, or whether Lin Jiruo had already put away the ice shadow clone and that was her real body. Those herbs were the result of his many years of hard work. Even if there is only a trace of dragon soul in the dragon bones at the bottom of the spring, it is enough to suppress Douluo Dalu's green phosphorus Snake King. Douluo Dalu suddenly felt his body becoming heavy and he fell towards the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. Douluo Dalu's pupils shrank suddenly when he saw this. Even if it meant destroying the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire and the surrounding herbs, he was determined to kill Xiao Han. The powerful soul power in Douluo Dalu's body exploded instantly, and the surrounding rocks shook. Then large pieces of them broke apart and rolled towards the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. Lin Jiruo floated in the air and attacked Douluo Dalu again. The ice blade attack launched by Lin Jiruo suddenly stopped in the air, and even the ice shadow stopped as well. A green energy blade slashed out from his left hand and hit the ice shadow accurately. Faced with the powerful petrifying attack, Xiao Han did not panic. To Xiao Han, the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire are like a guardian angel. Douluo Dalu roared angrily. However, in order to get rid of Xiao Han, he had no time to care about anything else, and there was only cold murderous intent in his eyes. Do you think you'll be fine if you hide in the spring? Then let this be your burial place. Let's perish together. That ice shadow clone looked exactly like Lin Jiruo herself. Douluo was shocked. He didn't expect that the fatal blow he had carefully planned was successfully avoided by Lin Jiruo. A layer of hard ice wrapped up the 30-meter-long green python without any warning. The ice shadow clone possesses 100 of the attack power of Lin Jiruo's first 6 soul skills, but has no independent consciousness and needs to be controlled by the original body. The huge body of the green phosphorus snake king transformed into Douluo himself again. As more rocks fell, the spring water surged more violently. The precious herbs were crushed by the boulders. Scales fell off the python's body and it trembled in pain. Everything around stopped in mid-air, and the air was frozen. As the 8th soul ring glowed, her figure instantly blurred. Except for the yin-yang eye of ice and fire spring water, everything in the valley bottom was solidified and completely prohibited. A strange scene appeared. He was very confused. Xiao Han and Lin Jiruo seemed to be familiar with all his soul skills and were able to avoid them narrowly every time. This soul skill is so powerful that it can completely lock the time within an area of thousands of square meters in an instant. The 2 petrifying rays of light followed closely behind Xiao Han's figure. His cold gaze swept around, but no other icy figure was seen. Go to hell. Xiao Han, let's see how long you can hide. 2 icy shadows attacked Douluo at the same time. Although Medusa's gaze has a powerful long-range attack effect, it consumes a lot of Douluo's mental power, so he will not use it easily. He just wanted to kill Xiao Han, so he delivered this fatal blow. The giant python swung its tail, tumbling wildly in the air, and broke through the ice. She and Xiao Han had long anticipated that Douluo might fight them to the death. Douluo raised his snake head and a green bead spewed out of his mouth. The cold air flowed into the python's body through the wounds, quickly freezing the blood around the wounds. The 8th soul ring lit up on Douluo's body, and a ball of thick black light was released from the giant python, instantly changing its color from emerald green to dark green. That is Lin Jiruo's freezing skill. The 2 icy shadows were as fast as lightning, shuttling through the air at such a high speed that he could not tell which one was the real body. Douluo never expected that as a title Douluo, he would suffer successive setbacks in front of 2 juniors. Xiao Han had long expected that the ice and fire yin-yang eye spring water could restrain all of Douluo's soul skills and attacks. Once you touch that spring water, the consequences will be disastrous. The ice shadow on the left turned into an ice blue stream of light, going straight for Douluo's vital points. Just as Douluo was about to launch another attack, an extremely strong chill suddenly struck from above his head. Faced with 2 icy shadows attacking from both sides, he had to deal with them with all his strength. Although he is a title Douluo, after suffering successive setbacks, Douluo no longer dares to underestimate Lin Jiruo. The ice shadow on the right also stabbed towards Douluo with lightning speed. The spring water seemed to be enraged and began to churn violently. The air around him suddenly condensed, as if the entire space was solidified. The petrifying ray did not petrify the water when it touched the yin-yang eye of ice and fire spring. Because the corpses of the ice and fire dragon kings are buried at the bottom of the spring. Douluo was suspended in mid-air, holding the emerald green bead tightly in his right hand, staring coldly at the icy shadow frozen in the air. Douluo's heart was bleeding. Unexpectedly, Xiao Han managed to dodge it. Immediately afterwards, an ice shadow clone that looked exactly like Lin Jiruo suddenly appeared beside her. The moment it was hit, the icy shadow disappeared out of thin air. Chapter 103. In the short term, he could no longer use this soul skill again. At this time, Lin Jiruo, 1,000 meters above the valley bottom, was ready to go. Xiao Han, who was in the yin-yang spring of ice and fire, had already pulled the bowstring. The frozen space was eerily quiet. Douluo could only hear his own breathing. A strong sense of crisis suddenly surged into his heart. Douluo quickly looked around, trying to find Lin Jiruo's trace. However, there was no sign of any living thing around except the still air and frozen light and shadows. At this moment, a subtle but extremely clear sound of wind broke through the frozen silence, sounding particularly harsh. Douluo's pupils suddenly shrank, and he saw a scarlet light passing through the solidified space. What is that? It actually broke my time freeze. It is the snow swan's kiss that can amplify the toxin thousands of times. Xiao Han released the bowstring again, and countless arrows flew through the snow-white swan kiss like raindrops, carrying the scattered petals and attacking Douluo at an astonishing speed. This is the greatest shame of his life. Faced with this sudden attack, Lin Jiruo retreated while quickly launching defense, and her body was instantly wrapped in a layer of hard blue ice. Xiao Han used his indestructible body in the defensive state to block the attack of hundreds of bone-dissolving needles. He clenched his teeth and tried his best to maintain a defensive posture, but his body felt like it was churning with pain, and the alternating hot and cold pain almost suffocated him. This is also one of his trump cards, and he originally intended to use it to deal with his old rival Yu Guan. This is none other than the soul-chasing and life-taking gallbladder that Tang San gave him. It contains strange poison and mechanisms, and is extremely powerful. An ice-blue arrow cut through the sky and came rushing towards us with a whistling sound. However, Xiao Han and Lin Jiruo's attacks did not stop. If you dare to hurt Xiao Han, I will kill you. Mom, be careful. With the enhancement of the right arm's soul bone, its power reached an even more terrifying level. Lin Jiruo was completely furious, and her figure was like an arrow shot from a bow, piercing through the purple poisonous fog and chasing after Douluo. At this moment, Douluo was like a trapped beast in an ice crystal cage. He never thought that he, a powerful title Douluo, would be forced to this point by a soul Douluo and a young soul emperor. Above his head, Lin Jiruo's attack not only did not stop, but became even more fierce. Suddenly, the water in the yin-yang eye of ice and fire surged, and the moment Xiao Han broke out of the water, he released the fully drawn bowstring. Is that Douluo's skull? A dark green light fell towards the bottom of the valley like a falling meteor, along with the ice chips and blood mist. There were no arrows, only dense raindrops interwoven with milky white and scarlet. But her defense was not enough to withstand those bone-dissolving needles made of special materials and with extremely strong penetrating power. He struggled hard, trying to break free from the icy bond. Boom! Under the impact of this force, Douluo's body was instantly blown into pieces, turning into ice chips and blood mist all over the sky. Hateful. The second soul skill is to fire thousands of arrows at once. At the same time, the bowstring was released again, and a silent arrow carrying snow-colored swan kiss petals hit Douluo, who was about to launch a sneak attack. The dense rain of arrows came like a raging wave. At this moment, the spirit skull and the right arm's soul bone opened at the same time. Along with the release of the right arm's soul bone, Xiao Han's body was wrapped in a layer of crystal-clear ice, like ice crystal armor. Douluo's injuries became more serious in this battle. A pure white flower floated towards Douluo. In the poisonous fog, hundreds of bone-dissolving needles as thin as cow hair were hidden in it, shooting towards Lin Jiruo silently. The moment he caught up with Douluo, a powerful icy force suddenly erupted and froze Douluo. But the rain of arrows that were a fusion of the ice and fire yin-yang ice spring water directly pierced through the dark green light shield and pierced into Douluo's body. Douluo's face changed drastically when he saw this. Douluo suddenly felt a sharp pain. At this moment, he was trapped in the double attack of ice cones and rain of arrows, with no way to escape. The two iron balls collided rapidly in the air and exploded. A layer of dark green light instantly enveloped his entire body, as if he were wearing a layer of indestructible armor. Ding ding. Looking down, Douluo reacted quickly. Their goal is very clear, to kill Douluo to eliminate future troubles. The cold arrow penetrated Douluo's frozen body and hit his vital point. He was covered in blood, his soul power was almost exhausted, his face was as pale as paper, and his eyes were full of despair and unwillingness. He flashed and flew high into the sky, trying to avoid the overwhelming attack. He had used up a large amount of soul power to solidify time and space, but it collapsed instantly under the impact of the yin-yang eye of ice and fire spring water. Xiao Han stretched out his body and flew towards the gradually dimming dark green light. But Lin Jiruo had almost exhausted all of her remaining soul power to make that layer of ice extremely solid. Douluo suddenly exerted force and rushed towards Lin Jiruo above his head, with determination and ferocity flashing in his eyes. Along with the roar, a thick, bewitching, poisonous fog instantly spread out, dyeing the entire space with a strange purple color. Each invisible arrow was wrapped with the extremely cold, hot, and poisonous spring water from the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, pouring towards Douluo like a rainstorm. The fifth soul skill, Snake Python Tiangang Shield, was launched with a bang. With a loud bang, the power of ice and explosion intertwined, producing an earth-shaking energy wave, and the surrounding space became distorted. A hint of fear flashed in Douluo's eyes. In desperation, he could only activate his defense. At this moment, it seemed that he was on the verge of life and death. Just when he thought he could temporarily avoid the attack, the sky above his head suddenly became gloomy, and dense icicles poured down like covering the sky and the sun. At this critical moment, a blue-gold figure blocked Lin Jiruo's way. A scream came out of Douluo's mouth. That was Lin Jiruo's full-strength attack in her martial spirit's true form. At the moment of life and death, he no longer held back any means. With a wave of his hands, two iron balls, one large and one small, cut through the sky and were thrown towards Lin Jiruo with precision and accuracy with a whistling sound. The entire valley has turned into a frozen world. It's the water from the yin-yang spring of ice and fire. Immediately afterwards, the dark green light shot up into the sky and fled towards the top of the mountain. The person who came was Xiao Han. That was Xiao Han's fourth soul skill, Ice Explosion Arrow. Douluo Dalu was well aware of the power of the yin-yang spring water of ice and fire, and did not dare to be careless at all. He had heard from Tang San that the snow-white fairy grass that was plucked from the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire was fatal to him. Faced with this sudden change, Douluo Dalu was startled. But now I have to use it. The ice cones fell on the light shield like raindrops, making dense and crisp impact sounds, but failed to break Douluo Dalu's defense. At this moment, the entire valley seemed to be covered by an endless rain of arrows. Chapter 104. An eerie aura spread along Xiao Han's arm. It was the terrifying power condensed from Douluo Dalu's lifelong poisonous essence. In order to resist the backlash of the green phosphorus snake venom, Douluo Dalu forced all of his own toxins into this head soul bone. Xiao Han had a body that was immune to all poisons, so he was not harmed by the poison. Lin Jiruo also landed at the bottom of the valley. Xiao Han, is this Douluo Dalu's head soul bone? Yes. This head soul bone gives Douluo Dalu a powerful petrification skill, but it contains the deadly poison that Douluo Dalu condensed during his lifetime. We need to find a way to force the poison out before we confuse it. Looking at the soul bone, Lin Jiruo felt a little regretful. This is indeed a head soul bone of good quality, but it is unfortunately contaminated by toxins. Douluo Dalu has reached the level of title Douluo and is well known in the Soul Master world for his poisons. Even he himself has been attacked by the toxins in his body. It is too difficult to dissolve the poison in this soul bone. Xiao Han smiled disapprovingly. Mom, maybe I have a solution. What can you do? Your body is immune to toxins, and you may be able to absorb this head soul bone, but you already have a soul bone in the same position. Xiao Han pointed at the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. Mom, the answer is at the bottom of this spring. What do you mean? Didn't you notice? Douluo Dalu's attacks cannot enter this spring. Neither the petrifying light nor the time-space solidification has any effect on this spring. So, I can stay safe by hiding in this spring. I guess there may be some powerful force at the bottom of this spring that can restrain Douluo Dalu. Lin Jiruo widened her eyes and looked at the spring water that had calmed down, half believing and half doubting what Xiao Han said. Xiao Han took out a few herbs and handed them to Lin Jiruo. Mom, you've worked hard in the battle just now. Your physical and spiritual strength have been almost exhausted. Eat this dragon ji leaf. It can help you recover your physical strength. Yes. Douluo Dalu is dead. The biggest threat to us has been eliminated. It is worth it no matter how hard it is. Lin Jiruo felt fortunate. If Douluo Dalu had not been injured by Guangling Douluo before, and if it were not for the Yoxiang Chilua fairy product that could kill all poisons and the ice and fire yin-yang spring water that could restrain Douluo Dalu, then it would be impossible for the mother and son to kill Douluo Dalu. Douluo Dalu is dead, and this quiet valley is safe for the time being. Xiao Han and Lin Jiruo took the dragon Ganoderma leaves, then sat down to practice and restore their physical and spiritual strength. As the day progressed, both men recovered to their best and replenished some food and water. Xiao Han looked at the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. In the battle just now, Douluo Dalu tried to destroy it, and a large amount of rocks fell into it, but they were quickly dissolved and sank to the bottom of the spring. The flowers and plants around were in a mess. Mom, I was just in this spring and I seem to see some light coming out from the bottom of the spring. Maybe there are some rare treasures buried at the bottom of the spring. I want to go down and take a look. Lin Jiruo was a little worried. Xiao Han, this pool of water is bottomless. Isn't it too risky to do this? Don't worry, I'll go down and check it out first. If something is wrong, I'll go ashore immediately. Well, you must be careful. I'll be on guard up there. Well, this spring water is poisonous. Don't get too close. After Xiao Han finished speaking, he jumped and plunged into the yin-yang eye of ice and fire spring water. Lin Jiruo stood on the shore waiting, feeling both nervous and expectant. Xiao Han dived towards the bottom of the spring fearlessly. As time went by, Xiao Han dived deeper and deeper, and the spring water became dimmer and dimmer. It was unknown how much time had passed. Xiao Han's eyes suddenly became bright. Two rays of light were reflected in the spring water below, containing extremely powerful energy. One was as hot as fire, as if it could burn everything, the other was icy cold, as if it could freeze everything. They are like the spring water of the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, clearly separated and do not interfere with each other. Xiao Han was very excited. We are almost at the bottom of the spring, and there is indeed a dragon bone. Xiao Han continued to dive deeper along the intersection of the two rays of light. As he went deeper, the two rays of light became more and more dazzling. Two forces, one fire and one ice, one yang and one yin, formed a delicate balance at the bottom of the spring, jointly guarding this area. Xiao Han was in the middle of it, as if he was involved in an ancient and mysterious battlefield, and he was filled with awe. He felt that the two powerful forces seemed to have a strange nourishing effect on his body. Being in this deep spring, he did not feel much pressure, but instead felt a sense of comfort. Finally, Xiao Han arrived at the bottom of the spring, and the scene in front of him suddenly became clear. Two huge piles of human remains came into view. It's the dragon bone. The two piles of dragon bones in front of me, each of them is extremely huge, exuding an ancient and mysterious atmosphere. They lie quietly at the bottom of the spring, as if they have spanned countless years and witnessed the vicissitudes of this continent. The two piles of dragon bones are less than 20 meters apart and together maintain the stability of this area. The two dazzling rays of light came from these two piles of bones. Xiao Han slowly approached and looked carefully. He saw two fist-sized objects emitting bright red and milky white light. They were lying quietly in the middle of the two huge piles of corpses and remains, as if they were the last essence left by the two behemoths. Not only do they emit dazzling light, they also have an indescribable pressure that makes people feel awe. This is Dragon Ball. Xiao Han was pleasantly surprised. The two spheres shining with completely different lights are the essence of the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings, and seem to contain a trace of dragon soul. Xiao Han swam carefully towards one of the piles of dragon bones. He stretched out his hand and lightly touched the blazing red dragon ball with his fingertips. A warm current instantly rushed into his body, coursing through his blood. The powerful force seemed to burst his body. He quickly withdrew his hand. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Han swam to another pile of dragon bones and tentatively touched the milky white dragon ball. A chill instantly swept through his body, as if his entire soul was frozen. Xiao Han knew that the energy of these two dragon balls was too strong. He needed to combine them at the same time, like taking the star anise mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot in order to achieve a balanced effect. So he stood between the two piles of dragon corpses, stretched out his hands, concentrated his soul power, and tried to attract the two dragon balls. Under Xiao Han's guidance, the two dragon balls slowly left the dragon's corpse and moved towards him. He felt as if his soul was frozen, but in an instant he was warmed by an inexplicable force. The power of ice and fire gradually formed a balance around his body, and two dragon balls fell into his left and right palms at the same time. Chapter 105. Xiao Han held the two dragon balls tightly, feeling the power of ice and fire they released. These two completely different energies reached a balance at this moment. Xiao Han didn't know how long he had stayed in this spring. Without time to think, he mobilized the soul power in his body and swam upstream rapidly. As the two dragon balls were taken out, the entire bottom of the spring became dim. After losing the dragon ball, the corpses of the two dragon kings looked even older and lonelier, as if time had stopped at this moment. Xiao Han looked back, feeling awe in his heart. Two great dragon kings, please forgive me for disturbing you. Lin Jiruo was waiting anxiously on the shore. Several hours had passed from dusk to dawn. Seeing that Xiao Han had not returned for a long time, Lin Jiruo couldn't help but have an ominous premonition in her heart. Just as she was getting anxious, the water surface suddenly experienced a strong wave. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Han's figure emerged from the water. Xiao Han! Lin Jiruo exclaimed. Then he was pleasantly surprised to find that Xiao Han was holding a glowing round bead in each of his hands. The dazzling light releases powerful energy. Just as Lin Jiruo was about to get closer, two invisible pressures were exerted on her at the same time, forcing her to retreat again and again. Mom, I'm fine now. The energy of these two dragon balls is too strong, please don't come close. Dragon Ball. Yes. The bottom of this spring is buried with the corpses of two giant dragons. They seem to be at the level of dragon kings. These dragon balls are their essence. One is an ice dragon ball, and the other is a fire dragon ball. Just as Xiao Han and Lin Jiruo were talking, a strange scene appeared. The yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, which had originally been clearly divided, underwent a drastic change in an instant. The spring water, which was once half like raging flames and half like solidified ice, now seemed to have lost its soul, becoming calm and ordinary, losing the shocking beauty of the interweaving of extreme heat and extreme cold. The water's surface became dead silent, like a lifeless mirror, reflecting the gradually withering scene around it. The unique atmosphere that was once a mixture of heat and cold is gone, replaced by a dull and bleak feeling. The medicinal herbs that had once grown extremely lush and colorful due to the nourishment of the yin-yang spring of ice and fire now seemed to have been drained of their vitality and were no longer brilliant. Some even began to wither and die, and scattered all over the ground. The entire valley bottom was originally a secret place full of miracles and vitality, but now it has fallen into silence due to the departure of Dragon Ball. Seeing the changes in the valley, Lin Jiruo felt incredible and couldn't help but sigh. How could this be? Xiao Han explained, Mom, the reason why this place was able to form such a unique landscape before was because of the 2 Dragon Balls at the bottom of the spring. Now that the Dragon Balls are in my hands, the spring water has become ordinary water, so this is why it is like this. I see. Mom, these 2 Dragon Balls are too strange and there is no place to store them. I plan to absorb them and use my body to carry their energy. After hearing this, Lin Jiruo became a little worried. She could feel that the energy contained in the 2 Dragon Balls was extremely huge and seemed endless. Can Xiao Han's body withstand it? If you are not careful, you may explode and die. Xiao Han saw Lin Jiruo's worry and smiled, Mom, don't worry. I know what I am doing. Don't forget that I have already absorbed the 8 anise mysterious ice grass and fiery apricot, which were nourished by the power of the 2 Dragon Kings. Their yin and yang restrain each other and form a balance in my body. The same is true for these 2 Dragon Balls. You see, they have formed a balance in my hands. Xiao Han knew that although these 2 Dragon Balls contained extremely huge energy, it was impossible for him to completely absorb it in a short period of time. Perhaps it will take a long process, several years or even decades, just like absorbing the medicinal properties of the star aniseed ice grass and a fiery apricot, it takes time. Lin Jiruo looked at Xiao Han from a distance. Indeed, the 2 Dragon Balls with completely different energies achieved an amazing balance in his hands and did not cause him any harm. After thinking for a moment, Lin Jiruo finally felt relieved. Okay. Xiao Han, you have to remember that no matter what happens, I will always be by your side. But you must be careful and cautious in the absorption process, and don't rush for quick results. Xiao Han nodded and said confidently. Don't worry, Mom, I know what to do. As he spoke, Xiao Han slowly closed his eyes and began to try to guide the energy in the Dragon Ball into his body. When he took the star aniseed ice grass and the fiery apricot, he had already experienced the extremes of ice and fire. Going through it again, the process is still not easy. The energy of ice and fire clashed within Xiao Han's body, and his body seemed to be torn apart. His face was sometimes as pale as paper, and sometimes so red that it seemed to be dripping with blood. But he always gritted his teeth and persevered, relying on his tenacious willpower and desire for power, and gradually integrated this power into his body. After absorbing the spiritual skull, Xiao Han constantly tried to condense the soul core during the process of cultivation, compressing his mental power and immersing it in his dantian. At this moment, he was trying to use his mental power to guide and fuse the energy of the 2 Dragon Balls. Lin Jiruo watched Xiao Han nervously from the side. She could feel the rising power in Xiao Han's body, and also saw his face twisted in pain due to the tremendous pressure. But she knew that this was the only way for Xiao Han to grow and a key step in his becoming a stronger person. 7 days and 7 nights passed. As time passed, the light on Xiao Han gradually faded. He slowly opened his eyes. Feeling the powerful force in his body, Xiao Han felt an indescribable joy and sense of accomplishment in his heart. Mom, I did it. What surprised Xiao Han even more was that under the interaction of the 2 Dragon Balls, his spiritual soul core actually condensed into shape. Lin Jiruo looked at Xiao Han, her eyes full of relief and pride. Xiao Han, I knew you could do it. Xiao Han walked towards Lin Jiruo and said excitedly. Mom, remember the condensed soul core I told you about? Well, what happened? My spiritual soul core has been condensed and formed. The energy of the 2 Dragon Balls is temporarily stored in my body. Perhaps in the future, I can condense 2 more soul cores that complement each other. That's great. Lin Jiruo was also very excited. Xiao Han, I can already sense the stronger aura on you. Your soul power should have increased a lot, right? Yes, he has already broken through level 70. I have no idea what level he is at now. Level 70? He just increased by 6 levels in one go. Lin Jiruo felt incredible. Xiao Han continued. It may be more than level 6, and it's not just the spirit power that has increased significantly. The power of the 2 Dragon Kings of Ice and Fire is too strong. The power dispersed during the fusion process seems to have cleansed my body, tempered my spirit rings and spirit bones, and brought me an all-round improvement. Now, I have the ultimate ice. Chapter 106. The ultimate ice, these 4 words are the supreme existence for any ice attribute soul master, and are the highest realm they pursue throughout their lives. It not only represents the ultimate purity and power of ice attributed soul power, but also means that the soul master has reached the pinnacle in controlling the ice element. And Xiao Han, a young soul master, has actually reached this realm. How can this not shock people? Xiao Han, are you saying that you have reached the realm of ultimate ice? Yes, Mom. In the process of fusing the Ice Dragon Ball, not only did my soul power increase greatly, but my ice attribute soul power also made a qualitative leap. Now, I can initially control the power of extreme ice. As Xiao Han spoke, he gently raised his right hand and slightly rotated his palm. A chill instantly spread out, freezing the surrounding space. Even Lin Jiruo felt a bit of chill. Watching this scene, Lin Jiruo's heart was filled with indescribable excitement and pride. Although Xiao Han's behavior always puzzled her. But this tenacity and persistence is the key to his success today. When Xiao Han released his martial soul and spirit ring again, a scene that shocked Lin Jiruo even more appeared. I saw that the Zhenbing bow and arrow became more solid, emitting an even stronger cold aura. The first soul ring that was originally flashing yellow has now transformed into purple. 6 soul rings of purple, 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 black, black, and black surround Xiao Han's body. Lin Jiruo couldn't help but exclaimed, the first soul ring has become 1,000 years old, this is incredible. Xiao Han smiled and said, Mom, it's not just the spirit ring that has transformed. My 2 spirit bones have absorbed the power of the Dragon King and their age has also increased. The spirit skull has reached 60,000 years, and the right arm spirit bone has reached 70,000 years. As the 2 Dragon Balls absorb energy, they will continue to evolve. It's really amazing. Mom, let me show you something even more amazing. As soon as Xiao Han finished speaking, his eyes suddenly lit up. His 2 eyeballs changed color instantly, one was ice blue and the other was fiery red. The icy blue and fiery red lights were like 2 dragons emerging from the sea, roaring towards the sky and instantly tearing the surrounding space in half. The icy blue light is so cold that it seems to be able to freeze everything in the world. The fiery red light was extremely hot, carrying the power to burn everything. These 2 powerful energies intertwined, collided, and merged with each other, forming a shocking spectacle, like a constantly flowing Tai Chi diagram. Within the range it covered, the grass and trees withered instantly and the water condensed into ice. Looking at the situation in front of her, Lin Jiruo was shocked once again. Xiao Han, is this a domain skill? Well, part of the energy of the 2 Dragon Kings merged into my eyes, allowing me to possess the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire and the yin-yang field of ice and fire. My yin-yang eyes of ice and fire can see through all illusions, and can also emit yin-yang divine light that combines the 3 attributes of ice, fire, and spirit. Listening to Xiao Han's description, Lin Jiruo felt like she was dreaming. It was too unreal. After a long time, she finally came to her senses and looked at Xiao Han carefully. Xiao Han today has undergone earth-shaking changes in both his physique and temperament, as if he had been reborn. Xiao Han has only absorbed part of the energy of the 2 Dragon Balls. It is hard to imagine what he will eventually evolve into. Lin Jiruo said excitedly. Xiao Han, you are so amazing now. Not only do you have the ultimate ice, but you can also control the power of a god-level soul beast. Your future achievements are limitless. I am proud of you. Mom, I have to thank you for your tolerance and cultivation of me over the years, as well as your meticulous care. I will be able to protect myself in the future, so you don't have to worry so much. By the way, this soul bone is useful. As Xiao Han spoke, he took out the dark green soul bone from the storage device. Then, he placed the soul bone in his palm and wrapped it up with both hands. Ice blue and fiery red light flowed in Xiao Han's palms. In the blink of an eye, the jade phosphorus snake king poison that was originally condensed in the soul bone was completely destroyed by the power of the 2 Dragon Kings of ice and fire, and disappeared. The soul bone changed from dark green to crystal clear snow white. Xiao Han smiled and handed the soul bone to Lin Jiruo. Mom, the snake venom in this soul bone has been completely removed by the power of the Dragon Ball. Now, you can absorb it. Lin Jiruo carefully took the soul bone, stroked it gently, and felt the powerful energy contained in it. She was so excited that she couldn't express it in words. Before this, she had never owned a soul bone of her own. Xiao Han, you have brought me so many surprises, one after another. Am I dreaming? Of course not. Mom, just absorb it now, and I will protect you. It is good. Afterwards, Lin Jiruo sat down and prepared to fuse the head soul bone. Xiao Han waited quietly by the side. Time passed by minute by minute. Lin Jiruo opened her eyes again, feeling the changes brought about by the soul bone in her head, and felt a little excited. Xiao Han, this feeling is so wonderful. Xiao Han was also very excited. Mom, your mental strength must have improved a lot, right? Well, it directly crossed a realm. Great. What about soul power? Has it improved? Lin Jiruo smiled and nodded. It helped me break through the bottleneck of level 85, and also gave me a powerful skull skill, Ice Crystal Ray. Ice Crystal Ray? Is it a spirit skill similar to Dogubo's Petrification Ray? Yeah, almost. Lin Jiruo's eyes suddenly became deep and cold, like two cold ponds that had been frozen for 10,000 years. Then, two crystal-clear icy rays of light shot out from her eyes. Wherever the icy light passed, the air seemed to be cut apart, and the objects it touched, whether hard rocks or flexible plants, were instantly frozen into crystal-clear ice sculptures. Mom, this soul skill is very powerful, almost like petrification. Lin Jiruo smiled and nodded, waved her hand gently, restrained her soul power, and explained, my ice crystal light has a powerful freezing ability. It can even freeze the soul power within the range. Mom, this is a powerful move. I believe that it won't be long before you can be promoted to a title Douluo. Lin Jiruo smiled and patted Xiao Han's shoulder, her eyes full of love and pride. Xiao Han, if it weren't for the immortal herbs and soul bones you gave me, I wouldn't be able to achieve what I have now. I have to thank you. Mom, we are a family, why are you saying this? By the way, you have already broken through level 70. You can go get the next spirit ring. Are you in a hurry? No rush. Let's go back to the academy first, report our safety to Binger and the others, and then go to the frozen forest to look for a suitable soul beast. Okay, I think so too. Afterwards, the two left Sunset Forest and rushed to Qianshui City. Chapter 107. A few days later, Xiao Han and Lin Jiruo returned to Qianshui City. After the Soul Master competition is over, Shui Binger and others will be able to graduate from the academy. However, Shui Binger did not leave the college. She chose to stay and work in the college in the future. Xiao Han told her everything that had happened in the past month and a half. Shui Binger was shocked to learn about Xiao Han's fantastic experiences during this period. She didn't expect that Xiao Han and Lin Jiruo would team up to kill Dogubo, a powerful title Douluo. What was even more unexpected was that Xiao Han accidentally obtained the Dragon Ball of the Ancient Dragon, which brought him a complete transformation and greatly increased his strength. Xiao Han is about to go to the frozen forest to look for a suitable soul beast, and Shui Binger also wants to go with him. The environment of the frozen forest is more conducive to her cultivation. Xiao Han was packing up at home when he saw Lin Jiruo coming back angrily. Mom, what's wrong? The imperial family is really going too far. I'm afraid they won't be able to fulfill their promises. What happened? Lin Jiruo sighed, when Emperor Shui learned that you had Guangling Douluo as your master, the title he had promised you might no longer be given to you. If I'm not mistaken, Ning Fengji and Yu Xiaogang might also be involved in this matter. Mom, I thought it was something else. It's better if he's gone. Who cares about that damn baron? Xiao Han smiled disapprovingly, not caring at all. The Seven Treasures glazed tile sect is very close to the Tiando royal family. Because of Ning Fengji's relationship, Yu Xiaogang will naturally be valued by Emperor Shui. Although Xiao Han is the most promising young soul master in the empire, he is obviously not the same kind of person as them. He repeatedly seriously injured Shrek Academy students in the Soul Master competition, which invisibly offended Ning Fengji, Yu Xiaogang and others. It is normal that he is not trusted by Emperor Shui. Of course, Xiao Han would not work for Emperor Shui. As a reborn being, how could he willingly submit to an incompetent emperor? Power and money are external things to him. If you have strength, you will naturally have everything. However, this honor is the result of everyone's joint efforts, and the reward that belongs to the collective should still be taken. Mom, we have won the Soul Master competition for the Empire after all, so we should still have the prize money, right? Well, the Academy received a one-time reward of 100,000 gold soul coins, and will enjoy royal subsidies every year in the future. In addition, each of our champion members, whether they are team leaders or students, received an additional reward of 10,000 gold soul coins. Totaling the rewards for entering the finals and the rewards from the Spirit Hall, we have received nearly 300,000 gold soul coins. Almost with the royal subsidy, our academy won't have to rely so much on those wealthy and powerful nobles in the future. Qianshui College is one of the few high-level Soul Master colleges open to civilians on Douluo continent. It requires a large amount of funds every year to maintain the normal operation of the college. Most of that funding was provided by the nobility. Of course, they won't spend money for nothing. Many young and beautiful girls in the college married aristocrats after graduation. Some of them did it voluntarily, while others were forced to make helpless choices due to their own reasons. Douluo continent is a world where the strong prey on the weak. The nobles are not only rich, but also have enormous power. They control the lives of most ordinary people. Xiao Han also thought about changing the fate of those ordinary girls in the college through his own efforts. It's a long road, and we've only just begun. The next day, Xiao Han, Lin Jiruo and Shui Bing'er set out from Tianshui City and headed for the frozen forest in the far north. 10 days later, we arrived at our destination. Xiao Han's 6th soul ring is 60,000 years old, so he has higher requirements for the age of his 7th soul ring, which must be close to 100,000 years, or even more than 100,000. 100,000-year soul beast is not easy to find. Just like soul bones, it can only be found by chance. Xiao Han knew that Xiao Wu, Titan Giant Ape and Azure Bull Python, the 300,000-year-old soul beasts, were all at the lake in the center of the Star Do Great Forest. In addition, there are many 100,000-year-old sea soul beasts in the sea area of Poseidon Island. However, with their current strength, they are not enough to hunt those powerful soul beasts that live in groups. There are also many soul beasts of advanced age in the central area of the frozen forest, and most of them like to live alone. So, Xiao Han and the other two came here. The three of them searched in the forest for a whole month but did not encounter any suitable soul beasts. Xiao Han was not in a hurry. He and Shui Bing'er practiced while searching. After this period of training, Shui Bing'er's soul power increased by another level, reaching level 58. The sunlight shines through the sparse clouds, dappling onto the white snow in the frozen forest, adding a touch of warmth to this silent and vast land. A group of 3 people walked through the woods, treading on ankle-deep snow. As the 3 were talking, Xiao Han suddenly felt an unusual fluctuation of soul power. "Mom, there seems to be a powerful soul beast nearby." "Yeah, I feel it too." Lin Jiruo's expression suddenly became solemn. Shui Bing'er looked around vigilantly. Xiao Han closed his eyes and tried to capture the source of the soul power fluctuations. After a moment, his eyes suddenly opened and looked forward. "Over there. Let's go over and take a look." "Ah." The 3 of them spread their wings and flew rapidly in the direction of the target. There it is. Not far away is a frozen lake. As the 3 people approached, the scene on the lake gradually became clear. On the seemingly calm ice surface, a huge creature was crawling. It was a huge ice crystal turtle. Its shell is 10 meters wide and covered with complex patterns. The thick shell sparkles with dazzling blue light under the sunlight. Its eyes were closed, as if it was enjoying the warm winter sun. The powerful aura emanating from its body has a chill that penetrates the bone marrow. This power is undoubtedly a terrifying pressure that only a 100,000-year soul beast can possess. Lin Jiruo and Xiao Han looked at each other and felt the excitement in his eyes. "Xiao Han, after a month of searching, this is the soul beast you want, right? Mom, you still understand me?" Xiao Han's eyes were fixed on the huge creature. The ice crystal tortoise rarely goes out to look for food and spends most of the year sleeping. So, it's not common. This type of soul beast has a shell as hard as iron, strong limbs, and sharp claws that can easily tear through the enemy's defenses. Its strong defense and recovery capabilities enable it to continue fighting. It also has powerful attack methods and can release powerful ice attacks to freeze the enemy's actions. Such a 100,000-year soul beast is not easy to deal with. However, when Xiao Han saw it for the first time, he had already made up his mind to use it as his 7th soul ring. Chapter 108. The ice crystal black turtle seemed to sense the threat from Xiao Han and the other 2 approaching. Its eyes, which had been tightly closed, suddenly opened, revealing 2 flashes of icy light, like 2 dazzling sapphires inlaid on its huge head. Its body shook slightly, and the air around it seemed to solidify. A powerful pressure surged out from its body, causing the surrounding snow to explode. Then, it slid across the ice at an astonishing speed and rushed towards the 3 people, causing bursts of harsh friction sounds and flying ice chips. "Careful." Lin Jiruo let out a low cry and prepared to meet this sudden attack. Although the ice crystal black turtle was huge in size, it glided on the ice very quickly and arrived in front of the 3 people in the blink of an eye. Lin Jiruo released her martial soul without hesitation, and a powerful chill burst out from her body. The moment the soul ring flashed, a layer of hard ice instantly froze the huge body of the ice crystal black turtle. Boom! There was a loud bang. The ice crystal black turtle was worthy of being a 100,000-year-old soul beast. A powerful force erupted from it and directly shattered Lin Jiruo's ice blockade. The long tail suddenly stretched out and swept towards the 3 people. "Take off." The 3 of them flew into the air at the same time. The ice crystal black turtle's attack did not stop. It opened its 2-meter-wide mouth and roared angrily. Sharp ice blades slashed out from the giant mouth, pointing directly at the 3 people in the air. The bowstring in Xiao Han's hand had already been fully drawn. The 6th soul ring on his body began to shine. The spirit skull and right arm soul bone are opened at the same time. The attack power of the sixth soul skill, high explosive penetration, is increased to 300. An invisible arrow with extremely strong penetrating power shot towards the open mouth of the ice crystal turtle. After all, the ice crystal black turtle is a 100,000-year-old soul beast with extremely powerful mental power, and it seems to have sensed the existence of the invisible arrow. At the moment when the invisible arrow was about to hit it, it retracted its head into the thick shell. Ding! The invisible arrow hit the thick shell, making a crisp sound. Although it failed to penetrate the shell of the ice crystal black turtle, its powerful impact still caused the huge creature to pause. Its huge body slid for a distance on the ice, and the surrounding ice and snow were crushed into pieces by the force, raising a white snow mist. Seeing this, Xiao Han's eyes flashed with determination. Normal attacks are ineffective against it. It seems that I can only use my special move. Mom, Binger, get ready, we're going to finish this quickly. Xiao Han swooped down and flew towards the ice crystal black turtle. The momentum of his body suddenly rose, and two powerful forces surged wildly in his body. With Xiao Han as the center, a huge energy vortex suddenly unfolded, quickly enveloping the ice crystal black turtle. That was exactly Xiao Han's yin-yang domain of ice and fire. Within the area with a diameter of several hundred meters, half is blazing flames that emit suffocating heat, the other half is icy cold that emits biting chill. The two are intertwined to form a shocking picture. The collision of flames and ice produced countless tiny explosions. Each explosion released astonishing energy fluctuations, causing the entire space to tremble. The ice crystal black turtle felt this terrifying power and a trace of fear flashed in its eyes. It tried to break free from the constraints of the yin-yang field of ice and fire, but the invisible powerful pressure made it unable to move. The combination of fire and ice greatly reduced the strength of the ice crystal black turtle. The originally indestructible shell began to crack under the attack of ice and fire. When Xiao Han saw this, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. He drew the bowstring again. The sixth soul skill, high explosive penetration, was released again. Using the ice and fire yin-yang field consumed a lot of Xiao Han's mental and soul power, but its power was also astonishing. In this area, his overall strength can be increased to 300%. When the spirit skull and right arm soul bone are activated at the same time, the high explosive penetration has 300 attack power. In this way, when this attack is launched within the field, its power can reach 900. A silent, cold fire arrow flew straight towards the ice crystal black turtle. Although the ice crystal black turtle reacted quickly, its movements became slow under the suppression of the power of the two dragon kings of ice and fire. The cold fire arrow containing Xiao Han's full strength shot towards the back of the ice crystal black turtle. The moment the arrow touched the shell of the ice crystal turtle, a deafening roar was heard. The huge body trembled violently under the powerful penetrating force. The shell, which was already full of cracks, finally couldn't bear it anymore and shattered, turning into countless ice crystals that flew everywhere. The roar of the ice crystal turtle echoed on the empty lake. The icy blade that shot out from its mouth, flashing with a sharp cold light, went straight towards Xiao Han in the air. Xiao Han was agile and moved in the air, cleverly avoiding those deadly attacks. A powerful force suddenly erupted from the body of the ice crystal black turtle, shattering the surface of the lake. The cracks on the lake surface spread rapidly like a spider web. It tried to shatter the thick surface of the lake and escape into the lake. At this critical moment, Lin Jirua took decisive action. Her skull skill, ice crystal rays, like two brilliant auroras, instantly descended upon the huge body of the ice crystal turtle. The two rays of light not only froze the four legs of the ice crystal turtle firmly, but also re-solidified the lake surface around it that was about to collapse. Seeing this, Shui Binger launched an attack without hesitation. She flapped her wings, and countless sharp ice cones condensed in the air, like thousands of arrows shot at the same time, accurately piercing the back of the ice crystal turtle, which had lost its powerful defense. With Xiao Han's current soul power, it is not enough to support the ice and fire yin-yang field for a long time. He had already consumed a large amount of mental and soul power and had to restrain it. When the ice crystal black turtle was about to break free from Lin Jirua's ice crystal light, Xiao Han activated his fourth soul skill, Ice Explosion Arrow. The icy arrow accurately hit the cracked back of the ice crystal black turtle and penetrated directly into it. There was a deafening explosion. The surrounding space seemed to be torn apart by the huge shock wave. The ice crystal black turtle let out a shrill wail, and its huge body trembled violently under the impact of the explosion, and the cracks on its back completely collapsed. Even so, its entire head is still hidden in the huge shell. Xiao Han didn't give it any chance to breathe and shot out another ice explosion arrow. With a dull roar, the thick shell of the ice crystal black turtle was blown into pieces. The huge body fell down with a loud bang, splashing a piece of ice flowers. The life of this 100,000-year-old soul beast came to an end. On the broken lake surface, the areas affected by the battle looked as if they had experienced a catastrophe. The ice chips and lake water intertwined to create a messy picture, and the air around was filled with a faint chill and smell of blood. Chapter 109. Its body was broken into pieces by the continuous attacks of ice arrows. Wisps of red mist rose from its huge corpse, slowly condensed in the air, and gradually formed the soul ring that emitted a red glow. Xiao Han, Lin Zhirua and Shui Binger were standing on the edge of the broken lake, staring at the scene in front of them in shock. This was the first time they saw the condensation process of the red soul ring. In order to maintain the powerful ice and fire yin and yang field, Xiao Han almost exhausted his soul power and his face turned pale. Shui Binger came over and asked with concern, "Xiao Han, are you okay? Using that domain skill took too much out of you." Xiao Han shook his head slightly and smiled. "I'm fine, I just need to rest for a while. It's all worth it to be able to defeat this 100,000-year-old soul beast." Lin Zhirua also came over. Xiao Han's performance in that battle just now was beyond her imagination. "Xiao Han, I never thought that your domain skill would have such a powerful power. Even a 100,000-year-old soul beast can be suppressed by it." Xiao Han smiled complacently. "Of course. Those 2 dragon balls contain a trace of dragon soul. No matter how powerful the ice crystal black turtle is, it cannot be compared with a god-level soul beast." In order to better absorb the 100,000-year soul ring, Xiao Han did not use the yin-yang divine light of ice and fire in the battle just now. Although the attack was powerful, it also consumed a huge amount of mental energy. Lin Zhirua looked at Xiao Han, her eyes full of satisfaction and pride. She knew that Xiao Han's physical condition and abilities were enough to withstand the energy of the 100,000-year soul ring. Xiao Han is only 16 years old now and is about to possess his first 100,000-year spirit ring, which is unique in the entire Douluo continent. "Xiao Han, you have consumed a lot of soul power. Adjust your state first, Binger, and I will be on guard at the side." "It is good." Xiao Han sat cross-legged and began to adjust his state. After taking several magical herbs and having 2 dragon balls in his body, Xiao Han's soul power recovery speed is simply unmatched by ordinary soul masters. In less than half an hour, his body had adjusted to its best condition. The 100,000-year soul ring had just taken shape, emitting a dazzling red light. It floats quietly above the broken surface of the lake. The surrounding space seemed to be distorted by its dazzling red light. The powerful aura emanating from it is chilling. Lin Zhirua urged. "Xiao Han, you have adjusted your state so quickly, go and absorb it, we will protect you." Xiao Han sat cross-legged on the ice, stretched out his right hand, and slowly pulled the red 100,000-year soul ring over. Then, he began to absorb the soul ring. The powerful soul power slowly entered Xiao Han's body. Lin Zhirua and Shui Binger stood aside, staring at Xiao Han, feeling both excited and nervous. At this moment, the soul ring suddenly burst out with an even brighter light, as if it was going to swallow up everything around it. An invisible pressure filled the entire space. Under this pressure, Xiao Han's body trembled slightly uncontrollably. But then, a strange scene appeared. A faint golden luster suddenly appeared on Xiao Han's body, as if the power of the dragon ball and fairy grass in his body took effect, helping him to suppress the violent aura of the 100,000-year soul ring. Under the cover of that golden luster, Xiao Han's breathing gradually calmed down, and his body, which had been trembling due to the pressure of the spirit ring, also stabilized. The golden luster was like an invisible shield, which not only resisted the violent impact brought by the spirit ring, but also transformed the violent energy into gentle power, nourishing Xiao Han's body and soul. Seeing this, the worry in Lin Zhirua and Shui Binger's eyes gradually faded away. Suddenly, a blue light flashed across the body of the ice crystal black turtle. Lin Zhirua and Shui Binger hurried over to check. A crystal clear blue bone came into their sight. Shui Binger was very surprised. "Dean Lin, is this a soul bone?" "Yes. After a 100,000-year soul beast is killed, it will definitely drop soul bones." Lin Zhirua picked up the soul bone and took a look at it. "This is a left arm soul bone. Give it to Xiao Han when he wakes up." As time went by, the light released by the soul ring gradually converged, no longer so dazzling, and became softer and softer. At the same time, Xiao Han's aura also quietly transformed, becoming more powerful and unfathomable. When the last ray of light merged into Xiao Han's body, the soul ring finally became completely integrated with him. Xiao Han slowly opened his eyes, feeling the changes in himself, and felt a sense of surprise. This 100,000-year soul ring gave him the ability to activate his soul true body, which brought him a huge improvement. Success. Xiao Han, you have finally absorbed all the spirit rings. Lin Jirua and Shui Binger cheered almost at the same time and came to Xiao Han together. Xiao Han stood up, took a deep breath of fresh air, felt the surging power in his body, and a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Mom, Binger, the 100,000-year spirit ring is indeed different. My strength has been raised to a whole new level. Lin Jirua smiled. Of course, it's 100,000 years after all. As he spoke, he took out the soul bone. Xiao Han, this is the soul bone that dropped from the ice crystal black turtle. It's the left arm bone. While you're in good shape now, absorb it as well. Xiao Han took the soul bone, took a quick look at it, and then pressed it directly into his left arm, then activated his soul power to start the fusion. After absorbing the ice crystal black turtle's soul ring, absorbing its soul bone was much smoother. In less than half an hour, Xiao Han had completely integrated the soul bone into his left arm. He could clearly feel that his strength had improved. Shui Binger asked expectantly. Xiao Han, what is your current soul power level? Just broke through level 77. Level 77? Improved so much? Shui Binger widened her eyes in disbelief. Lin Jirua was also surprised. Xiao Han's increased soul power was more than she had imagined. Only 3 months have passed since the end of the Soul Master competition. In just 3 short months, Xiao Han's soul power miraculously increased by nearly 20 levels. Xiao Han explained, my soul power increased so much all of a sudden, and it's not all due to the 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone. When I absorbed those 2 Dragon Balls before, my soul power reached level 70. The part beyond that could not be sensed, but it showed up this time. I see. Shui Binger continued. You are now able to use your weapon Soul True Body. I wonder what kind of 200,000-year soul skills that soul bone has brought you. When talking about the true form of the weapon soul, Xiao Han smiled confidently. With the weapon soul avatar, my bow and arrow can be used together or separately. The bow and arrow are used for long-range attacks, and the arrows are like spears for close combat. Chapter 110. Along with the release of the Jinbing bow and arrow martial spirit, an extremely cold aura suddenly swept over. In an instant, the air around seemed to freeze. Xiao Han was surrounded by 7 soul rings, purple, 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 black, 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 and red. The dazzling 100,000-year soul ring suddenly shone like a red sun, emitting dazzling light, making the surrounding ice and snow shine brightly. Xiao Han released the true form of his weapon spirit, and the Jinbing bow and Jinbing arrow in his hands instantly enlarged. The icy arrow was 3 meters long, its body was crystal clear, emitting a rich blue light and containing endless chill. When necessary, I can use this true ice arrow as a spear for close combat, which can save my soul power. After Xiao Han finished speaking, he put away the Jinbing bow, waved the Jinbing arrow in his hand, and demonstrated it in front of Lin Jirua and Shui Binger. Shui Binger couldn't help but exclaimed, Xiao Han, your weapon soul can be combined or separated. It has both the sharpness of long-range attacks and the might of close combat. It is really useful. Lin Jirua looked at Xiao Han with a face full of relief. Xiao Han, your current strength is far beyond your peers. Although your level is lower than mine, if we really compare, I am no match for you. Xiao Han smiled and said modestly, Mom, I'm just lucky and I got help from a lot of outside forces. Okay, don't be so modest. Remember, the greater your ability, the greater your responsibility. Keep your original intention and don't be proud and complacent. Okay, I know. Shui Binger asked curiously. Xiao Han, you haven't told us what the 2 100,000 soul skills of your left arm soul bone are. These 2 soul skills are related to the skills of the ice crystal black turtle. One is for attack and the other for defense. I call them ice sealing and absolute defense. Xiao Han paused, then explained, the freezing skill is combined with my ultimate ice. Once activated, it can freeze everything within 100 meters in an instant. I can control ice with my mind and attack frozen enemies. The black turtle ice armor combined with my ultimate ice has an absolute defensive effect and can resist attacks below the god level. When I activate this soul skill, a layer of tortoise shell shield will instantly cover my entire body. This shield not only has amazing defensive power, but can also absorb part of the soul skill attack. In battle, I can also release this defensive power to form a protective shield to protect my companions. After hearing this, Shui Binger and Lin Jirua both showed surprise on their faces. These 200,000-year soul skills undoubtedly made Xiao Han's combat ability leap to a new level. They can play a vital role whether fighting alone or in a team. Xiao Han, you now have the same freezing skill as us. And you have the ultimate ice, which is even more powerful. Yes, Xiaohan's 200,000-year soul skills can be used for both single combat and group combat. It's amazing. Xiaohan added, although the defense of the black turtle ice armor is strong, it has a time limit. The defense duration increases with the increase of my soul power. With my current soul power, it can last for 5 seconds. For an absolute defense below the god level to last for 5 seconds is already very good. Lin Jiruo has great confidence in Xiaohan. She believed that since Xiaohan had such a strong absolute defense, he would not have to worry too much even if facing a powerful enemy at the title Douluo level. Shui Bing'er looked at Xiaohan, her eyes flashing with complex emotions, including pride, envy, and a hint of determination not to fall behind. Xiaohan, you've grown so fast before the Soul Master competition, we were both about the same, but now you're already a strong man who can stand on your own. It seems that I have to work harder to keep up with you. Lin Jiruo gently patted Shui Bing'er on the shoulder and encouraged her, Bing'er, you have your talent and potential, so don't be too anxious. Xiaohan's progress is amazing, but the challenges and opportunities he has experienced are unimaginable to ordinary people. You just need to follow your own pace and improve steadily, and you will achieve greater success in the future. Shui Bing'er nodded. Well, I will practice hard. Xiaohan said. Bing'er, after you break through level 60, I will teach you a method to increase your training speed. Lin Jiruo looked at Shui Bing'er and explained. After a soul master breaks through level 60, the improvement of soul power will become slow. Xiaohan's method is indeed magical. It can actually increase the speed of cultivation. However, it requires a strong soul power as a foundation. You can try it when you reach level 60. After hearing this, Shui Bing'er was surprised and happy, and was looking forward to the method mentioned by Xiaohan and his mother. Okay, I'll try to break through level 60 as soon as possible. Xiaohan continued. The improvement brought by the 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone is enormous. Mom, Bing'er, I will arrange for both of you when there is a chance in the future. Xiaohan, you are quite arrogant. I will wait for your big gift. Mom, you are already level 85. When you break through level 90, I will find a 100,000-year-old soul beast for you. It's not easy to find a 100,000-year soul beast, and not everyone has your luck. Besides, I'm not sure if I can break through to level 90. There are too many soul masters in this world who are stuck at level 89, just one step away from becoming a title Douluo, but they can never break through. Shui Bing'er said, Dean Lin, Xiaohan and I both believe that you can definitely do it. Let it be. To be honest, I am already very satisfied with what I have achieved so far. I see hope in you. Your future is bright and you will definitely achieve the status of a title Douluo in the future. The three of them smiled at each other, full of hope for the future. The cold environment of the frozen forest is an excellent place for ice attribute soul masters to practice. But this time they only came to obtain Xiaohan's 7th soul ring and were not prepared to stay here for a long time. So, after obtaining the spirit ring, the three of them planned to leave and head towards the outskirts of the forest. As she was walking, Lin Jiruo stopped. It's getting dark. There's a cave over there. Let's rest for the night and leave after dawn tomorrow. Well, I'm hungry too, let's eat something. The three of them came to the cave, set up a tent, and then replenished their food and water. Soon, night falls. Xiaohan asked Lin Jiruo and Shui Bing'er to go to bed first, and he stayed at the cave entrance to keep watch. The night is as dark as ink, deep and quiet. The snow outside the cave, under the moonlight, sparkled with silvery light, like an endless silver ocean, quiet and mysterious. Occasionally, a breeze blows, causing the branches to sway gently, and the light and shadows on the ground dance along with them, adding a bit of vitality to the lonely night. Just as Xiaohan closed his eyes and concentrated, a dangerous aura approached quietly. Chapter 111. Xiaohan suddenly opened his eyes. He felt a slight fluctuation of soul power in the air. Although it was subtle, it was unusual and carried a bit of evil aura. That wave of soul power broke the silence around. Ripples began to appear on the originally calm silver-white ground, as if disturbed by some invisible force. There was a tense and dangerous atmosphere in the air, which made people feel palpitations involuntarily. Xiaohan looked around vigilantly. He felt that the soul power fluctuation was a bit strange and it was definitely not something that an ordinary soul beast could emit. It might have come from a 100,000-year level soul beast. Moreover, the soul beast was extremely intelligent and seemed to have discovered the location of the three of them. But it did not rush to appear, but approached cautiously like a hunter. Mom, Bing'er, something's happening. Lin Jiruo and Shui Bing'er were awakened by Xiaohan's voice. They quickly walked out of the tent and came to Xiaohan's side. Lin Jiruo also felt the fluctuation of soul power. Xiao Han, a soul beast is approaching. Ah! Xiao Han didn't look back, still looking around vigilantly. His mental power was like an invisible net, spreading rapidly in all directions, trying to capture the exact location of the strange soul power fluctuation. The moment the spiritual skull was opened, Xiao Han's eyes became unusually sharp, as if they could penetrate layers of obstacles and look directly at the threat hidden in the dark. Just as his mental power was about to touch the source of the soul power fluctuation, an equally powerful and hostile mental force suddenly hit him. This sudden collision caused Xiao Han's body to tremble involuntarily. The invisible force was extremely violent and tried to tear apart his will and soul. Xiao Han was startled by the attack, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Lin Jiruo and Shui Binger were both a little worried when they saw this. Xiao Han, what's wrong with you? I sensed its presence. It is an evil soul beast, more powerful than the 100,000-year-old ice crystal black turtle we killed. It is very smart and lurks in the dark, seemingly wanting to treat the three of us as its prey. Xiao Han had a vague feeling in his heart that the powerful soul beast was most likely the dark demon evil god tiger. The dark demon evil god tiger is a top-level soul beast because it is too evil and relies on devouring soul beasts and human soul masters to improve its own cultivation. It is regarded as a public enemy, has difficulty surviving, and is almost extinct. The dark demon evil god tiger once challenged the titan giant ape and the azure bull python for status in the center of the Star Do Great Forest, but was injured by the two and fled to the frozen forest. Xiao Han's parents and dozens of others died at the hands of that evil soul beast. On the day he awakened his martial soul, Xiao Han made a vow in his heart that one day, he would avenge his dead parents and kill the evil soul beast with his own hands. I didn't expect that we would meet so soon. In order to verify his guess, Xiao Han concentrated his mental strength once again, and an invisible arrow suddenly rushed towards the source of the evil soul power. However, the other party does not seem to intend to sit still and wait for death. An even more turbulent mental power wave quickly condensed and formed an invisible shield, which blocked Xiao Han's attack. The two forces collided, causing a silent roar. The surrounding space seemed to be squeezed and distorted by the powerful shock wave, and the snowflakes on the ground were blown all over the place by the aftermath. Xiao Han's face was solemn. Mom, this time our opponent is no ordinary person. Not only is he very powerful, but he is also very smart. Binger, take off quickly, the higher the better. After Xiao Han finished speaking, he immediately released his martial soul and soul ring, and his ice crystal wings instantly stretched out, ready to take off. Lin Jiruo and Shui Binger were both startled by Xiao Han's sudden action. Without time to think, they both released their martial spirits, flapped their wings and flew to the top of the tall tree. Lin Jiruo said worriedly. Xiao Han, what did you find out? Mom, it's that soul beast, the giant black tiger. What? It's this. Upon learning that it was the soul beast that killed Xiao Han's parents, Lin Jiruo's expression became solemn. She knew what Xiao Han was thinking, but she didn't intend to stop him. Because she also wanted to know what the soul beast looked like, and she also wanted to avenge Xiao Han's parents. Binger, it's very dangerous here, don't come down. Well, I see. Shui Binger was a little confused. She didn't quite understand what Xiao Han and Lin Jiruo were talking about, but she could feel the power of the soul beast from their nervous tone. Xiao Han did not fly high into the sky. He knew that the dark demon evil god tiger was not far away. Now that you're here, show yourself. Hiding in the dark and sneaking around is not like your style. The dark demon evil god tiger seemed to understand Xiao Han's words. It roared towards the sky and then rushed towards Xiao Han. It was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was less than 100 meters away from Xiao Han. Dozens of black energy blades flew towards Xiao Han without any warning. Xiao Han was well prepared. The moment he took off into the air, he shot a frost arrow at the black shadow. This arrow will not cause any harm to the dark demon evil god tiger, it is just used by Xiao Han to provoke it. Xiao Han wanted to let it know that he would not run away easily. Sure enough, the dark demon evil god tiger stopped and stared at Xiao Han, who was floating in the air with a ferocious look. The dark demon evil tiger has the ability to fly at low altitude, but it is not in a hurry to launch an attack, as if it is thinking about something. Only then did Lin Jiruo and Shui Binger see the soul beast's appearance clearly. It was a giant tiger with a pure black body, without a trace of other colors on its body. There is a word on its forehead, which is also black. But different from the black of its fur, it is a gloomy black like fog. It was over 8 meters long, with bulging muscles all over its body. The red eyes were filled with an eerie aura and stood out against the snow. The most peculiar thing is its tail that stands upright high. Unlike the tail of a tiger-type soul beast, that tail was much longer and made up of many joints. There was a huge barb at the tip of the tail, shining with a spooky light. Feeling the aura of the dark demon evil god tiger, Xiao Han suddenly grinned. He knew that the dark demon evil god tiger, which had cultivated for 50,000 to 60,000 years, was extremely powerful. An ordinary 100,000-year-old soul beast was no match for it, and an ordinary tidal Douluo level powerhouse could not do anything to it. After using his mental power to make a tentative attack just now, Xiao Han felt that this dark demon evil god tiger did not seem to be as powerful as he had imagined. That's why he dared to stay without restraint. When I saw it up close, my suspicions were confirmed. There was a strong smell of blood in the air. The bloody smell did not come from the dark demon evil god tiger's prey, but from itself. Obviously, it was injured. This dark demon evil god tiger seemed to have just experienced a fierce battle not long ago and was seriously injured. It was in urgent need of nutrition. Xiao Han and the other three were exactly the prey it was secretly coveting. Chapter 112. Moreover, it possesses a trace of the power of the evil god. Therefore, a 10,000-year level dark demon evil god tiger has the strength to challenge a 100,000-year level soul beast. Xiao Han knew that even if the dark demon evil god tiger was injured, it would still be difficult to deal with. Lin Jiruo also smelled the bloody smell in the air. She carefully searched for the source and found that it was coming from the dark demon evil god tiger. Xiao Han, that soul beast seems to be injured. Yes, it seems that it just went through a fierce battle and wants to use the three of us as food to replenish its nutrition. The dark demon evil god tiger was completely black, and the wounds on its body could not be seen clearly. However, the snow under its feet was stained with blood, and it looked like it was seriously injured. Xiao Han stared closely at the dark demon evil god tiger opposite him, with murderous intent in his eyes. Mom, my parents must have been killed by it. I didn't expect to encounter it here. Today, I want to avenge my parents. Seeing Xiao Han's firm attitude, Lin Jiruo did not stop him and reminded him. Xiao Han, this soul beast is extremely ferocious. Even if it is injured, it should not be underestimated. Yes. I have looked up the information. This guy is the dark demonic evil tiger. He has multiple attributes and extremely high intelligence. You must not get close to it. Especially pay attention to the barb on its tail, which can bring fatal threats. It is good. Xiao Han glanced at Xue Bing'er who was high up, and said, Bing'er, this dark demon evil tiger is extremely cunning and has the ability to fly at low altitudes. Stay away from it and protect yourself. Well, I see. Although the soul beast in front of her was very powerful, Xue Bing'er was fearless and also wanted to join the battle. She also knew that her strength was limited and she might become a burden to Xiao Han and Lin Jiruo. So, she decided to adapt to the situation and provide as much help as possible to them. Xiao Han reminded, Mom, that guy has extremely strong defense, even stronger than that of the 100,000-year-old ice crystal turtle. We should try not to waste our soul power on meaningless attacks. Okay, the command of this battle is now handed over to you. Lin Jiruo felt that Xiao Han seemed to know this soul beast very well and trusted him completely. As Xiao Han's seventh soul ring suddenly flashed, the dazzling red color instantly illuminated the snowy area. This is a symbol of 100,000 years of cultivation, and contains powerful strength. Even the dark demon evil god tiger 100 meters away couldn't help but look sideways at it, with a hint of greed in his eyes. Under the reflection of this 100,000-year soul ring, Xiao Han released his weapon's soul true body, his momentum rose again, his eyes flashed with fierceness, and he stared directly at the dark demon evil god tiger. The dark demon evil god tiger felt a strong hostility from Xiao Han. It has devoured many soul beasts and soul masters, so it certainly understands what the 100,000-year soul ring means. Among the soul masters it has met, there are almost no ones like Xiao Han who dare to face it head-on. Because it will not give those soul masters any chance. Once it finds them, it will kill and devour them mercilessly. When the dark demon evil god tiger discovered Xiao Han and his two companions and was attacked by Xiao Han's mental power, he knew that his opponent was no simple opponent and was definitely not comparable to the human soul masters he had encountered before. When it saw Xiao Han and felt his aura, it felt pleasantly surprised. It was injured in the previous battle, and such a powerful human soul master is exactly the tonic it needs. What surprised it was that this human spirit master did not choose to flee, but stayed to fight, which was exactly what it wanted. Facing the human spirit master in front of it, the dark demon evil god tiger was full of confidence. It believed that it could kill them even though it was injured. However, there is a thorny problem at hand. The three human soul masters all have the ability to fight in the air, and we cannot act rashly and scare them away. What it thought of was to use itself as bait to lure them closer. Therefore, even after the stalemate until now, it has not taken the initiative to launch an attack. Seeing that his opponent was about to launch an attack, the dark demon evil god tiger also moved. It took slow steps and walked towards where Xiao Han was. The dark demon evil god tiger weighs 3,000 pounds, like a slowly moving black hill, and every step it takes is accompanied by a muffled sound. Although its pace was not fast, it carried an extremely strong sense of oppression. The coldness brought by the evil aura caused the surrounding temperature to drop suddenly. Those red eyes flashed with cunning and cruelty, as if they could see into people's hearts and were planning how to manipulate these three human soul masters. As the dark demon evil god tiger approached, the smell of blood in the air became stronger and stronger. This bloody smell not only did not frighten Xiao Han and Lin Jiruo, but instead aroused their even stronger determination to fight. This evil and powerful soul beast has killed countless soul masters who came to the frozen forest to obtain soul rings. If it is not eliminated soon, more people will die from it in the future. Now that it is injured, it is a good time to get rid of it. Shui Binger was quietly observing all this from a high place, ready to deal with any possible changes at any time. The dark demon evil god tiger suddenly launched an attack, and dozens of black and red light blades flew towards Xiao Han without warning. Faced with this sudden attack, Xiao Han did not show any panic. He knew that those black and red light blades were a fusion of the two energy attributes of wind and evil. That skill possesses both the powerful cutting power of the wind attribute and the powerful corrosion power of the evil attribute. It is incredibly powerful and is in no way inferior to the soul skills emitted by the black soul rings of human soul masters that are more than 50,000 years old. Xiao Han's eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, fixed tightly on the rapidly approaching black and red light blade. The light of the seventh soul ring is still bright. The weapon soul's true body has given him not only a boost in momentum, but also a leap in strength. Xiao Han's figure left a residual image on the spot, and he moved sideways in an instant, easily avoiding those light blades that seemed sharp but whose trajectories he had predicted. At the same time, he released the bow that had been drawn to the full moon. An invisible arrow formed by mental power and soul power broke through the air and pointed directly at the huge black body of the dark demon evil god tiger. Feeling an invisible terrifying energy approaching rapidly, a hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the dark demon evil tiger. He did not expect that the opponent could counterattack so quickly. It could sense the invisible threat, but could not sense the exact location of the arrow, and the arrow was extremely fast and arrived in an instant. However, no matter how powerful the attack of a human soul master is, it is not a threat in the eyes of the dark demon evil god tiger eye. A strong layer of gray airflow suddenly burst out from the barb of its tail, instantly covering its entire body. That is its most powerful defensive skill, Evil God's Guardian. Chapter 113. The Evil God's Guardian is a unique defensive skill that the dark demon evil god tiger is proud of. The gray airflow contained a trace of the evil god's power, forming an indestructible barrier. The invisible arrow that Xiao Han condensed with his mental power and soul power made a crisp, bang, sound when it touched the gray light shield, and then dissipated into nothingness. A hint of pride and contempt flashed in the eyes of the dark demon evil god tiger. It knew that its defense could not be easily broken by these human soul masters. At this moment, Lin Jiruo also launched an attack. Her forehead suddenly flashed, and two rays of ice crystal light shot out rapidly, hitting the gray airflow light shield on the body of the dark demon evil god tiger, freezing it completely in an instant. Seeing this, Xiao Han was about to launch another attack when he suddenly heard an explosion. Immediately afterwards, the layer of ice outside the gray light shield was blown into pieces. Lin Jiruo's skull soul skill, the ice crystal ray, acted on the dark demon evil god tiger, but it only lasted for 1 second before it was completely broken by it. The dark demon evil god tiger's powerful force caused the entire space to tremble as it broke free from the ice. Lin Jiruo was startled. She didn't expect that the dark demon evil god tiger, even in its injured state, still had such powerful explosive power. Xiao Han did not dare to be careless at all and stared closely at the dark demon evil god tiger. As long as we can break its evil god's protection, we will have a chance to kill it. But this is by no means an easy task. Just as Xiao Han was about to draw the bow again, the dark demon evil god tiger moved. In stark contrast to its previous slow and steady movement, when it moved, Xiao Han immediately felt a bloody smell coming towards him. The air around him shook violently and the wind was blowing fiercely. In the blink of an eye, the dark demon evil god tiger disappeared from Xiao Han's sight. What a fast speed! It uses the wind attributability. Xiao Han was shocked, and his spirit skull, left arm soul bone and right arm soul bone were activated at the same time. Relying on his powerful mental strength, Xiao Han keenly captured the extremely hidden traces of the dark demon evil god tiger. The huge monster had moved silently behind him like a ghost without anyone noticing, and its movement was so strange that even the air was not disturbed. Xiao Han's reaction was as fast as lightning. At the critical moment, his body suddenly flashed and quickly shifted to the left like a nimble wind, trying to avoid the impending fatal threat. At the same time, the icy power condensed in his right hand suddenly exploded. The originally slender ice arrow quickly expanded and extended under the stimulation of soul power, turning into a 5-meter-long ice spear shining with cold light, which stabbed fiercely behind him with a biting chill. However, Xiao Han's attack did not hit the dark demon evil god tiger. The ice spear should have pierced through the air, but only left a residual image. The huge body of the dark demon evil god tiger suddenly stopped in mid-air in an incredible way while it was about to pounce forward fiercely, as if violating the principle of gravity. It fell to the ground in an instant and avoided the sharp edge of the ice spear exactly. The ice spear swept past, and the sound of wind it created had not yet dissipated, but the body of the dark demon evil god tiger seemed to be pushed by an invisible force and regained its astonishing acceleration. Its muscles tensed up and exploded with shocking power. Its entire body was like an arrow shot from a bow, and it pounced on Xiao Han again with lightning speed, before Xiao Han had time to retract his strength. At this moment, its eyes flashed with blood-red light, and its 2 tiger claws swept through the void, bringing about bursts of breaking wind sounds. The sharp claws were like the hands of the underworld reaching out from the dark abyss, and they slapped towards Xiao Han with the ferocity of tearing everything apart. The terrifying power contained in the huge tiger claws caused the surrounding space to tremble. The sharp claw tip flashed with cold light, and was only 1 foot away from Xiao Han's body. Even though Xiao Han had an indestructible body and was extremely tough, under the impact of such power, he knew that if he was accidentally hit, he would probably suffer serious injuries, or even die. At this critical moment of life and death, Xiao Han remained calm. Just as the tiger claw was about to touch his body, his 100,000-year-old left arm's soul bone skill, absolute defense, was instantly activated. A layer of ice as hard as steel and emitting a faint blue light instantly covered his entire body, wrapping him tightly. At this moment, he was like a god of war wearing ice crystal armor. The moment the powerful tiger claw brushed past Xiao Han, it let out a piercing scream. Although Xiao Han's absolute defense was indestructible, the tiger claws still left several deep scratches on the ice on his body. After all, the dark demon evil god tiger possesses a trace of the power of the evil god, which poses a huge threat to Xiao Han's absolute defense. With the help of the impact force, Xiao Han's figure retreated quickly like a ghost. At the same time, another powerful skill of his 100,000-year-old left arm soul bone, freeze, was also activated. A layer of ice as hard as steel instantly froze the 8-meter-long dark demon evil god tiger in the air. The huge body became stiff, like an ice sculpture, and fell rapidly under the influence of gravity. Boom! Before the dark demon evil god tiger fell to the ground, it struggled out again with its powerful strength and tenacious will, and broke Xiao Han's freezing skills. Xiao Han possesses the ultimate ice, but the freezing skill only restricts the dark demon evil god tiger for 2 seconds. However, Xiao Han was not discouraged by this. He had already prepared for the next step and had quietly pulled the bowstring in his hand to its full length. The moment the dark demon evil god tiger broke through the ice, he decisively activated his 6th soul skill, high explosive penetration. When the right arm's soul bone is activated, the high explosive penetrating attack instantly doubles. A cold arrow pierced through the broken ice and struck the dark demon evil god tiger's vitals like lightning, hitting one of its front paws, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The dark demon evil god tiger let out a deafening roar, a mixture of pain and anger, shaking the entire space. It obviously didn't expect that the young soul master in front of it had such strong defense and successfully launched a sneak attack on it. Its front paw had been injured in the previous battle, and was made even more seriously injured by Xiao Han's attack. The blood in the wound quickly coagulated, and the body became stiff and numb. The naturally aggressive dark demon evil god tiger did not retreat because of this, but instead it became even more ferocious. A red light flashed in its eyes, and the wings on its back suddenly spread out and flapped vigorously a few times. Countless black lights rushed out and turned into sharp blades flying towards Xiao Han. Those black blades came like dense raindrops, covering the sky and the earth. Xiao Han did not take the attack head-on, but dodged quickly and flew high into the sky. The dark demon evil god tiger suddenly clapped its front paws, and a black light flew straight towards Xiao Han in the air, and arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. Xiao Han knew that it was evil energy, which might be accompanied by lightning attacks. In a flash, absolute defense was activated again. When the black light was only half a meter away from Xiao Han, it suddenly condensed at one point and exploded violently. Chapter 114. The shock wave generated by the explosion formed a brilliant light and shadow, instantly illuminating the airspace where Xiao Han was. Thanks to the protection of absolute defense, Xiao Han did not suffer any substantial damage. He was just blown away by the aftermath, but he immediately stabilized his body in the air. The dark demon evil god tiger's attack did not stop. It roared, flapped its wings again and flew straight into the sky. It was as fast as lightning and instantly arrived dozens of meters in front of Xiao Han. Xiao Han was shocked. He knew that the dark evil tiger possessed a special sprinting skill, with a speed so fast that it was comparable to teleportation. But unlike teleportation, its sprint skill must move in a straight line to reach the set target. If you encounter an obstacle along the way, you cannot bypass it like teleporting and appear in another place. When the dark demon evil tiger rushed toward Xiao Han, its evil power completely erupted, and its attack power increased to twice its usual level. Xiao Han knew that even if he had absolute defense, he would probably find it difficult to block that attack. So he dodged quickly and flew higher into the sky. Xiao Han dodged the dark demon evil god tiger's straight charge in advance and became furious. With a roar, layers of grey light condensed into a ball around its body. While chasing Xiao Han, those grey spheres also shot towards Xiao Han. Those grey spheres are a mixture of the three attributes of wind, thunder, and evil, and can instantly burst out with terrifying power. When those grey spheres shot towards him, Xiao Han soared into the air and released his weapon soul again, activating his second soul skill, shooting 10,000 arrows. Lin Zhihua also launched an attack from the side, with countless sharp ice cones piercing the grey spheres. Ice blue arrows and ice cones cut through the sky like a meteor shower, colliding violently in the air with grey spheres containing the power of wind, thunder, and evil, bursting out with dazzling light and deafening roar. The continuous explosion seemed to tear the space apart, stirring the surrounding airflow violently. Those grey spheres that were originally locked on Xiao Han were shattered one by one in the continuous explosions, turning into energy fragments all over the sky. Xiao Han's volley of arrows and Lin Zhihua's ice cone attack not only successfully resisted the dark demon evil god tiger's attack, but also used the shock wave generated by the explosion to further disrupt its attack rhythm. When the dark demon evil god tiger saw this, a trace of astonishment and anger flashed in his eyes. Its roar became even more deafening, as if it was preparing to launch a more violent attack. As if tirelessly, it rushed towards the two people in the air again. Suddenly, a series of twisted ripples rapidly swirled around the body of the dark demon evil god tiger. The grey aura emanating from it turned into grey light, blooming instantly and spreading hundreds of meters. "Mom, be careful. That's its domain skill." Xiao Han shouted loudly, and he and Lin Zhihua dodged to the left and right, avoiding the grey light. The dark demon evil god tiger was completely furious. The human soul master in front of him could always predict its attacks and keep plotting against it. It was already injured, and its attacks failed several times in a row, consuming a lot of its soul power. If this continues, its injuries will only get worse, and we have to find another way. A fierce light flashed in his eyes, and the dark demon evil god tiger moved again, disappearing from Xiao Han's sight in the blink of an eye. This time, Xiao Han was unable to sense its existence. A bad premonition suddenly rose in Xiao Han's heart. His eyes suddenly lit up, and his eyeballs turned red and ice blue. The yin-yang eyes of ice and fire could see through all illusions and instantly determined the location of the dark demon evil god tiger. At this time, it was rushing toward Shui Binger on the top of the tree. Without any hesitation, Xiao Han flew rapidly in the direction where Shui Binger was. "Binger, take off quickly." Although Shui Binger did not see the dark demon evil god tiger approaching at a very fast speed, she had already felt an extremely strong pressure suddenly coming at her. Before Xiao Han finished speaking, she took off into the air and flew to a higher place. Lin Zhihua and Xiao Han flew towards Shui Binger at the same time, ready to fight against the sneak attack of the dark demon evil tiger. Suddenly, the huge black figure of the dark demon evil tiger stopped above Xiao Han's head. Immediately afterwards, circles of black ripples spread out from its body and pressed towards Xiao Han like an overwhelming force. Not only those circles of black ripples, the 3,000-pound body of the dark demon evil god tiger also pressed towards Xiao Han like a black mountain. Xiao Han felt a strong pressure that made it almost impossible for him to breathe. While pressing down, the dark demon evil god tiger also activated the evil god guardian, and a layer of grey airflow enveloped its huge body. The barbed tail on which it was raised high was flashing a sinister light, ready to attack Xiao Han at any time. Just now, the dark demon evil god tiger used a tactic of making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. It seemed that he was attacking Shui Binger by surprise, but his real target was still Xiao Han. This time, its attack was more fierce than before, as if it had gathered all its strength to deal a fatal blow to Xiao Han. Xiao Han knew that once he was pulled into the black hole space by the barb on the tail of the dark demon evil god tiger, he would surely die. At this moment of life and death, surging power surged in Xiao Han's body, and dazzling light burst out all over his body, and the yin and yang field of ice and fire unfolded instantly. At this moment, the two Dragon King powers in his body seemed to be summoned and responded positively. The air was suddenly filled with a cold and hot atmosphere. In the realm of ice and fire and ice coexist. The flame emits dazzling light and endless heat, while the ice emits biting cold and the power to solidify everything. Under Xiao Han's control, the two merged perfectly, forming a rotating tornado that instantly enveloped the black ripples and the huge body of the dark demon evil god tiger. There seemed to be two looming dragon shadows in the tornado. Looking at this scene, Lin Zhihua and Shui Binger were stunned. In the battle with the dark demon evil tiger, even Lin Zhihua, who had reached the soul Douluo level, felt overwhelmed, and Xiao Han fought alone most of the time. The ice and fire yin-yang field that Xiao Han displayed this time was much more domineering than when he dealt with the 100,000-year-old ice crystal black turtle, and it had even greater power. Obviously, after possessing the 100,000-year soul ring, Xiao Han can release more power of the Dragon King. The power of the fire dragon has a restraining effect on evil aura. Those originally hideous and twisted black ripples, the moment they came into contact with the ice and fire yin and yang field, were like encountering their natural enemy, making a hissing sound and then dissipating into nothingness. The dark demon evil god tiger was restrained by the two dragon shadows and could not break free. At the same time, in Xiao Han's eyes, the scarlet red and ice blue light intertwined into the yin-yang divine light of ice and fire, directly locking onto the huge body of the dark demon evil god tiger. Chapter 115. Under the attack of the yin-yang divine light of ice and fire, the dark demon evil god tiger's originally arrogant aura instantly weakened, and a trace of disbelief and fear flashed in its eyes, as if an invisible force was depriving it of the source of its power. The dark demon evil god tiger was trapped in the yin-yang field of ice and fire and felt an unprecedented threat. It let out a deafening roar, trying to break free from the restraints of ice and fire. Xiao Han gathered all his strength, released the bowstring in his hand that was pulled to the full moon, and instantly fired his fourth soul skill, the ice explosion arrow. With the combined amplification of the spirit skull, left arm soul bone, right arm soul bone, weapon soul avatar, and the ice and fire yin-yang fields, the power of the 10,000-year soul skill ice explosion arrow has increased by a full 18 times. In order to launch this attack, Xiao Han exhausted all his remaining soul power and mental strength. If this attack fails to kill the dark demon evil god tiger completely, then the snowy area beneath him will most likely become his burial place. The huge ice arrow that condensed Xiao Han's full strength was like a meteor that streaked through the night sky. With unparalleled power, it directly pierced through the seemingly indestructible evil god protection of the dark demon evil god tiger. The moment the arrow penetrated the defense, it seemed to ignite the space, bursting out with an extremely dazzling light, illuminating everything around it as if it were daytime. A trace of despair flashed in the eyes of the dark demon evil god tiger. It never expected that this seemingly young human soul master could burst out with such terrifying power. The moment the arrow pierced his body, there seemed to be an invisible force of coldness and heat intertwined, like ice and fire, raging in his body. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the ice explosion arrow suddenly exploded in the body of the dark demon evil god tiger, releasing extremely powerful energy fluctuations. The surrounding space seemed to be torn apart at this moment. The shock wave generated by the explosion spread wildly in all directions with the dark demon evil god tiger as the center, breaking all the surrounding trees and turning them into wood chips and broken ice all over the sky. The entire snowy area seemed to have experienced a doomsday catastrophe. The huge body of the dark demon evil god tiger was blown into pieces and scattered all over the ground. There was a strong smell of blood in the air. The yin-yang field of ice and fire suddenly converged and dissipated into nothingness. Xiao Han exhausted his physical and spiritual strength and fell powerlessly toward the snow. Xiao Han. Lin Zhihua and Shui Binger flew toward Xiao Han together. Lin Zhihua was faster, and at the moment when Xiao Han was about to fall to the ground, she used her freezing skill to protect him and prevent him from being hit. Then, he slowly put him down. Binger also came to Xiao Han's side. Xiao Han, how are you? I'm fine, I just temporarily ran out of soul power. Xiao Han sat up and looked around, his eyes as sharp as an eagle. Lin Zhihua asked, Xiao Han, the soul beast is dead, what are you looking for? Xiao Han did not look back, but stared closely at the place where the fragments of the dark demon evil god tiger's body were scattered. Isn't there a black bead? How? Suddenly, a black bead as big as an egg appeared in Xiao Han's sight. The bead was pitch black in color, but it emitted both green and blue light. Next to the black bead, there is a space similar to a black hole, like an endless abyss. Mom, Binger, quickly seal the black bead and don't let it run into the black hole. Be careful and don't get close to the black hole. Lin Jirua and Shui Binger followed the direction of Xiao Han's finger and saw the black bead and the black hole. After hearing Xiao Han's words, the two of them disappeared from the spot like lightning and rushed towards the black bead. Shui Binger was quick-witted and quick-handed. She quickly activated her first soul skill and froze the black bead the moment it moved. The ice wrapped around the black bead was immediately invaded by the evil energy and turned from ice blue to black crystal color. Shui Binger suddenly felt dizzy, as if she had suffered a mental shock, and her body trembled uncontrollably. Just as the black bead was about to break free from Shui Binger's ice, Lin Jirua activated her skull skill, Ice Crystal Ray, and instantly froze it again, pulling it towards her. The blue ice crystal was also attacked by the evil aura and gradually turned black. However, Lin Jirua's soul power and mental strength are stronger, so it is not so easy for it to break free. At this moment, Xiao Han rushed over dragging his exhausted body. Mom, please hold on a little longer. Binger, give me some soul power. It is good. Shui Binger activated her soul power, slapped Xiao Han's shoulders with both palms, and transferred it into his body. The soul power flowed along Xiao Han's blood vessels, as if awakening his body, instantly making him energetic. In the blink of an eye, he turned that trace of soul power into his own use. After simply adjusting his state, Xiao Han quickly came to the black bead and wrapped the ice that froze it with both hands. Mom, leave this black bead to me. Well, be careful. Don't worry, nothing will happen. The dragon bone power in Xiao Han's body seemed to be summoned again, and his two palms suddenly turned ice blue and scarlet red. At the moment the ice melted, the black bead was firmly held between the two palms. Xiao Han immediately felt a powerful impact in the center of his palm. It was the evil energy struggling desperately. However, no matter how it struggled, it could not escape the power of the two dragon kings. A strange scene appeared, and the black hole suddenly closed and disappeared. Xiao Han's soul power has not yet recovered, and there is not much soul power that can be mobilized. Seeing this, Shui Binger once again input soul power into Xiao Han's body. Xiao Han sat down, adjusted his breathing, and held the black bead tightly in both hands, as if he was refining it. Lin Jirua didn't know what the extremely dangerous-looking black beads and black holes were, and she didn't know why Xiao Han did this. She stayed beside Xiao Han and Shui Binger, protecting them from attacks by other soul beasts. The evil energy that was originally rolling on the surface of the black bead gradually calmed down between Xiao Han's hands. Xiao Han's breathing became more and more even. At Lin Jirua's signal, Shui Binger stopped transmitting soul power to him. Xiao Han continued to practice, recovering his soul power while refining the black bead. As time passed, the aura around Xiao Han began to change subtly. Lin Jirua and Shui Binger watched nervously from the side. They could feel the energy fluctuations emanating from Xiao Han's body becoming increasingly stronger. Finally, after a long breath, Xiao Han slowly opened his eyes. He gently opened his hands, and the black bead filled with evil aura was no longer there. Seeing this, Lin Jirua and Shui Binger both showed relieved smiles on their faces. Shui Binger asked with concern. Xiao Han, how do you feel now? What exactly is that black bead? Xiao Han stood up and said with a smile. That bead is the essence of the dark demon evil tiger, and contains the power of evil and other attributes. Thanks to the power of the ice and fire dragon king in my body, and your help, I was able to purify and absorb it. Now, that power has become a part of my body. Chapter 116. After all, the dark demon evil god tiger is too evil. Xiao Han, improving your strength is a good thing, but you must also be careful of the potential impact of that power. After all, that is the essence of the dark demon evil god tiger. If the evil attributes contained in it cannot be completely purified, it may affect your future path of cultivation. Xiao Han nodded and said seriously. Mom, don't worry. During the refining process, the power of the fire dragon king in my body purified the evil energy in it, leaving only the part that is beneficial to me. Moreover, this power can coexist with the power of the ice and fire dragon king in my body without any rejection. I believe that I can fully control it. Ah, that's good. Shui Binger was standing aside, curiosity flickering in her eyes. Xiao Han, has your soul power improved? Xiao Han nodded. It has improved, but only by one level, which is less than I expected. It may be because it is restricted by the power of the two dragon kings in my body. Moreover, part of its energy is contained in that spirit ring. However, compared to the improvement of spirit power, I value the multi-attribute power it brings to me more. Multi-attribute power. What attributes? Xiao Han smiled and explained, you also saw it in the battle with the dark demon evil god tiger just now. In addition to its power and evil attributes, it also has wind, lightning, time, and space attributes. The black and red light blade is a fusion of evil and wind attributes. When lightning attributes are fused into it, an explosion occurs. Its speed, which is comparable to teleportation, is a fusion of time and space attributes. And the most powerful evil god hook at the tail can bring people into another terrifying space. If you are brought into that black hole space, you will definitely die. After listening to Xiao Han's explanation, Lin Jirua and Shui Binger were still frightened. They had just witnessed with their own eyes the black beads and black hole space that appeared after the death of the dark demon evil god tiger. The black hole space was like the eye of an evil god, emitting a strong evil aura that was terrifying. Shui Binger then asked. Xiao Han, can you control the power of those 6 attributes now? Well, it can be combined with the power of the ultimate ice in my body. That's great. You're so strong now, I'm getting further and further away from you. Xiao Han said modestly, Binger, at your current age, it's already outstanding to have achieved what you have today. I just had better luck than you. Xiao Han knew that if he had not absorbed the 2 Dragon Balls, or if the dark demon evil god tiger had not been injured, he would not have been able to kill it. The sky gradually became brighter. The black aura emanating from the fragments of the dark demon evil god tiger's corpse has already condensed into shape. The 10,000-year soul ring with powerful energy was quietly suspended in the air. Lin Jirua sighed. That dark demon evil god tiger should have cultivated for about 60,000 years. It's a pity to waste such a powerful 10,000-year spirit ring. However, the evil energy contained in this spirit ring is simply unbearable for ordinary spirit masters. This evil energy can probably only be suppressed by a powerful soul master with fire or light attributes. There's another strange thing. Such a powerful soul beast actually has no soul bones dropped. While Xiao Han was absorbing the dark demon evil god pearl, Lin Jirua carefully examined the snowy area. She originally thought that the powerful soul beast would drop soul bones after its death. But, nothing. Xiao Han didn't care. Mom, it doesn't matter if there is no soul bone. I am already very satisfied if I can kill it successfully and avenge my parents and those dead soul masters. That's right. Your parents' revenge has finally been achieved, and you have already mastered his multiple attributes of power. It's perfect. Lin Jirua looked at Xiao Han, her eyes full of satisfaction and approval. The child she adopted had unknowingly grown into a man of his own standing. Afterwards, the 3 of them left the frozen forest and returned to Tianshui City half a month later. After absorbing the dark demon evil god pearl, Xiao Han's soul power broke through the 78th level. He planned to practice in seclusion for a period of time, striving to break through to the 80th level as soon as possible and get the 8th soul ring. Xiao Han knew that according to the development of the timeline, Tang San was currently receiving secret special training from Tang Hao, and would later be sent to the City of Slaughter by Tang Hao for training. The City of Slaughter is a great place to increase your murderous aura, but without a strong background, it is impossible to escape from the hellish road there. With Tang Hao as his backer, Tang San can naturally come out and obtain the Killing God domain. Tang San might even gain the favor of the Shura God because of this. Xiao Han knew very well that Tang San had been beaten by him repeatedly, and would definitely seek revenge on him after he became stronger. Therefore, he must continue to become stronger so that he can deal with the revenge of Tang Hao and Tang San in the future. That day, Xiao Han was about to tell Lin Jirua that he wanted to practice in seclusion when he saw her walk into the room angrily. Mom, what's wrong? Who has offended you again? Lin Jirua said angrily, I'm so pissed. The academy is threatened by that damn Jin family again. Mom, is this the Jin family from Tianshui City? Well, who else could it be but them? The Jin family is the richest and most powerful family in Tianshui City. Although it does not have as many disciples as the 7 major sects, it has become the local tyrant in Tianshui City with the help of an 86th level soul Douluo. The head of the Jin family holds a title bestowed by Emperor Shuai and is a true aristocrat. Moreover, they have close ties with the royal family. Tianshui City's most profitable casinos, restaurants, high-end hotels and other entertainment industries are all under their control. Tianshui College is open to the public and does not charge any fees to students who are children of public citizens. As a result, annual operation and maintenance is a huge expense. Except for a small part of the royal allowance, most of the expenses were sponsored by the nobles of Tiando City. And the Jin family is the biggest sponsor. Among those nobles, the richest Jin family has absolute say and is like a leader. Therefore, Tianshui College also has to consider the Jin family's opinion. Xiao Han wanted to find out the reason behind this. Mom, what happened? Do you know Jin Lei? He is the son of Jin Tianjin. He actually wanted Liu Yu to marry him. Liu Yu didn't want to marry him, so she came to me and Dean Zhao, asking us to help her. What? Upon hearing the news, Xiao Han was furious. He had been practicing in the academy before and didn't care much about what was happening in the city, but he knew a little about it. Jin Lei is a well-known playboy in Tianshui City. Relying on his family's wealth and power, he acts tyrannically and commits many evil deeds in Tianshui City. Moreover, he was a bit perverted, and many women were tortured to death by him. Shen Liu Yu comes from an ordinary family in Tianshui City. Although she has reached the Soul Master level, she has no ability to compete with the wealthy and powerful Jin family. Xiao Han clenched his fists, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Mom, I will never let senior sister Liu Yu fall into the hands of that bastard. Chapter 117. It wasn't just Xiao Han who was angry. Lin Jirua and Dean Zhao were also very angry. They had tolerated those nobles for a long time. Lin Jirua also knew that handing Shen Liu Yu over to a bastard like Jin Lei would be tantamount to pushing him into a fire pit. But they could not afford to offend the nobles in Tianshui City who provided them with financial sponsorship, especially the richest and most powerful Jin family. After all, Tianshui College has nearly 1,000 teachers and students to support, and the subsidy from the Tiando royal family alone is far from enough. However, they couldn't just ignore Shen Liu Yu. Xiao Han, don't worry about this matter. Dean Zhao and I will find a way. Mom, didn't you say that the Jin guy came to the academy to threaten you? Now that they've spoken, I'm afraid it won't be that easy to resolve. Okay, let's handle this matter. Anyway, I won't let Liu Yu fall into the hands of those bastards. Mom, even if you and Dean Zhao can save sister Liu Yu this time, can you guarantee that they will not embarrass other girls in the future? The rich and powerful nobles have that kind of face. When will our Tianshui College stop paying attention to their faces? Lin Jirua sighed. Xiao Han, in this world, unless you become a truly strong person, you will be limited by money and power. You will understand this in the future. I know that if you have strength, you have everything. Lin Jirua patted Xiao Han on the shoulder. Okay, don't think too much about it. Dean Zhao and I will take care of this matter. It's getting late, you should go to bed early. Yeah. By the way, Mom, is Sister Liu Yu still in the academy? Yes, she is with Binger. Okay, I'll go find them tomorrow. Early the next morning, Xiao Han came to Tianshui College to find Shui Binger. Shen Liu Yu was also at Shui Binger's residence. When he saw Xiao Han again, he could clearly feel the powerful aura from him. Xiao Han, it's only been 3 or 4 months, and you've become a lot stronger. Xiao Han smiled. Sister Liu Yu, thank you for the compliment. You are almost at level 50, right? Not yet. Xiao Han's expression suddenly changed and he looked at Shui Binger. Binger, you also know about Sister Liu Yu's matter, right? Yeah, we talked about that yesterday. Xiao Han nodded and looked at Shen Liu Yu again. Sister Liu Yu, don't worry, I will never let you fall into the hands of that bastard Jin Lei. Xiao Han, the Jin family is too powerful to be offended by. I know the 2 deans have tried their best. If that is my fate, I can only. No. I will take care of this matter. Not only for you, but also for other girls from ordinary families in the academy. Didn't my mother say that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility? As long as I am still a member of Tianshui College, I will never watch my senior sisters and junior sisters being bullied by the nobles. Xiao Han's tone was firm, and his eyes revealed a hint of ruthlessness. Shui Binger was a little worried when she saw this. She knew that with Xiao Han's current strength, no one in Tianshui City could stop him. Even the 86th level Soul Douluo of the Jin family might not be his opponent. However, the Jin family is, after all, a noble family of the Tiando Empire, with a title granted by Emperor Shui himself. If they offend them, the consequences will be disastrous. Xiao Han, what are you going to do? Binger, don't worry. I can ask His Royal Highness the Crown Prince for help. Even if I offend those nobles, I don't have to worry about the money. But will His Royal Highness help you? The expenses of our academy are not a small amount. Don't worry, I have a way. Xiao Han's words were warm and powerful, calming Shen Liu Yu's anxious mood. Xiao Han, thank you. Sister Liu Yu, there's no need to be polite to me. I just don't like them. Okay, let me handle this matter. You stay in the academy for the next few days. It is good. Shen Liu Yu and Shui Binger smiled at each other, and then they felt relieved. Then, Xiao Han found Lin Jirua. Mom, I've met Sister Liu Yu, let me handle this matter. Lin Zhihua frowned. What are you going to do? Go find them. Don't worry about it. I have my own way. If it doesn't work, I will go to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and ask him to help me solve the money problem. Anyway, I hope you won't have to look at the faces of those nobles anymore. Your Highness. I almost forgot about it if you hadn't mentioned it. Maybe he can really help. Then I'll accompany you to Qindo City. Mom, no need. Even if I have to go, I will go alone. Don't forget that I am no longer the little kid who needed your protection. Now I can protect you and the academy. Lin Zhihua looked at Xiao Han, who was confident, and nodded with satisfaction. Xiao Han, you have really grown up. Please go ahead and do your work. I'll go get ready. Afterwards, Xiao Han left Lin Zhihua, thinking in his heart as he walked, Mom, I'm sorry, I'm getting into trouble again. Whatever you and Dean Zhao want to do but can't do, let me do it for you. After Xiao Han left Tiando Academy, he went directly to the center of Tianshui City. The instigator of this incident was Jin Lei. Xiao Han wants to find him and kill him to eliminate the harm to the people. Of course, he had thought about the consequences of this matter. After killing Jin Lei, he still has to face Jin Lei's father Jin Tianjin and the 86th level soul Douluo Jin Peng. The most serious consequence was being blamed by Emperor Shuiyi. However, he didn't take these things seriously at all. At worst, he would just kill them all. Xiao Han didn't take Emperor Shuiyi seriously either. He believed that with Qianren Xue and Guanling Douluo around, Shuiyi would not dare to touch him. Night falls. Xiao Han did not go home, but came to Tianshui City's largest entertainment venue, Tianjin Pavilion. Tianjin Pavilion stands in the center of Tianshui City. It integrates a casino and a hotel and is the most luxurious entertainment venue in the city. The magnificent exterior walls are even more dazzling in the night, flashing a dazzling light. As you step in, a strong scent of luxury hits you. The building has a hollow shape inside, with a casino in the center of the lobby on the first floor and hotels on the upper floors. Hundreds of dazzling crystal chandeliers are hung in the hall, emitting soft and bright light, illuminating the entire space like daylight. The casino is bustling with people and all kinds of gambling tables are arranged in an orderly manner, ranging from the simplest dice and pai gow to the complex roulette, attracting gamblers from all directions. Those gamblers include both ordinary people and soul masters. Xiao Han walked into the hall with a firm look in his eyes, as if all the prosperity and noise had nothing to do with him. He has only one goal, to find Jin Lei and not only kill him but also seize the Jin family's property. Xiao Han deliberately released his soul power, and the cold air emanating from his body caused the temperature around him to drop sharply. As soon as he appeared, he attracted everyone's attention. Someone in the crowd recognized Xiao Han. Isn't this Xiao Han from Tianshui College? Is it Xiao Han, the genius soul master who led Tianshui College to win the championship of this year's Advanced College Soul Master competition? Yes, it's him. He actually led the team to defeat the powerful Spirit Hall Academy team. How amazing! I heard that he is only 16 years old this year, but he has already reached the Soul King level, and he also has 2 10,000-year soul rings. Everyone was talking about it, and their attention was focused on this chilly young man. The casino, which was originally bustling with people, gradually became quiet. Chapter 118. Xiao Han's appearance suddenly changed the atmosphere in the casino hall, and the security personnel in the venue also noticed something unusual. In a luxurious box on the second floor, Jin Lei was reclining on a soft sofa, playing with a gem-studded dice in his hand and enjoying it with his eyes closed. Several seductively dressed young women surrounded him, some of them were massaging his shoulders, while others were rubbing his legs. Noticing that downstairs suddenly became quiet, Jin Lei frowned unhappily. The attendant beside him immediately understood what he meant and bowed, saying, "Master, I'll go down and take a look." Jin Lei waved his hand gently, and the servant hurried downstairs. At this moment, a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s walked toward Xiao Han. "Hey, isn't this our little hero from Tianshui College? Why is he so interested today that he came to our Tianjin Pavilion?" Xiao Han could sense that the middle-aged man was also a soul master, and there was a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Judging from his dress, words and behavior, he should be the person in charge of Tianjin Pavilion. However, Xiao Han did not take him seriously and said straight to the point. "I'm here to find Jin Lei and ask him to come out and see me." As soon as these words came out, the scene was in an uproar. As the son of the richest man in Tianshui City, Jin Lei has a certain social status, and few people in Tianshui City dare to call him by his name. However, Xiao Han, the young soul master, did not care at all and seemed to not take the Golden Thunder seriously at all. The man sensed a sense of hostility and murderous intent from Xiao Han's eyes, and immediately put away his smile and asked. What do you want to see our young master for? Our young master doesn't meet everyone. If you want to see our young master, you should at least say hello in advance. I'm Manager Liu here. If you have anything to say, please tell me first. The person I'm looking for is Jin Lei. You are not qualified to ask why. Being humiliated in public by Xiao Han, Manager Liu's face changed and his eyes instantly became fierce. It seems that you are here to cause trouble. As soon as Manager Liu finished speaking, dozens of men in black surrounded him. They are all security personnel of Tianjin Pavilion, and they are all soul masters. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became tense, and the gamblers retreated to the periphery one after another. The movement in the hall also attracted the attention of the guests upstairs. Many people walked out of the box and watched from the fence. That young man is so bold that he dares to cause trouble in Tianjin Pavilion. Yes, even if he is the son of the dean of Tianshui College, he can't act so recklessly. That's right. The Jin family is the biggest sponsor of their college. If they offend the Jin family, what good will they get? The servant returned to Jin Lei. Young master, there's someone causing trouble. It's Xiao Han from Tianshui College. Jin Lei frowned in disdain. Xiao Han? The male student from Tianshui College? Yes, it is him. He asked to see you by name. If you don't want to see him, I will kick him out right away. Jin Lei waved his hand gently, signaling his attendants to be patient. He seemed to have guessed Xiao Han's intention. Then he slowly stood up, walked to the window, and his eyes passed through the crowd and locked directly on Xiao Han downstairs. Xiao Han faced dozens of soul masters alone, but he did not show any fear. Seeing this, Jin Lei narrowed his eyes and sneered, that kid from Tianshui College actually dared to come to my house. It's quite interesting. I want to see what this kid who is said to be so amazing is capable of. Come on, follow me to meet him. Accompanied by 2 attendants, Jin Lei left the box and slowly walked downstairs. In his opinion, Xiao Han was just a young man who had just started out. Even if he had some abilities, he would never be able to make any waves. Xiao Han's appearance added a touch of unusual color to his boring life, and he wanted to find some fun in it. Dong dong dong. The tense atmosphere in the casino hall was broken by several heavy footsteps coming down the stairs. Everyone looked towards the stairs at the corner. Standing there were Jin Lei and his 2 personal attendants. Little Lord. Manager Liu was about to say something when Jin Lei interrupted him by extending his hand. I know everything. We are guests, what are you doing? Get out of here. Yes, my lord. Manager Liu and the group of men in black stepped aside. Xiao Han completely ignored the discussions and gazes around him. His gaze penetrated the crowd and directly met Jin Lei's gaze on the second floor. Only then could he see his appearance clearly. Jin Lei looked to be in his 30s, neither fat nor thin. He was wearing an exquisite golden brocade robe with intricate gold thread patterns embroidered on the lapels, highlighting his noble status. His face was neither handsome nor ugly. His squinting eyes and tightly pursed lips gave him a fierce and unapproachable look. At this moment, the corners of his eyes were slightly raised, with a hint of cunning and cruelty, as if he was ready to play with his prey at any time. Xiao Han could feel the arrogance and hostility emanating from Jin Lei, but he was not afraid at all and became even more determined to get rid of Jin Lei. Jin Lei suddenly spoke. Brother Xiao Han won the Soul Master contest for Tianshui College, and he has brought honor to our Tianshui city. You are an honored guest here at Tianjin Pavilion. It's rare that you are in such a good mood. You can play as you please tonight. I will give you 100,000 chips. If you lose, it's mine. If you win, you can just take it away. Just have fun. In addition, you can pick any of the beauties upstairs. However, you have been staying in Tianshui College, which is full of beauties. I'm afraid these mediocre girls will hardly catch your eye. Jin Lei had a smile on his face, but his words were full of sarcasm. Seeing that Xiao Han was unmoved, Jin Lei continued. Brother Xiao Han, do you think 100,000 chips are too little? Otherwise, I'll give you some more. Anyway, our Jin family sponsors your college a large sum of money every year, so you don't care about this. Facing Jin Lei's ridicule, Xiao Han sneered. Is being rich so great? You should know why I'm here. My senior sister has clearly rejected you, and you shamelessly threatened our academy with the sponsorship fee. What are nobles? Do you think I will listen to your expressions? Xiao Han's words caused an uproar again. Who could have expected that this young man would be so arrogant, coming to Tianjin Pavilion alone and humiliating the young master of the Jin family in public? For the sake of Dean Lin, I toasted you a little, but I didn't expect you to refuse my toast and drink a forfeit. Jin Lei was completely enraged, revealing his ferocious face. Xiao Han remained calm. Why are you so excited? I came to this casino just to play around with you. You want to play, right? Good. I will play with you today and see what tricks you want to play. What do you want to bet with me? The thing your Jin family has the most is money, so I'll bet with you. Jin Lei smiled triumphantly. No one in Tianshui City has ever dared to gamble with me, Jin Lei. You are the first. Interesting. I'll accompany you. How do you gamble? Seeing Jin Lei taking the bait, Xiao Han grinned and continued. My chips are 3 priceless soul bones, one of which is a spirit skull over 50,000 years old, which was obtained by the former Pope Qian Xuanji from hunting soul beasts. Its value is immeasurable. If I lose, the 3 soul bones will be given to you, and you can do whatever you want with me and senior sister Liu Yu. If you want to match my bet, you have to pay a chip of tens of millions of gold soul coins. What do you think? Do you have the guts to bet with me? Xiao Han's words were like thunder, causing an uproar at the scene, and everyone became agitated again. There are quite a few soul masters here, and their eyes looking at Xiao Han reveal greed. The 3 soul bones awarded as rewards to the champion of this soul master competition eventually fell into the hands of teachers and students of the Tianshui College team, and the news had already spread throughout Tianshui City. For soul masters, soul bones are hard to come by and each one is like a treasure. The 3 soul bones awarded as rewards to the champion of the soul master competition are all over 10,000 years old and of excellent quality. The best one, the spiritual skull, is considered to be the best quality. The nobles of Tianshui City also coveted the 3 soul bones and were even willing to pay a high price to buy them, but they were all rejected by the 2 deans. Those nobles also didn't know who had the 3 soul bones. Xiao Han's words aroused everyone's speculation. Don't the 3 soul bones he mentioned correspond exactly to the 3 soul bones awarded as champions of the soul master competition? There was also greed in Jin Lei's eyes. He was also a spirit master, his martial spirit was a golden eagle, but his spirit power was only level 43. He knew that even if he had a lot of money, it would be difficult to buy spirit bones. Not only him, but also his father Jin Tianjin, who is at the soul saint level, has no soul bone. Only his grandfather Jin Peng has a 10,000-year soul bone. The bet offered by Xiao Han was indeed very tempting. However, the stakes that Jin Lei needs to pay are also very high. A fortune of tens of millions is no joke, and Jin Lei still has no say in the matter. But, now that things have come to this, in front of so many people, the usually arrogant Jin Lei can't afford to admit defeat in front of Xiao Han. Xiao Han has not yet proposed a specific gambling method. Jin Lei smiled complacently and asked, "Your bet is very high. I can bet with you. But you have to tell me the specific bet method, right? It's simple. Let's have a duel. I heard that you are only a soul master at level 40 or so. You are not qualified to be my opponent. You can choose someone here to duel with me for you. It doesn't matter who you choose." Seeing Jin Lei falling into his trap step by step, Xiao Han did not forget to humiliate him. Being ridiculed by Xiao Han again, Jin Lei was angry, but more excited, and suddenly burst into laughter. This is getting more and more interesting. Okay, I'll make a bet with you. Jin Lei knew that when the Soul Master competition ended, Xiao Han was still a battle Soul King in his 50s. He thought that it was impossible for Xiao Han to make much progress in just 3 or 4 months. Therefore, he was sure to win this bet. The scene became lively again. Everyone who lives in Tianshui City knows that Jin Lei's 2 personal attendants are very powerful, both at the Soul Sage level, one at level 75 and the other at level 76. If Xiao Han challenged them, it would be tantamount to seeking death. Aren't those 3 soul bones given away for free? In the upcoming showdown, no one is optimistic about Xiao Han. They also didn't know where Xiao Han got the confidence to issue such a hopeless challenge to Jin Lei. Jin Lei and the attendant standing on his left and right side smiled at each other. He believed that even if Xiao Han possessed 2 10,000-year spirit rings, he would not be a match for the Soul Saint level attendant. The servant at level 76 stood up. "Young master, let me take care of this ignorant brat for you." "Okay. Be gentle. Even though he was the one who offended me first, I still have to give him face for Tianshui College." Jin Lei winked at the servant, as if to tell him that as long as Xiao Han was not beaten to death, it didn't matter how he was beaten. The servant nodded in understanding. Xiao Han suddenly pointed to his forehead and said, "The spiritual skull is right here. If I lose, I will need to take it out, and I will definitely die. So we have to increase the stakes and bet both of our lives. In addition, the contents of this bet must be written down in black and white. After hearing this, Jin Lei was stunned and furious. Xiao Han, I thought you were here to cause trouble, but I didn't expect you were here to die. From the tone of your voice, are you going to fight me to the death today? Yes. Okay, very good. Then I will grant your wish. Jin Lei ordered his men to bring paper and pen to write down the bet of life and death. Everyone looked at Xiao Han and sighed. This kid actually dared to provoke the young master of the Jin family. Isn't he courting death? Who said it wasn't? He's dead today. He's really young and reckless. Jin Lei's men quickly wrote the gambling agreement in duplicate, put their fingerprints on it, and then handed one of them to Xiao Han. Xiao Han looked at it carefully, was very satisfied, and also pressed his own fingerprint. Be willing to admit defeat. The government has no control over the gambling agreement reached between the two parties. Even if Xiao Han killed Jin Lei and Emperor Shui blamed him, he would have a point. Jin Lei looked at the guests around him and said, please, all the distinguished guests, help me, Jin, to be a witness. Today's bet was proposed by Xiao Han. If anything unexpected happens, it has nothing to do with me, Jin. Mr. Jin, don't worry, we are all witnesses to this bet. Everyone agreed. Jin Lei nodded proudly, looked at Xiao Han, and said impatiently. This place is too small, not conducive to a duel. Let's go to a more spacious place. No need. It's effortless to deal with you trash. My arrows are fast, it will be over in 1 or 2 rounds. Jin Lei was humiliated again and could no longer bear it. He's looking for death. Go kill him. As Jin Lei finished his words, the servant instantly released his martial soul and spirit ring. His martial spirit was a circular blade that emitted a blood-red light. 7 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple and 3 black, spread out around his body in turn. Xiao Han was not to be outdone and released his martial soul and soul ring. The moment they saw Xiao Han's soul ring, everyone was shocked. Surrounding Xiao Han's body were 7 soul rings, purple, 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 black, 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 and red. The 3-color light on the soul ring is so bright and dazzling that it is impossible to look directly at it. Everyone couldn't believe that the young man in front of them was actually a 7-ringed combat soul saint, and possessed such a heaven-defying soul ring configuration. Starting from a 1,000-year spirit ring, 3 10,000-year spirit rings, and 100,000-year spirit ring, all appeared on a 16-year-old boy. It was really explosive. It has only been 4 months since the Soul Master competition. In such a short period of time, Xiao Han grew from a soul king to a soul saint. No one knew how he did it. Only then did they understand why Xiao Han dared to make such a challenge to Jin Lei alone. Only then did Jin Lei realize that he had fallen into the trap that Xiao Han had set for him. He was so terrified that he didn't even care about the bet. Quick! Stop him! Protect me! As soon as Jin Lei finished speaking, he felt himself being restrained by an icy force and his body was unable to move. Although the 2 soul saints on his left and right had activated their martial souls, they were also frozen by a layer of hard ice. The entire casino was like a frozen world. Ordinary people and soul masters with lower soul powers were all shivering with cold. It turned out that Xiao Han had activated his 100,000-year-old left arm's soul bone skill, freeze. When the martial soul's true body is released, this soul skill has even greater power. Bang bang, the 2 soul saint level attendants broke through the ice with their own powerful soul power. But what greeted them were dozens of invisible arrows. Before the 2 soul saints could launch a counterattack, they were pierced through the bodies by invisible arrows one after another. Xiao Han flashed and instantly appeared in front of Jin Lei. The ice arrow in his hand suddenly turned into a 3-meter-long spear. The tip of the spear was pointed at Jin Lei's head. With a light flick, he took off the head. The head rolled to the ground, the blood quickly froze, and Jin Lei's eyes widened before he died, making people dare not look directly at him. This scene happened so quickly that no one was prepared. Xiao Han gathered his soul power. On the stairs lay the bodies of Jin Lei and the 2 servants. Manager Liu and hundreds of men in black were terrified and no one dared to step forward. I have no grudge against you. If you don't want to die, get out of the way. Xiao Han's voice was not loud, but it carried unquestionable majesty. Those people consciously made way for him. Xiao Han picked up Jin Lei's head and walked straight towards the Jin mansion. Chapter 119. His face was calm and there was no trace of emotion. When the pedestrians in the busy streets saw this, they were frightened and quickly made way. No one could believe that the young master of the Jin family had his head chopped off. They all speculated about Xiao Han's identity and watched him pass in horror. We have arrived at the Jin mansion. It was a building with carved beams and painted rafters, and two stone lions in front of the door seemed to be examining the people in front of them. There were two guards standing on both sides of the gate. Seeing Xiao Han coming straight over with the head in his hand, one of them said loudly, "Stop, who are you?" Xiao Han didn't reply and threw Jin Lei's head over without any hesitation. The two men were startled. The ice covering the head shattered instantly. When they saw Jin Lei's face, they were both shocked. "Yes, young master. You killed our young master." Xiao Han remained calm. "That's right, I was the one who killed him. Why don't you go in and report it to Jin Tianjin?" Before Xiao Han finished speaking, he walked towards the two men. The two men felt Xiao Han's powerful aura and trembled with fear, and quickly ran into the mansion. Grown-ups. Jin Tianjin drank some wine tonight and was about to rest when he heard someone shouting outside the house, yelling impatiently. "What's the matter? Why are you so flustered?" "My lord. It's bad. The young master, he was killed." "What?" Jin Tianjin sat up immediately and sobered up. "What did you just say? Leia was killed?" "Yes, sir. The young master's head was chopped off, and that person is at the door." After hearing this, Jin Tianjin couldn't believe it. Jin Lei is always protected by two soul saint level attendants. If he could still lose his life, it means that the person who came is definitely not an ordinary person. "Who is it? How dare you kill my son? I will cut him into pieces." Jin Tianjin's body staggered 2 steps uncontrollably, but then he steadied his pace and rushed out in anger. At this time, Xiao Han had arrived at the Jin family compound, and Jin Lei's head was right in front of him. Dozens of men in black surrounded Xiao Han, but fearing the powerful aura of Xiao Han, no one dared to step forward. Jin Tianjin rushed over and saw the head on the ground. He recognized it was his son Jin Lei. He was immediately furious and his eyes were filled with anger. "Who the hell are you, you bastard? How dare you kill my son?" When Jin Tianjin saw Xiao Han's appearance clearly, he felt even more unbelievable. He never imagined that his son would die at the hands of a teenager. The young man in front of him looked to be only 16 or 17 years old, but the powerful aura emanating from him was in no way inferior to that of a soul sage. Xiao Han took out the gambling agreement calmly and shook it. "It's clearly written in black and white. Jin Lei lost the bet with me. According to the agreement, he lost his life, and also lost tens of millions of properties of your Jin family. The guests of Tianjing Pavilion and the servants of your Jin family all witnessed the gambling. You can't deny it. Give me the money." As soon as Xiao Han finished speaking, a group of men in black rushed in from outside the door. It was Manager Lu who came with the soul masters of the casino. "Sir, he is Xiao Han from Tianshui College. He is the one who killed the young master and the Wang brothers." After hearing this, Jin Tianjin was shocked again. He still couldn't believe that the young man in front of him could actually kill 2 soul saint-level soul masters. Manager Lu then reminded, "Sir, he has reached the soul saint level and possesses a 100,000-year soul ring. Don't be careless." Jin Tianjin's eyes suddenly widened. Everything he experienced tonight was like a dream, and every single thing seemed incredible to him. Jin Tianjin didn't dare to be careless anymore. After all, he was only a level 63 soul emperor. However, there are 2 soul saint-level masters and nearly 100 soul masters in his mansion. This bastard killed my lair. I'll give $1 million reward to anyone who can kill him. Those men in black rushed forward and blocked Xiao Han's retreat. Leading the group were 2 old men with white hair and beards. Among those people, there are many masters at the Soul Sect and Soul King levels. Xiao Han knew that the 2 old men should be the strongest soul masters among this group. Facing hundreds of soul masters alone, Xiao Han did not show any fear on his face. "Anyone who stands in my way will die." As soon as Xiao Han finished speaking, a biting cold air condensed between his hands. The moment the ice-shaking bow and arrow appeared, the temperature in the entire mansion dropped sharply. 7 soul rings, 3 purple, 3 black and 1 red, surrounded his body, releasing a dazzling light. The unique blood-red light of the 100,000-year spirit ring is terrifying. Seeing such a powerful aura, the 2 old men did not dare to act rashly. "What are you all standing there for? Why don't you kill him right now?" Jin Tianjin's angry roar woke everyone up. The 2 old men looked at each other and attacked Xiao Han together. Seeing this, the other soul masters also released their martial spirits and prepared to attack Xiao Han. As the 3rd soul ring on his body glowed, Xiao Han instantly spread his icy wings. As he soared into the air, the 70,000-year-old soul bone in his right arm was activated, and the bowstring was pulled to the full moon. The 2nd soul skill, thousands of arrows, is activated. Countless arrows condensed from extreme ice, whizzing down from the sky with biting cold and unrivaled power. With the combined amplification of the third soul skill and the right arm soul bone, the power of this soul skill is greatly enhanced. The arrows were as dense as rain, and each one flashed a heart-pounding blue light, illuminating the night as if it were day. Whoosh whoosh. The sounds of arrows cutting through the air came one after another. Accompanied by the Soul Master's exclamations and cries of despair, the Jin family compound instantly turned into a Shura field. Those Soul Masters who were originally preparing to besiege Xiao Han seemed so small and powerless in the face of this sudden rain of arrows. Even though the Soul Masters at the Soul Sect and Soul King levels had impressive strength, they could only barely block a few arrows under Xiao Han's almost overwhelming attack power. They were then pierced through the bodies by the subsequent arrows and fell in a pool of blood. Xiao Han's attack did not stop, and countless arrows poured down again. Those arrows condensed from extreme ice are not only extremely sharp, but also contain a chill that can freeze the soul. Many people were frozen the moment they came into contact with the arrows. Those Soul Masters who tried to dodge could not find any gaps due to the huge number of arrows, and were eventually shot mercilessly. Inside the courtyard, screams were heard constantly. The Jin family's team of black-clad men was rapidly reduced under the baptism of these 2 rounds of arrow rain, and fallen figures and splattered blood could be seen everywhere. Although the 2 white-haired old men were quite powerful, they were caught off guard by Xiao Han's 2 consecutive rounds of fierce attacks. They never expected that the young man in front of them had such powerful attack power. Chapter 120. After resisting Xiao Han's rain of arrows, the 2 Soul Saint-level elders prepared to launch a counterattack. Roar. With a deafening roar, the true form of the lion martial spirit descended. The lion was huge, with muscular body and red eyes that looked like burning flames, emitting a violent aura. Another Soul Saint Shi also released his martial soul true body. His martial spirit is a cheetah, with a slender body, strong limbs, and eyes that sparkle with a faint blue light. The lion Soul Master roared and pressed towards Xiao Han like a moving mountain. Its waving front paws brought bursts of tearing sounds, and seemed to have amazing power. The cheetah Soul Master also flashed out, leaving a trail of afterimage in the air. His speed was so fast that it was impossible to track his whereabouts. Facing the siege of the 2 Soul Saints, Xiao Han's expression remained calm. There was a cold light flashing in his eyes, as if everything was under his control. The true form of the weapon spirit, the Zhenbing bow and arrow, suddenly unfolded in his hand. The cold bow and arrow seemed to be able to penetrate all defenses in the world, releasing a heart-pounding chill. The skill of the 100,000-year-old left arm soul bone was suddenly activated, and an extremely powerful icy force suddenly burst out from his body. The space within 100 meters was instantly frozen, and even the air was solidified. The huge lion and cheetah were instantly frozen into ice sculptures by the sudden freezing and could not move. However, although the ice is strong, it is only temporary. After all, those 2 old men had reached the Soul Saint level, and had released their martial soul avatars, with both their offense and defense reaching their peak state. With a crackling sound, the surface of the ice sculpture began to crack. Soul Master Xiong relied on his powerful strength to break through the ice first and regain his freedom. But at this moment, Xiao Han had already completed preparations for the next attack. The Zhenbing bow and arrow in his hand condensed the ultimate coldness, and an ice explosion arrow quietly took shape. The arrow shot out from the bow and instantly shot towards the lion Soul Master. The speed was so fast that even the cheetah Soul Master who broke through the ice on the other side felt a palpitation in his heart. Boom! The moment the ice explosive arrow touched the lion Soul Master's body, a violent explosion occurred, and a powerful shock wave spread out in all directions with the explosion point as the center. The body of the lion Soul Master was torn to pieces in the explosion, and even his martial soul was not spared. A generation of Soul Saint fell. Seeing this, Cheetah Soul Master was shocked. He did not expect Xiao Han's attack to be so terrifying. He didn't dare to hold back any more, and his figure left a trail in the air like a ghost, trying to escape from this land of death. However, Xiao Han's speed was faster than his. Since absorbing the Dark Demon Evil God Pearl, Xiao Han's speed has made a qualitative leap, and his straight sprint is comparable to teleportation. Xiao Han appeared in front of the Cheetah Soul Master without any warning. The ice arrow in his hand turned into a sharp spear at this moment. The tip of the spear flashed with cold light, pointing directly at the vital points of the Cheetah Soul Master. You can't escape. Xiao Han's voice rang in the ears of Cheetah Soul Master, like the verdict of the God of Death. Cheetah Soul Master's heart trembled. He tried his best to dodge the attack, but in the end he was still a step too slow. The spear pierced his chest and blood gushed out. Ah! The Cheetah Soul Master screamed and fell from the air. Another Soul Saint fell. Jin Tianjin stood not far away and witnessed it all, his heart filled with fear and despair. He never thought that Xiao Han had such a strong attack power, and 2 soul saints died in his hands. It all happened so fast. Why did you do this to our Jin family? My father will never forgive you. Jin Tianjin's voice trembled. He knew that he had no way out, so he could only use his 86th-level old father Jin Peng to intimidate Xiao Han. However, Jin Peng was not in Tianshui city at this time. Xiao Han did not answer Jin Tianjin's question, but just looked at him coldly. Jin Tianjin is the patriarch of the Jin family. Relying on the power in his hands, he is omnipotent and does all kinds of bad things in Tianshui city. Xiao Han wants him to pay the price for his actions. Seeing the tragic deaths of the 2 soul saints, Jin Tianjin knew that his situation was hopeless. He no longer hesitated. His golden eagle spirit spread its wings and flew into the sky, trying to escape from the Jin mansion and find Jin Peng. Want to run? It's not that easy. Xiao Han snorted coldly, and the 6th soul ring on his body suddenly flashed. The moment the bowstring was released, an ice arrow streaked across the night sky like lightning and headed straight for Jin Tianjin. The surface of the arrow flashed with dazzling lightning. It was a fusion of ice and lightning and contained explosive power. Jin Tianjin flew at high speed in the air, trying to avoid the attack. But he suddenly felt as if he was suppressed by an invisible force, and his body became stiff. The ice arrow came too fast and Jin Tianjin had no time to react. The arrow pierced through his body the moment it touched it. The explosive force of ice and lightning tore his body into pieces. The golden eagle martial spirit also disappeared without a trace in the explosion. Jin Tianjin was ruthlessly killed by Xiao Han. Xiao Han stood still in the air, looking down at everything beneath his feet. The Jin mansion compound was in a mess at this moment, with constant wailing. The soul masters who were still alive were trembling with fear. Xiao Han said coldly, Jin Tianjin and Jin Lei are already dead. I will let you go today. If you dare to do evil in Tianshui city in the future, I will tear you into pieces. Also, tell Jin Peng to come to me. I'll be waiting for him in Tianshui city. After Xiao Han finished speaking, he turned into a residual shadow and disappeared into the sky. Those soul masters who escaped death finally reacted. Hurry up and go to Nanshan to find Master Jin. After doing all this, Xiao Han went straight back home. When Lin Jiruo saw Xiao Han, she immediately realized something was wrong. Xiao Han, where have you been? Why did you come back so late? Mom, I'm sorry, I got you into trouble again. I went to do something important tonight. Lin Jiruo frowned, feeling something was wrong. What's the big deal? I killed Jin Lei and Jin Tianjin, and also killed 4 soul saints and many soul masters and their family. What? You? Lin Jiruo was shocked. She didn't expect Xiao Han to do such an earth-shattering thing. Don't worry, Mom. I did this with a plan. Afterwards, Xiao Han took out the bet between him and Jin Lei and told Lin Jiruo the details of what happened. After listening to Xiao Han's story, Lin Jiruo looked solemn. She knew that this matter was of great importance. Xiao Han, now that things have come to this, there is no point in saying more. What you did is equivalent to what I did. You killed Jin Tianjin and his son. Jin Peng will not let it go and will definitely come to seek revenge on you. When the time comes, I will face it with you. Mom, I am responsible for my own actions. What the Jin family did is unacceptable, and I am just doing justice. If Jin Peng comes looking for me, I will kill him too. Chapter 121. In Tianshui city, everything changed overnight. Xiao Han's name swept across the entire city like a violent storm, becoming the focus of heated discussion. The boy, who was only 16 years old, slaughtered Jin Lei and Jin Tianjin of the Jin family by himself, and also eliminated the 4 soul saints and dozens of soul masters of the Jin family. Such a record is jaw-dropping even in the entire Douluo continent. In the streets and alleys, people were talking a lot. Xiao Han from Tianshui College has such an amazing spirit ring configuration. 3 purple, 3 black, and 100,000-year spirit ring. How is this possible? He is only 16 years old. How did he do it? The Jin family has hit a wall this time. I didn't expect that such a young boy could have such terrifying strength. Xiao Han's feat not only shocked the residents of Tianshui city, but also filled the soul masters with awe. After all, in a world where the strong are respected, being able to fight and defeat so many masters on one's own undoubtedly requires great courage and strength. Xiao Han also understood that Jin Peng, the level 86 soul Douluo who was rumored to be very powerful, would definitely not give up. But he was not afraid. Early in the morning, Xiao Han arrived at Tianshui College. His appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. This year's martial soul awakening ceremony was just over not long ago, and the academy recruited a new batch of new students. Whether they knew Xiao Han or not, everyone looked at him with awe at this moment. Xiao Han greeted the students with a smile, as if nothing that happened last night had happened. Shui Binger and Liu Yu were both surprised to see Xiao Han. Xiao Han, did you really kill Jin Lei and Jin Tianjin? There was a hint of disbelief in Shui Binger's voice. When they left yesterday, Xiao Han didn't show anything unusual. But his actions last night were beyond everyone's imagination. Liu Yu also looked at Xiao Han in shock. She never thought that Xiao Han would go to the Jin mansion alone and kill the father and son of the Jin family. Xiao Han nodded and smiled. Yes, I did it. There was no trace of pride or boasting in Xiao Han's tone, only a sense of indifference and composure. Liu Yu and Shui Binger looked at each other. They didn't expect that Xiao Han's strength had reached such a terrifying level. Then, she turned to look at Xiao Han, her eyes filled with tears and a hint of guilt. Xiao Han, thank you. Because of me, you offended the Jin family. Jin Peng will not let you go. Moreover, you killed the Baron of the Empire, and the Emperor will also punish you. I'm sorry, I hurt you. Sister Liu Yu, I said that I did this not only for you, but also for the commoner girls who were forced by those nobles. I am doing justice for the heavens, and it is a good thing. Even if Jin Peng comes to find me, I am not afraid. Moreover, this time I am using my wits to outwit him. After Xiao Han finished speaking, he told Shui Binger and Liu Yu everything that happened in Tianjin Pavilion and Jin Mansion last night. The Jin family father and son relied on their power to cover the sky with one hand in Tianshui City. They committed many evil things and deserve to be put to death. From now on, we at Tianshui College don't have to look at anyone's face. Xiao Han, Jin Peng will come for revenge sooner or later, so you'd better be careful. Yes, I know. I'm waiting for him. Just as the three were talking, a deafening roar suddenly came from the sky. Everyone looked up and saw a huge golden eagle hovering over the academy. The golden eagle's wings spread out like a golden cloud, covering the sky and blocking out the sun. Its sharp eyes were like two bright blue gems, flashing a heart-pounding light. It is Jin Peng's true martial spirit. Everyone knew that he came to avenge his son and grandson. He was very powerful, and was obviously extremely angry at the moment. The giant eagle in the sky made the teachers and students of Tianshui University feel tremendous pressure. Xiao Han, how dare you kill my son and my grandson? Today I will make you pay with blood. Jin Peng's voice echoed in the air like thunder, spreading throughout Tianshui City. The deep voice was filled with endless anger and murderous intent, which was terrifying. People gathered on both sides of the street, looking up at the huge golden eagle hovering over Tianshui University, their hearts filled with worry and anxiety. The appearance of Jin Peng means that a killing storm is coming, and this storm is likely to sweep across the entire Tianshui College. People were talking a lot. Xiao Han killed many people from the Jin family last night, including Jin Lei and Jin Tianjin, as well as 4 soul saints and dozens of soul masters. Jin Peng will never let him go. Jin Tianjin is a baron of the empire. This is a serious crime. The emperor will punish him if he finds out. Alas, although Xiao Han is brave, he is still too young after all. I'm afraid he will be in danger this time. Yes, Jin Peng is a level 86 soul Douluo, the most powerful person in Tianshui City. How could Xiao Han be his opponent? Not only Xiao Han, Tianshui College will probably be in trouble this time. Once Jin Peng gets angry, he won't care about the college anymore. He might just destroy the whole college. I just hope Xiao Han can survive this disaster. After all, he is a rare genius that only appears once in a century, and he is the pride of our Tianshui City. It would be such a pity if he died like this. At the same time, there was a tense atmosphere in Tianshui College. Teachers and students walked out of the classrooms and dormitories, looked up at the golden eagle that blocked out the sky, their hearts filled with fear and anxiety. They knew that this storm was inevitable. At this moment, 2 figures appeared in the sky, they were Dean Zhao and Lin Jiruo. Brother Jean, please listen to what I have to say. President Zhao, this matter has nothing to do with you, please get out of the way. Xiao Han killed my children and grandchildren and stole my Jin family's property. I will never let him go. If you insist on stopping me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Jin Peng was furious and determined, with no regard for the old friendship at all. Lin Jiruo said, Senior Jin, my son killed the man. If you have any problems, come to me. Don't hurt innocent people. Jin Peng glared at Lin Jiruo and snorted coldly. You really raised a good son. Well, today, let you and your son pay for the lives of my children and grandchildren. An ice blue figure suddenly flashed into the air. Jinpeng, your children and grandchildren have committed many evil deeds and deserve to die. I am only trying to get rid of this evil for the people. If you want to avenge them, come on. Xiao Han. Lin Zhirua shouted out with some worry. Xiao Han said calmly. Dean Zhao, Mom, I am responsible for my own actions and I don't want to implicate you and the college. Just let me settle this with him. Please trust me. Jinpeng suddenly burst into laughter. You arrogant boy. I will cut you into pieces. Chapter 122. Seeing that Xiao Han was confident, Dean Zhao and Lin Zhirua both stepped aside. Although Lin Zhirua believed in Xiao Han, she was still a little worried and was ready to fight at any time. The atmosphere in the sky was extremely tense. Jinpeng's martial spirit form covered the sky and the sun, and the huge golden eagle wings spread out, and every feather seemed to contain infinite power. Xiao Han was suspended in the air, facing Jinpeng with a firm look in his eyes, without any fear. The Jinbing bow and arrow shone with cold light in his hand. 7 soul rings, purple, 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 black, 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 and red, unfolded around him one after another, emitting 3 colors of light, dazzling. The first soul ring has reached 1,000 years, the 4th soul ring has reached 10,000 years, and the 7th soul ring has reached 100,000 years. Such a heaven-defying spirit ring configuration once again shocked everyone present. Seeing the 100,000-year soul ring glowing with red light, a hint of surprise flashed across Jinpeng's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by greed. 100,000-year soul ring is taken from 100,000-year soul beast, and the death of 100,000-year soul beast will definitely bring about 100,000-year soul bone. Jinpeng learned the details of Xiao Han's bet with Jin Lei in Tianjing Pavilion, and knew that Xiao Han had 3 soul bones, and that the spiritual skull that was more than 50,000 years old had been fused by him. In other words, Xiao Han may have 2 soul bones in his body, and both are very valuable. Jinpeng said tentatively. Boy, if I'm not mistaken, you have at least 2 soul bones. Very good, then use your life and those 2 soul bones to repay the debt you owe to the Jin family. Xiao Han looked at Jinpeng coldly. I do have 2 soul bones. It depends on whether you have the ability to take them. Humph. Arrogant fellow. Although your spirit ring configuration is powerful, in the face of absolute strength, everything is false. Return the lives of my children and grandchildren. Jinpeng's voice was like thunder, resounding through the sky. Then, he flapped his wings suddenly, and a gust of wind swept in. Jinpeng tentatively activated his second soul skill, 1,000 Feather Meteor Slash. I saw golden blades of light spurting out from the golden eagle's wings, flying towards Xiao Han like a meteor shower. Each blade of light contains Jinpeng's powerful soul power, sharp and tough. Faced with such intensive attacks, Xiao Han did not retreat. His second soul skill, 1,000 Arrows, was also activated. I saw countless ice blue arrows shooting out from the Jinbing bow, meeting those golden light blades. The arrows and light blades collided in the air, causing violent explosions. The interweaving of blue ice and golden light made the entire sky tremble. In the first tentative confrontation, both sides were evenly matched and Jinpeng did not gain any advantage. He looked at Xiao Han with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect that this young man was so powerful that he could easily resist the 1,000 Feather Meteor Slash he performed in the state of his martial soul true body. Boy, you do have the capital to be arrogant. Looks like I have to show my real ability now. Jinpeng snorted coldly, and his left leg suddenly flashed. A flash of golden light passed by and was captured by Xiao Han. Xiao Han was both surprised and happy. He guessed that there was a soul bone in Jinpeng's left leg. With the activation of his left leg's soul bone and the coordination of his 5th soul skill, Speed Phantom, Jinpeng's speed instantly reached its peak. The golden figure shuttled through the air, as fast as lightning. When performing this soul skill, Jinpeng can condense his soul power into his wings, forming a guillotine-like air wave, which slashes at the opponent. He used this move intending to kill Xiao Han in one fell swoop. Facing such a sharp attack, Xiao Han quickly released his 70,000-year-old right arm's soul bone, increasing the strength of his right arm while opening up his defense. A layer of hard ice condensed on his body, like a layer of blue armor. Although this layer of armor condensed from extreme ice cannot match the absolute defense of the left arm's soul bone, it is enough to withstand the attack of the 10,000-year soul skills of the Soul Douluo level soul master. Those golden air waves hit the ice armor, and although they caused sparks, they did not pose a threat to this layer of defense. What a strong defense! When Jinpeng saw this, a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes, but then he became cold and ruthless. No matter what, he was determined to kill Xiao Han. If you can't break through that layer of defense in one attack, attack a few more times. Jin Peng's figure moved again, and golden afterimages quickly passed through the air. His speed is really too fast. Dean Zhao, Lin Zhirua and the teachers and students from Tianshui College who were watching the game could not see him clearly. With his keen intuition and extraordinary reaction speed, Xiao Han constantly adjusted his position and was ready to launch a counterattack at any time. Jin Peng was too fast and Xiao Han's arrow could not lock onto him. However, he has a way to deal with Jin Peng. Along with the sudden flash of the fifth soul ring on his body, a cold arrow shot out. Suddenly, there was a strong wind in the sky and it became dark. After absorbing the Dark Demon Evil God Pearl, Xiao Han was able to integrate the wind element and even more powerful forces into his own ice. The fifth soul skill, Blizzard Arrow, after incorporating wind and strength, has a stronger attack range and power. The icy arrow seemed to carry extreme coldness and violent wind force, cutting through the sky and pointing directly at the golden afterimage. Immediately afterwards, a powerful storm appeared out of nowhere, and quickly expanded with the arrow as the center, forming a vortex of ice and snow with a diameter of 100 meters. In this vortex, there was a mixture of wind and snow, and the cold was so intense that it seemed to be able to swallow up all living things. Jin Peng was originally flying through the air at an extremely fast speed, trying to find Xiao Han's weakness, but was enveloped by the sudden vortex of the blizzard. He suddenly felt an invisible pressure exerted on him, and his speed slowed down. What kind of soul skill is this? The sudden outbreak of ice and snowstorm caught Jin Peng off guard. Even a soul Douluo level warrior like him felt the great threat. The blizzard vortex continued to rotate, the wind and snow inside it became increasingly dense, and the temperature dropped sharply. Jin Peng had to release his soul power to resist the invasion of cold air. But the temperature in the ice and snow storm was getting lower and lower. His feathers began to freeze, the golden luster gradually dimmed in the cold wind, and each flap of his wings became heavier. What made Jin Peng even more terrified was that an invisible force began to erode his soul power protection, as if it was going to devour his martial spirit body and soul together. Xiao Han had silently integrated the devouring power of the Dark Demon Evil God Pearl into the ice and snow storm. The ice and snow in the storm gradually became darker, and the color turned into deep blue, like an endless abyss. Damn it! How could I, Jin Peng, fall into the hands of a young man? Jin Peng roared, and all the soul power in his body burst out. He flapped his wings violently, and a powerful soul power shock wave spread in all directions, trying to break through the horrible vortex. However, the power of the Dark Demon Evil God Pearl was integrated into the blizzard, and its power had long exceeded the scope of ordinary soul skills. Not only did the vortex not weaken because of Jin Peng's counterattack, but it became even more violent. The sound of wind and snow was like thousands of horses galloping, deafening. Chapter 123. Jin Peng struggled with all his might, trying to break free from the whirlpool of the blizzard. Xiao Han's eyes suddenly became extremely cold, and the freezing skill of the 100,000-year-old left arm's soul bone was activated. In the sky, the vortex that was originally formed by wind and snow suddenly shone brightly, and an extremely strong chill burst out from it. Both the raging snow and wind and the space around Jin Peng were instantly frozen into crystal clear ice. Jin Peng only felt an irresistible chill invading his bones. His martial spirit body actually began to freeze inch by inch under this force. His golden wings, sharp claws, and his proud head were all tightly wrapped in a thick layer of ice, as if frozen in time at this moment. No. This is impossible. Jin Peng's voice echoed in his mind, full of despair and unwillingness. But all his struggles seemed so powerless at this moment. Xiao Han has completed preparations for the next attack. He tightly grasped the true ice bow, his fourth soul ring gleaming, and an arrow gleaming with cold light was on the bowstring ready to be shot. This arrow is not only entangled with the ultimate power of ice, but also contains terrifying energy that is about to explode. Go to hell. Xiao Han released the bowstring. The arrow was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, and it hit the frozen golden rock accurately with a whistling sound. Boom! There was a deafening bang. The moment the ice arrow touched the ice sculpture, it burst out with dazzling light and terrifying shock wave. Fragments of ice flew everywhere, like thousands of sharp blades, cutting the surrounding space into pieces. The once invincible golden rock was blown to pieces. A golden light flashed from the center of the explosion. Xiao Han flew over quickly and used his soul power to absorb it into his palm. Looking closely, it was indeed a soul bone. When the light faded, Jin Peng's figure no longer existed, leaving behind only a devastated battlefield and a chill in the air that had not yet dissipated. The teachers and students of Tianshui University were all dumbfounded when they witnessed this shocking scene. They realized that Xiao Han already possessed the power to rewrite the landscape of Tianshui College. Many people in Tianshui City also saw the scene above Tianshui College and were deeply shocked. Who could have thought that Xiao Han, who was only 16 years old, could kill Tianshui City's most powerful soul master, the 86th level Jinpeng, by himself in just 2 or 3 rounds? Xiao Han instantly became the strongest person in Tianshui City. Under the gaze of everyone, Xiao Han restrained his soul power and came to Dean Zhao and Lin Jiruo. "Mom, Dean, I have to go to the Jin mansion first, please take care of the things here." "Well, let's go." Afterwards, Xiao Han found Shui Binger and Shen Liu and took them to the Jin mansion. Jin Lei and Jin Tianjin are dead, but when Jin Peng is still alive, no one dares to touch the Jin family's property. Now that Jin Peng is dead, the Jin mansion has completely lost its owner, and someone might take advantage of the chaos to steal the Jin family's property. Most wealthy families have safes made of special materials. Except for the owner, ordinary people and low-level spirit masters cannot break in. A wealthy family like the Jin family has a lot of assets outside of the treasury. Xiao Han didn't want those properties to fall into the hands of outsiders. The 3 of them rushed to the Jin mansion as quickly as possible. Really? There was noise and chaos in the Jin mansion, with shadowy figures everywhere, all hurriedly moving valuables, hoping to get a piece of the pie in the chaos. Some of the servants in the Jin mansion did so out of helplessness, while others were greedy, and those outsiders took advantage of the situation and tried to gain benefits in this ownerless land. As soon as the 3 of them stepped into the gate of the Jin mansion, they saw this scene. "Stop!" Xiao Han's voice was like thunder, penetrating the noise and resounding throughout the Jin mansion. His voice carried a trace of soul power fluctuations, causing the people present to stop their actions involuntarily and turn their heads to look at the young soul master who had killed 3 generations of the Jin family with his own strength. Shui Binger and Shen Liu followed closely behind, looking around with cold eyes. Although they didn't say anything, their cold temperament was enough to make those with bad intentions feel timid. As everyone knows, Jin Lei lost the bet with me, and all the property of the Jin family now belongs to me. You dare to steal my things, are you looking for death? Xiao Han frowned, his eyes revealing unquestionable majesty. When those people saw this, they were trembling with fear and dropped their belongings. "Sir, we didn't mean it. Please forgive us for once. The people from the Jin mansion stay, everyone else get out." Xiao Han's gaze became sharp, sweeping towards those outsiders who were trying to take advantage of the situation. Those people fled the Jin mansion in a hurry. The servants in the Jin mansion were also shocked by Xiao Han's aura. They stood still and waited for further instructions. Xiao Han looked at the people who stayed behind and asked, "Who among you is the housekeeper of the Jin mansion?" A middle-aged man came out, bowed and said, "Sir, the housekeeper has fled with Madame Jin and also taken away some of the property." "Has the vault ever been opened?" "Sir, only the master can open the vault. The master is dead, and it has never been opened." Xiao Han nodded with confidence and continued. "The Jin family has committed many evil deeds and deserves death. Now that I have taken over the Jin mansion, all of you who still have indentures in the hands of the Jin family will be voided and you will all be free. You are all servants of the Jin family and are familiar with everything here. If you are willing to stay and help me manage this place, I will give you better treatment. If you don't want to stay, take your belongings and leave, I will never stop you." Those people looked at each other, at a loss. The middle-aged man stood up again. "Sir, I am willing to stay." "Sir, I am willing to stay too." Those people felt Xiao Han's kindness and agreed with him. Xiao Han nodded and looked at the middle-aged man. "Well, from now on, you are the housekeeper here. Arrange someone to clean it up, and then have someone take me to see the vault." "Yes, son." Led by a servant, Xiao Han came to the vault of the mansion. The vault door was tightly closed, with no signs of having been tampered with. There is nothing unusual. The vault should still be safe. Although the vault door is strong, Xiao Han's soul skills are enough to destroy it. However, he was not in a hurry to take out the treasures now, and would wait until everything was settled. Afterwards, Xiao Han went to Tianjin Pavilion again. After the death of Jin Lei and Jin Tianjin last night, Tianjin Pavilion has been closed. After witnessing Jin Peng being killed by Xiao Han, the soul masters who relied on the Jin mansion all fled in panic. Xiao Han was not interested in doing business. He planned to use his connections in the academy to transform Tianjin Pavilion and create a source of income to avoid spending all his money. It takes time to do this. However, Xiao Han was not in a hurry. After this incident, the fate of Tianshui College will definitely change. Xiao Han killed 3 generations of the Jin family. The mayor of Tianshui City and the government officials did not dare to intervene and could only report to their superiors. The news soon spread to Tiando City. Chapter 124. Upon learning that Xiao Han had killed the 3 members of the Jin family, grandfather and grandson, Emperor Shui was both shocked and angry. They even dared to kill the Baron, causing bad influence. This was a blatant disrespect for the majesty of the empire. Xianren Xue, who was pretending to be Prince Xueqinghe, was also shocked. She didn't expect that in just a few months, Xiao Han's strength had reached such a terrifying level and he had done such an earth-shattering thing. This matter is of great importance and involves the interests of many parties, so it must be handled with caution. Xueqinghe asked Emperor Shui to handle the matter personally. Emperor Shui accepted Xueqinghe's request. Shrek Academy. Flanders, Liu Erlong and Yu Xiaogang were all shocked when they learned about this. They never expected that Xiao Han's strength was so terrifying that he could kill Soul Douluo. It is incredible that he was promoted from a Soul King to a Soul Saint in just 3 or 4 months. Flanders asked, Xiaogang, isn't Xiao Han's soul power increasing too fast? I have my doubts. Can anyone really do this? Yu Xiaogang shook his head and sighed, I don't know how he did it. It completely goes against the theoretical knowledge I have learned. In less than half a year, he has improved by at least a dozen levels. His first soul ring has completed its transformation, and his 7th soul ring comes from a 100,000-year-old soul beast. What kind of opportunity did he experience to improve so quickly? The first thing Yu Xiaogang thought of was the magic grass. He once heard Tang San say that immortal herbs can help soul masters increase their speed of cultivation, and the improvement that top-grade immortal herbs can bring to soul masters is immeasurable. Is it really because of the magic grass? Yu Xiaogang suddenly thought of something. Flanders, we haven't seen Senior Dugu for a few months, and we don't know how he is doing now. Flanders frowned. I have a bad feeling. How do I say this? Guanling Douluo rescued Xiao Han from Senior Dugu. Do you think he can escape unscathed? Yu Xiaogang nodded and his expression became solemn. According to Xiao San's previous guess, Xiao Han had been to Senior Dugu's secret garden. Xiao Han's strength suddenly became so terrifying. If I'm not mistaken, there are 2 possibilities. One is the change brought about by the top-grade immortal grass. Another possibility is that he relied on absorbing and devouring the soul power of others to quickly improve, like some of the evil soul masters rumored. Swallowed evolution. Yes. This kind of evil spirit master does exist, but they don't show it easily in front of others. Xiao Han's first spirit ring has transformed from a 100-year level to a 1,000-year level, which makes me doubt that he may have mastered this ability. Flanders was shocked. Oh no. If Senior Dugu had been seriously injured by Guanling Douluo before, wouldn't his situation be very dangerous? Yeah. How about we go to Sunset Forest? It is good. Afterwards, Yu Xiaogang, Flanders and Liu Erlong went to the Sunset Forest. Sunset Forest is 200 miles east of Tiando City, not far away. The 3 of them soon arrived at the center of Sunset Forest. Feeling the changes in the environment here, I feel strange. The center of the forest used to feel hot and humid, but now it has become particularly refreshing. Moreover, the green-scaled snake poison formation that Dugu Bo had previously set up here has now completely disappeared. Xiaogang, something is wrong here. It has changed so much. Yeah, I noticed it too. Did Senior Dugu really get into trouble? It's too early to draw a conclusion. Let's go in and take a look. I hope he's safe and sound. The 3 continue to move forward, looking for Dugu Bo's trace in the center of the forest. Flanders soared in the sky, turned on his eagle eyes, and searched carefully. Suddenly, he found a strange mountain top, which was in the shape of an inverted cone. Under the leadership of Flanders, Yu Xiaogang and Liu Erlong also came to the top of the mountain. Yu Xiaojiang's intuition told him that this place was unusual, and that the valley below was probably what Tang San had mentioned. Flanders searched around the top of the inverted cone, but found nothing. It seems that Senior Dugu is not here. Well, if he was here, he would have shown up by now. Let's go down and have a look. Flanders spread his wings and flew to the bottom of the valley. Liu Erlong and Yu Xiaogang followed closely behind. When they reached the bottom of the valley, the 3 were stunned by the scene before them. It was a mess here, with fallen rocks everywhere. In the center of the valley there is a bottomless pool filled with stagnant water without any ripples. Many flowers and plants grow around it, some of which have withered, while others are still tenaciously surviving in the cracks of the rocks. Those flowers and plants looked very ordinary, and looked no different from the flowers and plants outside the Sunset Forest. Yu Xiaogang came to the spring and looked at it carefully. Could this be the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire that Xiao Sen mentioned? The spring water that nourishes the immortal grass. Isn't this just ordinary spring water? Yu Xiaogang shook his head and sighed. It is indeed an ordinary spring now, but it should not have been before. As you can see, there are traces of fighting everywhere. It is obvious that a fierce battle took place here, and someone destroyed it deliberately. That's Senior Dugu. Let's look for it again. The three continued searching at the bottom of the valley and found some scattered bones and pieces of clothing among the rocks and grass. This seems to be the clothes that Senior Dugu wore. Alas, Senior Dugu may have met with an accident. Yu Xiaogang was extremely heartbroken and didn't know who did this. Anyone who could get past Dugubo's green-scaled snake formation, find this place, and cut him into pieces is definitely not an ordinary person. Yu Xiaogang guessed that Dugubo's death was most likely related to Xiao Han. If Xiao San knew about this, she would be very sad. Yeah, I don't know where Xiao San is now. Yu Xiaogang also missed Tang San and hoped to see him sooner. With extremely heavy hearts, the three of them left the Sunset Forest. Wuhuan City, the Pope's Palace. Looking at the letter sent from the Wuhuan Hall branch in Tianshui City, Bibi Dong's expression gradually became distorted. How can this be? Xiao Han killed 4 soul saints and a level 86 soul Douluo by himself. At the age of 16, the soul saint's first soul ring has transformed from 100 years to 1,000 years, and the 7th soul ring has reached 100,000 years. In just a few months, he has improved so much. What on earth has he been through? Could it be that he, like me, has inherited the divine heritage and is challenging the divine test? Xiao Han's growth made Bibi Dong feel unbelievable. Looking across the entire Douluo continent, there has never been a 16-year-old soul sage, and no one has such a heaven-defying soul ring configuration like Xiao Han. If things continue like this, Xiao Han will definitely break the record held by Bibi Dong and become the youngest titled Douluo on Douluo continent. Bibi Dong was wary of Xiao Han's growth. He already had Guanling Douluo protecting him, so it became even more difficult to get rid of him now. Fortunately, Xiao Han killed people from the Tiando Empire. A smug smile appeared on Bibi Dong's face. That kid Xiao Han is even more arrogant than Tang Hao. Well done. Just fight among yourselves, the more people die the better, ha 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 ha. Chapter 125. Upon learning that Xiao Han was willing to kill the 3 members of the Jin family to stand up for Liu Yu, Shui Yuer, Shui Wu, and Yu Heru all returned to the academy to help Xiao Han deal with the follow-up matters. These days, Xiao Han has been extremely busy. He moved into the Jin mansion and changed it to the Xiao mansion. The original Jin family was worthy of being the richest family in Tianshui City. Xiao Han opened the treasury in the mansion, and there were mountains of gold, silver, and treasures inside. Tianjin Pavilion was renamed Tianshui Pavilion and reopened, controlled by Xiao Han and Tianshui College. From now on, Tianshui College will be able to be self-sufficient and no longer have to worry about financial issues. That day, Xiao Han called his senior sisters to his house for a gathering. Senior sisters, everyone has worked hard these past few days. Xiao Han, that's too polite. Although we have all graduated, our friendship is lifelong. Sister Hai Ro is right. This time you stood up for Liu Yu and destroyed the evil Jin family. It really made me feel relieved. Shen Liu Yu looked at Xiao Han and said, Xiao Han, thank you for everything you have done for me. If His Majesty blames me, I will bear all the blame alone. Shen Liu Yu knew that since Xiao Han had caused such a big commotion in Tianshui City, His Majesty would definitely hold him accountable. Xiao Han smiled disapprovingly. Sister Liu Yu, don't worry. Since I've done it, I will stick to it to the end. The bed is written clearly in black and white. What can they do to me? Xiao Han is right. If His Majesty really wants to punish us, we will stand with Xiao Han. Yes, we have the entire Tianshui College behind us. The girls nodded one after another, indicating that they would support Xiao Han. Xiao Han continued. Senior sisters, I called you here for something important. What's up? I got another soul bone. As Xiao Han spoke, he took out the soul bone. Looking at the soul bone that was glowing with a faint golden light, the girls were very curious. Xiao Han, is this a left leg soul bone? Well, the quality of this left leg soul bone is pretty good. It should be from a soul beast that has cultivated for about 20,000 years. It can increase speed and attack power. Then how did you get it? When I was fighting Jinpeng, I noticed that his left leg suddenly flashed, and I guessed that there was a soul bone in it. When I killed him, I took the opportunity to collect the soul bone. Xiao Han, you are so lucky to have obtained another soul bone so quickly. Xiao Han smiled. I said that I would do my best to arrange soul bones for each of you. So, this soul bone is for you. Give us. Several people found it incredible. Now, Xiao Han is faced with another difficult choice. The 3 soul bones awarded as rewards from the Soul Master competition were fused by him, Shui Binger and Shui Yuer. Xuewu, Yu Heru, Gu Qingba, Shen Liu and Qiu Ruoshui do not have soul bones yet. The eyes of several people were simultaneously focused on Gu Qingba. Although this left leg soul bone is suitable for all types of soul masters, it is undoubtedly more suitable for Gu Qingba, who is of the agile attack type. Last time, Gu Qingba took the initiative to give the left leg soul bone to Shui Yuer. Gu Qingba understood what everyone meant, took Shen Liu's arm, and said with a smile. Xiao Han, give this soul bone to Liu Yu. That bastard surname Jin made Liu Yu live in fear for a while. This should be the compensation from the Jin family. No. It's more suitable for Qingba's sister, I can't have it. Seeing the two of them pushing each other away, Xiao Han didn't know what to do. Shui Binger said, Qingba, although you have good intentions, the soul bone can only play a greater role in the right soul master. Otherwise, you can accept this soul bone, and if there is a suitable one in the future, give it to Liu Yu. Binger is right. I didn't lose much in this matter. Besides, the money Xiao Han gave me from the treasury is more than I can spend in my lifetime. I am already satisfied that the Jin family has received this retribution. Seeing Shen Liu's firm attitude, Xiao Han handed the soul bone to Gu Qingba. Sister Qingba, just keep it. Okay. Thank you, Xiao Han. Xiao Han looked at the others and said, Senior sisters, I will arrange soul bones for you when there is a chance in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Han heard the sound of horse hooves outside the door. Under the escort of the royal knights, Xue Qinghe came to Tianshui city. At this time, they had arrived at the gate of the Xiao mansion. The guard at the door quickly ran into the mansion to report. Sir, there is a group of people at the door, saying that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is here to visit. Okay, I'll be out right away. Xiao Han's face was calm, as if he had already anticipated Xue Qinghe's arrival. Shui Binger said with some worry. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has come to Tianshui city in person. It seems that His Majesty attaches great importance to this matter. Don't worry, everything will be fine. You guys go inside and help Sister Qingba absorb the soul bone. Ah. Several people entered the house. Afterwards, Xiao Han went out alone to meet Xue Qinghe. The two looked at each other, and they understood each other without saying anything. After entering the mansion, Xue Qinghe did not start to question him. She was more interested in Xiao Han's experiences over the past few months. Brother Xiao Han, I already know a little about what you have done. Have you really reached the soul saint level and possessed a 100,000-year soul ring as the rumors say? Yes. I never thought that you've improved so much in just a few months. It's hard to imagine how you did it. I'm curious about what you've been through during this period. Can you tell me? Of course. I was just about to tell you some good news. Douluo is dead. He was killed by my mother and I. After hearing this, Xue Qinghe was surprised and happy. What? You killed Douluo? Afterwards, Xiao Han told Xue Qinghe how he and Lin Jiruo killed Douluo in the center of Sunset Forest. Xue Qinghe felt incredible after hearing this. Douluo's existence is always a huge threat to you, so it would be better to kill him. It was too risky for you to do that, but fortunately you did it. Well, luckily Douluo was beaten by the teacher before, otherwise my mother and I would have no chance of winning. Xue Qinghe nodded slightly, secretly happy. Douluo is a titled Douluo after all. As a guest official of Prince Xuexing, he supports the fourth Prince Xuebang and is a potential enemy of Xue Qinghe. His death not only weakened the power of Avalanche, but also weakened the strength of the Tiando Empire, which was extremely beneficial to the plan to seize the power of the Tiando Empire. Xue Qinghe then asked. Your soul power has increased so much all of a sudden, is it related to Douluo's death? A little bit. Xiao Han believes that Qian Renxue is someone who can be trusted. Next, he told Xue Qinghe how he obtained the Dragon Ball from the Yinyang Eye of Ice and Fire Spring, killed the 100,000-year-old soul beast in a frozen forest, and killed the dark demon evil god Tiger. Chapter 126. After listening to Xiao Han's description, Xue Qinghe's face showed an extremely shocked look. Only then did she understand that Xiao Han was able to make such tremendous progress in just a few months thanks to the power of the two Dragon Balls. In this world, Xiao Han is probably the only one who can absorb those two Dragon Balls, because he is the only one who has the physique with the right conditions. Brother Xiao Han, your experience along the way is thrilling and exciting. It's really amazing. In fact, when I think back on it, I also feel that this journey has been full of incredible things. I can only say that I have been lucky. Luck is also a part of strength. The fact that you can tell me this shows that you already regard me as a true friend. After Xue Qinghe finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed and he turned the conversation between the two to the main topic. Brother Xiao Han, the death of the three Jin family grandfathers and grandsons has a wide impact, so I have to personally take action. Xiao Han nodded slightly. Brother Xue, the Jin family father and son have committed many evil deeds in Tianshui City, and they deserve to die. What exactly is going on? Tell me in detail. It is good. Afterwards, Xiao Han told Xue Qinghe everything about the evil deeds of the Jin family father and son and the reasons why he had to do such a cruel thing. After listening to Xiao Han's narration, Xue Qinghe couldn't help but frown. The behavior of the Jin family father and son is indeed outrageous, but as a baron of the empire, Jin Tianjin's status and position are very important. Xiao Han's move is undoubtedly a direct challenge to the majesty of the empire. Xiao Han, I understand your difficulties. The Jin family father and son did deserve to die, but you killed them directly, which made His Majesty very angry. There was a hint of helplessness in Xue Qinghe's words. She also wanted to protect Xiao Han, but this matter was very difficult to handle. Recently, the western border of the empire has been harassed by wolf bandits. The people are suffering terribly. His Majesty is troubled by this matter. And just at this moment, you made such a big fuss, which made him even more angry. When Xiao Han heard this, a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. Brother Xue, I am willing to go to the western border of the empire and wipe out the wolf bandits. Xue Qinghe was stunned for a moment. Do you know about the wolf bandits? Yes. I heard that they are a combination of wind wolf and human. They are ferocious, cunning, bloodthirsty, and have strong combat power. Xue Qinghe nodded slightly. You are so young, but you know a lot. The two great empires have sent armies to encircle and suppress the wolf bandits. The Spirit Hall even sent out a corps of spirit masters, but they were not able to eliminate them all. They are too cunning. Leave it to me. I have my own way. Xiao Han knew that the leader of the wolf bandits had a soul bone. Although they were powerful and ferocious, he had enough confidence to deal with them. Xue Qinghe seemed to be thinking about something, with a relieved smile on his face. Brother Xiao Han, do you really want to go and destroy the wolf bandits? Of course. That's a good idea. You lead people to encircle and suppress the wolf bandits. As long as you can kill them, even if you can't wipe them all out, it will be a great achievement, and you may be able to make up for your mistakes. If you can completely wipe them out, it won't be a problem to be promoted to an official position. Xiao Han waved his hand disapprovingly. I don't want the Empire's official title, I just don't want to make things difficult for you. Besides, destroying the wolf bandits is just like killing the father and son of the Jin family. It is the responsibility of soul masters like us to eliminate harm for the people. Xue Qinghe was even happier. Brother Xiao Han, you are thoughtful. As far as I know, there are hundreds of wolf bandits, and they should not be underestimated. However, I fully believe in your ability. If you really want to go, I can arrange some people for you. This time, I want to catch them all in one fell swoop. If too many people go, it will easily alert the enemy. I plan to take my 7 senior sisters with me. Just the 8 of you. Xiao Han nodded confidently and continued. If you're worried, lend it to me. Who? Our team is short of a therapist. It would be great if Yilingling could come along. I heard that she has strong group healing abilities. Are you referring to the 9-hearted Begonia Soul Master from the Royal Academy team? Exactly. Don't worry, I will ensure her safety. Xue Qinghe thought for a moment and said, I will report to His Majesty when I return. This should be feasible. Please wait for my news. Xue Qinghe chatted with Xiao Han for a while and then left the Xiao mansion. After Gu Qingbo absorbed the soul bone, his soul power increased by 1 level. Xiao Han told the others what he had talked about with Xue Qinghe, and briefly described the wolf bandits to them. The girls were very excited when they learned that they were going to encircle and suppress the wolf bandits. It is a very meaningful thing to kill the wolf bandits and eliminate harm to the people. Yeah, we can finally fight together again. It would be great if that awesome healer could come with us. Xiao Han said. The strength of the wolf bandits should not be underestimated. They may be more brutal and cunning than we think. For us, this is an opportunity to exercise, but also a huge challenge. This time, I want to eradicate them completely. Well, we can definitely do it. Then let's wait for good news from His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. The girls all believed in Xiao Han. With Xiao Han around, they had nothing to fear. Xue Qinghe returned to Jindo City and told Emperor Shuiyi about Xiao Han's idea. Emperor Shuiyi was very happy and agreed to this matter. He said that if Xiao Han could successfully wipe out the wolf bandits, not only would he not be held responsible for killing the 3 members of the Jin family, but he would also reward them handsomely. After all, the wolf bandits were too much of a headache. Dealing with them was time-consuming, labor-intensive, and costly, but achieved little results. Emperor Shuiyi hopes that someone can completely eliminate them. Xiao Han took the initiative to offer to go, which was exactly what he wanted. Xue Qinghe found Yi Lingling and told her what Xiao Han was thinking. Yi Lingling didn't think much about it and agreed readily. Afterwards, Xue Qinghe ordered people to send Yi Lingling to Qinshui City. Xiao Han received news from Xue Qinghe in advance and learned that Yi Lingling would come. During this period, Shui Binger and others lived in the Xiao mansion, preparing for the trip. Yi Lingling finally arrived. Shui Binger and a few others went out with Xiao Han to greet them. Yi Lingling got off the carriage. She was slim, dressed in black, with a black veil covering her face, and her long blue hair cascading down her back, giving people a cool feeling. Seeing Xiao Han and the others, Yi Lingling lifted her veil and said softly, "Hello, I'm Yi Lingling, and I'm very happy to be with you all." As Yi Lingling spoke, her eyes did not reveal any emotion, but one could feel a strong sense of loneliness and desolation from her. Although she knew it was dangerous to encircle and suppress the wolf bandits, she was still willing to go. Everyone admires her. Shui Binger stepped forward, took Yi Lingling's hand enthusiastically, and said with a smile, "Lingling, I'm glad you can come. Come in." Chapter 127. Although they possess powerful healing abilities, their fate seems to be cursed. The appearance of a 9-hearted begonia soul master means the life of another 9-hearted begonia soul master has come to an end. Yi Lingling was also unable to escape the shackles of fate. When she awakened her 9-hearted begonia martial spirit, her grandmother died. Therefore, ever since she awakened her 9-hearted begonia spirit and lost her grandmother, a shadow has been cast over her heart and she is unwilling to communicate with others. Xiao Han had mentioned Yi Lingling to Shui Binger and others, so they also knew the fate of the 9-hearted begonia clan. When seeing Yi Lingling, Shui Binger acted very enthusiastically, like a friend. Yi Lingling entered the mansion with everyone. Xiao Han introduced the senior sisters to her one by one, and then asked Shui Binger to take her back to her room to rest. After dinner, Xiao Han and Shui Binger went to Yi Lingling's room together. "How is it? Are you used to it?" "It's okay, it's the same everywhere. We should be able to leave soon, right?" "Yes. The wolf bandits are extremely ferocious and cunning. It is even life-threatening to deal with them. I didn't expect you to agree so readily. I also want to do my best to help the people who were harmed by the wolf bandits. But I can't help much, I can only provide you with treatment." Shui Binger smiled and said. "Lingling, that's enough. You are so important to our team. Your role is irreplaceable." Binger is right. "By the way, what is your current soul power level?" Yi Lingling was stunned for a moment and replied, "My soul power is only level 39, and I am at the bottleneck of breaking through level 40. Compared with you, I am far behind." Shui Binger took over the words, "Lingling, to be honest, the reason why our soul powers were able to increase so quickly is all because of Xiao Han." Yi Lingling looked at Xiao Han with some curiosity, always feeling that the young man in front of her seemed to have some kind of magical power. Xiao Han then asked, "I heard that no matter how many spirit rings you 9-hearted begonia spirit masters have, your only skill is area healing." "Well, that's right. The healing ability depends on our own strength and willingness. If you have one more spirit ring, your healing ability will be greatly improved." "That's right. The healing ability will increase as the soul power increases. Every time we cross a level, our healing ability will be improved to a higher level." Yi Lingling suddenly thought of something. "You guys don't want to wait until my soul power breaks through level 40 and I get my 4th soul ring before you go and destroy the wolf bandits, do you?" Xiao Han nodded slightly. Yi Lingling immediately rejected it. "No need to wait for me. I still have some time to break through level 40. The sooner we set out to deal with the wolf bandits, the people on the border will suffer less." Shui Binger held Yi Lingling's arm and smiled. "Lingling, you are too kind. However, you think too much. Xiao Han can help you break through level 40 right now." "Now?" Yi Lingling looked at Xiao Han, her face full of disbelief. "I can indeed help you achieve a breakthrough immediately, and maybe even help you evolve your martial spirit." After Xiao Han finished speaking, he took out the Qilua tulip from his soul guide. This strange plant immediately attracted Yi Lingling's attention. The roots and leaves below are all covered with wisteria veils, finely combed, and at the top is a golden tulip. The rich fragrance emanating from it instantly filled the entire room. The rich fragrance gave people a feeling of magnificence. Yi Lingling asked curiously. What is this? This thing is called Chiluo tulip, and it is a top-grade immortal herb. Taking it can absorb the essence of heaven and earth, the light of the sun and the moon, and it is very suitable for your nine-hearted begonia martial spirit. I give it to you. After taking it, your soul power can be increased by at least 5 levels. Level 5? Yi Lingling was shocked and couldn't believe that this flower had such magical effects. Shui Binger said, Lingling, we have all taken the immortal grass given by Xiao Han, so our soul power has increased so quickly. This is a top-grade immortal grass, and it will definitely bring you a lot of improvement. Yi Lingling still found it unbelievable. Xiao Han, are you really going to give me such a precious fairy herb? Of course. It suits you very well. But we just met. It doesn't matter how long we've known each other. As long as you're willing to take the risk and come with us, you're already a member of our team. After Xiao Han finished speaking, he handed the gorgeous tulip to Yi Lingling. Take it. When you take it, you need to gently inhale the pistil and slowly absorb the essence into your body. Then, circulate your soul power slowly and let the medicinal effect spread throughout the meridians of your body. Yi Lingling was deeply moved. Although she had only known Xiao Han, Shui Binger and others for one day, she felt their sincerity and kindness, and experienced the warmth between friends. Her cold heart was gradually melted as if a warm current flowed through it. Yi Lingling carefully took the beautiful tulip and said softly, Xiao Han, thank you. You're welcome. You should be older than me, right? If you don't mind, you can call me Xiao Han like Binger and the others. Ah. Okay, take it as soon as possible. We'll wait for you outside. After Xiao Han and Shui Binger left, Yi Lingling sat down and took the Chiluo tulip. Time passed by minute by minute. When Yi Lingling woke up again, it was already late at night. She was pleasantly surprised to find that the soul power surging in her body was even more powerful than before. The bottleneck that was originally at level 40 was actually broken through. There is even a tendency to continue rising, but it is unable to show a specific level due to the lack of the 4th soul ring. What shocked her even more was that her nine-hearted begonia martial soul had changed. Just as Xiao Han said, the magical effect of Chiluo tulip not only brought an improvement in soul power, but also allowed her martial soul to evolve. Yi Lingling stood up and gently pushed open the door. The moonlight shone on her face, reflecting an unprecedented confidence. Upon seeing this, Xiao Han and Shui Binger immediately came forward and asked with concern, Lingling, how is it? How do you feel? It's amazing. My soul power has broken through level 40, and my martial soul has really evolved. Xiao Han nodded with relief. The Chiluo tulip really has magical effects. How has your martial spirit evolved? Let me show you. A rich golden light emanated from Yi Lingling, carrying a strong scent of tulips. Then, she stretched out her right hand and released her martial spirit. The crabapple blossom quietly floating above her palm exudes a faint golden luster, and each petal seems to contain endless vitality. Chapter 128. Seeing this scene, Xiao Han and Shui Binger were both shocked. Yi Lingling's martial soul, the nine-hearted begonia, originally looked like a pink begonia flower, composed of white and pink petals. But at this time, the crabapple flower had completely turned golden, releasing a rich golden light and a sacred breath. Looking at the golden crabapple flowers, Yi Lingling couldn't suppress her inner excitement, and tears flashed in her eyes. My martial soul has evolved into the sacred heart begonia. Sacred heart begonia? Xiao Han and Shui Binger were both a little confused. Yi Lingling calmed down, put away her martial spirit, and explained to Xiao Han and Shui Binger, Sacred Heart Begonia is the highest realm that our 9 Heart Begonia soul masters can reach. It is rumored in the clan that only when the soul power breaks through the 90th level can the martial soul evolve to such a realm. But this is almost an impossible task. Because we have too few 9-hearted begonia soul masters, and only 2 can be alive at the same time. The appearance of a 9-hearted begonia soul master means the disappearance of another soul master. Moreover, we are healers, and our training speed is much slower than that of ordinary soul masters. This makes it very difficult for us to reach the unattainable level 90 within the limited time. Xiao Han and Shui Binger smiled at each other, both feeling happy for Yi Lingling. Shui Binger asked, Lingling, your martial soul has evolved into the Sacred Heart Begonia. Will your fate be changed because of this? Ah. Yi Lingling smiled and nodded, then continued. After the 9-heart begonia martial spirit evolves into the Sacred Heart Begonia, it no longer has to follow the restrictions of the 9-heart begonia clan. I never thought that I would be able to experience this legendary evolution myself. Xiao Han, thank you for giving me the Chiluo tulip. It not only improved my soul power, but also made my martial soul evolve, changing the fate of me and my mother. Yi Lingling's tone was full of gratitude toward Xiao Han. Xiao Han was somewhat puzzled. Did your mother's fate change because of this? That's right. Originally, if a nine-hearted begonia spirit master appeared among my descendants, my mother would disappear. Therefore, I have long been prepared to remain single for life. I want the cursed fate of the nine-hearted begonia clan to end with me. Now, my martial soul has evolved into a sacred heart begonia, and my mother is the only nine-hearted begonia spirit master left. Our clan is a single-line inheritance, and there will be no successors from now on. It ends here. After hearing this, Shui Binger's eyes were filled with amazement. Lingling, this is incredible. Not only have you broken the shackles of fate, but you have also created a miracle for the nine-hearted begonia clan. Xiao Han, your magical herb is so magical that it has changed the fate of the nine-hearted begonia clan. Xiao Han smiled slightly. I am also very happy. It can change Lingling's fate. Then we will set off tomorrow and go to the Xingdou Great Forest to help Lingling hunt soul beasts and help her obtain the fourth soul ring. Okay. Sister Hai Ro is at the bottleneck of level 50. Maybe she will be able to break through soon. Maybe then I can help her get the spirit ring. Well, it's getting late, it's time to rest. We will set out early tomorrow morning to hunt soul beasts in the Star-Do Great Forest. It is good. Early the next morning, after Xiao Han and Lin Jirua said goodbye, a group of 9 people set out from Tianshui City and headed for the Xingdou Great Forest. 10 days later, the group arrived at their destination. After a period of hard training, Yu Haru successfully broke through the 50-level barrier and was able to obtain her first 10,000-year soul ring. Xiao Han first helped Yu Haru find a suitable 10,000-year soul beast and helped her kill it. After obtaining the soul ring, Yu Haru's soul power increased by 1 level, reaching level 51. Next, they helped Yi Lingling hunt soul beasts. After absorbing the soul ring, Yi Lingling's soul power directly reached level 47, catching up with Qiu Ruoshui and Shen Liuyu. Qilua Tulip helped Yi Lingling improve her soul power by several levels. After obtaining the fourth soul ring, her healing ability was further enhanced. Xiao Han's destination was the western border of the Tiandou Empire, where it bordered the Xinglua Empire. In order to save time, Xiao Han planned to take his sisters through the Xingdou Great Forest. The Xingdou Great Forest is located at the intersection of the Tiandou and Xinglua Empires, half of which is in the Tiandou Empire and the other half is in the Xinglua Empire. At this time, the other side. Southwest of the forest. Davis and his team are exploring into the center of the forest. At the Soul Master competition a few months ago, the Xinglua Royal team led by Davis lost to the Tianshui College team. After returning, he practiced hard and finally broke through level 50. With the help of his teacher Zhou Yuqing and several guardians, he obtained his first 10,000-year soul ring. The Xinglua royal family has its own royal hunting ground, which contains many soul beasts under 30,000 years old. However, Zhou Yuqing had just broken through to level 80, so Davis went with him to the Star-Do Great Forest to hunt soul beasts. Zhou Yuqing's goal is to hunt down a soul beast with a cultivation history of more than 50,000 years to use as his 8th soul ring. As the group was walking, a man in black suddenly came to report. Your Highness, a group of people are approaching our direction. Did you see who it was? I saw through the telescope that there were 9 people in their group, 1 man with 8 women. They were all very young, no more than 20 years old. A man and a group of women. They are all young people. Davis suddenly thought of something and his eyes became fierce. Is it them? Weiss, what's wrong? Do you know them? It might be those people from the Tianshui College team. The team from Tianshui College that defeated us in the Soul Master competition. Davis nodded. Yeah, it could be them. Zhou Yuqing suddenly became excited and asked the man in black, are you sure? There are only 9 of them. Sir, we have carefully checked and confirmed that there are only 9 of them. Great. Weiss, let's go check it out too. Davis and Zhou Yuqing smiled at each other, and they understood each other tacitly. They knew that the 3 soul bones awarded as rewards to the Soul Master competition champion eventually fell into the hands of several members of the Tianshui College team. I have also heard that Xiao Han's strength is no longer what it used to be, and he caused a huge stir in Tianshui City. But they are not afraid. Including several black-clad secret guards, there were a total of 15 people on this trip, including 2 Soul Douluo level Great Protectors, and Zhou Yuqing was about to become a Soul Douluo. Except for Davis, the others are all masters above the Soul Emperor level. They believed that this team was more than capable of killing Xiao Han and his group. Following the black-clad secret guard, Davis saw Xiao Han and his companions through the telescope and was pleasantly surprised. Teacher, it's them. What a narrow road for enemies. Let's go kill them and avenge our previous humiliation. Chapter 129. Xiao Han and his group of 9 were walking along the path in the Star Do Great Forest. The rich scent of grass and trees mixed with the fragrance of soil is refreshing. But this tranquility did not last long. Suddenly, a barely perceptible fluctuation of soul power surged in the air. Although this slight fluctuation was subtle, it still aroused Xiao Han's vigilance. Everyone be careful, stop moving forward, something is happening. Xiao Han shouted in a low voice, his eyes instantly becoming sharp. Shui Binger and the others also paused, became alert, and surrounded Xiao Han, forming a defensive formation. At this moment, figures suddenly flashed out from the shadows of the forest. It was Davis and his party. Their faces were stern, and the soul power fluctuations emanating from their bodies were powerful and suppressed, like a group of cheetahs lurking in the dark, ready to strike at the right moment. It's really like searching for something without any effort. Xiao Han, we finally meet again. Davis laughed, with a hint of coldness in his voice, as if he had seen the dawn of victory. Xiao Han looked at the other party with sharp eyes and felt their strong hostility. At first glance, among the dozen or so people on the other side, the strongest were the 3 white-haired old men. The aura they exude is steady and profound, and they are obviously powerful soul Douluo level warriors. However, Xiao Han could feel that their soul power did not exceed level 85. The other 10 people are all masters above the Soul Emperor level. Davis, the weakest one, has a soul power of over 50 levels. Compared with them, the overall strength of Xiao Han and his group is much worse. However, Xiao Han was not afraid at all and stood at the front of the team. A sneer appeared on his lips. Davis, from what you said, you are looking for me. Davis also sneered, I heard that the 3 soul bones awarded as champions of the Soul Master competition are in your hands. I also heard that your current strength is far superior to what it was before. However, the girls around you are not as strong as you. If you are smart, hand over the soul bones and I will let you go. Otherwise, none of you will leave this forest alive today. I didn't expect you guys to be so eager to die for a few soul bones. To tell you the truth, the soul bones are with me. Come and get them if you have the guts. Before Xiao Han finished speaking, he released his martial spirit and prepared for battle. Shui Binger and the others also formed their battle formations, released their respective martial spirits, and surrounded Yu and Yilingling, who had the weakest combat power, in the middle. Zhou Yuqing stood beside Davis, his eyes flashing with greed and disdain. Xiao Han, don't think you can be arrogant just because you killed a soul Douluo. With so many of us, you can't escape even if you have wings. Today is the day you die. Humph. It's still unknown who will win, you are too confident. Xiao Han responded calmly, looking calm. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, the air seemed to freeze, and the battle between the 2 sides was about to break out. Do it. At Davis's command, the people behind him immediately dispersed and approached Xiao Han and his group from all directions. Xiao Han's eyes focused, his soul power boiled, and a faint blue light flickered on his left arm. The defensive skill of the 100,000-year-old left arm's soul bone was instantly activated. A cold blue light quickly spread out from him, instantly condensing the surrounding air into ice, forming an ice barrier that firmly protected his teammates. The ice barrier was infused with the power of the dark demon evil god tiger and turned into a blue-gray color, appearing even more indestructible. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Han suddenly jumped up. Along with the sudden flash of the 5th soul ring on his body, the 5th soul skill blizzard arrow was activated. Suddenly, a strong wind blew in the sky, and an ice and snow storm formed instantly. With a biting cold, the forest within a radius of 100 meters instantly turned into a world of ice and snow. The power of the dark demon evil god tiger and the wind element were integrated into this blizzard, adding a bit of mystery and evil, and doubling its power. The storm changed from light blue to a deep dark blue, looking even more terrifying. The sharp blades of ice and snow were as dense as rain, spinning at high speed, hindering the offensive of Davis and his team. Hateful. Davis roared and tried to escape from this place of death. However, the ice and snow storm greatly restricted his movements, and every step seemed extremely difficult. The Soul Masters trapped in the ice and snow storm activated their own defenses to resist the cutting attacks of the sharp ice and snow blades. They didn't expect that Xiao Han's 10,000-year soul skill would have such terrifying power. Xiao Han became even angrier. Davis, you asked for this. The 4th soul skill, Ice Explosion Arrow, was activated instantly. A streak of icy blue light went straight towards Davis. Be careful, Your Highness. Boom. With a loud bang, a Soul Douluo level guardian next to Davis was hit by the arrow. Even though he activated his defense, his body was still blown apart and turned into a ball of blood mist. The powerful impact made the surrounding ice and snow tremble. Davis was blown away more than 10 meters and his face changed drastically. The soul fighter blocked an arrow for him and paid a heavy price, and died as a result. It's your turn. Xiao Han snorted coldly, and his spiritual skull and right arm's soul bone opened at the same time. The sixth soul ring on his body suddenly flashed, and the sixth soul skill, high explosive penetration, was released instantly. The arrow with terrifying penetrating power turned into an invisible arrow and flew towards another Soul Douluo level guardian at a high speed. The Soul Douluo was protecting Davis together with Zhou Yuchen, but was hit in the forehead by the invisible arrow without any warning and died instantly. In a thrilling moment, Xiao Han used strength beyond everyone's imagination to cleanly and neatly kill the two Soul Douluo level guardians. This scene left the enemies present dumbfounded, and Davis and Zhou Yuchen fell into complete panic. They could never have imagined that after just a few months of not seeing each other, Xiao Han's strength had already reached such an unbelievable level. Your Highness, leave quickly. There was a hint of despair and urgency in Zhou Yuchen's voice. He underestimated Xiao Han's strength and knew that staying here would only lead to death. Zhou Yuchen's soul power suddenly exploded, and a powerful force was instantly exerted on Davis, trying to use this force to send him out of the area that had been tightly blocked by the ice and snow cage. But Xiao Han had already seen through their intentions. Want to run? It's not that easy. Xiao Han shouted angrily. The second soul skill, thousands of arrows, is activated. When the weapon soul's true body and the left and right arm's soul bones are activated at the same time, this 1000-year soul skill has the power of a 10,000-year soul skill. Countless ice arrows condensed from extreme ice shot out, like dense raindrops, pouring towards the enemies in the ice and snow storm. At the same time, Shui Binger and Xue Wu behind Xiao Han also quickly completed their martial arts fusion technique, ice and snow drifting. Chapter 130. Those sharp blades drew graceful arcs in the air, and wherever they went, the enemies' bodies were cut into pieces. Under the intensive attacks of ice arrows and snow blades, screams were heard one after another. Davis was no exception and fell in a pool of blood. Another ice arrow shot out and hit Zhou Yuchen, blowing him to pieces. Xiao Han restrained his soul power only when he could no longer sense the enemy's breath. The battle was over and the forest gradually returned to calm, with a faint smell of blood and chillness in the air. At this moment, Xiao Han suddenly felt a trace of soul power fluctuation gradually fading away. Thinking that it might be a secret guard lurking in the distance, he did not chase after him. Worried about the safety of Shui Binger and the others, Xiao Han maxed out his status as soon as the battle started. He aimed directly at the two strongest Soul Douluos and killed them in the shortest time possible. After killing Davis and his group, Xiao Han did not immediately relax his vigilance. He opened his spiritual skull and probed in the direction where the soul power fluctuation disappeared. Only after confirming that there were no potential threats did I feel relieved. Are you all okay? Shui Binger shook her head slightly. We're fine. Yu Haru exclaimed. Xiao Han, you are really too strong. The series of attacks just now were simply incredible. Shui Yuer also echoed, yes, our little junior brother is really amazing now. Yu Haru, Shui Yuer and others had only heard Shui Binger and Shen Liu mention Xiao Han's current strength, but after witnessing the battle with their own eyes, they couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Shui Binger was a little worried. Davis is the eldest prince of the Xinglua Empire and is likely to become the crown prince. If we kill him, it may lead to crazy revenge from the Xinglua Emperor, and may even cause a war between the two empires. Shui Yue pouted and said. Sister, those people had bad intentions towards us and coveted our soul bones. They deserved to die. If Xiao Han wasn't so powerful, we would be the ones dying right now. That's right. This is the rule of the Soul Master world. The strong survive. They are not strong enough, so it's not our fault. This matter may not necessarily develop into such serious consequences. After all, Davis and his team's purpose in this trip is not pure. If the Star Luo Emperor wants to hold them accountable, he must first find out the truth of the matter. Xiao Han smiled and said, don't worry, everyone. There have always been conflicts between the two empires, and war will break out sooner or later. If Emperor Xingluo really wants to start a war because of this, then we will fight him. Shui Yuer looked at Xiao Han with admiration. Xiao Han is right, we can't be bullied and not dare to resist. Xiao Han looked around. Okay, let's clean up the battlefield and leave this troubled place as soon as possible. Xiao Han used cold fire to turn the bodies of those people into ashes. Afterwards, the group quickly left the Star Do Great Forest and headed west. The other side. Star Luo Empire, Royal Palace. Upon learning that Davis and his group were killed in the Star Forest, Star Emperor was furious. His hands were clenched into fists, his eyes flashed with a cold light, and the entire palace seemed to be shrouded in his anger. Xiao Han, what a Xiao Han! How dare he kill my son and the sole Douluo level guardian? I will tear him into pieces. Emperor Xing Luo roared, his voice echoing in the palace, shaking the guards on both sides. The ministers on the side looked at each other in bewilderment, and no one dared to approach and speak. They knew that the balance between the two empires might be broken because of this incident. Emperor Xingluo was very angry at the moment, and any inappropriate words could become the fuse to anger him. Immediately send people to the Xingdou Great Forest to arrest Xiao Han and his group. Emperor Xingluo issued an order. Soon, a team of elite soul masters was urgently dispatched to the Star Dou Great Forest. Emperor Xingluo knew that Xiao Han and his group might have already left. However, he wanted to find Davis's body and not let his son be buried in the wilderness. Among the princes of the Xing Luo Empire, Davis and Dai Mubai are the strongest. They are competitors for the position of crown prince. In the Soul Master competition, the two did not compete head-on. Coincidentally, they all lost to the same person, Xiao Han. Both brothers hated Xiao Han to the core and vowed to avenge their previous humiliation. So, when Davis happened to meet Xiao Han and his group in the Star Forest, he made up his mind to get rid of Xiao Han. As long as he gets rid of Xiao Han and seizes Xiao Han's soul bone, he will be in a leading position in the competition for the position of crown prince. I didn't expect that I would lose my life because of this. The biggest beneficiary of Davis's death was Dai Mubai. It is almost certain that Dai Mubai will be made crown prince soon. Dai Mubai was happy about this, but at the same time he also felt it was a shame. Xiao Han killed his brother, which made him hate him even more. He silently swore in his heart that he must get rid of Xiao Han and avenge himself and Davis. The people sent by Emperor Xingluo quickly arrived at the scene of the accident. However, they did not find Davis's body, only some bone fragments, and they could not tell who they belonged to. When Emperor Xingluo found out, he became even more angry. He made the matter public, pushed Xiao Han to the forefront, and put pressure on Emperor Shuai to demand an explanation. However, he did not disclose the actual cause of Davis's death. Tianshui College. After Lin Zhiruo learned about this, she felt a little worried about Xiao Han. President Zhao said, I never thought that Xiao Han would actually kill Davis, the eldest prince of the Xinglua Empire. However, there must be a reason for everything, and we cannot just listen to their words. I believe that Xiao Han and Binger will not act recklessly. This matter may not be that simple. Well, we can only find out the truth of the matter when Xiao Han comes back. Fortunately, they are not in Tianshui City now. Apart from you and me, only Emperor Shuai and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince know where they are. I think they should be almost at the western border. Xiao Han has such strong strength, maybe he can really wipe out those vicious wolf bandits. I also believe that they can do it. Wuhuan City, the Pope's Palace. Upon learning that Xiao Han had killed Davis, the eldest prince of the Xing Luo Empire, an intriguing smile appeared on Bibi Dong's face. Xiao Han, you are really getting more and more arrogant. It's been less than a month since you caused such a big commotion in Tianshui City, and you killed the eldest prince of Xingluo, offending both emperors. Now, let's see how you will explain yourself. Good. Very good. It would be even better if the two empires went to war because of the trouble you caused. When both of them are defeated, I can reap the benefits, aha. Chapter 131. It was getting late, so they found a small village to rest temporarily. This place is close to the border of the Xing Luo Empire and is where wolf bandits often appear. When the villagers saw this group of young spirit masters coming and learned their purpose, they all gathered around them. Dear soul masters, are you really here to deal with the wolf bandits? An old man with a weathered face asked. The villagers were all amazed. After all, they all looked very young, and 8 of the 9 people in the group were pretty girls. Xiao Han nodded. We heard that there are wolf bandits causing trouble here, so we came here to deal with this matter. Don't worry, old man. Since we are here, we naturally have the confidence and strength to deal with the wolf bandits. May I ask, old man, have there been any wolf bandits around here recently? Just a few days ago, the wolf bandits attacked again. However, they attacked a nearby village and suffered heavy losses, with many people killed and livestock stolen. Therefore, in recent times, the nearby villages have increased their vigilance, and patrols have come more frequently. Xiao Han nodded and continued to ask. So how many of them were there the last time they appeared? About 30 or 40 of them. They move quickly and are extremely ferocious. They always appear in groups. The old man said slowly. Do you know where they are hiding? The old man pointed to a large mountain shrouded in mist behind the village. They are hiding in that mountain. The mountains straddle the border between Tiando and Xingluo. The mountains are steep and the terrain is complex. Wolf bandits often roam along the border between the two countries. Once they are chased, they will quickly flee into the mountains. Have the two countries sent troops to kill them recently? We have sent them, but they all came back in vain. Those wolf bandits are too cunning and familiar with the terrain of the mountains. Moreover, they move quickly and come and go like the wind, making them very difficult to catch. The old man said this with a trembling voice. Not only do they kill people, they also eat people. Their fighting power is extremely strong, and even spirit masters are no match for them. That group of wolf bandits has caused headaches for both countries. But because it involves border issues, both countries are unwilling to spend too much effort to deal with this matter, and they are just pretending to do so. The old man paused and continued. It is rumored that there are 3 leaders among the wolf bandits, all of whom are extremely powerful. They are twice as big as ordinary wolf bandits, covered with green hair, have blood-red eyes, and sharp fangs. They are very scary, and most people who have seen them have died. The wolf bandits are a combination of the wind wolf and humans. They have the ferocity and agility of the wind wolf and the wisdom of humans. You must not underestimate their power. Xiao Han nodded thoughtfully. It turned out to be a pack of wolf bandits led by the 3 green-haired wolf bandits. Thank you for telling me, old man. It's getting late, and we would like to stay overnight in the village. Is that possible? Of course. I'll take you to rest now. The old man said this and led the way. Xiao Han and his group followed the old man to a spacious courtyard. You guys just stay here. I'll ask someone to prepare some food. The old man left after saying this. Xiao Han, Shui Binger and others simply tidied up. Xiao Han, how do you plan to deal with those wolf bandits? Shui Binger asked. They move quickly and are familiar with the terrain. It is obviously not a good idea to go directly to the mountains to find them. Xiao Han smiled slightly. Why don't we use ourselves as bait to lure them out and catch them all in one fell swoop? Using ourselves as bait? Don't worry, I have an idea. Early the next morning, Xiao Han and his group entered the mountains. In the next few days, they did not go deep into the mountains, but moved around at the foot of the mountain and found an open place. Xiao Han took out the fragrant and delicious fairy product from his soul guide. The wolf bandits have the blood of the wind demon wolf and are extremely sensitive to smells. The fragrance of this fragrant Qi Luo fairy product should be able to attract them. Xiao Han said as he gently placed the magic grass on the stone. We just have to wait for them to take the bait. Sure enough, not long after, rustling sounds were heard coming from deep in the forest. Soon, several figures emerged from the bushes. They were just a few wolf thieves. They are nearly 2 meters tall, covered with green hair, and their blood-red eyes emit a bloodthirsty light. The sharp fangs are exposed, looking extremely ferocious and terrifying. When the wolf thieves discovered the presence of humans, they immediately let out a ferocious roar and pounced on Xiao Han and his group. Xiao Han sneered, and the 5th soul ring on his body suddenly flashed. The 5th soul skill is Blizzard Arrow. An ice arrow was shot out, and instantly formed a huge vortex of ice and snow on the field. The vortex was infused with the power of the dark demon evil god tiger and turned into a deep dark blue. The movements of several wolf bandits were immediately restricted and they were trapped in a vortex of ice and snow. They struggled to escape, but were eroded by the cold and their movements became slow. Shui Binger and others also took action. Shui Yuer and Gu Qingbo were as fast as lightning. The ice blades in their hands flashed and left wounds on the wolf thief's body. Boom! A wolf thief was knocked flying and fell heavily on the rocks. It struggled to get up, but was hit by an ice arrow from Xiao Han and died on the spot. The remaining wolves became even crazier when they saw their companions die. Their eyes were bloodshot, their bodies were tense, and they were willing to pounce on Xiao Han and his group even at the cost of injury. Xiao Han kept changing positions, and extremely fast ice arrows poured down like a meteor shower. The ice arrows were extremely cold and killed the wolf bandits one after another. However, Xiao Han deliberately let one go. The wolf thief was wounded and staggered away into the depths of the forest. Xiao Han, why did you let it go? Shuyuir was a little confused. The wolf bandits are brutal and will take revenge. If that wolf bandit is injured, he will definitely send a message back. At that time, the entire wolf bandit group will be mobilized. That's a good way to lure them out. Xiao Han looked around. The terrain here is open, suitable for us to set up our formation. When the wolf bandits attack later, we will act according to the plan. Afterwards, Xiao Han explained his plan in detail to several people. Soon after, bursts of wolf howls were heard from deep in the forest. They're coming. Xiao Han's eyes narrowed. Amid the howling mountain wind, there was the sound of dense footsteps. One after another, wolf bandits emerged from the forest, their blood-red eyes looking particularly ferocious in the sunlight. There were hundreds of them, rushing over in a mighty force. Several people quickly entered combat status. Xiao Han took the lead in launching the attack. Shui Binger and Shui Wu cooperated to perform the ice and snow drifting to restrict and kill the wolf bandits. Gu Qingba, Shen Liuyu, Shui Yuer, and Qiu Ruoshui shuttled among the wolf bandits and took the opportunity to attack them. Under Yu Heru's protection, Yi Lingling is always ready to provide treatment to everyone. Chapter 132. Then another batch arrived. At the front of the wolf pack were 3 exceptionally tall wolf thieves. They are over 2.5 meters tall, and their blue fur has a metallic luster in the sun. There was a bloodthirsty red light flashing in the 3-headed wolf thief's eyes, and his sharp fangs protruded outward, looking extremely ferocious. Their aura was obviously much stronger than that of other wolf thieves, and they were obviously their leaders. Xiao Han's eyes focused, and the 7th soul ring on his body suddenly flashed. The Zhenbing bow and arrow instantly enlarged in his hand, emitting a chilling blue light. The spirit skull and right arm's soul bone are opened at the same time. Everyone stick to the plan. Xiao Han stood in the front, his 100,000-year soul ring emitting a heart-pounding blood-red light. Seeing this, the wolf bandits did not dare to act rashly. But there are so many of them, and looking at those beauties, they all get excited and ready to make a move. Under Xiao Han's shock, Shui Binger and Shui Wu immediately released their martial souls and began to perform martial soul fusion techniques. The snow and ice are starting to drift. Sharp snowflake blades swirled in the air, enveloping the wolf bandit group with a biting chill. The wolf bandits were affected by the ice and snow storm and suddenly became agitated. The 3 wolf bandit leaders showed amazing strength. A layer of green light glowed all over their bodies, and they were able to withstand the cutting attacks of the ice and snow storm. Roar! The 3 wolf thieves roared at the same time, and their soul power fluctuated violently. Their aura actually reached the Soul Emperor level. Xiao Han was not careless and the freezing skill of his left arm's soul bone was activated instantly. A layer of solid ice spread from the ground, trying to freeze the 3 wolf bandit leaders. But they reacted extremely quickly, jumped up and avoided the deadly freeze. Then they separated and rushed towards Xiao Han and his group. The other wolf bandits also ignored the restrictions of the ice and snow storm and rushed over madly. Yu Heru, Shen Liuyu, Shui Yuer and others quickly shuttled among the wolves, using their respective soul skills to continuously attack the wolf thieves. However, the wolf bandits are numerous and fearless. Even though they were seriously injured, they still rushed towards them one after another. The powerful strength, extremely fast speed and sharp claws caused considerable trouble to the few people. Fortunately, Yi Lingling's sacred heart begonia exerted a powerful healing effect. The golden healing light enveloped the few people, and their injuries healed quickly, allowing them to continue fighting. Xiao Han engaged in a fierce battle with the 3 wolf bandit leaders. The wolf bandit leader is extremely fast, far exceeding the speed of an ordinary soul emperor. They seem to turn into 3 green afterimages, attacking Xiao Han from different directions. The sharp claws cut through the air, making a sharp sound. Xiao Han looked around, moving flexibly in the air, taking care of his teammates while continuously shooting ice arrows to attack the wolf bandits. The 3 wolf bandit leaders are worthy of being the leaders of the entire wolf pack. They are not only fast but also extremely powerful. They could even catch the ice arrows shot by Xiao Han with their bare hands. I underestimated you. Xiao Han's eyes focused, and the 4th soul ring on his body suddenly flashed. The 4th soul skill is Ice Explosion Arrow. This time, Xiao Han did not aim at the wolf bandit leader, but at the ground beneath their feet. Boom! The arrow exploded the moment it hit the ground, and a powerful shock wave mixed with countless ice crystals spread out in all directions. Although the wolf bandit leader avoided the direct impact, he was still scratched by the ice crystals. The blue fur on their bodies was dyed red. Xiao Han did not give them a chance to breathe, and his 5th soul ring flashed again. A violent vortex of ice and snow formed instantly, covering an area of 100 meters in radius. Xiao Han also incorporated the power of the dark demon evil god tiger and the element of wind into it, causing the vortex to turn into a deep dark blue. The wolf bandits' movements were immediately restricted. They moved with difficulty in the blizzard, and their bodies were constantly cut by sharp blades of ice and snow. Shui Binger and others took the opportunity to launch a more fierce attack. At this moment, Xiao Han suddenly felt a powerful aura erupting from one of the wolf bandit leaders. The wolf bandit leader howled to the sky, and the green hair on his body suddenly turned blood red. Its size suddenly increased again, and the red light in its eyes became even more eerie. A violent aura burst out from its body, actually dispelling the suppression of the blizzard vortex. The other two wolf bandit leaders followed suit and entered this violent state, but the most violent one was still the leader wolf. It's the frenzy power in the blood. Xiao Han's eyes narrowed. The three wolf leaders pounced on Xiao Han at the same time with astonishing speed. Their claws became sharper and could even create sparks in the air. Xiao Han immediately activated the defensive skill of his 70,000-year-old right arm soul bone. A layer of solid ice armor wrapped him, blocking the wolf bandit leader's claw attacks. I won't play with you anymore. Xiao Han's eyes suddenly lit up, one eye turned ice blue, and the other turned scarlet red. The yin-yang field of ice and fire unfolded instantly. As soon as the three-headed wolf leader entered the territory, he felt a powerful suppressing force. The violent aura on their bodies was suppressed and their speed slowed down. Xiao Han took the opportunity to launch an attack. The sixth soul ring on his body shines brightly, and high explosive penetration is launched. An invisible ice arrow pierced directly through the head of one of the wolf leaders. The wolf leader let out a shrill scream, fell to the ground, twitched a few times, and died. The other two wolf leaders became even crazier when they saw their companions die tragically. They rushed towards Xiao Han regardless of everything, not even caring about what harm they would suffer. Xiao Han snorted coldly, and two rays of light shot out of his eyes. The divine light of ice and fire. The two rays of light, one cold and one hot, contained the ultimate power of ice and fire, and directly pierced through the bodies of the two wolf leaders. Xiao Han continued to shoot arrows, and together with Shui Binger and others, they killed all the remaining wolf bandits. After the battle, Xiao Han restrained his soul power. The ice and snow melted, revealing the corpses of wolf bandits all over the ground. Is this the end? Shui Yu couldn't quite believe it. So many wolf bandits were eliminated so easily. Those three leaders are too crazy, but they are still no match for Xiao Han. If it weren't for our safety, Xiao Han would have dealt with them long ago. Yu Heru, Gu Qingba and others also showed admiration. Everyone knew that Xiao Han was very strong, but after witnessing this scene with their own eyes, they were still deeply shocked. Are you all okay? Let me help you heal. As Yi Lingling spoke, she once again released the Sacred Heart Begonia martial spirit. Golden light bloomed from the crabapple flowers, enveloping everyone and bringing a warm feeling. Under the treatment of Sacred Heart Begonia, everyone's fatigue was instantly swept away and their condition returned to their best. Amazing! Xue Wu exclaimed. It really deserves to be the world's #1 healing spirit. Yi Lingling smiled faintly. I have to thank the magical herb Xiao Han gave me. Xiao Han walked to the body of the largest wolf and examined it carefully. This alpha wolf should be the supreme leader of the wolf bandit pack. It is more muscular than the other two alpha wolves. Xiao Han knew that it had a bloodthirsty and crazy soul bone. Chapter 133. Xiao Han carefully examined the body of the wolf bandit leader. Sure enough, a bone-emitting blood-red light was found on its right leg. It's this bloodthirsty and crazy right leg bone. Xiao Han's eyes lit up. This soul bone was the source of power that the wolf bandit leader used when he went berserk. It was formed by fusing the bloodline power of the wind demon wolf and contains powerful frenzy energy. Shui Binger and a few others quickly gathered around. Xiao Han, is this a soul bone? Yes, it is a 10,000-year-old right leg soul bone. Xiao Han picked up the soul bone and turned to look at Liu Yu. Liu Yu, this soul bone is very suitable for you. Your martial soul, the enamel crocodile, is originally a strong attack type. With this soul bone, your combat power will be greatly improved. Thank you, Xiao Han. Liu Yu happily took the soul bone. Absorb it now, we'll watch over it. It is good. Afterwards, Liu Yu sat cross-legged and began to absorb the right leg bone. As the energy of the soul bone was injected into his body, Liu Yu emanated a blood-red light. Her aura continued to rise, and soon broke through the bottleneck and reached level 47. After the right leg bone was completely absorbed, several people gathered around. Liu Yu, how do you feel? Great, my strength has increased significantly. Try the power of that soul bone. Liu Yu stood up and released the enamel crocodile martial spirit. She activated her right leg soul bone and immediately went into a frenzy state. Her martial spirit body was covered with a layer of blood-red scales, her sharp fangs and claws emitted a cold light, and her whole aura became extremely ferocious. Amazing! Shui Binger and others exclaimed. Xiao Han nodded with satisfaction. Liu Yu, this soul bone is indeed very suitable for you. However, it consumes a lot of your soul power in the frenzy state, so be careful when using it. Well, I see. Afterwards, Xiao Han went down the mountain to inform the villagers. A large number of villagers poured into the mountains. When they saw the corpses of wolf bandits all over the ground, they were so shocked that they were speechless. You guys killed all these? An old man asked tremblingly. Xiao Han nodded, yes. We have already killed all of these wolf bandits. They will not cause any more troubles. The villagers never imagined that this group of young spirit masters could completely wipe out the group of ferocious wolf thieves in such a short time. The news spread quickly and the government sent people to deal with the wolf bandits' body. Xiao Han and his group did not stay long and immediately set off. Shui Yu asked with some doubt. Xiao Han, aren't we going back to Jinshui City? No, let's go to the frozen forest in the far north. You are currently at the bottleneck of level 49, and Binger is about to break through level 60. That is the most suitable place for us to practice, and you too can break through faster there. Let's go there to practice for a while, and after you break through, we can hunt suitable soul beasts to obtain soul rings. That's not a bad idea. The group headed north, towards the far north. Not long after, the news that Xiao Han and his team had eliminated the wolf bandits reached Tiando City. What? Xiao Han and his group killed a group of wolf bandits at the border. Emperor Shui looked at the memorial in his hand in shock. Yes, father. Shui Qinghe said respectfully. According to the report from the border officials, Xiao Han led 8 female spirit masters and wiped out 200 to 300 wolf bandits in just a few days, including the 3 powerful wolf bandit leaders. This. Emperor Shui was speechless for a moment. Over the years, the wolf bandits have been a major concern for both countries. Even the Spirit Hall has failed to wipe them out. I didn't expect Xiao Han to be able to do this so easily. Father, the Xinglua Empire. Shui Qinghe stopped talking. Emperor Shui sighed. Xinglua Emperor has been asking us for an explanation for Davis's death. We can't just listen to their one-sided statement. Let's wait until Xiao Han and his group come back before we talk. At the same time, Xinglua Palace. Trash. It's all trash. Emperor Xing Luo angrily threw the memorial in his hand to the ground. He couldn't even deal with a group of wolf bandits, but now he has been wiped out by Xiao Han and several young female spirit masters. Even the people in our Xinglua border regard him as a hero. Father, please calm down. They are just lucky. Dai Mubai bowed. Emperor Xinglua looked solemn. Mubai, I have decided to make you the crown prince. You must improve your strength as soon as possible. That Xiao Han must not be allowed to stay. Yes, father. I will definitely avenge my brother. Dai Mubai finally got his wish and became the crown prince. On the other side, the Wuhuan Palace. Bibi Dong looked at the information in her hand and frowned slightly. This Xiao Han's moves are always surprising. The wolf bandits that gave the Spirit Hall a headache were actually wiped out by them. Send someone to secretly investigate their whereabouts and see where they went. Yes, His Majesty the Pope. Xiao Han and his group had no idea that they had caused such a big disturbance. At this time, they had arrived at the frozen forest and found a safe cave to settle down. Next, start practicing with full concentration. 2 months later. Shui Binger suddenly opened her eyes from her training. Finally a breakthrough. Binger, congratulations. Shui Binger finally broke through to level 60 and is about to become a soul emperor. Xiao Han smiled with joy. Finally, we can go hunting soul beasts. Binger, with your current strength, it will be no problem for you to absorb a soul ring of about 50,000 years. The next day, Xiao Han and his group set out for the center of the forest. In the frozen forest, ice-attributed soul beasts that are more than 50,000 years old are not easy to find. After dozens of days of searching, Xiao Han sensed a powerful aura of a soul beast. There was a chill in that breath that made one's heart palpitate. Finally found. Xiao Han opened his eyes and a smile appeared on his lips. You guys come with me. Xiao Han led the way in front, moving forward at a very fast speed in the direction of the soul power fluctuations. Shui Binger and her group followed closely behind. As he got closer and closer to the soul beast, Xiao Han finally saw its appearance clearly. It's a 50,000-year-old ice jade Luan. Bing Yulwan not only possesses powerful ice attributes, but also inherited a trace of the phoenix's bloodline. Although it is not as good as the real phoenix, it is already a very suitable choice for Shui Binger. Shui Binger's eyes lit up. Her martial soul is the Ice Phoenix. If she can obtain the spirit ring of the Ice Jade Luan, her strength will undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. Bing'er, go and capture that soul beast, it can't run away with me here. Okay, leave it to us. Everyone knows that with Xiao Han's current strength, he can easily take down that soul beast with 50,000 years of cultivation. But he wanted to leave the opportunity for everyone to fight against powerful soul beasts and face greater challenges so that they can truly grow. Chapter 134. This place is close to the center of the forest and the surrounding temperature is very low. The snow on the ground was already above the knees, and the cold wind whistled past my ears, making a terrifying sound. If not for the fact that everyone has ice and water attributes, this kind of environment alone would be enough to make people unable to bear it. A huge iceberg stands ahead. The iceberg is covered with crystal icicles, sparkling with dazzling light in the sun. There is a huge cave halfway up the iceberg. The Ice Jade Luan is right there. Everyone held their breath and approached cautiously. However, before they approached the cave entrance, a clear chirping sound suddenly rang out. Shui Bing'er's heart tightened. No, I was discovered. I saw a blue figure rising into the air from the cave. It is nearly 10 meters long, snow-white all over, and surrounded by a light blue cold air. Its feathers are crystal clear and sparkle charmingly in the sun. The most eye-catching thing is its huge pair of wings, which are more than 10 meters long when spread out and as transparent as crystal. Every swing will bring up ice crystals all over the sky, which is magnificent. What a nice view. It was the first time that Yi Lingling saw such a graceful ice attribute soul beast and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. But before she could finish her words, Bing Yulwan showed its terrifying side. It just flapped its wings and countless sharp ice blades whizzed towards everyone. These ice blades are not only extremely sharp, but also contain extremely strong coldness, even the air is frozen wherever they pass. Careful! Shui Bing'er shouted loudly. She quickly used her second soul skill, Ice Ring Armor, and a layer of hard ice instantly wrapped her teammates. Bang bang bang! Countless ice blades crashed into the ice barrier. Although most of the ice blades were blocked, cracks appeared on the ice barrier. What a powerful force! Shui Bing'er looked solemn. Although her Ice Ring Armor was strong, it still seemed a little insufficient in front of a 50,000-year-old soul beast. Everyone, spread out and attack it separately, and cover Bing'er and Xuewu as they perform their martial soul fusion skills. Yu Heru and Shenliu surrounded them from both sides. Shenliu activated the power of his right leg soul bone, and his entire body was shrouded in a blood-red light. His speed and strength were greatly enhanced. But is Bing Yulwan so easy to deal with? Its wings suddenly spread out, and a circle of cold air visible to the naked eye spread around. The temperature plummeted. The air within 100 meters seemed to freeze. Even those who were good at ice attributes felt a biting chill and slowed down involuntarily. It's gathering strength. Xiao Han's voice suddenly rang out. Pay attention to defense. Before she finished her words, Bing Yulwan launched an even more fierce attack. Its feathers stood up, flashing coldly in the sunlight. Then, countless crystal ice feathers shot out like a rain of arrows. These ice feathers are not only extremely sharp, but also have extremely strong penetrating power. Puff puff. Shui Yuer and Gu Qingba were scratched by a few ice feathers, and the blood immediately dyed their collars red. Seeing this, Yi Lingling immediately used her healing soul skills. The golden light enveloped the injured people, and their wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, this scene caught Bing Yulwan's attention. Soul beasts of this level already possess considerable intelligence. It immediately realized that Yi Lingling was a threat and must be dealt with as a priority. Its figure suddenly turned into a stream of light and swooped down at an astonishing speed. Its sharp beak flashed with cold light, pointing directly at Yi Lingling's throat. If this attack hits, Yi Lingling will die. At the critical moment, Xiao Han finally took action. An invisible ice arrow broke through the air. This arrow is condensed from mental power and does not contain any soul power fluctuations, making it impossible to defend against. Even with Bing Yulwan's strength, she was unable to detect it in advance. By the time it discovered it, it was too late. Boom! The silent ice arrow instantly pierced through Bing Yulwan's wings. Only then did Bing Yulwan realize that there was an even more terrifying existence hidden among these human soul masters before her. But Xiao Han did not continue to attack, but said lightly, "You guys continue to fight, I will protect Lingling." Everyone perked up again. Shui Bing'er and Xuewu's snow and ice drifting has quietly completed. A sky full of sharp blades of ice and snow circled in the air, trying to restrict Bing Yulwan's movements. Yu Heru and Shenliu kept looking for opportunities to launch attacks. But Bing Yulwan was too fast, and it had a strong resistance to ice-type soul skills, so its attack was ineffective for a while. The continuous fighting made both sides look a little tired. Bing Yulwan's attacks gradually became slower, but its defense was still very strong. Anyone who tries to get close will be driven back by its chill. Bing Yulwan seemed to realize that continuing to fight would be disadvantageous to her, and gradually began to consider retreating. It flapped its wings violently, trying to escape into the deeper ice field. However, Xiao Han was well prepared. His mental power enveloped the entire area, and Bing Yulwan ran into an invisible ice wall as soon as she turned around. "It's now!" Shui Binger seized the opportunity and shouted loudly. With Shuawu's assistance, she released the original power of the Ice Phoenix martial soul, and a layer of light blue light enveloped her body. A huge ice phoenix soared into the sky, emitting a dazzling light. At the same time, Shuawu also pushed her soul power to the extreme. The fusion technique of their martial souls reached an unprecedented level of strength. Countless sharp blades of ice and snow circled in the air, blocking all possible escape routes for Bing Yulwan. Every snowflake contains an extremely strong chill, even the air is frozen. The trapped Bing Yulwan let out an angry cry and tried to break out by force. But after fighting for such a long time, its physical strength has been consumed too much. Under the intensive attack of ice and snow blades, its defense was finally broken. Most of the feathers on its body had been cut off, and the blood had dyed the white hair red. Shui Binger seized the opportunity, condensed all her soul power and launched the final attack. Ice Crystal Sword. A bright cold light flashed, and Bing Yulwan let out one last mournful cry before falling from the sky. Its huge body slammed heavily to the ground, stirring up snow all over the sky. This fierce battle finally ended. Shui Binger and the others were so tired that they were out of breath. Each of them had traces of scratches from the sharp ice crystal blades on their bodies. Only Yi Lingling, who was protected by Xiao Han, was not injured. "Let me treat you." Yi Lingling said this, and once again released her Sacred Heart Begonia martial soul to provide treatment for everyone. Rich golden light descended from the sky and enveloped everyone, causing their wounds to heal at an astonishing speed. At the same time, wisps of mist slowly rose from the body of the Ice Jade Luan and gradually condensed into a 10,000-year soul ring that emitted black light. Suddenly, a blue light came into Xiao Han's eyes. Soul Bone. Xiao Han was surprised and happy. He hurried over to check and found something. It was a head soul bone, which had an ice blue luster all over and emitted a faint chill. Chapter 135. A faint chill flowed across its surface, as if it contained endless icy power. Seeing this, Shui Binger and others gathered around. Everyone was surprised and happy. Shui Yuer asked Xiao Han, "Is this a soul bone?" "Yes, it's a head soul bone. I didn't expect that this 50,000-year-old Ice Jade Luan would actually produce a head soul bone. Sister is really lucky." "Yes. It looks like it should be a skull with spiritual attributes." After Xiao Han finished speaking, he turned to look at Shui Binger beside him. "Binger, absorb the spirit ring first, then absorb this spirit bone." "It is good." Shui Binger nodded, then sat down cross-legged and began to absorb the 50,000-year soul ring. In an instant, a huge amount of energy surged into her body. This energy was extremely violent and carried an extremely strong chill, as if it was going to freeze all her meridians. The energy of a 50,000-year soul ring is enormous, far exceeding any soul ring Shui Binger had absorbed before. Fine beads of sweat began to appear on her forehead and her body was shaking slightly. Xiao Han tapped Shui Binger's forehead with his finger, and an ice blue light sank into Shui Binger's brows, helping her to stabilize her mental strength. At the same time, Yi Lingling also released her Sacred Heart Begonia martial soul, and the golden light enveloped Shui Binger, trying to relieve her pain. With the help of the two, Shui Binger activated the original power of her martial soul and took the initiative to accept the chill. Gradually, her breathing became steady. The energy of Bing Yulwan began to merge into Shui Binger's Ice Phoenix martial soul. She could feel herself gradually gaining control of this power. A few hours passed in a flash. Shui Binger finally completely absorbed the energy of the soul ring. When she opened her eyes again, she found several people looking at her expectantly. Xiao Han smiled and said, "Binger, you finally absorbed all the spirit rings. Well, sorry to have kept you waiting. It's okay. Everyone is taking the opportunity to practice." Xiao Han said as he handed over the head soul bone. "While I am in good condition now, I should absorb this soul bone as well." Shui Binger took the soul bone and began to absorb it without hesitation. Xiao Han waited quietly by the side. It only took half an hour for Shui Binger to completely integrate the soul bone into her head. The moment I opened my eyes, everything in front of me seemed to become clearer, and my perception was elevated to a higher level. Several people were surprised to find that the color of Shui Binger's pupils had turned into a deep ice blue, flashing with strange light. Shui Yu was extremely excited when she felt Shui Binger's increasingly powerful aura. "Sister, how do you feel?" "I feel a completely different person." Shui Binger stood up, feeling the power filling her body. After absorbing the 50,000-year soul ring and soul bone, her soul power directly increased to level 64. Moreover, with the fusion of soul rings and soul bones, her control over the power of ice has reached a new level. Xiao Yu asked. "Binger, your soul power should have improved a lot, right? We have increased 4 levels together, and now we are level 64. Level 64. The girls all looked at Shui Binger with envy. Shui Binger is less than 18 years old, but she has already become a level 64 battle soul emperor. She is probably the fastest soul master to reach this achievement except Xiao Han. Xiao Han looked at Shui Binger, his eyes full of anticipation. "Binger, Bing Yulwan's spirit ring and spirit bone are very suitable for you. What is the new spirit skill you obtained?" Shui Binger smiled and said. "My 6th soul skill is Phoenix Feather Slash. When I use this soul skill, sharp ice blades can be emitted from my wings. The ice blades are not only powerful, but also contain the pressure of the phoenix, and have a freezing effect." Shui Yu clapped her hands. "Sister, your new soul skill sounds very powerful. Show it to us." Shui Binger nodded, then released the Ice Phoenix martial spirit. The huge Ice Phoenix looked even more dazzling than before. Phoenix Feather Slash. Following Shui Binger's light shout, dozens of huge sharp ice blades shot out from the wings. Those ice blades not only carried an extremely strong chill, but also contained an invisible pressure. Wherever it passed, even the air was cut into pieces, and several large trees in the distance were easily cut down. Xiao Han exclaimed, "Binger, this soul skill is really good. It greatly improves your attack power. That skull should also have brought you a soul skill of considerable power, right?" Shui Binger nodded slightly. "The skull has greatly enhanced my mental power, allowing me to lock onto opponents whose mental power is weaker than mine. Once I lock onto a target, it is difficult for the opponent to escape my pursuit, and I can also see through various disguises. I call it the Ice Phoenix Eye. After Shui Binger finished speaking, she concentrated her mental strength and immediately activated this ability. Her pupils glowed with an icy blue light, and her vision became incredibly clear. She could clearly see a soul beast moving through the snow 1,000 meters away, and could even make out its hair. More importantly, she could sense the other person's mental fluctuations. This is indeed a very practical ability, which is very helpful for tracking and reconnaissance. Xiao Han was happy for Shui Binger. This breakthrough greatly improved her strength and enabled her to acquire 2 extremely practical skills. Xiao Han looked around. "It's getting dark. Let's rest in Bing Yulwan's nest for one night and leave tomorrow. You must seize the time to practice and strive to break through level 50 as soon as possible." "Well, I see." The center of the forest was even more dangerous, so after resting here for a night, they set out early the next morning and retreated to the outskirts. After a month of hard training, Shui Yu finally broke through the bottleneck of level 50 and was able to hunt soul beasts and obtain her first 10,000-year soul ring. Under the leadership of Xiao Han, the group began to look for a suitable soul beast for Shui Yu. Shui Binger released her martial spirit and soared into the air. After absorbing the spiritual skull, her perception became extremely sharp, and even the slightest fluctuations of soul power around her could not escape her eyes. Soon, she found a frozen lake. The surface of the lake looked ordinary, but Shui Binger could feel a strong fluctuation of soul power lurking underneath. Xiao Han and his group soon arrived at the lake. Shui Yu asked curiously. "Sister, what kind of soul beast is in this lake?" "An ice spirit fish, which has been cultivating for about 20,000 years. Ice spirit fish are very fast, and they are a good match for your Inu dolphin martial spirit." Shui became even more excited. However, the ice spirit fish was hiding at the bottom of the lake, and it was not easy to lure it out. "The lake is frozen, and it's hiding in the lake. If we attack it like this, won't it be scared away?" "This is simple." Xiao Han smiled confidently and took out a herb with a rich aroma from the storage container. Chapter 136. The herb in Xiao Han's hand had a strong fragrance mixed with a hint of fishy smell, which smelled strange. "Xiao Han, what is this?" "This is linjiuko, one of the favorite foods of fish spirit beasts. With it, the ice spirit fish should appear." As he said this, he threw the lingso grass into the lake. The smell of medicine quickly spread across the lake and seeped into the lake through the thick ice. Really? Not long after, there was a wave on the lake's surface. A blue-white figure slowly emerged from the bottom of the lake, exuding the powerful aura unique to a 20,000-year-old soul beast. It was a giant ice fish with a body length of more than 3 meters. Its whole body was ice blue, and its scales were crystal clear and sparkling in the sun. A strong chill emanates from its body, and as it swings it swings its tail fin from time to time, creating waves of chill. It's now. Xiao Han growled. Act as planned. Shui Binger and Xue Wu were already ready to go, and immediately performed their martial soul fusion skills. Ice and snow drifted over the lake, trying to restrict the movement of the ice spirit fish. Yu Haru and her companion surrounded the enemy from both sides, ready to launch an attack at any time. Shui Yuer took a deep breath and released the Jade Dolphin martial spirit. She wanted to kill the soul beast herself and obtain the soul ring. The ice spirit fish soon discovered the presence of humans. It swung its tail fin angrily, stirring up streaks of icy air. Everyone immediately dispersed to avoid the attacks of the icy air blades. Shuyuir dodged while looking for an opportunity to attack. Her Jade Dolphin martial spirit is also good at speed and can glide freely on the ice. Being besieged by the crowd, the ice spirit fish saw that the situation was not good and wanted to escape to the bottom of the lake. Don't let it get away. Shui Binger and Xue Wu increased their soul power output, instantly freezing the entire lake. The ice spirit fish was frozen into an ice sculpture. Shui Yuer acted quickly, slashing with several sharp icy blades in succession. Boom! With a loud bang, the ice was shattered. Shui Yuer's continuous attacks hit the ice spirit fish's vital points. The huge creature let out a whine and its body twitched violently. Shui Yuer then launched an attack. Crack! The ice spirit fish's defense was completely defeated, and its huge body fell down with a loud bang. It struggled a few times before finally closing its eyes unwillingly. Good job. This time, Xiao Han did not take any action at all. They relied entirely on their own strength to kill the soul beast that had cultivated for 20,000 years. Wisps of black mist slowly rose from the body of the ice spirit fish and gradually condensed into a soul ring that glowed with black light in the air. Yi Lingling released her Sacred Heart Begonia martial soul, and a rich golden light descended on everyone, making their fatigue disappear quickly. Shuyuir quickly recovered to her best condition. Under the protection of everyone, she began to absorb the soul ring. A few hours later, Shui Yuer completely absorbed the soul ring and obtained her first 10,000-year soul ring. Her soul power also increased by 2 levels, reaching the 52nd level, and she officially became a fighting soul king. After this period of practice, Xiao Han's soul power broke through the 79 level and was at the bottleneck of the 80 level. He could have continued to practice in the frozen forest and break through to level 80 as soon as possible. However, even if he broke through level 80 here, it would be difficult to obtain the desired spirit ring because his requirements for the 8th spirit ring were relatively high, and it had to come from a spirit beast that had cultivated for more than 100,000 years. Soul beasts that are over 100,000 years old have extremely powerful strength, and Xiao Han is confident that he can deal with such soul beasts. However, considering that there are several soul masters in their 40s in the team, whose strength is not too strong, we have to take their safety into consideration. Besides, it has been nearly half a year since they left Tianshui City. It is time to go back and report safety to their families. Under the leadership of Xiao Han, the group prepared to leave the frozen forest and return to Tianshui City. When they were about to walk out of the frozen forest, Xiao Han suddenly felt a fluctuation of soul power. He immediately stopped and looked ahead vigilantly. Shui Binger also felt something strange ahead. Shuyuir asked Xiao Han, "What's wrong?" "Someone is coming, it's a soul master. There are quite a lot of them. It's possible that they come to the frozen forest to hunt soul beasts just like us." Shui Binger continued. "Ignore them, let's keep going." Xiao Han could feel that those people's soul power was not strong, and there was not even a soul Douluo level strongman in the team, so he didn't take it seriously. Several people continued to move forward. As the distance got closer, those people also noticed the presence of their group of 9. When the two teams were less than 20 meters away from each other, they stopped at the same time. The team of soul masters standing opposite Xiao Han consisted of 10 people, all of whom looked to be over 20 years old, and some were in their 30s or 40s. They carefully looked at the group of young spirit masters in front of them and felt incredible. The environment of the frozen forest is extremely harsh, and it is difficult for soul masters without cold attributes to survive here. The group of young soul masters in front of him all looked to be under 20 years old, and there were 1 man and 8 women. "Boy, are you here to hunt soul beasts as well? Or are you here for fun?" One of them shouted at Xiao Han, his eyes full of disdain. He might have been jealous because he saw Xiao Han surrounded by 8 beautiful girls. The man looked to be about 30 years old, with a sturdy build and a face full of flesh. His soul power should be in the early 50 levels. Xiao Han didn't bother to pay attention to him and just stared at him coldly. Hey, are you mute? I'm talking to you. You are the one who is speechless. My junior brother doesn't even bother to deal with people like you. Yu Hero was so angry that she retorted on Xiao Han's behalf. The man suddenly showed a malicious smile. The little girl is quite fierce. Dolly, don't cause trouble, let's go. Xiao Han's soul power surged in his body, and just as he was about to attack, he was interrupted by a middle-aged man. That middle-aged man should be the leader of this team. Although the sturdy man was unwilling, he stopped talking because of the boss's authority. Suddenly, a dull voice came from the crowd. It's really a narrow road for enemies. I didn't expect to meet you here. Several girls were shocked by the man's words. Xiao Han looked carefully and found that the thin man hidden by the burly man looked somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. You are Oscar. Yes, it's me. Oscar stood up. Several girls were in disbelief when they saw him. His face looked more resolute than before, and he no longer had that refreshing feeling as before. He looked a little sloppy and more mature, like a man in his 20s. Even if he was not obscured, several people might not be able to recognize him. Xiao Han smiled calmly, his eyes swept over the team of soul masters around Oscar, and he was already a little alert. After the captain spoke, Oscar could have left with them, but he deliberately revealed his identity at this time, which was obviously hostile. Chapter 137. There were complex emotions flashing in his eyes, including hatred, unwillingness, but more importantly, the desire for power and determination to prove himself. After the Soul Master competition ended, he went to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, and realizing that there was a huge gap in status between him and Ning Rongrong, he tactfully left. He chose a difficult path of cultivation and joined this Soul Master team with the purpose of honing himself in actual combat and becoming strong enough to prove his worth in front of Ning Rongrong and Ning Fengji. He wanted to prove that he was not just an auxiliary Soul Master, but could also make a name for himself in the Soul Master world. This team happened to come to the frozen forest to hunt soul beasts and obtain rare treasures, but they didn't expect to meet Xiao Han and his group. Several members of the team looked at Oscar. Do you know them? Oscar concealed his identity when he joined the team, so they didn't know that he had participated in the Soul Master competition before. Of course I know him. This guy once seriously injured my friend. Oscar's voice was a little hoarse, but it also revealed a maturity that came from having experienced many vicissitudes of life. In the Soul Master competition, Xiao Han seriously injured Oscar's teammates Tang San, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun and Xiao Wu, making them resentful. In the past year, Oscar has been concentrating on cultivation and is indifferent to the outside world. He doesn't know Xiao Han's current strength. Meeting Xiao Han here, I can just use the power of the team to get rid of him. In this team, except for Captain Haute, everyone else is not a good person. They can do anything for the sake of profit. Xiao Han felt the hostility in Oscar's eyes. He knew that according to the development of the timeline, Oscar would go out for training and come to the frozen forest, but he didn't expect to meet them so early. Oscar, after hanging around with the punks for a few years, you've become a bad guy. People change, especially after going through so much. Oscar turned his gaze to the people behind Xiao Han, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Xiao Han frowned slightly, vaguely aware of the restless aura of the surrounding Soul Master team members. Sure enough, Oscar's next words confirmed his guess. Brothers, I have good news for you. Oscar's voice rose a little, with a hint of incitement. These people have precious soul bones. Soul bone. The Soul Master team members who had been restrained suddenly showed greed in their eyes and released their own martial spirits to surround Xiao Han and his group. Brothers, as long as we can obtain the soul bones, our strength will increase greatly. There are not many people in this world who can resist the temptation of soul bones. The aura of those people was filled with desire for power, coveting for soul bones, and contempt for the weak. What are you doing? Hao Te, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. His voice was deep and powerful, and he was obviously dissatisfied with the behavior of his teammates. He didn't expect that Oscar, who had always been honest and upright, actually had such a dark side and wanted to use the power of the team to implement his revenge plan. Captain, this is our chance. Yes, Captain, didn't we come to the frozen forest to look for treasure? These people look rich or noble. If we kill them, we might get not only soul bones but also other treasures. Yes, kill them. The team members all looked at Hao Te, with determination in their eyes. Captain, with the soul bone, the overall strength of our team will become stronger. Hot sighed. He could understand Oscar's obsession with revenge, and he also understood the greed of the people in the team. But he knew more clearly that the young soul master in front of him was no ordinary person. Although Xiao Han deliberately restrained his soul power, he could still feel the unusual aura from Xiao Han. Stop it. If you bully a group of young spirit masters, aren't you afraid of being laughed at if the news gets out? Captain, you're overthinking it. These people will die, and the dead can't talk. The desire for soul bones makes these greedy people fall into it and cannot extricate themselves. Hot tried to persuade. But obviously, his words seemed so pale and powerless in the face of greed. Captain, if you don't want to participate, just stand aside and watch. We will still give you a share of the treasure. After the sturdy man finished speaking, he flashed and rushed towards Xiao Han. Faced with the sudden change, Xiao Han seemed unusually calm. The Zhenbing Bao and arrow instantly appeared in his hand, and 7 soul rings also emerged. Purple, 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 black, 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 and red, each soul ring exudes a powerful aura, especially the 100,000-year soul ring that glows red. Xiao Han stood tall and straight, like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath, standing in the wind and snow. As the 7 soul rings appeared, the aura around him suddenly changed, and an indescribable pressure enveloped the entire space. The 100,000-year soul ring with bright red light emitted heart-pounding energy fluctuations, which made those soul masters feel awe involuntarily. The faces of several people changed slightly, and a hint of retreat flashed in their eyes. 100,000-year soul ring. Oscar never expected that after just 1 year of not seeing Xiao Han, his strength had reached such a terrifying level. He originally thought that with his hard work over the past year and the strength of his team, he would be able to deal with Xiao Han and his group. But now it seems that everything is just a delusion. Soul bones are good, but you have to be alive to enjoy them. Xiao Han's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone, with unquestionable firmness and coldness. Those people were trembling with fear, but they couldn't move. Captain Haute then realized that Xiao Han was the genius boy who killed 3 generations of the Jin family in Tianshui City, but it was too late. Oscar, you are a dog. No matter how hard you try, you will never be in the eyes of Ning Rongrong and Ning Fengji. It is better to die than to live such a cowardly life. After Xiao Han finished speaking, he raised his left arm slightly, and the light of the 100,000-year-old left arm's soul bone instantly lit up. An extreme chill quickly spread around him. In the blink of an eye, everyone except Haute was frozen into ice sculptures, without even time to react. This is. Oscar looked at everything in front of him in horror, his heart filled with shock. He never thought that Xiao Han had become so powerful. Seeing his teammates trapped, Haute quickly released his martial spirit, the snow demon bear, but did not launch an attack. Little brother, you are Xiao Han, right? My teammates don't know your true identity. Please be magnanimous and give them a chance. Xiao Han said coldly, if we were the weaker side, would they give us a chance? Once the arrow is shot, it cannot be retrieved. They asked for it. As Xiao Han spoke, the 70,000-year-old soul bone on his right arm flickered, and the bowstring was fully drawn. Chapter 138. As Xiao Han's right arm's soul bone and soul ring glowed, the entire space seemed to be filled with a murderous aura. The huge snow soul demon bear was also frightened by Xiao Han's murderous aura. Even after releasing his martial soul's true form, Haute did not dare to take a step forward. The second soul skill, thousands of arrows, is activated. Countless arrows drew icy blue tracks in the air, carrying with them a biting chill and the sound of breaking through the air, flying towards the opponent in an overwhelming and dense manner. With the power of the 70,000-year-old right arm soul bone, this soul skill has become even more powerful. Each ice arrow contains a heart-pounding breath of death. No. Captain Hot's terrified cry was filled with despair. But, everything is irreversible. He could only watch as his teammates, who had once fought side by side with him, were ruthlessly shot through like fragile rag dolls under Xiao Han's impenetrable rain of arrows. Those people turned into sieves one by one, their blood and lives disappeared under the cold arrows, and they fell down one after another. The ice-blue arrows and bright red blood intertwined into a shocking picture. The air was filled with the smell of death and the tragedy was unbearable to watch. When the last arrow fell to the ground, everything returned to calm. Only Hot was left standing there alone, surrounded by the cold bodies of his teammates. Oscar died. Xiao Han slowly put away the Zhenbing Bao and arrow and looked at Haute. You've seen it too. They asked for this. Greed and malice will eventually backfire. You're also an ice attribute spirit master. I'll spare your life if I don't take action. After saying that, Xiao Han turned around and looked at the people around him. They felt no sympathy for the deaths of those evil men. Afterwards, Xiao Han and his group left, leaving Hao Te alone standing there. Looking at the cold bodies of his teammates, he felt mixed emotions. Oscar was eager for revenge, and his teammates paid the price of their lives for their greed. What happened today will become an indelible shadow in his life. Several people are about to walk out of the frozen forest. Shui Binger said, I never thought Oscar would become like that. For revenge, he actually instigated those people to attack us. Yes. He looks honest, but he is actually dark inside. He learned bad things from Tang San. Yu Haru echoed, with a hint of coldness in her eyes, as if she was disgusted by Oscar's behavior. However, fortunately we have Xiao Han here, otherwise the consequences today would be disastrous. The few of them chatted as they walked and soon walked out of the frozen forest. They continued to head south, heading towards Tianshui City. Half a month later, when Xiao Han and his party stepped into the gate of Tianshui City, they were greeted not by the tranquility of the past, but by deafening cheers and thunderous applause. After half a year, when people saw Xiao Han again, their faces were filled with joy and admiration, as if they were welcoming a triumphant hero. Xiao Han eliminated the bullies in Tianshui City and also led people to the western border to eliminate the wolf bandits who were harming the people. Everything he did was supported and recognized by the people of Tianshui City, and he was regarded as the pride of Tianshui City. Xiao Han also felt happy that he had used his abilities to do something meaningful. After meeting Lin Jiruo, Xiao Han told her everything he had experienced in the past 6 months. Lin Jiruo was very happy to learn about the growth and gains of Xiao Han and his group. Some time ago, Davis's death caused a lot of uproar. Xinglua concealed the truth of the matter. They actually coveted your soul bones. They really deserved to die. Don't worry, Mom. I will take care of this matter. Yes. The Crown Prince sent a letter asking you to go find him when you return. Once you meet him, explain everything clearly and Xingluo will not dare to do anything. Okay. The mother and son chatted a lot more. Xiao Han learned from Lin Jiruo that not long ago, Emperor Xingluo officially appointed Dai Mubai as the Crown Prince. Dai Mubai became the only heir of Xingluo Emperor. If nothing unexpected happens, he will ascend to the throne. After resting for 2 days, Xiao Han set out alone for Tiando City. With his current strength, even a titled Douluo level warrior would hardly pose a threat to him. Xiao Han came to the Tiando Palace and met Xueqinghe. Brother Xiao Han, you are finally back. Xueqinghe greeted Xiao Han with a smile, her tone full of kindness. I have met His Highness the Crown Prince. Xiao Han bowed slightly, with an attitude neither humble nor arrogant. No need to be polite, please take a seat. There are no outsiders here, just call me Brother Xue. Xueqinghe pointed to a chair beside him and motioned Xiao Han to sit down. I never thought that you would completely wipe out the wolf bandits so quickly. His Majesty was very happy to learn about this and decided not to pursue the matter of you killing the 3 Jin family members. Thank you, Brother Xue. You must have said a lot of good things for me in front of His Majesty. Xueqinghe smiled slightly and changed the subject, but you've also caused us a lot of trouble. What happened to Davis's death? Brother Xue, I am here to explain this to you. Afterwards, Xiao Han told Xueqinghe everything that happened after he met Davis and his group in the Star Do Great Forest. After listening to this, Xueqinghe frowned slightly, and after thinking for a moment, he said. The Xingluo Empire has gone too far by hiding the truth. Don't worry, with me here, they won't dare to attack you easily. Brother Xue, since I dared to kill Davis, I have already thought about the consequences and am not afraid of their revenge. You are getting stronger and stronger, and you are getting more and more crazy. Xueqinghe looked at Xiao Han in a joking tone, his eyes full of admiration. You have the capital to be arrogant. What I admire is your courage and strength. However, you should be careful in everything. After all, Emperor Xingluo is also a ruthless character. Yes, I know. By the way, Dai Mubai has been made the Crown Prince, did you know that? I know. In fact, he should thank me. If Davis hadn't died, he wouldn't have had the chance to become the Crown Prince of Xingluo. Xueqinghe nodded. From what I know, Davis does have the upper hand in the fight for the Crown Prince position. A smile appeared on Xueqinghe's face. Davis's death also weakened the power of the Xingluo royal family. No matter who becomes the Crown Prince, it will not affect the Spirit Hall's plan to unify the Douluo continent. Brother Xiao Han, there is one more thing. Some time ago, Dugubo did not show up at my uncle's birthday party, which aroused everyone's suspicion. They seem to have known that Dugubo is gone. Really? But it doesn't matter even if you know. Yes. Douluo has made too many enemies in his life. They probably wouldn't think that you killed him. Xiaohan and Xueqing had chatted for a while before leaving the palace. Walking on the busy street, I suddenly saw two familiar faces. It was Yu Xiaogang and Liu Erlong. Chapter 139. Yu Xiaogang and Liu Erlong walked over from the opposite side of Xiaohan and happened to see him. The three of them stopped at the same time, not expecting to meet here. The air seemed to freeze for a moment, and a subtle atmosphere of opposition formed between the three people. Yu Xiaogang frowned, his eyes flashing with complex emotions. Liu Erlong stood beside him, her hands clenched, her expression revealing a hint of nervousness and vigilance. They both knew that Xiaohan's strength was no longer what it used to be. Yu Xiaogang's eyes swept around Xiaohan and noticed that Xiaohan was alone without any companions. As far as he knew, Xiaohan disappeared after leading his men to hunt wolf bandits at the border of the empire. The Xinglua Empire is negotiating with the Tiando Empire regarding Davis's death. The person who got into trouble was Xiaohan. Yu Xiaogang didn't expect that Xiaohan would appear in Tiando City alone. He took a step forward and walked towards Xiaohan calmly and firmly. Liu Erlong followed closely behind. The two suddenly stopped when they were only 10 meters away from Xiaohan. Yu Xiaogang's eyes were sharp as torches, and he asked directly, "Xiaohan, I didn't expect to meet you here. We have been to the center of Sunset Forest and found something there. If I am not mistaken, Senior Dugu's death is related to you?" Faced with this sudden question, Xiaohan's eyes flickered slightly, and he responded frankly. "Douluo once tried to take my life and even threatened the safety of innocent people around me. Under that situation, I only did necessary self-defense, and he deserved to die." Xiaohan's eyes were firm, without any sign of evasion. He felt there was no need to conceal the fact that Douluo was killed. After hearing Xiaohan's words, Yu Xiaogang's face suddenly became gloomy. Although he had suspected it a long time ago, he was still shocked when he heard Xiaohan admit it himself. No matter what, Douluo was a titled Douluo, and it was really unbelievable that he was killed by Xiaohan like this. "It was you who did it. You stole his herbs and took his life." Xiaohan smiled disdainfully. "Steal? Could it be that Sunset Forest is Douluo's territory? He has occupied that place for many years and doesn't even recognize the magic herbs. I just let those magic herbs play their value. As for Douluo's death, blame him for not being as skilled as others." There was an unquestionable determination in Xiaohan's words, which struck Yu Xiaogang's heart. In this world where the weak are prey to the strong, strength is everything. This is the law of survival in the world of soul masters, and Yu Xiaogang is very clear about it. Although what Xiaohan said was a cruel fact, it was hard to accept. No matter what, Douluo was also a titled Douluo level warrior, and he was on the same front with them. It was such a pity that he died like this. "Xiaohan, your strength has indeed increased alarmingly, but don't think you can do whatever you want. Senior Doulu is our advisor to Shrek Academy, and he is also a distinguished guest of Prince Xueqing. If you kill him, you will be our enemy." There was a hint of blame in Yu Xiaogang's tone, which made Xiaohan feel a little unhappy. "So what if I'm your enemy? I don't even take the princes of the Xinglua Empire seriously, so why would I be afraid of you? You're a piece of trash whose soul power is less than level 30. If it weren't for Bibi Dong protecting you, I don't know how many times you would have died. What qualifications do you have to bark in front of me? What did you say?" Liu Erlong was angry, the soul power in her body surged wildly, and it seemed that fire was coming out of her body. Not only did Xiaohan insult Yu Xiaogang as a waste in front of them, he also used Bibi Dong to provoke her, which she could not bear. Just as she was about to explode, Yu Xiaogang quickly stepped in to stop her. "Erlong, don't be impulsive." It wasn't the first time that Yu Xiaogang was called a waste, but he was very angry when Xiaohan insulted him in the street like this. But he knew in his heart how powerful a 100,000-year spirit ring was, and Liu Erlong was probably no match for Xiaohan. If Flanders were here, the three of them could work together to perform the martial soul fusion technique and perhaps fight Xiaohan. After calming down, Liu Erlong said, "Xiaohan, you took advantage of Senior Dugu's weakness to plot against him, and you also seriously injured Tang San, Xiao Wu and others in the Soul Master competition. These accounts will be settled with you sooner or later. Okay, let's include Oscar's share as well." "Oscar?" Liu Erlong and Yu Xiaogang looked at each other and suddenly realized that something was wrong. They heard from Ning Rongrong that after the Soul Master competition ended, Oscar went to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, but only stayed there for a short time before leaving. For nearly a year, just like Tang San and Xiao Wu, there was no news. Yu Xiaogang asked anxiously. "Have you met Oscar?" "More than that, I have seen that guy who didn't know his own limitations die in my hands." You will know it sooner or later anyway, so it doesn't hurt to tell you in advance. What? When Yu Xiaogang and Liu Erlong heard Xiao Han casually say that Oscar had died at his hands, they were struck by lightning and froze in place for a moment, their eyes filled with unbelievable shock and grief. Yu Xiaogang's face turned pale in an instant, and his body trembled slightly, as if all his strength had been drained away. He couldn't accept this cruel fact. His eyes became empty and his voice trembled. Impossible, how could Oscar? Liu Erlong's eyes were wide open as if they were about to spit fire. The soul power in her body was boiling again and she was almost out of control. She guessed that what Xiao Han said was true and Oscar had died at his hands. Xiao Han, you devil! Why did you kill Oscar? Yu Xiaogang suppressed the pain in his heart and asked, Xiao Han, you cold-blooded monster. Do you know what you have done? Oscar is still so young, he works so hard, and he has unlimited possibilities. Asshole, I'm going to kill you. Liu Erlong couldn't bear it any longer, and she rushed towards Xiao Han, but was held tightly by Yu Xiaogang. Erlong, calm down. Yu Xiaogang knew that Xiao Han's strength was unfathomable, and being impulsive would only put them in a more dangerous situation. Xiao Han said in a cold voice, Oscar's death was entirely his own fault. He actually instigated other soul masters and wanted to join them in taking my soul bone. It's a pity that they are too weak. They are as greedy as Davis, who overestimated his own capabilities. Don't they deserve to die? Only then did Yu Xiaogang and Liu Erlong understand the cause of Oscar's death. They couldn't believe Oscar would become like that. Yu Xiaogang said in a deep voice. Xiao Han, just wait. One day, we will make you pay for what you have done. Just you. You can only be furious. If it weren't for Bibi Dong, I would kill you right now, you hypocritical and incompetent person. For Bibi Dong's sake, I will spare your life for now. After Xiao Han finished speaking, he left. Chapter 140. Bibi Dong is the almighty pope of the spirit hall. Her strength is also top-notch and she has few rivals. But Yu Xiaogang had already broken up with Bibi Dong. Although he was unwilling to admit it, it was true that Bibi Dong protected him, otherwise he would have died long ago. Xiao Han mentioned Bibi Dong in front of Liu Erlong time and again, making Yu Xiaogang, the coward, feel ashamed and embarrassed. He clenched his teeth, his fists were clenched so tightly that veins bulged, and his eyes flashed with unprecedented anger and unwillingness. Xiao Han's back gradually went away, and every step he took seemed to be stepping heavily on his heart, making him feel suffocated by humiliation and helplessness. He could only blame himself for not being strong enough to compete with Xiao Han. Xiaogang, are we just going to let it go like this? There was reluctance and anger in Liu Erlong's voice. Her eyes were still glaring at the direction where Xiao Han left, as if she wanted to imprint that figure in her heart as a motivation for future revenge. Yu Xiaogang took a deep breath and tried to calm his emotions. He turned to look at Liu Erlong, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. No, of course we can't just let it go. However, we must outsmart him. I'm afraid his current combat power has reached the level of a titled Douluo. It's obviously not the right time to confront him head-on. Outsmart? How? Yu Xiaojiang's eyes became deep, as if he was planning something. He already felt that Xiao Han's existence was a huge threat. Erlong, Xiao Han's arrogance has made him many enemies. He killed Davis, which is undoubtedly a direct provocation to the Xinglua imperial family. How could the Xinglua emperor let it go? Furthermore, although Du Gubo had a strange temperament, he had a high status in the Tiando Empire. His death would inevitably anger Prince Xuexing, and even Emperor Shuai would be angry. There is also Oscar, who has a close relationship with Rongrong. Xiao Han's move is equivalent to creating an irreconcilable feud with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. What we need to do is to take advantage of these contradictions and unite those who hate Xiao Han. The Xinglua royal family, Prince Xuexing, and even the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, each of them possesses powerful power and influence. As long as we can maneuver skillfully and gather this power together, it is not impossible to fight against Xiao Han. After hearing this, the anger in Liu Erlong's eyes subsided a little, replaced by a look of sudden enlightenment. We can indeed link up those forces and join forces to deal with Xiao Han. Yu Xiaogang nodded and suddenly became sad again. Xiao Ao, hey. Xiaogang, if Rongrong knew that Xiao Ao was killed by Xiao Han, she would definitely be very sad. Yeah. Let's find a suitable opportunity and tell her. Both of them felt a little heavy. After losing Oscar, the Shrek Seven Devils could never reunite. After returning to the academy, Yu Xiaogang told Flanders everything that happened after he and Liu Erlong met Xiao Han on the street. After hearing this, Flanders was furious. He watched Oscar grow up, and the relationship between him and Oscar is incomparable to that of Yu Xiaogang and Liu Erlong, the two later comers. But, no matter how angry you are, it will not help. Xiao Han was able to easily kill 2 Soul Douluo level guardians and a group of masters in the Star Do Great Forest. It is conceivable how terrifying his strength is. Moreover, he personally admitted that Dugu Bo was killed by him. Flanders felt very uncomfortable and could only listen to Yu Xiaojiang's revenge plan. Afterwards, Yu Xiaojiang wrote a letter and had someone send it to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect. He did not mention Oscar's death in the letter, but only said that he had something important to discuss and asked Ning Fengji to bring Ning Rongrong to the academy. A few days later, Ning Fengji entered Shrek Academy with Ning Rongrong, who was looking excited. Ning Rongrong thought that Yu Xiaojiang had news about Tang San and the others. Yu Xiaojiang had already been waiting in the reception room. Seeing Ning Fengji and his daughter, he stood up to greet them and exchanged a few polite words. "Master, do you have any news about my third brother and the others?" Ning Rongrong asked impatiently, with an expectant smile on her face. Yu Xiaojiang's expression instantly became solemn. He looked at Ning Fengji, then turned to look at Ning Rongrong, with a trace of sadness in his eyes. After a moment of silence, he slowly said. "Master Ning, Rongrong, the reason I invited you here this time is because I have some bad news." The smile on Ning Rongrong's face froze instantly, and an ominous premonition came to her heart. "Master, what's wrong?" "Oscar, something happened to him." Yu Xiaojiang's voice was not loud, but every word hit Ning Rongrong's heart like a hammer. "What?" Ning Rongrong screamed, her eyes quickly turning red. "Xiao Ao, what happened to him?" "Something bad happened to him." Afterwards, Yu Xiaojiang told Ning Rongrong and Ning Fengji everything about his encounter with Xiao Han on the street. After hearing this, Ning Rongrong could no longer hold back her tears, which slid down her cheeks. Ning Fengji's face was filled with shock and grief. He had never expected that Oscar would die at the hands of Xiao Han. How could this happen? Xiao Ao worked so hard. Xiao Han must be lying. He said that on purpose. Ning Rongrong choked and her vision was blurred by tears. Yu Xiaojiang continued. Xiao Han should not have lied. From his tone, it seems that he did not kill them all. There are still some survivors in the Soul Master team. Yu Xiaojiang's words were undoubtedly like rubbing salt into the wound, and Ning Rongrong's heart ached even more. "I'm sorry, Xiao Ao, I shouldn't have said that to you. If you hadn't left me, this wouldn't have happened." Ning Fengji gently patted his daughter's back and comforted her. "Rongrong, don't be too sad. I will send someone to investigate the truth of the matter and seek justice for Xiao Ao." Yu Xiaojiang nodded in agreement. "Master Ning, Xiao Han's strength is no longer what it used to be. But Xiao Ao will always be a member of Shrek Academy, and we will not let him die in vain at the hands of Xiao Han." After a moment of silence, Yu Xiaojiang continued. "Sect Master Ning, I have another piece of bad news to tell you. Senior Dugu also died at the hands of Xiao Han." Ning Fengji widened his eyes in disbelief. "Is this also admitted by Xiao Han himself?" Yu Xiaojiang nodded. Afterwards, he told Ning Fengji everything about how he, Flanders, and Liu Erlong had been to the center of Sunset Forest and found Dugu Bo's clothes and bone fragments there. Ning Fengji was shocked after hearing this. He never thought that Dugu Bo, the title Douluo, had been killed at that time. Yu Xiaojiang sighed. Senior Dugu was injured by Guangling Douluo, which gave them an opportunity to take advantage of. That being said, being able to kill a wounded title Douluo is definitely not just based on luck. As Ning Fengji spoke, his gaze once again fell on the heartbroken Ning Rongrong. He knew that it was not so easy to deal with Xiao Han. Chapter 141. Ning Fengji could understand Ning Rongrong's feelings. But as a sect leader, he must consider the interests of the entire sect. Although Ning Rongrong was very sad, there was no need for him to act rashly against Xiao Han. He knew that with Xiao Han's current strength, he was not strong enough to fight against a title Douluo level warrior, so he had to send out Sword Douluo or Bone Douluo. Ning Fengji regards his daughter Ning Rongrong as the heiress of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, and looks down on Oscar who has no background and is a food assistant. It is obviously unwise to make enemies with Tianshui College, which is on the rise, because of Oscar's death. After all, Xiao Han's enemies also include Emperor Xingluo and Prince Xuexing. The Xingluo royal family hated Xiao Han to the core because of Davis's death. Prince Xuexing would also hold great hostility towards Xiao Han because of the matter of Dugu Bo. There is no need for Ning Fengji to be the first to take action. He believed that Ning Rongrong's sadness was only temporary and she would get over it after a while. What he needs to do now is to wait and see and act accordingly. Yu Xiaogang knew very well that the power of Shrek Academy alone was far from enough to completely eliminate the threat of Xiaohan. Ning Fengji also seemed to find it difficult to put it into action. Therefore, he decided to use all available resources to deal with Xiaohan. The news of Douluo Dalu's death spread quickly in Tiando City. When Prince Xuexing learned about this, he was furious. Xiaohan, you are such an arrogant person, how dare you kill Douluo Dalu? I will make you pay the price. Although Douluo Dalu had a strange temperament, he was a titled Douluo of the Tiando Empire after all. His death was undoubtedly a major blow to the strength of the Tiando Empire. Emperor Shui soon learned the news of Douluo Dalu's death and was very angry. Xiaohan caused a big disaster in Tianshui City, but he managed to atone for his sins by eliminating the wolf bandits. But unexpectedly, he actually killed Douluo Dalu. Emperor Shui also knew that Douluo Dalu had intercepted Xiaohan on the day the Soul Master competition ended, and the two became enemies because of this. The Soul Master world has its own rules, and strength determines everything. In this world where the strong are respected, even the Emperor cannot interfere in the conflicts between Soul Masters. Xiaohan's strength is no longer what it used to be. With him, Tianshui College has developed into a more powerful force. Emperor Shui was also very troubled and could only put pressure on Xiaohan to make him restrain his behavior. He once again sent Xueqinghe, who had a good relationship with Xiaohan, to Tianshui City to have a face-to-face meeting with Xiaohan. After Xiaohan met Xueqinghe, he told him everything about his encounter with Yu Xiaogang and Liu Erlong on the streets of Tiando City. Xueqinghe then realized that the news was released by Yu Xiaogang. Moreover, through conversation with Xiaohan, he learned that Yu Xiaogang had a close relationship with Pope Bibi Dong. I never thought that Yu Xiaogang would be so scheming and deliberately spread the news. Your Majesty has no choice but to put pressure on you. Xiaohan smiled disdainfully. Yu Xiaogang is a hypocritical villain. If I wasn't worried about the people around me being retaliated by Bibi Dong, I would have killed him long ago. Xueqinghe frowned. You said that there is a secret relationship between Yu Xiaogang and the Spirit Hall's Pope Bibi Dong. Is that true? It's true. Xiaohan nodded affirmatively and continued. Yu Xiaogang seems gentle and refined, but he is actually insidious and cunning. He will do anything to achieve his goals. He and Bibi Dong were lovers, but later broke up for some reasons. But as far as I know, Bibi Dong still has deep feelings for him. Yu Xiaogang might take advantage of this and stir up trouble. Xueqinghe was silent for a moment, thinking to himself. As Qian Renxue, she had never acknowledged that Bibi Dong was her mother. She knew very little about Yu Xiaogang's past. Unexpectedly, Yu Xiaogang has such a connection with Bibi Dong. She was a little confused. How could such a strong woman like Bibi Dong fall for a loser like Yu Xiaogang? At this point, Xiaohan felt that it was time to reveal Xueqinghe's identity. While Xueqinghe was thinking, Xiaohan suddenly said, Brother Xue, I'll call you one last time. What do you mean? Xueqinghe was stunned. Xiaohan continued. To be honest, I know that you are not the real Xueqinghe, but a member of the Spirit Hall, right? As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the room froze instantly. Xueqinghe's expression changed slightly, but soon returned to normal. Brother Xiaohan, it turns out that you already knew my true identity. That's right, I am Qian Renxue, the daughter of Qian Xuanji, the former Pope of the Spirit Hall. Now that we are honest with each other, there is no need to beat around the bush. Qian Renxue smiled slightly. I'm curious, when did you know my true identity? Not long, actually. Did the fifth worshipper Guangling Douluo tell you? Xiaohan smiled and did not answer, which was considered as his agreement, otherwise it would be difficult to explain. Qian Renxue continued. Since you know my true identity, you should also know that I have been lurking in the Tiando Palace since I was a child in order to implement the Wuhuan Hall's plan. Yes. I'm curious, how did you manage to disguise yourself as a man and stay in the Tiando Palace for so many years without revealing any flaws? The swan martial spirit of the Tiando imperial family is similar to my angel martial spirit. Coupled with the camouflage technique that the spirit bone brings to me, it is not difficult to do this. I see. Hiding under Xueqinghe's skin for so many years, you must have gone through a lot of unknown hardships. Qian Renxue was deeply touched by Xiaohan's words. Indeed, in order to avoid being wiped out by Bibi Dong and for the sake of Spirit Hall's plan, she endured humiliation and lurked in the Tiando Empire for many years. Only she knew the bitterness of it. Fortunately, her plan is developing in the intended direction, and it won't take long to take over the power of the Tiando Empire. I heard that you have the full soul power of level 20. Wearing Xueqinghe's skin must have affected your cultivation. Yes. If it weren't for the magical herb you gave me, I might not have broken through level 60 until now. Qian Renxue changed the subject. Speaking of the immortal grass, I really want to thank you. The immortal grass you gave me is really amazing. After breaking through level 60, the speed of my soul power increasing has not slowed down but increased. Now it has reached level 68. I feel that I will be able to break through level 69 soon. That's great. Perhaps it's because, as your soul power increases, the immortal grass has a better medicinal effect and complements your martial soul. Xiao Han suddenly thought of something and felt a little excited. By the way, what do you think about the upcoming 7th soul ring? I think that with your talent and conditions, you can absorb 100,000-year spirit ring to make the 7th ring. 100,000-year soul ring? Qian Renxue widened her eyes in disbelief. Chapter 142. They are powerful and their whereabouts are secretive, so they can't be found just by looking for them. Moreover, although obtaining a 100,000-year spirit ring can greatly enhance one's strength, the risks involved also increase exponentially. Xiao Han, not everyone can be as lucky and powerful as you are, to encounter a 100,000-year-old soul beast and absorb its soul ring to make the 7th ring. Xiao Han smiled calmly. Luck is a mysterious thing sometimes. However, I am not talking about the 100,000-year soul beast out of thin air. I know a secret place where there are 200,000-year soul beasts accompanying Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu. The 100,000-year-old soft bone rabbit. Do you know where she is? Qian Renxue was surprised and happy. Xiao Han nodded. Yes, it's that rabbit. They are in the core circle of the Star Do Great Forest. To be honest, I am trying to break through the bottleneck of level 80. It is possible that we can break through at the same time, so we can go hunting soul beasts together. After hearing this, Qian Renshue's eyes flickered, and it was obvious that she was touched by this proposal. She knew that since Xiao Han proposed such a plan, he must have some confidence and preparation. Moreover, the temptation of 100,000-year spirit ring is irresistible to any spirit master, let alone a spirit master like her who has great ambitions. Xiao Han, your proposal is very bold and tempting. But we still need to act with caution. It is not easy to deal with 200,000-year soul beasts at the same time. Of course, I won't joke about our lives. So, we need the help of the Spirit Hall, at least a few title Douluo level masters. I would like to ask the teacher to come out. Qian Renxue nodded slightly. If the 5 sacrificial light feather Douluo were to personally take action, it would indeed be more certain to deal with those 200,000-year-old spirit beasts. Then it's decided. We should all hurry up and practice, strive to achieve a breakthrough as soon as possible, and then go together to hunt down those 200,000-year-old spirit beasts. It is good. Qian Renxue suddenly thought of something and a smile appeared on her face. I am a little confused. You are from the Heaven Do Empire, and I am from the Spirit Hall. My plan is to seize power in the Heaven Do Empire. Don't you care about this at all? I know that your Spirit Hall's ultimate plan is to unify the entire Douluo continent and bring peace to the world. There have been constant conflicts between the two empires for many years. Those in power are incompetent, and the people at the bottom are the ones who suffer. Therefore, I support your plan to unify the Douluo continent and end all wars. After hearing Xiao Han's words, Qian Renxue felt deeply relieved. It's great that you think this way. With the help of a strong man like you, I believe that our Spirit Hall's plan will succeed. Of course. However, I have to remind you that Bibi Dong also has her own thoughts. For Yu Xiaogang, she can do anything. Maybe she is planning to destroy the Spirit Hall or even the entire world. After hearing this, Qian Renxue was shocked. What did you say? How could Bibi Dong have such an idea? She is the Pope of the Spirit Hall and has always been committed to the development and growth of the Spirit Hall. Qian Renxue frowned, obviously unwilling to believe what Xiao Han said. Although she was dissatisfied with Bibi Dong's management of the Spirit Hall, under Bibi Dong's leadership, the power of the Spirit Hall was indeed growing, and its influence on the two empires was also growing. Xiao Han shook his head slightly and continued. You and I both know that Bibi Dong is not as simple as she seems. Her ambition and obsession are far deeper than we imagined. Yu Xiaojiang's influence on her is even more difficult to estimate. For Yu Xiaojiang, she is willing to take a path of no return. Is it worth it for a broken relationship? Unless she is crazy. Qian Renxue became angrier and angrier as she thought about it, and her face became even uglier. Seeing this, Xiao Han sighed softly. I know this is hard to accept, but don't underestimate a woman's determination for revenge. Stay alert. Xiao Han found it difficult to talk about Qian Xuanji and Bibi Dong, as he was worried that it would subvert the image of Qian Xuanji in Qian Renshue's heart. If she knew that, Qian Renxue might understand why Bibi Dong was so crazy. Qian Renxue was silent for a moment, then slowly said. Xiao Han, you are right. That woman does have great ambitions. I almost died at her hands. No matter what she has in mind, I will stick to my beliefs and work hard for the future of Spirit Hall and the peace of Douluo continent. Very good, you have such determination and belief, you will definitely succeed. I think you can take action against Shui Yi earlier and take down the Tiando Empire first. Qian Renxue nodded in agreement. Your suggestion is very good. I have long been tired of obeying his orders. After I obtain the 7th spirit ring, I will start preparing for this matter. By then, I hope you can lend me a helping hand. No problem. Xiao Han's eyes were gentle and deep, and he smiled gently. We have known each other for a long time and have a tacit understanding and cooperation, but I have never seen your true face. I have always been curious about what kind of face is hidden under Xueqing's mask. I wonder if you can let me see your true face. Qian Renxue was slightly stunned when she heard this. Xiao Han, do you know that over the years, only a few people have seen my true face, and each of them has a close relationship with me? Why do you have such an idea? Xiao Han shrugged and said with a smile. Perhaps it's because I feel that our relationship has surpassed that of ordinary partners. Moreover, I believe that true trust should not involve any concealment or estrangement. Of course, if you don't want to, I won't force you. Qian Renxue thought for a while and said, well, I don't seem to have any reason to refuse you. After saying that, she turned around, slowly raised her hand, and gently removed the mask. The long golden hair fell down in an instant, and the moment she turned her head, she revealed a majestic and stunning face. Qian Renxue is several years older than Xiao Han, but looks to be in her early 20s. She has delicate facial features, fair and delicate skin, and an extraordinary temperament revealed between her eyebrows. She has both the softness of a woman and the majesty of a king. The pair of eyes that were usually hidden behind the mask were bright as stars, as if they could see into people's hearts. Xiao Han looked at Qian Renxue in front of him, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Just as I expected, you are a great beauty. It's funny. Qian Renxue put on the mask again, and her tone became more relaxed. She didn't expect that Xiao Han could face her true appearance so calmly. Xiao Han's determination and character are indeed extraordinary, because he has lived among beauties since he was a child, and there has never been a shortage of beauties around him. Chapter 143. After Qian Renxue returned to Tiando City, she immediately arranged for her confidant to report her and Xiao Han's soul hunting plan to her grandfather Qian Douluo, asking him to make preparations in advance. Afterwards, she began to practice with full concentration. Xiao Han also planned to practice in seclusion for a period of time. He knew that Oscar's death would make Ning Rongrong very sad. He was worried that while he was in seclusion practicing, the people around him would be retaliated against by Ning Fengji and others, so he wanted to create something for them to do to distract their attention. Before going into seclusion to practice, Xiao Han sent an anonymous letter to the Wuhuan Hall branch in Tianshui City. In the letter, he cleverly revealed the secret cooperation between the Li clan of Tiando City and the Qibao Liuli sect. They were mass-producing Zhuge divine crossbow and other hidden weapons with great lethality. Xiao Han knew that once such information fell into Bibi Dong's hands, she would definitely pay great attention to it. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tiles sect has close ties with the Tiando royal family, and has two powerful sect protectors, who are regarded as thorns in Bibi Dong's side. Although their auxiliary ability is strong, their attack power is weak. And now, they are actually trying to make up for the lack of attack power by using hidden weapons, which is undoubtedly a huge threat to the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong will not sit idly by and watch them become more powerful. She will take action against the Power Clan and cut off the supply of hidden weapons. Wuhuan City, the Pope's Palace. Bibi Dong looked at the anonymous letter in her hand, her eyes flashing with complex emotions. What a great seven-treasure glazed tile sect, actually secretly hoarding a large number of weapons with great lethality. Tang San, I really underestimated you. I didn't expect that you are also quite talented in making weapons. The Power Clan. They were once a branch of the Haotian sect and are also an enemy of the Spirit Hall. They can no longer be kept. But who wrote this anonymous letter? Could it be Xiao Han? This is getting more and more interesting. Bibi Dong immediately sent someone to secretly investigate the truth of the matter. Half a month later, I received the news. The Li clan was indeed mass-producing weapons for the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Moreover, the man also seized a Zhuge magic crossbow. Looking at the well-made Zhuge divine crossbow, Bibi Dong was a little surprised. After experiencing its lethality, Bibi Dong was even more shocked. A small Zhuge divine crossbow actually has amazing killing power and poses a huge threat to ordinary soul masters. Bibi Dong couldn't stand it any longer and immediately gave orders to the two elders, Ju and Gui. Two elders, the power clan of Tiando City is now handed over to you. Remember, do it cleanly and don't leave any handles behind. Yes, Your Majesty. The two elders, Ju and Gui, brought a group of experts and rushed to Tiando City. On a dark and windy night, countless men in black airdropped into the residence of the Li clan and killed all 200 or 300 people including the clan leader Titan, and destroyed a large number of unfinished products of the Zhuge divine crossbow. The Li clan was wiped out overnight, which quickly caused a huge sensation in Tiando City. The clan leader, Titan, is a level 86 strong attack-type combat soul Douluo. The entire power clan has more than 200 direct descendants, most of whom are middle-aged and young soul masters. Such a force should not be underestimated. Moreover, it was in the capital of the empire. But even so, they were wiped out overnight. It is conceivable how powerful the opponent is. When Emperor Shuiyi learned about this, he was furious. The genocide of the Li clan is not only a provocation to the Tiando Empire, but also a serious threat to the security of the empire. Emperor Shuiyi immediately ordered the scene to be blocked and sent someone to investigate. Ning Fengji was filled with grief and anger after learning the news that the Li clan had been destroyed. The demise of the Li clan not only meant that they had lost an important ally, but also that those hidden weapons with great destructive power would not be able to be replenished in a timely manner. This was undoubtedly a heavy blow to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Ning Fengji hurried to Tiando City and entered the dilapidated mansion of the Li clan with Yu Xiaogang, trying to find clues from the ruins and uncover the truth of the tragedy. Yu Xiaogang looked around at the devastated scene, a hint of sadness flashing in his eyes. He knew that the Li clan had already acknowledged Tang San as their young master. Moreover, Titan's grandson Tyrone was once a member of the Shrek Academy team. Yu Xiaogang couldn't imagine that more than 200 members of the Li clan were killed overnight. He whispered to Ning Fengji beside him. This technique is clean and neat, leaving no trace. Apart from the Spirit Hall, I can't think of anyone else who can do it to this level. Ning Fengji's face was gloomy. He nodded, his eyes full of pain. Yes. On the way to Tiando City, I had already guessed that it was them. The two looked at each other. Ning Fengji sighed softly. Although we suspect it was the Spirit Hall, we have no direct evidence. The Spirit Hall has always acted cautiously, and this time is no exception. The demise of the Power Clan may be related to the creation of those hidden weapons. I harmed them. No. Sect Master Ning, the Power Clan was originally a branch of the Haotian sect. This could also be an act of revenge by the Spirit Hall. Then why would they do it now? I'm not sure about this either. Let's report this news to His Majesty as soon as possible. Afterwards, the two reported their analysis of the incident and their suspicions about the Spirit Hall in detail to Emperor Shuiyi. After hearing this, Emperor Shuiyi frowned, unable to hide his anger. The Spirit Hall is becoming more and more arrogant. What on earth do they want to do? Emperor Shuiyi slammed his fist on the table, his eyes flashing with determination. The Spirit Hall's move is undoubtedly a challenge to the authority of the Heaven Do Empire. The Power Clan is right under my nose, and yet they have suffered such a disaster. I cannot sit idly by and watch. Your Majesty, calm down. This time, they came prepared and destroyed all the evidence. We still need to think about this matter carefully. Your Majesty, Master Ning is right. I think that while we investigate the truth of the matter, we should also strengthen the Empire's defenses to prevent such incidents from happening again. Emperor Shuiyi nodded in agreement. Master Ning, the Spirit Hall may be coming for you. I will also provide the highest level of protection for the safety of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect and will never let the Spirit Hall's conspiracy succeed. Thank you, Your Majesty. After the three of them finished the discussion, Yu Xiaogang and Ning Fengji left the palace with heavy hearts. Ning Fengji was worried that the Spirit Hall would be detrimental to the sect. Yu Xiaogang thought of Tang San again. For more than a year, there has been no news from Tang San, and Yu Xiaogang doesn't know how he is doing now. If Tang San comes back and learns that the Li clan has been exterminated, he will definitely be very sad. Chapter 144. At the same time, on the other side, deep in the mountains. After more than a year of special training, Tang San has a deeper understanding of the use of the clear sky hammer. Tang Hao looked at the grown-up Tang San in front of him, his eyes full of satisfaction. He knew that it was time to uncover the dusty history and let Tang San understand his mother's true identity and everything their family had endured. Xiao San, follow me. Tang Hao led Tang San through the roaring waterfall and came to a secret stone chamber. The stone chamber is simple but full of traces of time, as if every inch records stories of the past. Xiao San, haven't you always wanted to know about your mother? I'll tell you today. Tang Hao's voice echoed in the stone chamber, carrying a hint of barely perceptible sadness. Your mother is not a human. She is the incarnation of the 100,000-year-old soul beast Blue Silver Emperor. Her name is Ayin. Tang San already knew that his mother was not human, but he was still somewhat shocked when he heard Tang Hao's words. Afterwards, Tang Hao recounted his past experiences. Tang San listened quietly to Tang Hao telling the story between him and the Blue Silver Emperor Ayin, and learned about his own life experience and the experiences of his parents. Dad, it turns out that you and Mom have been through so many ups and downs. It was that damned spirit hall that broke you up. Xiao San, the spirit hall owes us a debt, and we will get it back sooner or later. As Tang Hao spoke, he pointed to a small mound in the corner of the stone chamber. There grows a blue-silver grass there. It is different from ordinary blue-silver grass. There are faint golden lines on its leaves, which flicker softly in the dim light. Xiao San, that is the last trace of your mother. Her last bit of vitality turned into this blue-silver grass. Ayin, our child has grown up. I brought him to see you. Tang Hao's voice was low and affectionate. After hearing this, Tang San's eyes turned slightly red. Dad, this is my mother. Well, Xiao San, kneel down and kowtow. Tang San knelt down respectfully in front of the blue-silver grass and kowtowed 3 times. The blue-silver grass seemed to have some kind of response and stretched out madly, quickly wrapping up Tang San. Tang Hao was very excited when he saw this. Ayin, is that you? Are you really back? Tang San was also very excited. He calmed down and felt the care of the blue-silver grass, as if he was lying in his mother's arms. After a long while, the extended blue-silver grass slowly dissipated and returned to its original appearance. After sorting out his emotions, Tang Hao said. Xiao San, get up. Tang San stood up and saw Tang Hao handing him an antique wooden box. Xiao San, this is a gift your mother left for you. She hopes that you can become stronger and protect everything you love. Dad, what's in this? Open it and see for yourself. Tang San took the wooden box and opened it gently. Inside was a soul bone emitting a faint blue light. Judging from its shape, it is a right leg soul bone. Tang San was surprised and delighted, his hands trembling slightly, his heart surging with unprecedented excitement. He could clearly feel an extremely powerful energy emanating from that soul bone. Moreover, that powerful energy made him feel comfortable and seemed to be in perfect harmony with his blue-silver grass martial spirit. Dad, what is this? Xiao San, this is your mother's soul bone, a 100,000-year-old right leg bone. Mom's soul bone. Tang San was stunned. Dad, this is a 100,000-year-old soul bone. After absorbing it, it can greatly enhance your strength. That way, you will be more confident against the spirit hall. Why do you? Xiao San, your mother has already sacrificed her spirit ring to me. This spirit bone is a gift she specially left for you. You should absorb it now. It is good. Afterwards, Tang San sat cross-legged, took a deep breath, and began to absorb the 100,000-year soul bone. As the energy in the soul bone merged, Tang San's body seemed to be wrapped in a warm force. Time passed by minute. After absorbing the soul bone, Tang San stood up, feeling the surging power in his body and the new changes brought about by his martial soul, and felt a burst of surprise in his heart. Xiao San, how do you feel? Tang Hao asked with some anticipation. Dad, this is amazing. My soul power has directly broken through the bottleneck of level 50, and my martial soul has awakened a second time. As Tang San spoke, he released his blue-silver grass martial spirit. The blue-silver grass martial spirit has changed. On the originally ordinary blue-silver grass, golden lines appeared, like the blood of an emperor, flowing with nobility and power. It looks thicker and tougher. Obviously, the blue-silver grass is no longer an ordinary plant, but has evolved into the blue-silver emperor, exuding a faint majesty and vitality. This is the power brought by your mother, the blue-silver emperor. Your martial spirit has evolved into the blue-silver emperor. Yes, Dad. And I have the 5th soul ring and the 5th soul skill directly. The 10,000-year spirit ring on Tang San's body suddenly shone, and the blue-silver overlord spear was released. Tang Hao was surprised when he saw this. Yin, are these all the gifts you gave to Xiao San? Dad, that's not all. I also have the blue-silver domain. In addition, the soul bone has brought me powerful self-repair and flight abilities. That's great. Xiao San, your strength has made a qualitative leap. Tang Hao looked at Tang San, his eyes full of pride. Tang San was also full of confidence. Previously in the Soul Master competition, he was beaten repeatedly by Xiao Han, and he also suffered several defeats when encountering fire-type Soul Masters. But things are different now. The blue-silver grass martial soul evolved into the tougher blue-silver emperor. With his first 10,000-year soul skill and 100,000-year soul bone, his overall strength was greatly enhanced. He believed that if he met Xiao Han again, he would not be afraid. Tang San suddenly thought of something, looked at Tang Hao, and said excitedly, "Dad, I know a place that may help Mom grow 100 times, or even 1,000 times faster." After hearing this, Tang Hao became a little excited, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Really? Where?" "It's in the center of Sunset Forest, where Senior Douluo's medicine garden is located. The environment there is unique and has an unimaginable nourishing effect on various plants. However." Having said that, Tang Sen frowned slightly. "Xiao Han has also been to that area. I'm worried that he will become an uncertain factor." When mentioning Xiao Han, a hint of sharpness flashed in Tang Hao's eyes. "Xiao San, if there is really a place where your mother can grow up quickly, I am willing to try. As for Xiao Han, you don't have to worry. There are not many people in this world who can threaten me. If he really dares to show up, I will kill him. As long as I am here, I will protect your mother." Tang San's worries were slightly relieved. "Dad, maybe I'm overthinking it. With you and Senior Douluo here, Xiao Han wouldn't dare to go there easily." "Okay. Then let's go there and take a look. If that place is suitable, we can come back to pick up your mother." The father and son then set off for the Sunset Forest. Chapter 145. A few days later, Tang San and Tang Hao arrived at the Sunset Forest. They headed straight into the heart of the forest. When he reached the center of the forest, Tang San suddenly stopped, his brows furrowed, and the uneasiness in his heart surged like a tide. The familiar and dangerous green phosphorus snake venom array seemed to have evaporated at this moment, leaving no trace. "Dad, something is wrong. Senior Douluo's green phosphorus snake venom formation is gone." Tang Hao also noticed something unusual and his eyes became alert. Indeed, this is not in line with Douluo's style. He has always been cautious and will not easily withdraw his defense. "We have to be careful." With a sense of foreboding, Tang San led Tang Hao straight to the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. When they arrived at the iconic inverted cone-shaped call, the smell of sulfur and the fresh scent of spring water that should have filled the air were gone, replaced by a dull silence. "Dad, this place is not right either. There used to be hot air coming out of here, and there was a smell of sulfur." There was an anxiety in Tang San's voice that was hard to conceal, and he walked quickly towards the place where the mist was supposed to be rising. Tang Hao followed closely behind, looking around with a serious look. "It seems that we came at a bad time. Something seems to have happened here. Dad, let's go down and take a look." "Well, be careful." The two jumped directly from the edge of the cliff. When they reached the bottom of the valley, the scene before them stunned Tang San. The once vibrant and colorful yin-yang eyes of ice and fire are now nothing but a pool of dead, muddy water, surrounded by messy grass. Even the medicinal herbs transplanted by Douluo are nowhere to be seen. How is this possible?" Tang San muttered to himself in disbelief, his eyes searching the surroundings, trying to find a glimmer of life or a clue. Tang Hao carefully observed everything around him and said in a deep voice, "Xiao San, there are traces of a fight here. It was obviously destroyed deliberately. Douluo may have encountered trouble, or—" Tang Hao did not continue speaking, but Tang San understood the meaning of his father's unfinished words. A strong sense of worry and anger intertwined in Tang San's heart. He originally thought that after he became strong enough, he would join forces with Douluo to get rid of Xiao Han. In that case, when the magic herbs in the yin-yang eyes of Binghua grow again, he can use them. Moreover, if his mother could really receive the nourishment of the yin-yang eye spring water of ice and fire, she would be able to grow even faster. But now, the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire were completely destroyed, and the plans in his mind were shattered. Tang San thought of Douluo and felt a little worried. "Dad, I don't know what happened in the outside world in the past year or so. Who else in this world can pose a threat to Senior Douluo, except for the Spirit Hall?" "Yeah. You and I are thinking the same thing. Someone from the Spirit Hall might have been here. Is it because of us? Then what about the teachers?" Tang San was worried that Douluo would be retaliated against by the Spirit Hall. Tang Hao patted Tang San on the shoulder and comforted him. "Xiao San, don't think too much. This place is not far from Tiando City. We can find out if we ask around." "Ah." Afterwards, the father and son left the Sunset Forest and headed towards Tiando City. The destruction of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire made Tang Hao and Tang San more cautious. Tang Hao guessed that after they disappeared from the square of the Pope's palace last time, the Spirit Hall must have sent people to look for them, and the area around Shrek Academy might be full of Spirit Hall spies. In order not to bring unnecessary trouble to Shrek Academy, Tang Hao and Tang San did not look for Yu Xiaogang after entering Tiando City. They disguised themselves and went to Yuexian to find Tang Yuehua. Tang Yuehua was very excited to see Tang Hao again after many years. The brother and sister exchanged a few simple greetings, and Tang Hao introduced Tang San to Tang Yuehua. Yuehua, this is my son Tang San. Xiao San, come here quickly and meet your aunt. Tang San was stunned for a moment, then took a step forward and bowed to Tang Yuehua. Tang San has met his aunt. Good boy, I didn't expect you to be this big. Afterwards, Tang Hao chatted with Tang Yuehua for a while. From Tang Yuehua, the father and son learned that during the more than 1 year of their secret training in the mountains, several major events had occurred, and almost all of them were related to Xiao Han. They never expected that Xiao Han had reached the Soul Saint level in just over a year, and also possessed a 100,000-year soul ring. Tang San originally thought that after absorbing the 100,000-year soul bone left by his mother, the gap between him and Xiao Han had narrowed, but he did not expect that he was still far behind Xiao Han. Tang San was furious when he learned that Douluo Dalu and Oscar were both killed by Xiao Han. The annihilation of the Li clan made Tang San feel devastated. Originally in Tang San's plan, the Li clan was the foundation for him to establish the Tang sect in this world. The Li clan is good at casting and can make all kinds of Tang sect hidden weapons for him. They have already established a cooperative relationship with the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. But now, everything is ruined, and the plan to form the Tang sect has also been shattered. The only thing that made Tang San feel fortunate was that Xiao Han killed Davis and helped Dai Mubai ascend to the throne of Crown Prince. Damn it! Xiao Han actually killed Senior Douluo and Xiao Ao. Tang San clenched his fists, his nails digging deeply into his palms, but he seemed to feel no pain at all. There was only endless anger and sadness surging in his heart. The extermination of the Li clan, the deaths of Douluo Dalu and Oscar, all of these were like heavy rocks, weighing him down to the point where he could hardly breathe. Tang Hao looked at his son, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. Tang San's growth rate is already beyond ordinary people, but Xiao Han's growth rate is even more amazing. Xiao Han has reached the Soul Saint level and possesses a 100,000-year soul ring, which has greatly increased his strength. Tang Hao originally planned to send Tang San to the City of Slaughter for training, but after these things happened, he changed his mind. Training in the City of Slaughter can only increase murderous aura and combat experience, but the improvement of soul power will be seriously hindered. Tang San already had great hatred in his heart, and the power of revenge was enough to catalyze murderous intent. There is now a huge gap in soul power between him and Xiao Han. In order to deal with that powerful enemy, he must hurry up and improve his soul power. After the second awakening of his martial soul, Tang San's soul power will increase even faster, and Tang Hao has confidence in him. Xiao San, since the tragedy has already happened, don't be overly sad. What you need to do now is to seize the time to improve your strength so that you can face a powerful opponent. I know, Dad. Tang San suddenly thought of Xue Qinghe. Xiao Han killed the richest family in Tianshui City and also killed Davis, the eldest prince of the Xinglua Empire. Such a huge disaster was caused by Prince Xue Qinghe. It seems that Xiao Han and Xue Qinghe have a special relationship. Chapter 146. Tang San had heard Douluo Dalu say before that the empire's crown prince Xue Qinghe was by no means as simple as he appeared. Beneath his approachable appearance, he hides a wolfish ambition. The fourth prince, Avalanche, is not as bad as he appears. He just acts cynical on purpose in order to survive better in the palace. Douluo Dalu stands on the side of Prince Xuexing and the fourth prince Xuebang, and poses a potential threat to Xue Qinghe. This made Tang San wonder whether there were other forces involved in Douluo Dalu's death besides Xiao Han. Tang San looked at Tang Yuehua and asked, "Aunt, has anything important happened in the palace recently?" Tang Yuehua thought about it and then shook her head. It doesn't seem to be anything particularly important. Previously, the Xinglua Empire negotiated with the royal family for a while because of Davis's death. But after Xiao Han came back from eliminating the wolf bandits, he made the truth of the matter public, and the Xinglua side stopped. Recently, His Majesty sent people to investigate the extermination of the Lizzie clan. In fact, everyone knows that this was done by the Spirit Hall, but they just don't have evidence. Tang Hao shook his head slightly. Even if we know it was done by the Spirit Hall, what can we do? With the strength of the Heaven Do Empire, it is impossible to compete with the Spirit Hall. Tang San sighed, then asked. Aunt, do you know what the Crown Prince has been doing recently? In the past 2 or 3 months, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has rarely appeared in public. I wonder if he is in seclusion for training or for some other reason. After hearing this, Tang San felt even more strange. He always felt that Xue Qinghe seemed to be planning something. Tang Yuehua suddenly said to Tang Hao. Second brother, after so many years, don't you really plan to come back to the sect to take a look? Tang Hao sighed, his eyes somewhat melancholy, and he felt helpless. Back then, for the sake of Yin, he did not hesitate to confront the Spirit Hall, seriously injuring the former Pope Qian Xuanji, which indirectly led to Qian Xuanji's death. As a result, the Spirit Hall took its anger out on the Haotian sect and wiped out the Haotian sect and its affiliated sects, causing heavy losses to the sect. As a result, Tang Hao became a sinner of the Haotian sect and was expelled from the sect. For many years, he has always had his heart in the sect, but he was burdened with guilt towards the sect and was too ashamed to go back. But things are different now. He saw hope for reviving the Haotian sect in Tang San. He believed that Tang San, who possessed the twin martial spirits of Blue Silver Emperor and Clear Sky Hammer, would definitely achieve greater success than him in the future. These 2 days, he was hesitating whether to take Tang San back to the Haotian sect. After all, Tang San has the blood of the Tang family flowing in his veins. Although he was expelled from the sect, Tang San was innocent. By practicing in the Haotian sect, Tang San can make faster progress. Yuehua, I also want to go back to Haotian sect. However, you know that I am a sinner of the sect and I feel guilty about it. Second brother, you know the characters of eldest brother and the elders. I believe that as long as you are willing to put aside your pride and admit your mistakes, they will definitely agree to let you return to the sect. Moreover, Xiao San has such great potential, and his future achievements are immeasurable. Among the younger generation of disciples, who can compare with him? Even if you don't think about yourself, you should think about Xiao San and the future of the sect. Tang San stood aside, silent. He knew his father Tang Hao's temper. He had always wanted to visit the Haotian sect, which was known as the #1 sect in the world, but he didn't dare to mention it in front of Tang Hao. Tang Hao felt a little shaken. Okay. Yuehua, I'll take Xiao San back to the sect. Great. Then I'll go back and say hello to my eldest brother and the elders. Okay, thank you for your help. It's not hard. As long as you can go back, I'm willing to do anything. Tang Hao and Tang San rested in Yuexian for a day and left Tiando City the next day. Before this, Tang Yuehua had already taken the lead. Not long after Tang Hao and Tang San walked out of Tiando City, they suddenly felt that the atmosphere ahead was somewhat unusual. Looking up, I saw a group of people marching slowly not far away. It looked like an ordinary convoy, but Tang Hao's keen perception told him that things were not simple. Xiao San, look at that group of people. Tang San followed Tang Hao's gaze and saw nothing unusual at first glance, but when he used the purple demon pupil to observe carefully, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Dad, they are all soul masters, and their cultivation is not low. Tang Hao nodded, his expression becoming more serious. That's right. There are 2 titled Douluo level masters among them. Such a lineup is definitely not something that ordinary people can have. The 2 looked at each other and had the same guess in their minds, there must be an impressive background behind this team of people. Dad, it looks like they came from Tiando City. Who else could send out 2 titled Douluo at once, except for the Spirit Hall? You are right. They are very likely to have a close relationship with the Spirit Hall. Tang San was terrified when he thought about it carefully. Dad, the Li clan was destroyed not long ago. Could it be related to them? I'm a little suspicious too. Let's go and follow them and see for ourselves. Considering the recent situation in Tiando City, Tang Hao and Tang San hid in the woods on the side of the road, using the cover of the trees to quietly catch up with the team. Along the way, the team moved very cautiously, with people probing around from time to time, obviously guarding against something. But it was not difficult for Tang Hao and Tang San to conceal their whereabouts, so they followed all the way without being discovered. As the team went deeper, Tang San became more and more curious. Dad, who do you think is sitting in this car? Is it a noble or a... Tang Hao shook his head, his eyes deep. I don't know, but to be escorted by such a powerful team of spirit masters, his identity must be extraordinary. Once we follow him to the destination, everything will become clear. Finally, at sunset, the team stopped in front of a hidden valley. Tang Hao and Tang Sanzang were quietly observing in the forest not far away. The people in the convoy dismounted one after another. Among them, a titled Douluo level warrior stepped forward and respectfully lifted the curtain of the carriage. At that moment, Tang San's heart was shocked. Because the person he saw walking out of the carriage was someone he had never expected, Prince Xue Qinghe. How could it be him? Tang San exclaimed in a low voice, feeling unbelievable. Tang Hao also frowned, obviously surprised by this scene. It seems that the Crown Prince of Tiando is not a simple person. He must have some ulterior motive for traveling so secretly. Yes. What's even more strange is that he is surrounded by 2 title Douluo level masters and a group of experts. When did the Heaven Do Empire have such a powerful spirit master configuration? Could they really be from the Spirit Hall? It's possible. Perhaps Xue Qinghe has already colluded with the Spirit Hall. Chapter 147. Tang Hao and Tang San looked at each other, and there was a sharp flash in their eyes. They decided to continue tracking Xue Qinghe and uncover the secret behind it. After daybreak, Xue Qinghe and his group set out again. Tang Hao and Tang San followed quietly, keeping a distance from them. As time went by, Tang Hao and Tang San discovered that the direction of Xue Qinghe and his group was becoming clearer and clearer. They were actually heading towards the Star Do Great Forest. The Xingdou Great Forest, as the most famous gathering place for soul beasts on Douluo continent, is where countless soul masters obtain soul rings. Dad, it seems they are going to the Star Forest. Tang San said in a low voice, already having a vague guess in his mind. Tang Hao nodded, his expression solemn, looking at their posture. They are probably going to hunt soul beasts. I just don't know what kind of soul beast they want to hunt that would require such a powerful lineup. Tang San frowned in thought. Xue Qinghe is the crown prince of the Tiando Empire. His soul power level is not high. The soul beasts in the royal hunting ground are enough to make his soul rings. He does not need to take the risk to go to the Xingdou Great Forest to get them. He has 2 title Douluo by his side, as well as a number of masters above the soul sage level. Why would he need to mobilize such a large force? Dad, I don't think things are that simple. Xue Qinghe may have other purposes for this trip. Tang Hao nodded. They may not just be going to hunt soul beasts. Dad, we have to keep following. If Xue Qinghe is really colluding with the Spirit Hall and intends to harm the Heaven Do Empire, we can't just sit back and watch. Ah. Tang Hao and Tang San continued to lurk in the dark, following Xue Qinghe and his party to the Star Do Great Forest. Meanwhile on the other side, Xiao Han and Lin Zhirua were also rushing to the Xingdou Great Forest. According to the agreement with Qianren Xue, Xiao Han also practiced in seclusion for a period of time, and his soul power broke through the 80th level. After receiving the news that Qianren Xue had also broken through level 70, Xiao Han and Lin Zhirua set out from Tianshui City and headed for the Xingdou Great Forest, preparing to meet Qianren Xue there. Xiao Han knew that the Titan Giant Ape and the Azure Bull Python in the core circle of the Star Do Great Forest were both overlord-like beings with powerful strength. So this time, he only brought Lin Zhirua and not Shui Binger and the others because their strength was not enough. Before setting off, Xiao Han had already told Lin Zhirua that the Empire's crown prince Xue Qinghe was disguised as Qianren Xue. He also told Lin Zhirua about Qianren Xue's plan to seize power in the Tiando Empire. Lin Zhirua was shocked. However, if the peaceful unification of Douluo continent can be achieved and there will be no more wars in Douluo continent, Lin Zhirua also supports Qianren Xue's plan. Lin Zhirua will stand by Xiao Han and support him. Xiao Han's decision is her decision. The two of them walked and talked. Lin Zhirua said, Xiao Han, I wonder if they are almost there. It should be soon. They started from Tiando City, which is closer than us. However, we are traveling simply, so we will be faster. If nothing goes wrong, we can arrive at the agreed location at about the same time. Qianren Xue should have brought quite a few people with her. Yes. The 2 soul beasts in the center of the forest are both extraordinary. One of them has the strength of nearly 200,000 years of cultivation. Xiao Han knew that Qianren Xue had 2 title Douluo level warriors, Snake Spear and Thorny Porpoise, by her side, but this was not enough to deal with the Titan Giant Ape and the Azure Bull Python. In order to ensure that everything goes well, Xiao Han specifically reminded Qianren Xue that in addition to Guanling Douluo, the worship hall also needs to send out a title Douluo level strongman. Moreover, this matter must be kept secret and Bibi Dong must not know about it. The 2 continued to move towards the Star Forest. Tang San and Tang Hao followed Xue Qinghe's team and came to a corner of the Star Do Great Forest. After entering the forest, the team did not continue to move forward, but stopped, which aroused the suspicion of Tang San and Tang Hao. Tang San said. Dad, they look like they are waiting for someone. Tang Hao nodded, thoughtfully. It's getting weirder and weirder. 2 title Douluo level masters and a group of experts. Such a team of soul masters is enough to hunt down 100,000-year soul beast. I don't know who they are waiting for and what they want to do. Just as the 2 were wondering, a young woman with waist-length blonde hair got off the carriage. The woman was wearing a gorgeous yet simple long dress, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a sense of inviolable majesty and nobility. The sunlight shone through the sparse treetops, casting patches of light on her body, giving her a faint glow. Her face was as delicate as if it had been carefully carved, and her skin was white and delicate, as flawless as the first snow. A pair of eyes that can see into people's hearts, revealing wisdom and determination that should not be underestimated. She exudes an invisible aura, an aura that combines nobility, wisdom and power, which makes people want to surrender involuntarily. Tang San and Tang Hao looked at each other, with a hint of surprise in their eyes. Such a woman is obviously not an ordinary person. However, they followed along the way and never saw the woman. Tang Hao was very confused. Who on earth is she that could cause Xue Qinghe to mobilize so many troops? Or is she the real key figure in this trip? Dad, don't you find it strange? Xue Qinghe is gone. Tang Hao frowned, then he remembered. Just now, our attention was focused on that woman. You observed carefully. Xue Qinghe is indeed missing. At this time, Tang San had already opened the purple demon pupil and could see the woman's face clearly. He found that the blonde woman's manners and subtle movements were somewhat similar to Xue Qinghe. This made him suspect that the blonde woman was Xue Qinghe. However, he was also confused. If this is true, how did the woman do it? Could it be that her disguise skills are so terrifying? Xiao San, what are you thinking about? Tang Hao's words interrupted Tang San's thoughts. Tang San said with a firm look, Dad. I suspect that the blonde woman is Xue Qinghe. What? She is Xue Qinghe. Strictly speaking, she is not the real Xue Qinghe, but a person pretending to be Xue Qinghe. The real Xue Qinghe is probably no longer alive. Tang San heard from Douluo Dalu that Xue Qinghe had great ambitions and even the previous crown prince might have died at his hands. If Xue Qinghe was really the blonde woman in disguise, Douluo Dalu's previous guess would make sense. Xiao San, someone is coming. While Tang San was thinking, Tang Hao suddenly reminded him. The two of them looked at the team at the same time and found that a man and a woman were walking towards the team. Tang San's pupils dilated instantly. The person who came was none other than Xiao Han, the person he hated the most. Walking side by side with Xiao Han was Lin Jiruo. Chapter 148. Tang San's heart was in turmoil. He didn't expect to meet Xiao Han here, let alone that Xiao Han would be related to the mysterious blonde woman. Dad, it's Xiao Han and Lin Jiruo. Tang Hao nodded slightly, his brows furrowed, a complex light flashing in his eyes. Why are they here? Could it be? Tang Hao thought of the azure bull python in the center of the forest that could speak human language. Dad, what's wrong? I guess they might be here for the 100,000-year-old soul beast in the core circle of the forest. The core circle of the forest, could it be them? Xiao San, you also know that soul beast. Tang San was stunned. Dad, I don't know if we are talking about the same soul beast. I once heard Xiao Wu say that her good friends Deming and Erming are both soul beasts with a cultivation of more than 100,000 years, and Deming's cultivation is close to 200,000 years. They all live in the core circle of the Xingdou Great Forest and are the two overlords there. Human soul masters dare not trespass into their territory. Last time, Tang San and Xiao Wu were rescued by Tang Hao from the square in front of the Pope's palace. After Tang San woke up, Xiao Wu was nowhere to be seen. Tang Hao told him at that time that Xiao Wu had gone to a safe place, allowing him to devote himself to cultivation. Therefore, Tang San did not mention this matter later. It was not until now that the father and son talked about this topic. Tang Hao said softly, Xiao San, we may be talking about the same soul beast. Dad, I've always wanted to ask you a question. Has Xiao Wu returned to the Star Forest? Tang Hao nodded. I know you are worried about her. With the two forest overlords here, she will be fine. However, a fierce look suddenly flashed in Tang Hao's eyes. If they are really going for those 200,000-year-old soul beasts, perhaps we can take the opportunity to get rid of Xiao Han. Then let's wait and see what their purpose is. Tang San instantly understood what Tang Hao meant. We can take advantage of the fact that those people are weak from dealing with the 100,000-year soul beast and attack Xiao Han. Xiao Han's growth is too amazing, and he is a huge threat to Tang San. Moreover, he seemed to be on the side of the Spirit Hall, which was also a huge obstacle to their father and son's plan to take revenge on the Spirit Hall. So, if there is a chance to get rid of Xiao Han, they will do it. Tang San and his son had been quietly observing Xiao Han and Lin Jiruo. Due to the distance, they could only see the blonde woman take the initiative to come forward and greet them. Afterwards, the group walked deeper into the forest, talking and laughing. Tang San frowned, further confirming his guess. Dad, look, Xue Qinghe had just disappeared among the group of people, but there was a blonde girl. Well, that blonde woman is undoubtedly Xue Qinghe. I wonder who that blonde woman is. Why did she disguise herself as Xueqinghe? Tang Hao's expression was solemn. No matter what her identity is, it is obviously extremely detrimental to the Heaven Do Empire. If she inherits the throne of the empire as the crown prince, the entire Heaven Do Empire will be controlled by her. And she has some kind of connection with the Spirit Hall, which is terrifying to think about. Yes, fortunately we discovered the existence of the fake prince in time. No wonder he had been helping Xiao Han before. It turns out that they had been in cahoots with each other for a long time. Tang San suddenly thought of Ning Fengji. Ning Fengji, who was very thoughtful, had known the fake Xueqinghe for many years, but he didn't realize that she was a girl. This disguise was really superb. Xiao San, they are leaving, let's follow them. Ah. Afterwards, the father and son restrained their breathing and continued to follow. Tang Hao and Tang San followed closely behind Xiao Han and his group, keeping a covert and cautious distance. They noticed that the team did not head straight for the core of the forest as expected. It seemed that they were choosing a suitable time or waiting for someone to arrive. The two titled Douluo level warriors, as well as the many masters who accompanied them, were extremely respectful to the blonde woman, almost to the point of obedience. Dad, the identity of that blonde woman is extraordinary. To be able to make so many powerful people so awed, her status is probably even higher than Xueqinghe's. Indeed, her identity is definitely not simple. Several days passed in a flash. The father and son lurked patiently, observing the team's every move. On this day, a powerful soul power fluctuation suddenly broke the tranquility of the forest. Tang Hao said softly, Xiao San, there's another one coming, a titled Douluo level expert. Two figures suddenly landed in the middle of the team. After seeing their appearance clearly, Tang Hao's eyes froze instantly. He recognized that the two powerful men were the fifth worshipper of the Spirit Hall, Guanling Douluo, and the seventh worshipper, Jianhua Douluo. Xiao San, it seems that our guess is correct. The relationship between that blonde woman and Spirit Hall is far more complicated than we thought. Even Guanling Douluo and subduing Demon Douluo from the worship hall showed up, which shows that Spirit Hall attaches great importance to this operation. Two more titled Douluo have arrived. Tang San clenched his fists, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. Dad, what should we do? If they really attack De Ming and Er Ming, then Xiao Wu. Don't worry, just follow them and see what their plans are. Tang San's 100,000-year-old right leg bone gave him the ability to fly. Tang Hao was confident that if they found him, he would be able to take Tang San away safely even if he was injured. On the other side, in the team. When Xiao Han saw Guanling Douluo, he bowed to him respectfully. Teacher, I am finally glad to see you again. Guanling Douluo smiled and said, Xiao Han, I've heard about your story. I didn't expect you to have made such amazing progress in such a short time. I'm proud of you. Teacher, I have to thank you for this. If you hadn't saved me, I would have died at the hands of Dugubo. Moreover, you seriously injured Dugubo, so we had the chance to kill him. Guanling Douluo nodded with satisfaction and looked at Qian Renxue beside him. Miss, you and Xiao Han have known each other for many years. It's great that you trust and help each other. Guanling Douluo is loyal to the angel lineage. He is sincerely happy to know that Qian Renshue's plan is getting closer to success. Although Xiao Han did not explicitly express his desire to join the Spirit Hall, he has been helping Qian Renxue. Guanling Douluo saw the future of Spirit Hall from these two young men. The group continued to move towards the center of the forest. In order to successfully hunt down the two overlords in the center of the forest, Qian Daolu did not hesitate to send out two powerful priests. Qian Renxue believed that their plan would succeed. Chapter 149. Tang Hao suddenly thought of something. Could that woman be from the Qian family? A descendant of Qian Daolu? Dad, if she is really from the Qian family, then doesn't that mean she is the young master of the Spirit Hall? Well, it's very likely. They are about to leave, let's follow them. Xiao Han and his group moved. This time they moved much faster and soon reached the core of the forest. Suddenly there was a roar from the front. Then, the entire ground began to shake. Feeling the violent force, everyone became alert. Xiao Han opened his spiritual skull and probed forward. He guessed that the powerful force most likely came from one of the overlords in the center of the forest, the Titan Ape. The roar of the giant beast was like thunder, shaking the surrounding trees and causing branches and leaves to fly. Qian Renxue and Xiao Han looked at each other, their eyes flashing with excitement and anticipation. The target of this operation, the two powerful 100,000-year soul beasts, are about to appear in their sight. As the team continued to move forward, Xiao Han was suddenly startled and discovered something strange. He noticed that someone seemed to be following him secretly. Xiao Han did not turn around, and whispered to Guanling Douluo beside him, "Teacher, we seem to be followed." "Yes, I noticed it a long time ago. They are just two cowards. If they were really capable, they wouldn't hide in the dark. Hunting soul beasts is more important. Don't worry about them." Guanling Douluo looked relaxed, not caring about the two people hiding in the dark at all. The team moved on. Tang Hao and Tang San, who were hiding in the bushes farther away, also heard the roar. Tang San was a little excited, but also a little worried. Maybe, he will be able to see Xiao Wu, whom he has always missed, soon. However, those people were obviously heading for them, and Xiao Wu's situation became extremely dangerous. "Dad, is that 100,000-year-old soul beast?" Tang Hao nodded. "We're getting closer. If you really see Xiao Wu, don't get too excited, lest you reveal your presence and affect our plan." "Okay, I know." The father and son hid in the dark, following Xiao Han and his group. As everyone approached cautiously, the scene before their eyes gradually became clearer, and an unprecedented sense of oppression came over them. In the middle of the dense forest, a lake appeared. A huge monster suddenly came into everyone's sight. It was a huge soul beast. Its body is like a moving hill, with bulging muscles that sparkle with a metallic luster in the sun. Those eyes were like two burning fireballs, revealing an inviolable majesty and power. It squatted there, its legs like two huge stone pillars, firmly supporting its mountain-like body. Xiao Han knew that this was the Titan ape. The Titan ape seemed to have sensed the uninvited guests and was waiting here in advance. A powerful aura burst out from it, and an invisible pressure filled the air. Faced with such a shocking scene, the group stopped involuntarily. Xiao Han took a closer look. On one of the Titan ape's shoulders, there was a small figure gently embraced. It was Xiao Wu. Against the backdrop of such a giant beast, Xiao Wu looks extremely petite, like a fragile flower in nature, gently protected by the behemoth Titan ape. Xiao Wu saw Xiao Han and his group, her face expressionless, her eyes revealing a bit of fierceness. In the previous Soul Master competition, Xiao Wu was severely injured by Xiao Han. It was also because of Xiao Han that her identity as a soul beast was revealed to the public. Moreover, Xiao Han also severely injured Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun and others. What made her hate him even more was that Xiao Han beat Tang San repeatedly, causing Tang San serious trauma not only physically but also psychologically. This was unbearable for her. She never expected that Xiao Han would bring people here. Enemies are extremely jealous when they meet. This is the territory of the Titan ape and the Azure Bull Python. They will show no mercy to those who intrude. A cold voice suddenly sounded above everyone's heads. "Xiao Han, you actually brought people here. You owe Shrek a debt, and today I will make you pay it back, and you will never be able to return." As soon as Xiao Wu finished speaking, the roar of the Titan ape sounded again. This time it was no longer anger or a warning, but more like a declaration, announcing its absolute rule over this territory and its unquestionable protection of Xiao Wu. Xiao Han smiled disdainfully. "Little rabbit, you may not be very capable, but you are quite arrogant. Just relying on this 100,000-year-old soul beast. You underestimate us too much." Xiao Han looked around vigilantly. He knew that the Azure Bull Python was in that lake. That soul beast is more powerful than the Titan ape and is hiding in the dark waiting for its chance to strike. Tang San, who was not far away, saw Xiao Wu through his purple demon pupil and heard Xiao Wu's voice, and was very excited. His heart beat faster and his hands clenched into fists, trying hard to resist the urge to rush out and reunite with Xiao Wu. Tang Hao gently pressed his shoulder. "Xiao San, we can't act rashly now. Although Xiao Wu is in danger, she is protected by the 200,000-year soul beasts. Besides, this is their territory, and she knows how to use the favorable terrain to protect herself." Tang San took a deep breath, forced himself to shift his attention away from Xiao Wu, and instead observed the surrounding environment. His eyes shuttled through the woods, trying to find the trace of the Azure Bull Python, while analyzing the layout and weaknesses of Xiao Han and his group. At this time, the demon-subduing Douluo and light-feathered Douluo in that team were also ready for battle. The other two titled Douluo stood on the left and right sides of the blonde woman. Xiao Han and Lin Jirua stood together. "Xiao Wu, I won't let anyone hurt you again." Tang San silently made a vow in his heart. Xiao Wu's voice sounded again, "Xiao Han, it's time to end this. Today, none of you can leave here, you all must die. De Ming, Ming, kill them all, leave no one alive." As Xiao Wu finished her words, the sky suddenly darkened, dark clouds gathered, and a gloomy atmosphere instantly enveloped the entire forest. Puff! Suddenly there was a loud noise on the lake, and countless water splashed everywhere. A huge monster broke out of the water. The behemoth had a huge bull head with a diameter of at least 4 meters. There is also a huge snake body that is completely black and blue and several times thicker than a water tank. The pair of eyes flashing with cold light, like two huge gems, staring coldly at everything below. How dare you, human soul masters, hurt Sister Xiao Wu. I will make sure you die miserably. Everyone was shocked when they saw the soul beast with an ox head, a snake body and human speech. Xiao Han knew that it was the Azure Bull Python. The words of the Azure Bull Python were filled with endless anger and murderous intent, as if announcing impending destruction. Humph, it's just a big snake, and you dare to speak so arrogantly. The demon subduing Douluo snorted coldly, and a strong soul power fluctuation emanated from his body, and the panlong stick in his hand was released. Chapter 150. However, he does have the capital to be arrogant. After all, his soul power has reached level 96, and he is a top-level offensive Douluo. Looking at the Azure Bull Python on the lake, Guanling Douluo's eyes flashed with excitement. He knew that this sky-blue bull python was much more powerful than an ordinary 100,000 level soul beast. He moved his fingers slightly, and the light feather divine bow in his hand was released, and the wings behind him gently spread out. Demon Jiang, we haven't fought for a long time, leave the big snake to me. Okay, then I'll go deal with that clumsy gorilla, The hearty laughter of the demon subduing Douluo was a merciless mockery to Xiao Wu and the 200,000-year-old spirit beasts. Xiao Wu was furious. Almost at the same time, Xiao Han also released his martial soul and spirit ring, ready for battle. Seeing the 100,000-year soul ring glowing with red light, Xiao Wu was shocked and her eyes widened. How is this possible? Xiao Wu never thought that in less than 2 years, Xiao Han had already reached the soul sage level and possessed a 100,000-year soul ring. Not only that, Xiao Han's first soul ring transformed from yellow to purple. Xiao Wu knew that it was not easy to achieve this. She thought that Xiao Han might have the ability to devour, which allowed the soul ring to complete its transformation. Seeing the 100,000-year spirit ring on Xiao Han, demons subduing Douluo, Guanling Douluo, Qianren Xue, the two title Douluos beside him, and the masters of the spirit hall all widened their eyes involuntarily. Although they already knew that Xiao Han's seventh soul ring had reached 100,000 years, they were still shocked when they witnessed this scene. After all, Xiao Han is still so young, but he already possesses the 100,000-year soul ring that soul masters dream of. Without time to think, Xiao Wu roared, "De Ming, Er Ming, take action. Kill them all." As soon as Xiao Wu finished speaking, the Titan giant ape and the Azure Bull Python let out an earth-shaking roar at the same time. The momentum from the 100,000-year-old soul beast seemed to tear the entire space apart. They moved and rushed toward Xiao Han, Qianren Xue and their group respectively. The Titan ape's huge body, over 15 meters tall, crushed down like a mountain. The Azure Bull Python soared into the sky and shuttled through the clouds like a lightning dragon. "Let me test your strength, big-headed ape." The demon subduing Douluo roared, raised the panlong stick, and rushed towards the Titan giant ape. Xiao Han and Guanling Douluo faced the sky-blue bull python at the same time. Snake Spear Douluo and Thorny Porpoise Douluo stayed beside Qianren Xue to guard against sneak attacks from behind. The two priests were eager to fight, so Lin Zhirua did not want to intervene. She just stood aside and responded accordingly. Tang Hao and Tang San hid in the dark, watching the upcoming battle. Tang San clenched his hands into fists, his heart filled with worry and anger. He really wanted to rush out and fight alongside Xiao Wu. But he knew that now was not the time. He had to wait for an opportunity and look for a chance to kill with one blow. "Xiao San, don't be anxious," Tang Hao reminded in a low voice. "All we have to do now is bide our time." Tang San nodded, took a deep breath, and tried to calm himself down. He knew that his father was injured and those titled Douluo level warriors were in their prime, so he had to endure it now. The best opportunity to attack would be when they had fought with the 200,000-year-old soul beasts and had consumed a lot of energy and were in poor condition. On the other side, the battle between the two sides had already begun. The demon subduing Douluo's body shook, and the panlong staff in his hand seemed to come alive, and the red holy golden dragon of awakening sealed in the staff glowed faintly. With the use of his seventh soul skill, the martial soul avatar, all of demon subduing Douluo's attributes were greatly enhanced at this moment. His momentum suddenly increased, as if he was a god descending to earth. Along with the sudden flash of the sixth soul ring on his body, the sixth soul skill, the demon subduing dragon pillar, was activated. Suddenly, the clouds in the sky split apart, and a huge shadow of a dragon-shaped stick fell from the sky with the power to destroy the world. A red dragon was coiled on the stick, its eyes wide open and its roar shook the sky. Its powerful restrictive force solidified the surrounding space. Faced with this shocking blow, the Titan ape was not afraid, but roared even louder. The deafening sound contained endless anger and power. All its muscles were tense, as if every muscle contained explosive energy. The ground was shaking under its feet, as if even the earth could not withstand its anger. Just when demon subduing Douluo was full of confidence and thought he could suppress the Titan giant ape, he suddenly felt an unprecedented invisible pressure enveloping his whole body. This force made his movements slow down, as if he was bound by invisible shackles. Then, the pressure mysteriously disappeared, replaced by a feeling of weightlessness. His body involuntarily flew towards the Titan ape's mountain-like fist. The demon subduing Douluo was greatly shocked. Only then did he realize that the Titan ape not only had incredible strength, but also possessed the special ability to control gravity. At the critical moment, his fourth soul ring suddenly lit up, and his fourth soul skill, Coiled Dragon Protecting the Body, was activated instantly. A layer of light curtain formed by soul power appeared in front of him like a shield, shining brightly and indestructible. Boom! The Titan ape's heavy fist slammed heavily on the light curtain. The huge impact force caused the light curtain to tremble violently, but it finally withstood the blow. However, the recoil force also caused demon subduing Douluo to fly backwards like a leaf blown by a strong wind. The demon subduing Douluo rolled several times in the air, and with his powerful strength, he adjusted his posture in the air and landed steadily. His expression was solemn, but his eyes were burning with an even stronger desire to fight. What a great Titan ape! I underestimated you. Come again. The demon subduing Douluo adjusted his posture and soared into the sky again. At the same time, on the other side, Xiao Yu and Guanling Douluo also launched an attack on the Sky Blue Bull Python. Guanling Douluo wanted to learn the abilities of the Sky Blue Bull Python alone, but he did not stop Xiao Yu from fighting with him. He also wanted to see what kind of strength Xiao Yu had. Both of them spread their wings, one on the left and one on the right, pulled the bowstrings in their hands to the full moon, and almost at the same time shot icy arrows at the Azure Bull Python. The arrow collided violently with the thick green scales on the Azure Bull Python's body, and the crisp sound echoed over the empty lake. The Azure Bull Python's scale defense was like a solid barrier, blocking the two people's initial tentative attacks. Its huge body shook slightly, and then it opened its huge mouth. A rich green light gushed out of his mouth, like a green torrent, and suddenly dispersed. Xiao Yu's eyes suddenly focused. He knew that this was the slow area of the Azure Bull Python. This skill can significantly slow down the movement speed of opponents in the field, and will also limit their mental strength and perception. Without any hesitation, Xiao Yu quickly changed direction and flew higher into the sky. As the red light of the 100,000-year soul ring bloomed, the weapon soul's true form was released, and the aura of the whole body suddenly surged. Friends, a new book, Douluo, Wuhuan Magic Harp, Summoning Ancient Divine Beasts, has been released. Come and try it out. This book will be updated normally, and 2 books will be updated at the same time. Chapter 151. The Masters of the Spirit Hall also retreated, trying to quickly evacuate the area that was about to be covered by the green light. But the speed of light is too fast, and they are still half a beat slower. In the blink of an eye, the entire space was instantly dyed blue, and time seemed to slow down at this moment. Trees, grass leaves, and even flying dust all became slowly and clearly visible in the green light. Even Tang Hao and Tang San, who were watching the battle from a distance, could feel the strong sense of sluggishness, even though they were not within the direct influence of the field. Guanling Douluo did not seem flustered when he saw this. Instead, a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes, as if such a challenge further stimulated his fighting spirit. He pulled the Guanling Divine Bow in his hand to its full draw again. This time, his arrow was condensed with even stronger soul power. His body shook and his martial soul's true form appeared. The ultimate feather light, activated. Then, a layer of light blue light surged out from the Guanling Divine Bow and quickly spread, completely covering the slow field released by the Sky Blue Bull Python. The ultimate feather light is not only dazzling, but also contains the special ability to neutralize the slowing effect. The Masters of the Spirit Hall who were originally slow in movement suddenly felt the pressure relieved and their speed gradually recovered. While Guanling Douluo was displaying the ultimate wing light, Xiao Yu did not stop attacking. The arrow flew out of the bow and turned into a blue-black vortex of ice and snow. This is an enhanced version of the 5th soul skill Blizzard Arrow, the Dark Demon Storm Arrow. The huge vortex of ice and snow incorporates the power, wind, and evil attributes of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger. These forces merged into the vortex of wind and snow, forming a terrifying energy. The sky suddenly changed color, and a blue-black vortex of ice and snow came over to press down on the Sky Blue Bull Python like an overwhelming force. Wherever he passed, the air seemed to be frozen. The moment the azure bull python felt this power, a trace of fear flashed in its eyes. It felt the familiar power in the blizzard, which came from its previous powerful enemy, the dark demon evil god tiger. That evil soul beast with the ability to devour is a nightmare-like existence for it. Many years ago, it joined forces with the titan giant ape to drive the dark demon evil god tiger out of the core circle of the Star Do Great Forest. Now, this power appeared again, and was controlled by a human soul master, which made it feel a little dazed. Driven by the dignity and survival instinct of a 100,000-year-old soul beast, the sky blue bull python quickly came to its senses, let out a deafening roar, and its entire body was glowing with green light, trying to resist this fatal suppression. The whirlpool of ice and snow and the blue light intertwined and eroded each other. But in the end, the evil and storm power of the dark demon storm arrow prevailed. The azure bull python's sluggish field completely collapsed under this attack, and its body was also shaken back by the huge impact force. Upon seeing this, Guanling Douluo took the opportunity to launch an offensive, and the Guanling divine bow in his hand once again shot out several bright arrows. Each arrow was extremely accurate and aimed directly at the vital points of the sky blue bull python. Xiao Han was not willing to be outdone. His figure shuttled flexibly in the air, continuously shooting high-explosive penetrating arrows that combined powerful force, launching continuous attacks on the sky blue bull python. Under the siege of the two, the green scales on the azure bull python began to fall off, and shocking scars appeared on its huge body. On the other side, the battle between demon subduing Douluo and titan giant ape has also entered a white-hot stage. The demon subduing Douluo knew that the titan giant ape had the ability to control gravity, so he stopped attacking at close range. He used his 8th soul skill, the demon subduing dragon circle. A giant dragon shadow descended from the sky and tightly entangled the titan ape. Although the titan ape is extremely powerful, it is still difficult to break free from the demon subduing dragon circle. Let's see how long you can struggle. Demon subduing Douluo snorted coldly and increased the output of his soul power in an attempt to completely suppress the titan giant ape. At the same time, Qian Renxue calmly observed the battle situation. Seeing that the 200,000-year soul beasts were already showing signs of defeat, she secretly calculated in her heart and knew that it was time to take action against Xiao Wu. Catch that rabbit alive! Qian Renxue waved her hand gently, signaling the spirit hall masters around her to take action. Several masters flashed and pounced towards Xiao Wu like ghosts. The titan giant ape was trapped, and the azure bull python was suppressed by Xiao Han and Guanling Douluo. The 200,000-year-old soul beasts had no time to free themselves to protect Xiao Wu. At this moment, Tang San, who had been holding back, could no longer remain silent. He witnessed Xiao Wu falling into crisis, and his anger and worry reached a peak. If we wait any longer, Xiao Wu might be in danger. Dad, Xiao Wu is in danger, I have to save her. Seeing Tang San so determined, Tang Hao felt mixed emotions. After witnessing everything that happened on the battlefield, he realized Xiao Han's terrifying strength. Although Xiao Han is still only at the Soul Sage level, his combat power is comparable to that of a titled Douluo above level 95. The two priests of the Spirit Hall were even more powerful than he had imagined. Moreover, there are still 2 titled Douluo and 1 extreme flowing ice soul Douluo who have not taken action. Tang Hao obviously underestimated the strength of this group of people and even had the idea of retreating. If he were in his prime, he would naturally not be afraid. But he was injured and couldn't use his full strength. Xiao San, the situation is not favorable. I will go and destroy their plan. You take the opportunity to rescue Xiao Wu and leave here. Dad, you have to be careful. Don't worry about me. You must remember to take Xiao Wu away as soon as possible. We can't take care of those 2 soul beasts. We can only hope for the best. After Tang Hao finished speaking, his soul power surged throughout his body, and a huge clear sky hammer appeared out of thin air in his palm. The black ripples on the clear sky hammer vibrated wildly, emitting a powerful pressure. Tang Hao's eyes were as sharp as torches, locked onto the Spirit Hall masters who were approaching Xiao Wu. He moved like a meteor streaking through the sky, and suddenly rushed towards the battlefield. The roar of the clear sky hammer resounded through the sky like thunder. When Snake Spear Douluo saw this, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. He knew Tang Hao's strength very well, and was even more aware of the horror of the clear sky hammer. But as a titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall, how could he retreat? The snake spear shook and turned into a beam of light, blocking Tang Hao head-on. Tang Hao, you coward, you have been hiding in the dark for so long, and now you finally come out. Snake Spear Douluo shouted loudly, and the snake spear in his hand was like a poisonous snake coming out of a hole, piercing Tang Hao with a shrill sound of breaking wind. Tang Hao snorted coldly, and swung the clear sky hammer violently, colliding head-on with the snake spear. The moment the two collided, visible ripples were stirred up, and the surrounding air seemed to be torn apart, making a sharp whistle. At the same time, Tang San was not idle either. When he saw Tang Hao taking action, he immediately seized the opportunity, released his 100,000-year-old right leg soul bone, and turned his body into a flash of lightning, flying towards Xiao Wu, who was surrounded by the spirit hall masters. Chapter 152. The entire battlefield was shaken by his first clash with Snake Spear Douluo. Under Tang Hao's cover, Tang Sen used the flying ability of his 100,000-year-old right leg soul bone to flash out like a ghost, and at the same time threw a blue-silver grass towards Xiao Wu. The blue-silver grass was wrapped around Xiao Wu's waist accurately. Xiao Wu was being surrounded by several spirit hall masters. When she saw the blue-silver grass coming towards her, a trace of astonishment flashed in her eyes. Then she was lifted into the air by a familiar and warm force and left the danger zone. Xiao Wu was very excited to see that the person who came was the one she had been thinking about, Tang San. "Brother, is it really you?" "It's me, Xiao Wu. It's dangerous here. We have to leave as soon as possible." Tang San didn't have time to think about it because it was too dangerous here. "Tang San, it's actually you." After seeing the figure and the blue-silver grass in the air clearly, Qian Renshue's voice was filled with disbelief. Xiao Han had warned them before that there were two people secretly following them. Qian Renshue didn't expect that the people who came were Tang Hao and Tang San. "Stop them, don't let that rabbit and Tang San get away." Qian Renshue gave instructions quickly. She knew that Tang San and Tang Hao might have known her secret of disguising herself as Xue Qinghe. If this news were passed on to the Tiando Palace by them, it would affect the plan she had worked hard on for many years, and the consequences would be disastrous. Several Soul Saint-level masters quickly flashed out. But Tang Hao was prepared. The huge clear sky hammer was swung with the force of thunder, directly knocking away the group of masters who tried to block it and clearing a path. "Mistress, leave quickly!" Tang Hao shouted loudly. He knew very well that it was not advisable to stay here for long, and he had to get Tang San and Xiao Wu out of danger as soon as possible. Tang San did not hesitate. He held Xiao Wu's hand tightly and flew into the air, intending to escape from this land of death with his flying spirit skill. The thorny porpoise Douluo needed to stay with Qian Renshue to prevent Tang Hao from launching a sneak attack, and did not chase Tang San and Xiao Wu. Snake Spear Douluo once again faced Tang Hao. Although Snake Spear Douluo was quite powerful, he seemed to be struggling in front of Tang Hao's extremely powerful clear sky hammer. Guanling Douluo weighed the matter for a moment and decided to temporarily give up attacking the sky blue bull python and instead join the siege of Tang Hao. To him, Tang Hao was not only the enemy who had severely damaged the former Pope Qian Xuanji, but also a serious threat to the spirit hall. His importance far exceeded that of a 100,000-year-old soul beast. "Xiao Han, I'll leave this minotaur to you. I'll be back soon." Guanling Douluo could feel that Xiao Han's combat power was no less than that of a titled Douluo below level 95. Even if he could not kill the sky blue bull python, he could still cause considerable damage to it. Leaving behind a word, Guanling Douluo flashed and joined the battle between Snake Spear Douluo and Tang Hao. Seeing this, Lin Jiruo immediately took up the position of Guanling Douluo and fought alongside Xiao Han. After Guanling Douluo withdrew, Xiao Han faced greater challenges, but he was not afraid at all. Under the attack of him and Guanling Douluo, the sky blue bull python was covered with wounds. But it is the king of the forest after all, possessing strong vitality and indomitable will. It roared angrily, and a green light rose from its body, and the surrounding space began to slightly distort. Seeing this, Xiao Han directly used the yin-yang field of ice and fire. The domain expanded instantly and the surrounding temperature changed suddenly. Half was as freezing as ice, and half was as scorching as flames. The two extreme energies intertwined around the azure bull python, forming a terrifying pressure. There is a trace of dragon soul contained in the ice and fire yin and yang field, which has an absolute suppression on the azure bull python. The huge body of the azure bull python became sluggish under this force, and a trace of pain flashed in its eyes. The ice and fire elements in the field surged with Xiao Han's will, constantly corroding the body of the azure bull python. Although this field was powerful, it also consumed a lot of Xiao Han's mental and soul power. It must be resolved quickly. Taking advantage of the domain's suppression of the azure bull python, Xiao Han increased his attack power to the maximum and shot out an ice explosion arrow. When the martial soul's true body, head soul bone, left arm's soul bone and right arm's soul bone are activated at the same time, the power of this 10,000-year soul skill is directly increased by more than 10 times. Boom! The ice explosion arrow hit the huge body of the sky blue bull python, causing a deafening roar. The scales on the azure bull python were blown into pieces, revealing its body. It rolled several times in the air and fell straight into the lake. Almost at the same time, Lin Jirua tacitly activated the freezing skill, and the lake surface under the azure bull python was instantly frozen into solid ice. The huge body hit the ice heavily, making a dull sound. At this moment, an invisible high-explosive penetrating arrow flew over and directly pierced through the body of the azure bull python. The azure bull python was struggling to death on the lake. Xiao Han mercilessly shot out another ice explosion arrow, which directly blew the exposed body into pieces. The azure bull python struggled a few times before becoming completely motionless. The other end. When demon subduing Douluo saw Tang San running away, he was secretly anxious. He had finally suppressed the Titan ape. If he were to withdraw to deal with Tang Hao or chase Tang San, all his previous efforts would be wasted. The Titan giant ape is an extremely rare existence as a 100,000-year-old soul beast, and he does not want to let this trophy slip away easily. Xiao Xue, come and kill this gorilla. Hearing the loud shout from demon subduing Douluo, Qian Renxue reacted immediately and rushed towards the Titan giant ape. The thorny porpoise Douluo followed closely behind. The Titan ape was still struggling desperately. Upon seeing this, thorny porpoise Douluo released his martial soul and activated his fifth soul skill, Thorn Bone. Countless poisonous bone spikes shot towards the Titan ape, piercing into the wounds on its body, and the poison spread through its blood. Qian Renxue's six-winged angel martial spirit instantly unfolded, and the bright light illuminated the surroundings. The fifth soul skill, the sacred sword, was performed and pointed directly at the Titan giant ape that was pinned down by the demon subduing Douluo. Although the Titan giant ape is extremely powerful, it has consumed a lot of energy in the series of battles. In addition to the suppression of demon subduing Douluo and the poison attack of thorny porpoise Douluo, its body has become paralyzed. At this moment of life and death, it let out a last cry of grief, but ultimately failed to withstand Qian Renshue's fatal blow. Its huge body slowly fell down, its eyes full of unwillingness. Ming, Ming. Under Tang Hao's cover, Tang San and Xiao Wu have escaped from the battlefield. Feeling the death of the azure bull python and the Titan giant ape, Xiao Wu was heartbroken. Xiao Wu, hurry up. We have to leave here as soon as possible. Tang San held Xiao Wu's hand tightly, with determination flashing in his eyes. He knew that if they stayed, they would only become a burden to their father. Tang San accelerated his flight and disappeared into the sky with Xiao Wu. In order to ensure the safety of Tang San and Xiao Wu and prevent the pursuit of tidal Douluo-level powerhouses, Tang Hao was not in a hurry to leave the battlefield. Realizing that Tang San had gone far away, he wanted to escape. But facing the siege of Guanling Douluo and Snake Lance Douluo, it seems not so easy to escape unscathed. At this moment, a deafening roar broke through the sky. After the death of the Titan giant ape, demon subduing Douluo also joined the ranks of those besieging Tang Hao. Tang Hao, you have severely injured the 1,000 popes and killed many masters of the Spirit Hall. Today, you will pay for your blood debt with blood. Chapter 153. The three tidal Douluo formed a triangle in the air, surrounding Tang Hao in the center, causing him to feel a sudden increase in pressure. Guanling Douluo and Jianhua Douluo had already consumed a lot of physical strength and vitality in the battle with the 200,000-year soul beasts. But for Tang Hao, they are still a huge threat. After all, they are all powerful people at the peak Douluo level. Tang Hao knew very well that if he continued like this, he would have difficulty escaping. You guys want to kill me? Tang Hao roared, the soul power in his body surged wildly, and he swung the clear sky hammer again. Haotian body protection was instantly activated, and golden light enveloped Tang Hao's entire body, providing him with a solid layer of defense. Suddenly, an invisible high-explosive penetrating arrow hit the golden defense hard. Under the powerful impact, Tang Hao's body trembled uncontrollably. Looking closely, it turned out to be Xiao Han. Even that kid doesn't take me seriously. A strong sense of humiliation arose spontaneously. Seeing that the person coming was Xiao Han, Guanling Douluo smiled and said, Xiao Han, you are really good. You killed the Minotaur just like that. Teacher, if you hadn't injured it before, I wouldn't be so relaxed. Okay, don't be so modest, I can see your strength. Save your energy for absorbing spirit rings, and let's deal with this coward. After Guanling Douluo finished speaking, he released the bowstring in his hand and an icy arrow shot towards Tang Hao. Seeing this, demon subduing Douluo and snake lance Douluo also launched an attack. Xiao Han had just used up a lot of his mental and soul power by using the ice and fire yin-yang field. He floated in the air and took the opportunity to recover. Under the continuous attacks of the three tidal Douluo, Haotian's body protection gradually failed. The blood in Tang Hao's body continued to vibrate, and his injuries gradually worsened. Physical and spiritual power are also constantly being consumed, and the situation is becoming increasingly critical. Humph, let me show you the true power of the clear sky hammer. A hint of determination flashed in Tang Hao's eyes. He knew very well that conventional fighting methods could no longer help him escape from his current predicament. At this critical moment of life and death, he made a bold decision, to use the Haotian sect's magical skill, the Great Sumera Hammer, to explode the ring. This is the desperate skill of the Great Sumera Hammer. Each spirit ring can be exploded once. After the explosion, the power of the spirit ring will burst out completely, instantly turning into one's own power and integrated into the attack. After all the soul rings have passed through the ring explosion, the user himself will also enter a weak state. Therefore, using this skill is also extremely dangerous. If you don't control it well and your own abilities are unable to suppress the power generated by the exploding ring, you may be backfired by the energy of the exploding ring. Moreover, the cost of using this unique skill is huge. Within 3 days, all soul rings will disappear, and only soul power will remain. Tang Hao was injured and his body was not strong enough to withstand multiple ring explosions. But, he has no choice now. It is almost impossible to escape unscathed from the siege of 2 great priests and a titled Douluo. Only by fighting to the death may there be a glimmer of hope. Even if I die today, I will take you guys with me. Tang Hao roared, and the spirit rings all over his body seemed to respond to his call, and began to tremble violently and shine brightly. Immediately afterwards, an unprecedented terrifying energy erupted in his body, and the first soul ring exploded instantly like an ignited explosive. As the ring explosion was performed, the space around Tang Hao seemed to be torn apart, and the powerful energy fluctuations made the surrounding air emit a sharp whistle. At this moment, the attacks of Guanling Douluo, Jianhua Douluo and Snake Spear Douluo seemed insignificant, and they were all repelled by this violent energy shock wave. What power is this? Guanling Douluo's face changed drastically. He had never seen such a terrifying skill. Even as a peak Douluo, he felt unprecedented shock at this moment. Xiao Han was recovering in the air. Feeling this power, he couldn't help but stop practicing and looked at Tang Hao with a serious look. He knew that Tang Hao was fighting for his life. After the ring exploded, Tang Hao's aura became extremely unstable, but his strength reached its peak at this moment. He wielded the clear sky hammer with the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, and went straight for the 3 titled Douluo. The 3 Guanling Douluo did not dare to be careless and they all used their most powerful spirit skills to try to suppress Tang Hao's offensive. However, Tang Hao in the ring exploding state seemed to have surpassed the limits of human beings. Although he was seriously injured, his will was as strong as steel. Just as Tang Hao was about to blow up his second spirit ring, a huge vortex of cold and hot auras descended from the sky, enveloping Tang Hao and the spirit rings around him. It turned out that Xiao Han had once again used the yin-yang field of ice and fire. The power of the 2 dragon kings suddenly burst out from his body, and the devouring power of the dark demon evil god Pearl was integrated into it. The vortex suddenly turned black, and 2 dragon shadows, one blue and one red, appeared faintly, circling around Tang Hao. Tang Hao felt an invisible and powerful pressure, like an insurmountable mountain, weighing heavily on his heart and soul. Even though he endured the pain and resolutely blew up his second soul ring, hoping to break through the constraints, the result broke his heart. The powerful energy brought by the ring explosion was disappearing at an alarming speed, as if being swallowed by the dark vortex of ice and fire. Because of the backlash of power, Tang Hao's already scarred body suffered an even heavier blow. Go to hell. Tang Hao didn't know why Xiao Han could display such powerful skills. He resolutely blew up his 3rd soul ring, trying to break free from the shackles with more powerful energy. Boom! The moment the soul ring exploded, Tang Hao's body trembled violently and his face turned pale as paper in an instant. An indescribable pain surged from the depths of his soul, along with the aftermath of the ring explosion, raging in his body, as if tearing him into pieces. What? A low and painful groan escaped from between Tang Hao's clenched teeth. He just felt a stuffy heat in his chest. Immediately afterwards, a mouthful of bright red blood spurted out uncontrollably. Looking at Xiao Han, a trace of unwillingness and despair flashed in Tang Hao's eyes. He never thought that he would lose to a young soul master in such an embarrassing manner. But the reality was so cruel that even if he used the most powerful skills of the Haotian sect, he still couldn't escape. Looking at the scene before them, everyone was shocked. No one expected that Xiao Han, a young soul master, could burst out with such terrifying power. Tang Hao gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. He has 6 soul bones in his body. Even if he dies, he cannot let these soul bones fall into the hands of the enemy. Chapter 154. In a mixture of despair and unwillingness, he resolutely detonated his 4th soul ring. With an earth-shaking roar, a powerful energy shock wave spread wildly in all directions with Tang Hao as the center. The surrounding trees broke one after another under the impact of this force, huge cracks appeared on the ground, and the entire space seemed to be shaking. Upon seeing this, Xiao Han's eyes focused and he activated his absolute defense. A huge blue-gray light curtain formed instantly, blocking Qian Renxue, Lin Jiruo, and the others behind it. Even so, they could feel the shock brought by the shock wave. Guanling Douluo and Jianhua Douluo also displayed powerful defensive spirit skills to resist the devastating attack together with Xiao Han. In the distant sky, a gloomy look flashed by. It was Tang San who was fleeing quickly. As Tang San and Xiao Wu were on the run, their uneasiness grew stronger. Until this moment, he sensed that Tang Hao's breath suddenly disappeared, and a wave of grief surged into his heart like a tide. "Father!" Tang San shouted in despair. He never thought that his powerful father would die in the Star Forest. He knew they were not out of danger yet. "My father fought the enemy to the death just to cover their retreat. They must survive. Xiao Wu, let's go quickly." Without time to think, Tang San took Xiao Wu and fled to a farther place. The fire of revenge burned fiercely in his heart. He swore that sooner or later, he would tear all his enemies into pieces. In the center of the explosion, Tang Hao's figure no longer existed, leaving only a mess. Soon, everything calmed down. Qian Renxue walked towards Xiao Han, feeling unbelievable. "Tang Hao is dead." Xiao Han nodded. He was attacked by the energy from the explosion of his own spirit ring and was shattered to pieces. Guanling Douluo looked at the messy sight after the explosion, with a flash of amazement in his eyes. "I never thought that Tang Hao could master the ability to blow up spirit rings. That power is so terrifying." As Guanling Douluo spoke, his eyes fell on Xiao Han. "Xiao Han, it's a good thing you're here, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Your strength is far beyond my imagination." Demon subduing Douluo also echoed. "Yes, such power shocked even us. Xiao Han's ability is truly admirable." The demon subduing Douluo also looked at Xiao Han. "Boy, there is a heaven awakening holy golden dragon sealed in my demon subduing stick. There seem to be 2 dragon shadows in the soul skill you just performed. Could it be that there is also a giant dragon sealed in your bow and arrow?" Xiao Han smiled and shook his head. "Senior, to be honest, by chance, I have acquired a special ability that can draw on the power of the ice dragon and the fire dragon." After hearing this, everyone was even more shocked. "So you have 2 dragons protecting you, no wonder you are so strong. Even if Tang Hao uses his special skills, he can't compete with the power of the 2 dragons." When Tang Hao was mentioned, everyone's eyes unconsciously fell on the mess. Xiao Han knew that Tang Hao had 6 soul bones, which were scattered all over the forest as his body exploded. No time to take care of other things. The more important thing at the moment is to absorb the soul ring of the Azure Bull Python first, and then look for the 6 soul bones. Guanling Douluo looked at Qian Renxue and Xiao Han and said, Xiao Han, adjust your states and prepare to absorb the spirit ring." "It is good." Qian Renxue and Xiao Han smiled at each other. This time the soul hunting plan went smoothly without any danger. Moreover, Tang Hao died tragically, and her revenge for her father's murder was finally avenged. The 200,000-year soul rings glowing with red light were quietly suspended in the air. After adjusting their states, Qian Renxue and Xiao Han sat under their respective spirit rings and began to absorb. Guanling Douluo, Lin Jiruo and others waited quietly by the side. Xiao Han had already absorbed a 100,000-year soul ring, and with 2 dragons protecting his body, it would naturally be no problem for him to absorb the soul ring of the sky blue bull python. Qian Renshue's soul power is only level 70, so it might be a bit difficult for her to control a 100,000-year soul ring. However, she has the legendary 6-winged angel martial soul, which is of higher quality than most top-level martial souls, so there shouldn't be any problem. Time passed by minute. From day to night. Xiao Han was the first to wake up from absorbing the soul ring. He clearly felt that his overall strength had reached a new level. The ice and fire yin and yang field he displayed when dealing with Tang Hao allowed him to release greater power of the 2 dragon kings in his body. Under this effect, after absorbing the soul ring of the Azure Bull Python, he not only possessed another 100,000-year soul ring, but the 3rd soul ring also completed its transformation and became a 10,000-year soul ring. The Azure Bull Python possesses powerful mental power. After absorbing it, Xiao Han's spiritual skull also leapt to the level of 100,000 years, and his mental power was elevated to a higher level. Lin Jiruo walked towards Xiao Han and said with a smile. "Xiao Han, you absorbed all the spirit rings so quickly. This is the spirit bone that fell from that spirit beast, let's fuse it as well." Xiao Han took the soul bone. Its surface has a light green sheen, and judging from its shape, it is a right leg soul bone. Xiao Han pressed the soul bone on his right leg and urged his soul power to fuse it. In a moment, the soul bone was integrated into the right leg. Is this the end? Lin Jiruo looked at Xiao Han with some surprise. Xiao Han nodded calmly. After absorbing the soul ring and soul bone of the azure bull python, Xiao Han's soul power directly reached level 85. He obtained 200,000-year spirit ring skills and 200,000-year spirit bone skills, and also possessed the slow field, which greatly increased his overall strength. The 200,000-year soul skills are, Soul of the Ice Sky Azure Dragon and Seal of the Ice Sky Azure Dragon. Soul of the Ice Sky Blue Dragon. When this soul skill is used, the arrow can transform into a huge blue ice dragon phantom and attack the enemy with great power. The Ice Sky Azure Dragon Seal is a more powerful freezing skill that can instantly form an ice field. The skills of the 100,000-year-old right leg soul bone are, Sky Blue Annihilation Arrow and Sky Blue God Locking Arrow. The Azure Annihilation Arrow is a powerful single-target attack skill. The lightning power of the Azure Bull Python is integrated into the Ice Arrow. It is not only incredibly cold, but also has a strong explosive effect. The Azure Locking Arrow is a control skill that not only slows down all states of the enemy by 10 times, but also tracks and locks the enemy, delivering a critical blow. The slow zone can completely restrict the opponent both physically and mentally. Although this field is not as powerful as the yin-yang field of ice and fire, it consumes less soul power and mental energy when used. Xiao Han told Lin Jiruo about the promotions he had received. Lin Jiruo was shocked once again. Qian Renxue was still absorbing the soul ring, and everyone from the spirit hall was guarding her. Xiao Han said softly. Mom, Tang Hao has 6 soul bones. After he exploded, his soul bones were scattered in the forest. I want to go look for them. He has 6 soul bones. Well. You go to sleep first, I'll go take a look. After Xiao Han finished speaking, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the darkness. Chapter 155. Xiao Han's mental power became stronger than ever after his mental skull reached the 100,000-year level. His perception can penetrate the darkness and capture every subtle fluctuation. The moment Tang Hao exploded, a few points of light scattered around. In a flash, Xiao Han remembered the direction in which the soul bones were scattered. Following the direction where the soul bones were scattered, Xiao Han's figure was like a ghost, quickly shuttling through the woods. At the same time, far away from the other side of the Star Do Great Forest, Tang San and Xiao Wu were flying hard. Their figures cut through the night sky, leaving behind meteor-like trails. Finally escaped from the Star Forest. After the two landed, Tang San's face was solemn, with complex emotions flashing in his eyes. He was very nervous during the escape. Only after stopping did I recover from my father's death. At this time, he was already in tears. Dad, I'm sorry. I hurt you. Xiao Wu held Tang San's hands, also in tears, and comforted him. Third brother, I am the one who should be apologized to. It was me who implicated you and killed Uncle Tang. Moreover, the Ming and Heir Ming also died because of me. I am the real sinner. From the beginning, I should not have appeared in your life. No. Xiao Wu, this is not your fault. Tang San hugged Xiao Wu and gritted his teeth. This is all the Spirit Hall's fault, it's Xiao Han's fault. One day, I will make them pay with blood. I will tear those people into pieces. Tang San knew that there was a huge gap between his current strength and Xiao Han's. But he is not discouraged. He believed that with the talents of his twin martial souls, as long as he worked hard enough, he would be able to catch up with or even surpass Xiao Han one day. Xiao Han destroyed everything he had, and he would make Xiao Han pay the price. After calming down, Tang San said. Xiao Wu, we have to act separately. Xiao Wu nodded. She knew that Tang San made this decision after careful consideration. Brother, what are your plans? Several teachers are still in Shrek Academy. Go back and tell them everything that happened in the center of the Star Do Forest, especially the fake identity of Crown Prince Xue Qinghe and the conspiracy of the Spirit Hall. Ask the teachers to remind Emperor Shui and Sect Master Ning to make preparations early and not let the conspiracy of the Spirit Hall succeed. Brother, what about you? Where are you going? Aren't you going back to the academy with me? Xiao Wu's eyes became moist again. She held Tang San's hand tightly, her voice filled with reluctance and a bit of worry. I'm going to Haotian sect. Tang San took a deep breath, his eyes determined. I must personally tell the sect about everything that happened in the center of the forest, as well as my father's death. Tang San heard from Tang Hao that apart from the current leader Tang Xiao, the other 5 elders of the Haotian sect are all titled Douluo level warriors. He wanted to use the power of the Haotian sect to fight against Xiao Han and the Spirit Hall. Xiao Wu nodded. Although she was reluctant, she knew that this was the reality they had to face. Tang San was reluctant to leave Xiao Wu after just reuniting with her. However, he cannot take Xiao Wu back to Haotian sect because Xiao Wu is a soul beast. The people in the sect would never want to see him make the same mistake that Tang Hao made. In Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaogang, Liu Erlong and Flanders will do their best to protect Xiao Wu. For the sake of the overall situation and to keep Xiao Wu safe, Tang San had to make this decision. Xiao Wu, bring the message back as soon as possible. Remember, never leave Shrek Academy and act alone. Brother, don't worry about me. I'll be fine. Just be careful. Well, don't worry, I'll be fine. The two looked at each other deeply in the moonlight and said goodbye. Then, Xiao Wu turned around, turned into a pink light, and ran towards Tiando City. Tang San stood where he was, watching Xiao Wu's back gradually disappear into the sky. Afterwards, he turned around and ran towards the direction of Haotian sect. Relying on his memory and powerful mental strength, Xiao Han found all 6 soul bones that were scattered in the forest after Tang Hao's body exploded before dawn. Then he returned to where everyone was. At this time, Qian Renxue had also woken up from the state of absorbing the soul ring. Xiao Han could feel that Qian Renxue was emitting an even more powerful aura. Obviously, the 100,000-year spirit ring brought her a huge improvement. As a result, she gained the ability to release her martial spirit's true form. The true body of the 6-winged angel is an extremely powerful existence, which cannot be compared with the true body of an ordinary martial spirit. Xiao Han, come here for a moment. Qian Renshue's voice was very gentle. She called Xiao Han aside and looked at him with gratitude in her eyes. Thanks to you this time, you not only protected us, but also dealt with my father's murderer Tang Hao, allowing me to successfully absorb the 100,000-year spirit ring. This is the joint achievement of everyone. I can't do so much by myself. Moreover, I have also gained something. By the way, how do you feel? How much has your soul power increased? I feel great. My soul power has increased by 5 levels in one go. The most important thing is that I have the ability to release my angelic true form. During this period of time, Qian Renxue has always shown her true self to others and she is in a good mood. The success of the soul hunting plan and the death of her enemy Tang Hao made her even happier. Xiao Han, I have something to give you. As Qian Renxue spoke, she took out a soul bone emitting golden light from her storage ring. It was the 100,000-year-old left leg bone that fell from the Titan giant ape. Is this the soul bone dropped from the Titan ape? Xiao Han was stunned. He didn't expect Qian Renxue to be so generous as to give him the 100,000-year soul bone. Take it. Qian Renshue's smile was warm and sincere. If I hadn't had the immortal herb you gave me, I might not have been able to break through level 70 so quickly. If you hadn't told me the truth, I wouldn't have been able to have that 100,000-year spirit ring. Although this spirit bone is precious, I don't need it. It suits you better. I hope you can make good use of its power and protect the peace of Douluo continent with me. Xiao Han looked at Qian Renxue with complicated emotions surging in his heart. He knew that Qian Renxue, as the descendant of the 6-winged angel martial spirit, possessed a special inherited spirit bone and did not need to absorb other spirit bones. But no matter what, this is a 100,000-year-old soul bone, which is really too precious. I know that the immortal herb you gave me is much more valuable than this 100,000-year-old soul bone. Consider it my return gift. Okay. That's very generous of you. Thanks. Xiao Han no longer hesitated and solemnly took the 100,000-year soul bone. Afterwards, he also took out a soul bone with a red glow from the storage device. It's a gift in return. We don't have any use for this fire attribute soul bone, so I'm giving it to you. I know you don't have any use for it either, but take it first, maybe it will be useful to you in the future. Chapter 156. Qian Renxue took the soul bone handed to her by Xiao Han, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. This soul bone has a reddish luster and faintly reveals a fiery aura. It is of good quality and is about 30,000 years old. Xiao Han smiled and explained this dropped from Tang Hao. Qian Renxue was even happier when she learned that this soul bone dropped from Tang Hao. Because she has always regarded Tang Hao as the murderer of her father. I never thought that the arrogant Tang Hao would end up exploding and dying, and that you would find his soul bone after his death. Since it fell from him, I have no reason to refuse. Qian Renxue knew that Xiao Han and the people around him were mostly ice and water attribute soul masters, and this fire attribute soul bone was of little use to them. Although she couldn't use it on herself, she gladly accepted it because she thought it might be useful in other places in the future. She guessed that Tang Hao might have more than one soul bone, and Xiao Han might have found other soul bones. However, she didn't care. After all, Xiao Han played a crucial role in killing Tang Hao, so it was only right for him to take Tang Hao's soul bone. Afterwards, Xiao Han returned to the tent and merged the 100,000-year-old soul bone into his left leg. After fusing that soul bone, Xiao Han's strength increased a lot. The soul power increased by 2 levels at once, reaching level 87. The 100,000-year-old left leg soul bone brought him 2 powerful skills, Frozen Heaven and Earth and Titan Ice Explosion Arrow. Frozen Earth is a domain skill that combines the power of gravity and ice. Once it is used, the temperature will drop sharply within a range of hundreds of meters, and the gravity can be increased or weakened according to Xiao Han's control. For the enemy, this is an icy purgatory from which it is difficult to escape. The Titan Ice Explosion Arrow is a perfect combination of the Titan Giant Ape's power and the ice element, forming a huge ice arrow with unparalleled penetrating power. After hitting the target, it will also cause a violent freezing explosion with amazing power. This soul skill is more like a combination of high explosive penetration and ice explosive arrows. At dawn, the sunlight shone through the sparse treetops, onto everyone, bringing a touch of warmth. Xiao Han and others packed their luggage and prepared to leave the Xingdou Great Forest. Before leaving, Qian Renxue gathered everyone together to discuss countermeasures. Tang San and Xiao Wu have already escaped. They will definitely bring everything that happened here back to Qingdou City. We must be fully prepared. Guanling Douluo and Jianma Douluo looked at each other and smiled. Xiao Xue, don't worry. Jianma and I will escort you back to Qingdou City. No matter how Xueye reacts, we will ensure your safety. Yes, Xiao Xue, with the 2 of us here, if they dare to make a move, we will just blow them up. Guanling Douluo and Jianma Douluo are both full of confidence. Xiao Han analyzed even if Xueyi learns the news, he may not dare to act rashly. Those ordinary soldiers and spirit masters are vulnerable. The only ones who can pose a threat to us are Jian, Bon Douluo and Ning Fengji. Why don't we return to Qingdou City openly? Once Xueyi, Ning Fengji, Yu Xiaogang and others make a move, we will quickly attack, calm everything down with thunder and lightning, and directly take over the power of the empire. Guanling Douluo nodded in agreement. Xiao Han is right. Xiao Xue, you have been preparing your plan for so long, it's time to realize it. Qian Renxue thought for a moment. Then let's do as Xiao Han says. I originally wanted to end this as soon as possible. At least half of the people in the Qingdou Palace are from our Wuhuan Hall. If a fight really breaks out, we have a chance of winning. That's good. Your identity has been exposed. There is no point in staying in the Qingdou Empire anymore. Yes. It's such an important matter, so it's necessary to inform Grandpa. If there is support, we will be more confident. All right. Qian Renxue arranged 2 experts to rush to Wuhuan City. Afterwards, the group left the Xingdou Great Forest and headed towards Qingdou City. It was late at night and Shrek Academy was peaceful and quiet. Liu Erlong was preparing to turn off the lights and go to bed. Suddenly, she frowned slightly, sensing a familiar and eager breath approaching rapidly. Her heartbeat accelerated involuntarily, and a hint of unbelievable surprise flashed in her eyes. Xiao Wu, is that you? Before she finished her words, a pink figure appeared in front of her as silently as the night wind. Mom! Xiao Wu's voice was choked with sobs. She hugged Liu Erlong tightly, tears welling up in her eyes. Liu Erlong also hugged her back tightly, feeling the real warmth in his arms. The shock and joy in her heart were intertwined, almost making her unable to express it in words. Xiao Wu, it's really you. That's great. The movement of the 2 alarmed Yu Xiaogang, who was not far away. He hurried over in a few steps. Yu Xiaogang was surprised to see that the person coming was Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, you're back. Yu Xiaogang looked Xiao Wu up and down, feeling unbelievable. Xiao Wu let go of Liu Erlong and turned to Yu Xiaogang, finally unable to hold back her tears. Master, something went wrong. It's all my fault. Xiao Wu, what's wrong? Don't be anxious, talk slowly. Xiao Wu choked up and told Yu Xiaogang and Liu Erlong everything that happened in the center of the Star-Do Great Forest. As Xiao Wu continued her narration, Yu Xiaogang and Liu Erlong's expressions became more and more solemn. They couldn't imagine that such a thrilling battle would take place in the center of the dangerous forest. Tang Hao has always been Yu Xiaojiang's idol and a god of warlike existence. Yu Xiaojiang couldn't believe that Tang Hao actually died in that forest, and there wasn't even a complete body. Spirit Hall, they are so rampant. Yu Xiaojiang gritted his teeth, anger flashing in his eyes. It was me who harmed Uncle Tang, he. Thinking of Tang Hao's death and the pain Tang San had gone through, Xiao Wu's words were interrupted by sadness and tears flowed down her face. Liu Erlong was also very sad. Yu Xiaogang seemed more calm. He knew that now was not the time to be sad, there were more important things to do. Yu Xiaogang patted Xiao Wu's shoulder gently and comforted her. Xiao Wu, don't be too sad. The death of Douluo has nothing to do with you. Although this incident is heartbreaking, we can't let the sadness overwhelm us. I never thought that Prince Xue was actually a disguised person from the Spirit Hall. Before they come back, we must pass this news to Emperor Shui and Sect Master Ning as soon as possible, so that they can be prepared to fight against the conspiracy of the Spirit Hall. Xiao Wu nodded and continued. Master, how can a human soul master improve his soul power by 20 levels in less than 2 years? You are talking about Xiao Han, right? Yu Xiaogang shook his head and sighed, I don't know how he did it. His growth rate has exceeded my understanding. Yu Xiaogang was afraid of Xiao Han's strength. However, it was learned that Tang San's strength had also improved a lot. Not only had his martial soul evolved, but he had also fused with a 100,000-year soul bone. In addition to his grief, Yu Xiaogang also felt somewhat relieved. Chapter 157. Yu Xiaogang told Flanders the whole story and asked Flanders to rush to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect overnight to invite Ning Fengji to Qiando City. At daybreak, Flanders hurried back to Shrek Academy, exhausted. Also coming with him were Ning Fengji, Ning Rongrong and Sword Douluo Chenxian. As soon as she saw Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong immediately rushed forward and held her hand tightly, her eyes full of surprise. Xiao Wu, you're really back. That's great. Xiao Wu forced a smile, but she felt mixed emotions in her heart. Ning Fengji seemed more calm. He exchanged a few simple pleasantries with Yu Xiaogang, then slowly walked towards Xiao Wu and said, Xiao Wu, Dean Flanders has already told me the general situation, but I still want to hear you say it again in person to make sure every detail is correct. Okay, I understand. Afterwards, Xiao Wu recounted in detail everything she had witnessed in the center of the Star Do Great Forest. After hearing this, Ning Fengji's expression became extremely serious. I never expected that Clear Sky Douluo would fall like this. This is a huge blow to the Clear Sky sect in us. Although Tang Hao was expelled from the Haotian sect, Ning Fengji knew that it was a last resort. In his heart, Tang Hao was always a member of the Haotian sect. Ning Rongrong said, Xiao Wu, it turns out that you have been living with 200,000-year-old spirit beasts in the core area of the Star Do Forest. However, Xiao Han and the people from the Spirit Hall seem to have gone out of their way to hunt those 2 spirit beasts. How did they know you were there? Xiao Wu shook her head. I am also confused about this question. That is the territory of the Great Ming and the Second Ming. There are many high-age spirit beasts outside the center. It is unlikely that human spirit masters can reach there. Ning Fengji sighed. As Xueqinghe's teacher, I didn't realize for all these years that he was a fake prince, and a woman in disguise. I really don't know how she did it. Yu Xiaogang took over the conversation, judging from her blonde hair and the attitudes of those people in Spirit Hall, she is indeed very likely a direct descendant of Qian Daolu. The depth of Spirit Hall's layout this time is far beyond our imagination. Yes. Perhaps the death of the former prince was also manipulated by them. When Senior Dugu was alive, he specifically reminded Xiao San that Crown Princess Xueqinghe was not a simple person. I didn't expect that she was even more terrifying than we imagined. Ning Fengji nodded with a serious expression. This matter concerns the survival of the empire. We must inform Emperor Shui immediately so that he can be prepared. Master, let's go to the palace together. Okay, that's what I meant. Ning Fengji turned and looked at his daughter. Rongrong, you stay in the academy. Deans, this is an emergency. Please take good care of my daughter for me. Liu Erlong and Flanders nodded slightly. Master Ning, don't worry, we will take good care of Rongrong. Afterwards, Ning Fengji and Yu Xiaogang left in a hurry, accompanied by Qian Douluo, and headed straight for the Qiando Palace. When Emperor Shui learned of their arrival, he hurriedly summoned them. Your Majesty, we have important information to report. Ning Fengji spoke directly as soon as he entered the hall. Emperor Shui frowned, sensing that something big was about to happen. Master Ning, Master, you can speak frankly if you have anything to say. Yu Xiaogang and Ning Fengji looked at each other, then stepped forward and told Emperor Shui exactly what Xiao Wu had said. After hearing this, Emperor Shui's body trembled slightly, and a look of disbelief flashed in his eyes. Prince Xueqinghe is actually a disguised person from the Spirit Hall. Emperor Shui never expected that the prince whom he had placed high hopes on was actually a woman in disguise. How is this possible? She has been in the palace for so many years without revealing any flaws. Can the words of that humanoid soul beast really be trusted? Yu Xiaogang stood up and said. Your Majesty, I am willing to guarantee with my life that what Xiao Wu said is absolutely true. Ning Fengji also stood up. Your Majesty, I also believe in Xiao Wu. She risked her life to come to Tiando City, not just to tell a few lies. This matter concerns the survival of the empire, so I hope your Majesty will be cautious. Emperor Shui was silent for a moment. Looking back on Prince Xueqinghe's abnormal behavior over the past 2 years, there are indeed some suspicious aspects. I never thought that Douluo would fall like this. If this is true, do you two have any good countermeasures? Ning Fengji replied. Your Majesty, Master and I have discussed countermeasures before coming to the palace. First, to ensure the safety of the palace, it is recommended that all guards in the palace be replaced immediately, and only your most trusted confidants be retained. At the same time, strengthen the defense of Tiando City and mobilize elite troops to enter the city to prevent any accidents. In addition, we should not act rashly and need to wait patiently for Tang San's return. Tang San. Ning Fengji nodded and continued. Tang San and Douluo were concerned about the safety of the empire, so after discovering the fake prince's suspicious behavior, they resolutely followed them, and thus discovered the conspiracy of the Spirit Hall. Although Douluo was expelled from the sect, he was once the pride of Haotian sect after all, but now he was killed by the Spirit Hall. The current leader of Haotian sect, Tang Xiao, is Douluo's biological brother. I think Haotian sect will not ignore the death of Douluo. This may also be the reason why Tang San is eager to return to Haotian sect. If the Haotian sect can come out to help us, our chances of winning against the Spirit Hall will be greatly increased. Emperor Shui nodded. Okay, I'll do as you two say. I will immediately start replacing the guards and strengthening the city's defenses. However, this fake crown Prince Xueqinghe. Ning Fengji's eyes flashed with wisdom, and he said. Your Majesty, this is the key to our plan. We must not only defend, but also take the initiative to attack. If the fake Xueqinghe really dares to return to Tiando City, then it will be the best time for us to reveal his true face. After hearing this, Emperor Shui's eyes flashed with determination. Okay, let's do it. Sect Master Ning, Master, for the safety of the empire, you should also get ready. Yes. Afterwards, Ning Fengji and Yu Xiaogang took their leave and each got busy preparing for the coming storm. In Tiando City, a battle that concerns the fate of the empire is quietly unfolding. Meanwhile on the other side. After Tang San left the Star Do Great Forest, he kept in mind the place Tang Hao had told him to go, and rushed to the Haotian sect without stopping. After traveling day and night, he finally arrived at the village at the foot of Haotian sect mountain. Tang Yuehua has been waiting here for a long time. Long before this, Tang Yuehua had already rushed back and informed the clan members that Tang Hao and his son were preparing to return to the sect. After learning the news, everyone in the Haotian sect was furious. After all, the Haotian sect, once the #1 sect in the world, was hunted down by the Spirit Hall because of the mistakes made by Tang Hao, and thus fell into disgrace and seclusion. Chapter 158. Tang San met Tang Yuehua at the entrance of the village at the foot of the mountain. At this moment, he was covered in dust and fatigue, and there was an unspeakable sadness in his eyes. Aunt. Seeing Tang San's appearance, Tang Yuehua's heart tightened, and an ominous premonition came to her mind. Xiao San, what happened? Where's your father? Why didn't he come back with you? Tang Yuehua asked repeatedly, with a hint of anxiety and uneasiness in her tone. Aunt, my dad, he's gone. Tang San tried hard to calm the waves in his heart, but the pain still made his voice tremble. This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, causing Tang Yuehua to stagger and almost lose her balance. What? How is this possible? Your father. Tang Yuehua found it unbelievable, tears welled up in her eyes, but she forced herself not to let them fall. Tang San clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, as if this was the only way to keep him awake. Aunt, we encountered an accident on the way back. Afterwards, Tang San slowly recounted the painful experience. He told about discovering the strangeness of Prince Xueqinghe and his experience in the Xingdou Great Forest. Every detail was like a knife, carving scars on his heart. After hearing this, Tang Yuehua's tears finally burst out and slid down silently. Her heart was like the surging waves of the sea, shocked, angry, sad, and unable to accept. All these emotions intertwined together, almost suffocating her. Tang Hao, the once high-spirited and arrogant Douluo, fell just like that. This was an unacceptable and huge blow to both the Haotian sect and her. Xiao San, you have suffered. Tang Yuehua hugged Tang San tightly, trying to give him a little warmth and comfort. She knew that Tang San needed this support more than anyone else at this moment. A moment later, Tang Yuehua took Tang San to the deep mountains where the Haotian sect was located. Her heart was still heavy. She knew that what she was going to face next would be an even more difficult situation. Tang Xiao, the current leader of the Haotian sect and Tang Hao's elder brother, was standing in front of the sect's meeting hall, gazing into the distance with deep eyes. When Tang Yuehua and Tang San appeared in his sight, he keenly sensed the unusual aura emanating from the two. Yuehua, you're back. Who is this? Brother, he is Brother Hao's son, Tang San. After Tang Yuehua finished speaking, she turned and looked at Tang San. Tang San understood what he meant and bowed to Tang Xiao. Tang San meets the sect master. No need to be polite. There are no outsiders here, just call me uncle. Although your father did something wrong to the sect, you are innocent. You have the blood of our Tang family flowing in your body, so I will naturally recognize you. What? Your arrogant father still refuses to return to the sect to admit his mistakes. There was a bit of majesty in Tang Xiao's tone, as well as a hint of blame towards Tang Hao. Tang San was already feeling a little uncomfortable looking at the man in front of him who looked somewhat like his father Tang Hao. Thinking about how his uncle still misunderstood his father after his death, the pain in his heart suddenly surged out. No. Uncle, you misunderstood. My father can never return to Haotian sect. Before Tang San could finish his words, Tang Yuehua was already in tears. Tang Xiao was shocked. What happened to you? Xiao San, tell me clearly, what happened? Tang Yuehua glanced at Tang San and motioned for him to speak. Afterwards, Tang San recounted the painful experience again. Only this time, his voice was more determined, as if he was telling himself, his uncle and his aunt that he would not let his father die in vain. After hearing this, Tang Xiao's body shook violently. A hint of disbelief flashed across his eyes, which was then replaced by raging rage. Spirit Hall. How dare you bully our Haotian sect like this? And kill my brother. I will not be a human being if I don't take revenge. Tang Xiao's voice was low and powerful, and every word seemed to contain endless anger and determination. Xiao San, you are tired too, go and rest first. Yuehua, gather the tribesmen to discuss matters. The 5 existing elders of the Haotian sect have all reached the title Douluo level. Moreover, there are more than 200 direct disciples in the sect. Therefore, in terms of overall strength, they are still the #1 sect in the world. However, he was forced into seclusion by the Spirit Hall and could only hide in the mountains, waiting for the opportunity. In the meeting hall, Tang Xiao stood on the podium, his eyes sweeping over everyone present. Today, I want to tell you a piece of news that I don't know whether it is good or bad. Tang Xiao's voice echoed in the hall, making everyone's heart tighten involuntarily. The former Clear Sky Douluo, Tang Hao, who many of you consider a sect sinner, has died in the battle with the Spirit Hall. As soon as Tang Xiao finished speaking, the entire hall fell into silence, and everyone's face was filled with shock and disbelief. After a moment, a whisper was heard. Tang Hao, this name has a very important position in the Haotian sect and even the entire Douluo continent. He makes the people of Haotian sect love and hate him. He was once the youngest title Douluo on Douluo continent, a record that was only later broken by Pope Bibi Dong. He once brought glory to the sect, but he also nearly destroyed it, causing many members of the sect to die because of him. Until now, many members of the tribe cannot forgive him. Upon learning the news of Tang Hao's death, everyone felt mixed emotions, mostly regret. After all, although Tang Hao was expelled from the sect, he, like them, regarded the Spirit Hall as an enemy. Tang Xiao raised his hand and signaled everyone to be quiet. I know that this news is very sudden and difficult for everyone to accept, but we must face reality. Originally, Tang Hao was going to return to the sect to confess his crime, but something unexpected happened on the way and he was besieged and killed by several title Douluo of the Spirit Hall. Fortunately, Tang San escaped from their clutches. As he spoke, Tang Xiao pulled Tang San to his side and introduced him to everyone. He is Tang San, Tang Hao's son. They made an important discovery on their way back to the Haotian sect. This discovery not only concerns the survival of the Qiando Empire, but also the future of our entire Haotian sect. The Qiando Empire may be about to change. The Haotian sect is hidden in the mountains, and most of its funds and daily necessities are supported by Tang Yuehua from Qiando City. The Spirit Hall's big hand has already reached into the Qiando Empire. There is a great possibility that the Qiando Empire will perish because of this. If this is true, Tang Yuehua will lose everything she has worked hard to build in Qiando City over the years and will no longer be able to provide support to the Haotian sect. Although the Haotian sect had previously implicitly supported the Xinghua Empire, for the future of the sect, Tang Xiao would not watch the Tiando Empire fall into the hands of the Spirit Hall. He knew that once the Spirit Hall conquered the Heaven Do Empire, it would not be long before they conquered the Star Luo Empire and even unified the entire Douluo continent. So, this time, he is going to come out to help the Tiando Empire. Chapter 159. At Tang Xiao's signal, Tang San stood up. Tang San stood in the center of the hall, facing the elders and direct disciples of the Haotian sect, and told them everything that happened in the Star Do Great Forest. Everyone was shocked after hearing this. If Crown Prince Xueqinghe was really someone from the Spirit Hall in disguise, then the royal family of the Tiando Empire might have fallen under the control of the Spirit Hall. This means that the Tiando Empire is on the brink of crisis. This crisis not only concerns the survival of the Tiando Empire, but is also closely related to the future of the Haotian sect. The ambition of the Spirit Hall is obvious. If it succeeds, the entire Douluo continent will be completely changed. Tang Xiao said. Although we, the Haotian sect, have been secluded from the world, we will never watch the Spirit Hall's conspiracy succeed. Everyone nodded. Suddenly, different voices emerged from the crowd. Sect Master, can Tang San's words be trusted? The person who spoke was the seventh elder of the Haotian sect. His eldest son died in the battle with the Spirit Hall, so he harbored a deep resentment towards Tang Hao. Even after learning that Tang Hao was dead, the resentment in his heart did not diminish in the slightest. Tang Xiao knew the resentment in the seventh elder's heart. I also know that many people are angry but dare not speak out. Tang Xiao's eyes swept over everyone again, and he said in a firm tone. I have secretly sent disciples down the mountain to the Tiando Empire to verify everything Tang San said. But before that, I am willing to trust Tang San, because he is not only the son of Tang Hao, but also the future of our Haotian sect. After Tang Xiao finished speaking, he motioned for Tang San to step forward and demonstrate his strength to prove that what he said was true. Before gathering his clansmen, Tang Xiao had told Tang San that the Haotian sect was a place where strength mattered. If you want to gain the recognition of your tribe members, you have to conquer them with your strength. Tang San took a deep breath and slowly raised his right hand. Along with a gentle but vital wave, a dazzling blue-silver emperor appeared in his palm. On the blue-silver grass, the originally fresh green color actually revealed a golden glow, as if every leaf vein was carefully inlaid with fine gold edges. Those golden lines meander and flow like mysterious runes, exuding a noble and sacred aura. Everyone present, including the elders who had originally been skeptical, could not help but be attracted by this strange sight, with surprise flashing in their eyes. They had never expected that Tang San's martial spirit was actually the blue-silver emperor. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, Tang San released his 5 spirit rings of yellow, yellow, purple, purple and black. Seeing the 5 spirit rings on Tang San light up one by one, especially the black one, the whole hall instantly fell into silence. Everyone's eyes widened as if they couldn't believe what they saw. At the age of 16, for most soul masters, being able to reach the realm of a 3-ringed combat soul master is already a sign of good talent. But Tang San is already a battle soul king with 5 soul rings. How is this possible? The 7th elder muttered to himself, the resentment and doubt on his face replaced by shock. He knew very well that even in the entire Douluo continent, such a young war soul king was rare, not to mention Tang San's strange blue-silver emperor martial soul and the spirit ring configuration he displayed. The other elders and direct disciples also looked at each other, their eyes filled with disbelief. There were many experienced elders among them, but even they had never seen such a young 5-ringed war soul king. For a moment, discussions arose in the hall. An expression of pride and satisfaction that was difficult to conceal also emerged on Tang Xiao's face. Xiao San, go on. Tang San nodded. Amidst the shocked gazes of many, he slowly withdrew his blue-silver emperor martial spirit and spirit ring. Then he stretched out his left hand, and a small black hammer appeared in his palm. Black ripples were rhythmically moving on the hammer head. It's the clear sky hammer. Seeing this scene, everyone was even more shocked. He actually has twin martial spirits. The 7th elder, who had questioned Tang San before, couldn't help but exclaimed at this moment. Tang San stood there calmly. The manifestation of his twin martial spirits undoubtedly added some weight to his status in everyone's hearts. The clear sky hammer, as the symbol of the clear sky sect, appeared in Tang San's hands, which was undoubtedly the most powerful response to those who had doubts. As you can see, Tang San inherited his father's clear sky hammer and also possesses his mother's blue-silver emperor spirit. He is the second person on Douluo continent to have twin spirits besides the current Pope Bibi Dong. Moreover, he has reached the level of battle spirit king at the age of 16. Whether you admit it or not, the blood of the Tang family always flows in his body, and his future is limitless. Tang Xiao's voice was not loud, but every word was sonorous and powerful, echoing in the hall. The seventh elder had a complicated expression. He stared at the clear sky hammer in Tang San's hand, and a barely perceptible hesitation flashed across his eyes. After all, the clear sky hammer will not lie, it is the most direct proof of the clear sky sex bloodline. The other elders and direct disciples also exchanged glances. The strength and potential displayed by Tang San forced them to re-examine this young man. Seeing this, Tang Xiao nodded secretly in his heart. He knew that at this moment, Tang San had already won the respect of most of his clansmen with his own strength. Tang Xiao's eyes were as sharp as torches as he scanned every tribesman present. Now, the Qiando Empire is facing an unprecedented crisis. The conspiracy of the Spirit Hall is like a dark cloud covering the sun, attempting to swallow up the light of the entire Douluo continent. Our Haotian sect, as the top sect on the continent, must not sit idly by. I decided to go down the mountain myself and rush to the aid of the Qiando imperial family with Xiao San. Is there anyone willing to go with me? As soon as these words were spoken, the hall fell into silence again. Master, I am willing to go with you. For the sake of the Haotian sect and the Qiando Empire, we must not let the Spirit Hall's ambition succeed. The one who spoke was the fourth elder. Master, I am willing to go with you. The seventh elder also stood up. Although there were still some complicated emotions in his eyes, it was more of respect for Tang Xiao's decision and hatred towards the Spirit Hall. Master, I am willing to go down the mountain with you. More sect disciples stood up. Tang Xiao smiled and nodded. Okay. This time, I will lead 100 people down the mountain with the fourth elder and the seventh elder. The rest of you will stay in the mountain and wait for my news. A few days later, a team composed of elite disciples of the Haotian sect, led by Tang Xiao and two elders, left the sect that had been secluded for many years and embarked on a journey to the Qiando Empire. A few days later, Xiaohan and Qian Renxue arrived outside Qiando City. The afterglow of the setting sun shines on the ancient city walls, giving this historic city a golden glow. However, beneath this tranquility lies tension and vigilance. Chapter 160. On the city walls, there are arrow towers everywhere and archers are ready for battle. Qian Renxue looked at the city that was on high alert from afar. It's just as we expected. It looks like they've made some preparations. Yeah. Let's just go into the city and see what they're up to. Xiaohan and Qian Renxue had already taken precautions. When they were almost reaching Qiando City, Qian Renxue dispersed to the left and right. Guanling Douluo, Subduing Demon Douluo, Snake Lance Douluo, Thorny Porpoise Douluo and a group of masters from the Spirit Hall have quietly entered the city. Only Qian Renxue and Xiaohan were left in the carriage, along with a Spirit Hall master pretending to be the coachman. With Xiaohan around, even a titled Douluo-level warrior could not pose a threat to Qian Renxue. The driver drove the carriage straight to the city gate. Stop, routine inspection. How dare you? Open your eyes and take a good look. This is the Crown Prince's car. Your Majesty has ordered that all pedestrians and vehicles passing by must be checked, even the Prince and the Crown Prince are no exception. Qian Renxue changed back into Xueqinghe's outfit. Hearing the noise outside, Xueqinghe got off the carriage. Seeing this, the guards immediately saluted him. See His Highness the Crown Prince. Xueqinghe looked at the guards and said with a smile, did something happen in Qiando City? Why did the security suddenly become so strict? Your Highness, we don't know much about it either. We are just following your Majesty's orders. I see. Looks like I have to hurry back to the palace. Xueqinghe got on the carriage after he finished speaking. The guards quickly made way and the carriage went straight into the city. As soon as the vehicle drove 100 meters away, the guard leader ordered. Hurry to the palace to report to His Majesty that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has returned to the city. Yes. It turned out that these guards were all close confidants of Emperor Shuiyi. As soon as they received the order, Crown Prince Xueqinghe returned to the city and reported to the palace. Xiaohan and Xueqinghe sat in the carriage and drove towards the palace. The carriage traveled through the streets of Qiando City, and the surrounding scenery was very different from the past. On both sides of the street, most of the shops that were once bustling with people had their doors closed, and the few that were open seemed deserted. There were few pedestrians on the street, and they were all in a hurry. It seemed that everyone had his own thoughts and was unwilling to stay for long. Patrolling guards shuttled through the streets. They were dressed in silver armor, holding sharp swords, walking with vigorous steps, and their eyes were as sharp as eagles, glancing around from time to time. The number of these guards is several times more than usual. The entire Qiando city seemed to be shrouded in an invisible atmosphere of tension. Xiaohan joked, it seems like they are waiting for you to fall into their trap. Then let's use our own tactics to catch them off guard. Okay, I will help you take down the Tiando Empire today. The two smiled at each other and continued to march towards the palace without fear. The carriage stopped at the entrance of the palace. Xiao Han and Xue Qinghe got off the carriage and walked into the palace. The moment they stepped into the palace, they could clearly feel the murderous atmosphere in the air, as if every gust of wind carried a sharp blade, cutting their already tense nerves. Inside the palace, the familiar faces of the guards had all disappeared, replaced by a group of indifferent and vigilant new faces. They stood like sculptures, their eyes sharp, monitoring every move of everyone who entered. It seems that Xue Yi has replaced all the guards in the palace. Xue Qinghe spoke to Xiao Han in a low voice. Although his tone remained calm, a barely perceptible worry flashed in his eyes. My people have been transferred away. They are all people I have deployed in Tiando Palace for many years. Every one of them has sworn to be loyal to me until death. I'm here, don't worry. Xiao Han's words were like a tranquilizer, easing Qian Renshue's somewhat nervous and uneasy mood a little. The two men walked cautiously up the stairs and arrived at the square of the palace. Right in front of the square, Emperor Xue Yi sat on the high dragon throne, wearing luxurious imperial robes, with a stern face and deep eyes, as if he had been waiting here for a long time. All around were densely packed royal guards, holding weapons and ready for battle. Countless pairs of eyes were staring at Xiao Han and Xue Qinghe. Xue Qinghe was not afraid at all and took a few steps forward. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. I wonder why you are making such a fuss about this. Emperor Xue Yi's gaze lingered on Xue Qinghe for a moment, and then he slowly spoke, his voice filled with unquestionable majesty. Qinghe, where have you been during this time? Xue Qinghe's heart trembled, but his expression remained calm. I just went to the Xingdou Great Forest. Why is your Majesty so nervous? Or does your Majesty have doubts about your son? Emperor Xue Yi's eyes became sharper, as if to penetrate Xue Qinghe's disguise. I do have many questions. Recently, Tiando City has been in a state of panic, with rumors spreading everywhere, all claiming that you are colluding with the Spirit Hall and have ill intentions. Do you have any explanation for this? Xue Qinghe heard this, a faint smile appeared on his lips, and a barely perceptible cold light flashed in his eyes. Father, do you believe these words? I am devoted to the country, how could I have anything to do with the Spirit Hall? This is nothing but malicious slander from some people. Is it? Emperor Xue Yi obviously didn't believe what Xue Qinghe said. His eyes fell on Xiao Han, who was standing next to Xue Qinghe. In his impression, Xiao Han had never knelt down to him, and this time was no exception, which made him secretly unhappy. But now is an extraordinary period, not the time to compete. Emperor Xue Yi said with a fake smile. Xiao Han, the last time I saw you was at the Soul Master competition. I heard that you already have a 100,000-year soul ring. I have never seen a red 100,000-year soul ring. Release your soul ring and let me open my eyes. Xiao Han and Xue Qinghe looked at each other and instantly understood Emperor Xue Yi's intention. The value of a 100,000-year soul ring is self-evident. The 200,000-year soul beasts in the center of the Star Doe forest were hunted. They definitely went there not only for the 100,000-year soul bones, but more likely to obtain soul rings. A titled Douluo level warrior does not need a spirit ring. Xiao Han's 7th soul ring has already reached the 100,000-year level. With the speed at which his soul power is increasing, he is most likely to absorb one of the 100,000-year soul rings. If there were 200,000-year soul rings among the soul rings he released, then everything Xiao Wu said was the truth. Xiao Han nodded to Xue Qinghe beside him, then looked around and said with a smile. It seems that you have believed what Tang San and that spirit beast said. Where are those two cowards? Are they hiding again? How dare you be so disrespectful to His Majesty? A Soul Douluo level guard beside Emperor Xue Yi shouted loudly. Who do you think you are? How dare you accuse me? Before Xiao Han finished speaking, cold murderous intent emanated from his eyes, and an invisible pressure was exerted on the Soul Douluo. Then, the man knelt on his knees and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Chapter 161. Obviously, Ning Fengji, who has a good relationship with the Tiando royal family, is nearby, and he must be accompanied by Sword Douluo or Bone Douluo. Xiao Han's attack on the Soul Douluo level guards around Emperor Xue Yi meant that Qian Renxue was also going to show her cards. A hint of determination flashed in Qian Renshue's eyes. The moment had finally arrived, and her years of lurking were about to bear fruit. Following Xiao Han's move, the guards who were originally ready to make a move quickly surrounded the two men. The weapons in their hands flashed coldly in the sunlight, and the atmosphere was tense. At this moment, several figures suddenly appeared behind Emperor Xue Yi. It was Ning Fengji, Sword Douluo Chen Xian, Yu Xiaogang, Flanders, Liu Erlong, and others. Emperor Shui was furious after taking a look at the sole Douluo level guard who was suppressed by Xiao Han. He stared at Xiao Han and Xue Qinghe who were surrounded by the guards and asked, "What do you intend to do today? Are you really not my son Xue Qinghe?" Xue Qinghe smiled complacently. "That's right. I'm not the real Xue Qinghe, but Qianren Xue from the Spirit Hall. For many years, I have been lurking in the Tiando Empire, just to replace you, the tyrant, one day." Xue Qinghe's voice was cold and firm, echoing throughout the square. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole square was in an uproar. Emperor Shui's figure flashed, his eyes filled with shock and pain. "You, what did you say? What about my Qinghe? Where is my son? The real Xue Qinghe was killed by me many years ago. To tell you the truth, I also killed the former crown prince." After hearing this, Emperor Shui's face turned pale instantly. He pointed at Qianren Xue with his trembling right hand. You dared to kill my son. Why did you do this?" Xue Qinghe's eyes suddenly became sharp. "Of course it's for the Spirit Hall's unification plan. The two empires are under the control of nobles like you, and wars are constant, with countless casualties. Have you, the high and mighty ones, ever cared about the lives of ordinary people? Only by unifying the entire Douluo continent can wars be completely eliminated and the world be peaceful. No one can stop the Spirit Hall from unifying the Douluo continent." As soon as Xue Qinghe finished speaking, he released his soul bone skill. Qianren Xue's figure changed the moment her soul bone skill was released. The original Xue Qinghe's appearance faded, replaced by a beautiful and cold face, with unparalleled arrogance revealed between the brows. Her eyes were as bright as cold stars, yet so deep that they seemed to be able to see into people's hearts. Her long hair fluttered gently without wind, sparkling with a metallic luster in the sun, like a goddess walking out of mythology, holy and inviolable. 6 wings slowly spread out behind her, each of them shining with a faint golden light and emitting powerful and pure energy fluctuations. With the release of Qianren Xue's 6-winged angel spirit, the entire square seemed to be shrouded in a sacred and solemn atmosphere. This sudden scene shocked everyone in the square. Emperor Shui's pupils suddenly shrank, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Qianren Xue's change was like a heavy hammer that hit his heart hard, making him a little dazed for a moment. He looked at the woman who was once familiar but now became so strange and powerful, and his heart was like a turbulent sea. Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo Qinshin looked at each other, and a trace of horror flashed in their eyes. Although they already knew that Xue Qinghe was disguised as a woman, they were still shocked to see her display such amazing martial spirit and aura. Yu Xiaogang, Flanders, and Liu Erlong looked at each other in surprise. As Yu Xiaogang expected, Qianren Xue was the direct descendant of Qian Daolu. A complicated look flashed across Yu Xiaogang's eyes, and he couldn't help but worry about the future of the Tiando Empire. Although there were only Xiao Han and Qianren Xue here, he knew that there must be more Spirit Hall masters secretly watching everything in the square. Seraphim. Emperor Shui muttered to himself, with a tremor in his voice. You are actually the direct descendant of Qian Daolu." Qianren Xue stared at Emperor Shui coldly and said, "That's right. I am Qianren Xue, the granddaughter of the Spirit Hall's great priest Qian Daolu and the daughter of the former Pope Qian Xuanji. Shui, ask yourself, does the Heaven Do Empire have the strength to compete with our Spirit Hall? Not to mention the Heaven Do Empire, even if the Heaven Do and Xing Luo empires join forces, they are not enough to shake the Spirit Hall." As Qianren Xue finished her words, the atmosphere in the entire square became extremely tense. Those guards who were originally ready to make a move did not dare to act rashly under Qianren Xue's powerful aura. Emperor Shui, Ning Fengji, Yu Xiaogang and the others all had solemn expressions. They all knew very well that the Spirit Hall's current strength was enough to crush the entire Douluo continent. "Shui, I'll give you one last chance. Take the initiative to surrender and avoid unnecessary casualties. I will spare your life because you were once the king of a country. Otherwise, today will be the day when the Tiando Empire will be destroyed. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed without mercy." Qianren Xue's voice echoed in the square, carrying with it unquestionable majesty. Emperor Shui's face turned livid. The power of the Spirit Hall made him feel unprecedented despair. Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo looked at each other. They knew that the powerful titled Douluo-level warriors in the Spirit Hall were secretly watching everything in the square. With just the strength of just a few of them, they are simply unable to contend with the Spirit Hall. But as the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, he will not back down easily. Yu Xiaogang suddenly stood up, stared at Qianren Xue, and said. "Qianren Xue, the current strength of the Spirit Hall is indeed shocking, but the issues on Douluo continent cannot be resolved by force alone. The will of the people is the real power. Do you think that unification through force can bring peace? You are wrong. It will only lead to more hatred and resistance. Xian Renxue sneered, Yu Xiaogang, your theory may be useful at certain times, but in the face of absolute strength, everything seems pale and powerless. The unification of Douluo continent is inevitable, and no one can stop it. After Qian Renxue finished speaking, the 6 wings behind her shone brightly, and 7 soul rings of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, and red surrounded her body. Almost at the same time, Xiao Han also released his Xinbing Bao and Arrow Martial Soul and 8 soul rings of purple, purple, black, 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 red, and red. A powerful pressure instantly enveloped the entire square. Seeing this scene, everyone in the square was shocked again. Chapter 162. Xiao Han's first soul ring reached the 1,000-year level, and the third soul ring reached the 10,000-year level. What is even more incredible is that he actually has 200,000-year soul rings, the 7th and 8th rings. Who could have expected that the young spirit master in front of him actually had such a heaven-defying spirit ring configuration? Even if you look at the entire Douluo continent, it is unique. Emperor Shuai's eyes widened as an unprecedented fear and powerlessness surged in his heart. Ning Fengji's expression was equally ugly, and his eyes, which usually sparkled with wisdom, were now filled with solemnity. Jian Douluo's eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, alert to everything around him. Yu Xiaogang, Flanders and Liu Erlong were all horrified. How is this possible? Yu Xiaogang frowned. Only then did he realize that Xiao Han's spirit ring had undergone another transformation, with the third spirit ring transforming from the original purple to the current black. He couldn't imagine how Xiao Han did it. The theories he had painstakingly studied for many years were completely inapplicable to Xiao Han, which made him feel frustrated. Seeing the 300,000-year soul rings glowing red in the square, the royal guards were trembling with fear and retreated one after another. Xian Renxue was suspended in the air, and a loud voice rang out in the air, soldiers of Tiando, you have nothing to fear. The strength of the spirit hall is far stronger than you think. Don't make a meaningless struggle for Shuai, the tyrant. Put down your weapons and choose to surrender to me. I, Xian Renxue, promise you in the name of the young master of the spirit hall that everyone who is loyal to me will have a future full of hope and light. Xian Renxue also didn't want the lives of those innocent people. It would be best if we could take over the Tiando Empire without any fighting. Her eyes swept over the guards. Those eyes seemed to contain the power to see into people's hearts, causing some guards to lower their heads and begin to think about their choices. Emperor Shuai, Ning Fengji and others looked even uglier upon seeing this. Xian Renshue's psychological warfare strategy was so powerful that many guards who were originally loyal to Emperor Shuai began to waver. Seeing that the situation was not good, Emperor Shuai shouted loudly, Xian Renxue, even if we die in battle today, we will not surrender to the spirit hall. Well, you asked for this. I will take down the Tiando Empire and kill anyone who stands in my way. As soon as Xian Renxue finished speaking, a large number of Soul Douluo and Soul Saint level guards surrounded Emperor Shuai and protected him. Ning Fengji, Qian Douluo, Yu Xiaogang, Flanders, Liu Erlong and others all released their martial spirits. Just when the two sides were on the verge of a war, the sky suddenly darkened, dark clouds gathered, and a powerful soul power wave condensed in the air. Immediately afterwards, figures cut through the sky like the light of dawn and descended upon the battlefield. It turned out to be Guanling Douluo, Subduing Demon Douluo, Snake Lance Douluo, Thorny Porpoise Douluo, and a group of masters from the Spirit Hall. Long before returning to the palace, Xian Renxue asked Snake Spear Douluo to go into the city first to contact the soul masters hiding in Wuhuan City. The appearance of several titled Douluo and thousands of spirit masters instantly froze the atmosphere in the entire square. Faced with such a powerful lineup, Emperor Shuai's face looked even paler. Ning Fengji also felt unprecedented pressure. There was a cold light flashing in Guanling Douluo's eyes, and he said lightly, "Humph. The mere Heaven Do Empire dares to contend with the Spirit Hall. Today is the day of your destruction." Just as Guanling Douluo finished speaking, there was a sudden explosion in the sky. The explosion was like thunder in the sky, and the entire square seemed to be shaken. Immediately afterwards, a ray of golden light broke through the dark clouds, like the first ray of sunshine at dawn, descending from the sky with unparalleled momentum. The person who came was Tang Xiao. He was wearing a golden battle robe, holding a huge clear sky hammer, and surrounded by majestic soul power fluctuations, like a god of war descending. "Humph, Spirit Hall, you are going too far. I haven't even settled the score with you for killing my people, and now you've killed my brother Tang Hao." Tang Xiao's voice was deep and powerful, echoing throughout the square. The voice was filled with anger, and it was obvious that he was extremely dissatisfied with the arrogant behavior of the Spirit Hall. Following Tang Xiao were two titled Douluo level elders. They also released their respective martial spirits and spirit rings, ready for battle. When Emperor Shui saw the arrival of Tang Xiao and the other two titled Douluo, a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. Xian Rinshue's face changed slightly when she saw this. She didn't expect that the people from HIATUS sect would arrive in Tiando City so quickly. I don't know how many people Tang Xiao brought with him. However, no matter how many people Tang Xiao brought, it could not shake her determination to take over the Tiando Empire. Tang Xiao, do you think you three alone can change the situation? It's just a few more people who are willing to die. Move. Following Qian Rinshue's order, the people from the spirit hall quickly set out. The demon subduing Douluo, holding the panlong stick, directly faced Tang Xiao in the air. Snake Spear Douluo and Thorny Porpoise Douluo respectively faced the two elders of the HIATUS sect. Guangling Douluo spread the wings behind him and rushed straight towards Jian Douluo. Yu Xiaogang, Flanders, and Liu Erlong had already released their respective martial spirits, and completed the martial spirit fusion technique in the blink of an eye, and a golden holy dragon soared into the sky. Seeing this, Xiao Han grinned. It's just a fake dragon. You really don't know your own limitations. Along with the flashing of the right leg soul bone, an arrow shot out from the bow, cut through the sky, and directly locked onto the golden holy dragon. The ice arrow, which contained Xiao Han's vast soul power and mental strength, hit the soaring golden holy dragon accurately with an irresistible force. The moment the ice arrow penetrated the dragon's scales, cold air spread everywhere, and the entire space seemed to be frozen by this extreme coldness. The golden holy dragon let out a deafening wail, and its huge body trembled violently in the air. This arrow not only penetrated its body, but also destroyed the stable structure of the martial soul fusion technique. The flying ability provided by Flanders instantly went out of control, and the golden holy dragon began to stagger and roll in the air. As the provider of the dragon body, Liu Erlong was shot directly through and suffered the most serious trauma. After losing Liu Erlong's support, the golden holy dragon could no longer maintain its form and eventually disintegrated into 3 soul powers and returned to the bodies of Yu Xiaogang, Flanders, and Liu Erlong. All 3 of them vomited blood. Liu Erlong was the most seriously injured and was dying. 2 dragons. Yu Xiaogang's eyes were red with grief. A trace of reluctance flashed across Liu Erlong's eyes. She endured the severe pain and used her last bit of strength to smile at Yu Xiaogang. Xiaogang, hurry up. Although the warning was light, it was like a thunderclap, shaking Yu Xiaogang's heart and soul. Yu Xiaogang watched Liu Erlong leave him, but he was powerless to do anything. This feeling of powerlessness almost suffocated him. Chapter 163. Liu Erlong's death filled his heart with endless grief and despair. Just as he was immersed in the pain of losing his beloved and unable to extricate himself, an ice arrow containing the breath of death whistled towards him. Xiaogang, go. Flanders saw this and shouted loudly. He knew that without the martial soul fusion technique of the 3 of them, in a battle of this level, Yu Xiaogang, whose soul power was less than level 30, would have a very slim chance of survival. Although he was also seriously injured, Flanders still stepped forward resolutely and tried to fight for a chance of survival for Yu Xiaogang. However, his efforts seemed to be in vain. The ice arrow directly penetrated Flanders' defense and continued to approach Yu Xiaogang. At this critical moment of life and death, a blue light appeared in front of Yu Xiaogang at incredible speed, like lightning that cuts through the night sky. The person coming was none other than Tang San. At the moment when the ice arrow was about to hit Yu Xiaogang, Tang San took action. His movements were as fast as lightning, and his trajectory was almost invisible. In an instant, he snatched Yu Xiaogang back from the hands of the god of death and took him away from the battlefield full of dangers. Teacher, let's go. There was a hint of anxiety in Tang San's voice. Yu Xiaogang was shocked to see Tang San. Xiao San, why are you here? Teacher, I'll explain it later. I'll take you away from here first. It will be too late if you don't leave now. Tang San activated the flying ability of his 100,000-year-old right leg soul bone and evacuated quickly with Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang looked back one last time. Flanders behind him had already fallen in a pool of blood. No. Flanders. Yu Xiaogang shouted in despair. He had just experienced the death of Liu Erlong, and now even Flanders had left him. In the blink of an eye, he was the only one left of the Golden Triangle. Yu Xiaojiang's cries echoed over the battlefield, but he received no response. The despair in his heart overwhelmed him like a tide. Why did it turn out like this? Flanders, Erlong, I'm useless. Yu Xiaojiang's voice trembled, tears blurred his vision, and the self-blame and regret in his heart cut his heart like a sharp blade. He remembered the promise he had made to his two best friends, that they would venture into the world of soul masters together and face all difficulties and challenges together. But now, he could only watch them leave him, powerless to do anything. Tang San could feel the coldness of his teacher's palms and the trembling of his body, and his heart ached. He knew that no words could comfort the teacher's broken heart at this moment. Only by leaving here, away from this battlefield full of death and despair, can the teacher slowly walk out of this shadow. Teacher, we have to go. Although Tang San's voice was firm, he could not hide the anxiety in it. He knew that Yu Xiaogang was in extreme grief at the moment, but the situation did not allow them to stay. There are too many powerful people in the spirit hall, and they are coming with such force that the Tiando Empire might be destroyed. Upon learning that the person coming was Tang San, Xiao Han's lips curled up into a smile. This kind of large-scale battle is not something that a soul master of Tang San's level can participate in. Xiao Han knew that with Tang San's character, he must have been hiding in the dark for a long time. Seeing that the spirit hall was too powerful, he was timid and dared not take action. Xian Rinxue also saw Tang San and taunted, Tang San, that cowardly turtle, runs pretty fast. That guy won't amount to anything. Don't worry about him. Let's capture the leader first. Seeing that Tang San and Yu Xiaogang had already escaped far away, Xiao Han pulled the bowstring again. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, locked on Emperor Shuiyi, who was protected by layers of defense. Along with the shining of the 100,000-year-old right leg soul bone, a sky-blue arrow of annihilation flew out from the bow, with a sound of breaking through the air, and shot towards Emperor Shuiyi. The cold arrow was not only entangled with powerful soul power fluctuations, but also with the rhythm of blue lightning. The Soul Douluo level guards surrounding Emperor Shuiyi reacted quickly and released their own defenses in an attempt to block the fatal blow. The sky-blue arrow of annihilation drew a brilliant trajectory in the air and crashed into the seemingly impenetrable group defense. Boom! The arrows collided with the soul power of the guards, causing a deafening sound. One by one, the Soul Douluo level guards were blown away by the terrifying power carried by the arrows, spitting blood and flying backwards. When Emperor Shuiyi saw this, he was so scared that he peed his pants. Jian Douluo was dealing with Guangling Douluo's attack, and he also had to divert his attention to protect Ningfengji, so he couldn't get away at all. Tang Xiao was also fighting fiercely with the demon subduing Douluo and had no time to take care of anything else. Xiao Han's attack did not stop. The moment the bowstring was released, a sky-blue locking arrow was shot out. The sky-blue locking arrow that contained the breath of death and had a mind-locking effect accurately hit Emperor Shuiyi's chest. A trace of astonishment and unwillingness flashed in Emperor Shuiyi's eyes. But it was too late. The arrow penetrated his armor and went deep into his body, taking away his last bit of life. Pfft! Emperor Shuiyi's body fell weakly, and the light in his eyes gradually dimmed until it went out. A generation of emperor fell under Xiao Han's arrow. Xiao Han held a longbow and scanned the battlefield with cold eyes. Some people have realized that Emperor Shuiyi is dead and have stopped what they are doing. Some are still fighting. Thorny Porpoise Douluo was fighting fiercely with the 7 elders of the Clear Sky sect. His main method was poison attack, but he seemed a little overwhelmed by the powerful attack of the Clear Sky Hammer. Spirit Hall, return my son's life to me. The 7th elder brandished the Clear Sky Hammer in his hand and smashed towards the Thorny Porpoise Douluo like a madman. Seeing that Thorny Porpoise Douluo was defeated, Xiao Han soared into the sky and shot an icy arrow at the 7th elder. The arrow cut through the sky with a whistling sound and hit the 7th elder's Clear Sky Hammer hard. Boom! The moment the two collided, the space seemed to be torn apart. The 7th elder was shocked, and felt a huge force coming from the arrow, which made his hands numb and the Clear Sky Hammer almost slipped out of his hands. He staggered and took several steps back in the air, his eyes full of disbelief. How is it possible, that kid's attack is so powerful? The 7th elder muttered to himself. Although his strength is not the best in the Haotian sect, he is definitely not an ordinary one. But the power of that arrow just now made him feel an unprecedented threat. Xiao Han stared at the 7th elder coldly. The 7th and 8th soul rings on his body flashed at the same time. The longbow in his hand was fully drawn again, ready to give him a fatal blow. Looking at the 200,000-year soul rings glowing with red light, the 7th elder was shocked again. If Tang San, who possesses twin martial souls, is a genius, then the young spirit master in front of him is a genius among geniuses. Chapter 164. He released the true form of the Clear Sky Hammer and rushed straight towards Xiao Han. Xiao Han was not afraid at all. He also released the true body of the weapon spirit, pulled the bowstring in his hand to its full extent again, and the Titan Ice Explosion arrow flew out. The Ice Explosion arrow that embodies the power of the Titans not only has extremely strong penetrating power, but also has a strong explosive effect, and comes with the freezing effect of extreme ice. The moment the Titan's ice explosion arrow collided with the clear sky hammer, the entire battlefield shook and burst into brilliant light. What followed was a deafening roar, like the collapse of a mountain or a thunderbolt. The icy cold air instantly spread out from the arrow, forming an ice mist that enveloped the surrounding space. The seventh elder only felt an unprecedented chill and impact force coming at the same time. At this moment, his clear sky hammer seemed to be suppressed by a tremendous force, and his movements became slow. The explosion effect on the ice explosion arrow was triggered, and the huge energy impact was like a whirlpool in the wind, which sucked the clear sky hammer and the entire body of the seventh elder into it. In the icy mist, the figure of the seventh elder could be vaguely seen covered by a thick layer of ice, from his limbs to his torso, and together with the clear sky hammer, he was condensed into a huge ice sculpture. The expression on his face was frozen in astonishment and unwillingness. The ice sculpture seemed to be unaffected by gravity and was still suspended in the air. Xiao Han launched an attack again. With a crisp snap of fingers, the icy arrow, like the light of dawn, cut through the icy fog and headed straight for the seven elders who were frozen in ice. It slammed heavily into the ice sculpture with an irresistible destructive force. Boom! There was another loud bang, and the ice sculpture shattered into pieces in a violent explosion, with fragments flying everywhere like sharp blades. The figure of the seventh elder also completely disappeared in this series of explosions, turning into ice chips and blood mist all over the sky. The air was filled with a pungent smell of blood. Everyone on the battlefield was deeply shocked by this sudden scene. Both the spirit masters of the Heaven Do Empire and the strong men of the Spirit Hall involuntarily stopped the fight in their hands and focused their eyes on the icy mist. Seventh Elder. Tang Xiao shouted in despair, but received no response. He, the two elders and Tang San rushed to Tiando City, originally intending to support the Tiando royal family and fight against the Spirit Hall. Unexpectedly, the seventh elder would die at the hands of Xiao Han. The anger in Tang Xiao's heart burned fiercely, and his desire to fight became even stronger. Just as he was about to leave, Ning Fengji's voice suddenly came from behind him. Master Tang, retreat quickly. Ning Fengji knew that the death of Emperor Shui had completely changed the situation of the war, and there was no point in wasting time any longer. What's more, the overall strength of the Spirit Hall is stronger, which will only cause them more casualties. Seeing that Douluo was preparing to evacuate the battlefield with Ning Fengji, Tang Xiao was no longer persistent. Fortunately, the 100 elite disciples of HIATUS sect have not yet arrived at Tiando City, otherwise the losses would be even more severe. Fourth Elder, go and meet up with the tribesmen first. As Tang Xiao spoke, he raised the 100-meter-long clear sky hammer and smashed it hard at the palace behind the square, trying to destroy the most magnificent building in the palace to attract the attention of the Spirit Hall masters. Seeing this, Qian Renxue shouted. Stop him now. Victory is about to be achieved and the Tiando Palace will be taken over soon. Qian Renxue certainly cannot watch the palace being destroyed by Tang Xiao. Demon subduing Douluo, Guanling Douluo and Xiao Han flew towards Tang Xiao together. Before there was Tang Hao, now there is Tang Xiao, they only do sneaky things. What's the use of having two Douluo in one family? It's just a false reputation, aren't they afraid of being laughed at by the world? Demon subduing Douluo and light feather Douluo faced the huge clear sky hammer at the same time. Xiao Han shot a sky blue locking arrow towards the direction where Tang Xiao was. Boom! The destructive force was forcibly resisted. Demon subduing Douluo and light feather Douluo firmly received the might of the clear sky hammer. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the entire Tiando city seemed to tremble under the collision of this force. Xiao Han's sky blue locking god arrow frightened Tang Xiao, so he had to withdraw quickly. As the golden light gradually dissipated, Tang Xiao disappeared. Ning Fengji and Jian Douluo also disappeared. Miss, do you want to chase them? No need. Don't chase after a desperate enemy. Be careful of being tricked. Qian Renxue knew that with the strength of those people, they could escape from Tiando City in a flash. Moreover, Tang San had already fled the battlefield with Yu Xiaogang, and the important personnel of Shrek Academy might have also fled with them. There is no point in chasing after him now. What's more, the mess in Tiando Palace is still waiting for her to clean up. There is a lot of time left, and there are plenty of opportunities to eliminate those people. Qian Renxue floated in the air and shouted loudly to the guards in the square, soldiers of Tiando, Shui is dead. Stop struggling in vain and put down your weapons. The entire square fell into deathly silence in an instant. The guards looked at each other. The death of Emperor Shui was like the collapse of a mountain, which made them lose the will to continue fighting. Put down your weapons and I will spare your lives. This sentence is like an ultimatum. A guard slowly put down his weapon. Immediately afterwards, the second, the third, more and more guards chose to lay down their weapons and kneel on the ground. The sound of weapons falling to the ground could be heard throughout the square. Seeing this, Qian Renxue curled up the corner of her mouth into a smile. She glanced at the surrendered guards and said, "Very good, you have made a wise choice. From now on, the Qiando Empire will be taken over by the Spirit Hall, and you will become a member of the Spirit Empire." The guards lowered their heads, not daring to look directly into Qian Renshue's eyes. The overall situation has been decided, and they can only silently accept the reality of the demise of the Qiando Empire. Qian Renxue and Xiao Han smiled at each other. In today's battle, not only did they successfully shoot and kill Emperor Shui, but they also killed a title Douluo from the Haotian sect, greatly dampening the enemy's morale. On the Spirit Hall side, there were almost no casualties. The plan went more smoothly than Qian Renxue had imagined. "Xiao Han, you have made an invaluable contribution to our successful conquest of the Qiando Empire. This is the joint credit of everyone. It's a pity that they got away. They should have fled Tiando City, and perhaps went to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect." Ning Fengji actually dared to openly oppose the Spirit Hall. "Once the situation stabilizes, I will personally lead people to flatten the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect." Qian Renshue's words revealed an unquestionable determination. She stared into the distance, as if she had foreseen the destruction of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. "I'll go with you then, let's take care of the aftermath first." "It is good." Qian Renxue turned and walked towards the Spirit Hall warriors behind her, signaling them to take over the defense of the palace. Chapter 165. Ning Rongrong is regarded as the future of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Ning Fengji does not want anything to happen to her. With the protection of Bone Douluo, he and Sword Douluo can stay in Tiando City with peace of mind to fight against the Spirit Hall. After Yu Xiaogang was rescued by Tang San, he did not go to Shrek Academy, but went directly to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Seeing the dejected Yu Xiaogang and Tang San, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu both felt something was wrong. Yu Xiaogang's eyes were red and there were tear stains on his cheeks that had not yet dried, as if he had experienced some unforgettable sorrow. "Master, third brother, what's wrong with you? What happened? Where are the others?" Tang San glanced at Yu Xiaogang beside him. Yu Xiaogang has not yet recovered from the tragic deaths of Liu Erlong and Flanders, and his eyes are full of sadness. If Liu Erlong and Flanders were mentioned again at this time, it would undoubtedly be like rubbing salt into his wounds. "Teacher, you are tired too, why don't you go and have a rest first?" Yu Xiaogang nodded weakly. Afterwards, he was helped by a disciple of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect to go to his room to rest. After Yu Xiaogang left, Xiao Wu asked anxiously, "Brother, what happened? Why is the master so sad? Could it be Erlong's mother?" Xiao Wu had a bad feeling, but didn't dare to ask any further. Tang San took a deep breath and said, "A great battle broke out in the Tiando Imperial Palace. The fake crown prince Xue Qinghe is actually Qian Renxue, the daughter of the former Spirit Hall Pope Qian Xuanji. She has been lurking in the Tiando Empire and planning this coup. The Spirit Hall has dispatched several title Douluo-level powerhouses and a large number of masters. We obviously underestimated their determination. We didn't expect it." Tang San choked up for a moment, then continued. "Teacher Liu Erlong and Dean Flanders were shot by Xiao Han during the battle and unfortunately died. We can't even take their bodies away." After hearing this, Xiao Wu's tears instantly burst out and her body trembled uncontrollably. She seemed to have expected this. Liu Erlong's love for her was like a mother's love. Those warm memories flooded into her heart like a tide, making her heartbroken. "Damn Xiao Han. It's you again." Xiao Wu gritted her teeth, angry and desperate. Ning Rongrong's eyes were also filled with tears. Although the relationship between her and Liu Erlong is not as strong as Xiao Wu's, the friendship between teacher and student is equally deep. At this moment, her heart is filled with unspeakable sadness. Ning Rongrong suddenly thought of Ning Fengji and Jian Douluo. "Third brother, then, what about my father and Grandpa Jian?" "Rongrong, don't worry. Senior Sword Douluo is extremely powerful, and my uncle Tang Xiao and the two title Douluo elders of the Haotian sect are also here. They will definitely protect your father. I took advantage of them to hold off the enemy and rescued the master." Just as everyone was immersed in sadness and worry, suddenly, a sound of breaking through the air was heard. Two figures cut through the sky like meteors and landed steadily in front of everyone. It was Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo Chen Xian. "Dad! Grandpa Jian!" Ning Rongrong cried out in surprise, and then tears started to fall again. This time it was because of the joy of reunion. She walked quickly forward and hugged Ning Fengji tightly, wanting to confirm whether he was really safe and sound. Ning Fengji comforted him. "Rongrong, it's okay. Thanks to the assistance of Sect Master Tang Xiao and the Haotian sect, we were able to evacuate in time. However, the situation is still serious. Ning Fengji looked a little tired, but there was a gleam of determination in his eyes. Where is the master? Dad, don't worry. The master is a little tired and is going to rest first. Ning Fengji then nodded with relief. He also knew that the loss of Liu Erlong in Flanders was a huge blow to Yu Xiaogang. Tang San looked into the distance, as if he had a bad premonition, and asked. Master Ning, where are my uncle and the others? They should be okay, right? Ning Fengji and Jian Douluo looked at each other and said. Xiao San, I have some unfortunate news for you. The seventh elder of your Haotian sect also died at the hands of Xiao Han. What? Sect leader Ning's words fell on Tang San like a bolt from the blue. Tang San's body shook violently, and he felt a suffocating pain in his heart. His eyes turned red instantly and he felt angry. Although the seventh elder had opinions about him and his father, upon learning that the Qiando Empire was in trouble, he resolutely followed Tang Xiao down the mountain to fight against the Spirit Hall. After all, he was a titled Douluo. The death of the seventh elder was a big blow to the Haotian sect. It's that damn Xiao Han again. Tang San roared, clenched his fists, and dug his nails deeply into his palms, but he seemed to feel no pain at all. There was only endless anger and deep hatred towards Xiao Han in his heart. Xiao Han. Why? Why you again? How many people I cherish will you destroy before you stop? Tang San's voice was hoarse and low, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth, carrying the weight of blood and tears. Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo Qinshin couldn't help but sigh when they saw this. They understood Tang San's pain. But at this moment, there was nothing they could do except comfort. Xiao San, I am in deep sorrow. Don't let hatred blind your eyes. It should be the driving force for you to become stronger, not the shackles that drag you into the abyss. Tang San slowly raised his head, his eyes flashing with determination. He silently swore in his heart that for the sake of his father, Teacher Erlong, Dean Flanders, Oscar, the seventh elder, and those who died because of Xiao Han, he must make Xiao Han pay with blood. The Spirit Hall will eventually pay the price for everything they have done. At this moment, a burst of hurried footsteps suddenly came from the sect gate. Ning Fengji immediately became alert and dodged with Jian Douluo. Tang San, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu followed closely behind. Don't panic, we are one of you. Ning Fengji said this and strode forward. The people who came were Tang Xiao, the 4 elders of Haotian sect and the 100 elite disciples. Uncle. Tang San also hurried to meet him. Uncle, I'm sorry. It's my fault. I harmed the 7th elder. If I hadn't returned to the sect, you wouldn't have come down the mountain. Tang Xiao held Tang San's shoulders and comforted him. Silly boy, what nonsense are you talking about? The death of the 7th elder has nothing to do with you. Even if you don't join the Haotian sect, the Spirit Hall will still seize the Qiando Empire as planned. We will still leave the mountains by then, otherwise we will starve to death in the mountains. Ning Fengji said, Master Tang, I didn't expect you to bring so many disciples down the mountain this time. Fortunately, they did not enter Qiando City, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Yes. We underestimated the ambition of the Spirit Hall. They actually sent out several titled Douluo level masters and thousands of experts. If these disciples also entered the city, I'm afraid it would be difficult for them to escape unscathed. Ning Fengji nodded slightly. Master Tang, this is not the place to talk. Please follow me in. Yes, please. After those people from Haotian sect entered the 7 treasures glazed sect, the sect gate was closed tightly. Ning Feng ordered his men to step up their alert to prevent a sneak attack from the Spirit Hall. Chapter 166. Ning Fengji, Jian Douluo, Bon Douluo, Tang Xiao, the 4 elders, Yu Xiaogang and Tang San discussed countermeasures together. After a short rest, Yu Xiaogang recovered from the deaths of Liu Erlong and Flanders. He knew that their crisis had not been resolved yet. Now was not the time to be sad and they had to cheer up. Ning Fengji said, everyone, although we already had countermeasures, we still underestimated the determination of the Spirit Hall and Qian Renxue. We didn't expect them to attack directly after returning to Qiando City, and ambushed many masters in Qiando City. Now, Emperor Shui is dead, and the Qiando Empire no longer exists, but our crisis has not been resolved. I wonder what countermeasures you have. Yu Xiaogang said in a deep voice. Just as Qian Renxue said, the ambition of the Spirit Hall is to unify the entire Douluo continent. After taking over the Heaven Do Empire, their plan will surely be accelerated, and sooner or later it will affect all major forces within the empire, with the trend of those who follow me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. The situation is critical now. We can no longer fight alone, we must unite. The three major forces, HIATUS sect, Qibaoyuli sect and Landian Tyrannosaurus rex family, should form a solid alliance to jointly resist the Spirit Hall. Only in this way can we stand firm in this storm and find opportunities to fight back. Ning Fengji nodded, agreeing with Yu Xiaogang's words. Yu Xiaogang then analyzed, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect is not far from Tiando City. Once Qian Renshua stabilizes the situation in Tiando City, she will definitely turn her attention to us and deal with us with all her strength, intending to eradicate the root of the problem and prevent future troubles. Therefore, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect is no longer a place to stay for long. We must prepare for a rainy day, evacuate as soon as possible, and find a safer base. Jian Douluo nodded slightly, his brows furrowed. Bone Douluo also nodded in agreement. As the guardian pillars of the sect, they have the responsibility to safeguard the safety of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. However, the current situation is extremely unfavorable. The Tiando Empire is about to be controlled by the Spirit Hall, and the geographical location of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect does not allow them to stay for long. Tang Xiao said. I also support this decision. The evacuation is only temporary. One day, we will return in a stronger posture and take back everything that belongs to us. Ning Fengji sighed. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect's foundation is here, and he would certainly be reluctant to leave if it were to withdraw suddenly. But he also knew that he had to do it. Because once the people from the Spirit Hall besieged them, his sect would suffer a devastating blow. Master, what you said makes sense. However, there are thousands of people in my sect. How easy is it to find a safe place? Yu Xiaogang took over the conversation. Master Ning, this is also what I am considering. Yu Xiaogang knew that although the HIATUS sect had natural geographical advantages, it could not accommodate as many people as the Qibaoyuli sect. Moreover, supplies are also a big problem. Although the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect is rich, living in the deep mountains and forests, there are some problems that cannot be solved by money. What's more, Tang Xiao had finally made the decision to leave the mountain, and it was unlikely for him to go back in disgrace. There is another place in Yu Xiaogang's heart, which is the Zhenlong Mountain where the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus rex family lives. Zhenlong Mountain is a place that is easy to defend but difficult to attack. There are 8 mountains around it, which are interconnected, making the sect of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus rex family very safe. That place is quite big, and even if all the members of the HIATUS sect and the Seven Treasures Glazed sect go there, it can accommodate them. However, it also has geographical disadvantages. Because it is built on a mountain, once a large-scale attack is encountered, they can only defend it with all their might and there is no way to retreat. If the Spirit Hall launched a siege at all costs, it would be possible to completely wipe them out. Yu Xiaogang has already left the sect, and the death of Liu Erlong makes him even more ashamed to face the sect. Therefore, he quickly gave up the idea. Tang San suddenly said. Master Ning, uncle, teacher, I have thought about it carefully. Now we only have one place to go, and that is the Xinglua Empire. Star Luo Empire. Several people looked at each other. Tang Xiao nodded, he had the same idea. The two great empires of Tiando and Xinglua have been enemies for many years, with constant conflicts and wars breaking out every once in a while. Before the Tiando Palace incident, the Qibaoyuli sect had always firmly supported the Tiando royal family and regarded the Xinglua Empire as its enemy. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus rex family did not want to get involved in the war and remain neutral. When the previous leader of the HIATUS sect was in power, he implicitly supported the Xinglua Empire, and only after the sect retired did it sever ties with the Xinglua Empire. Now the situation forces them to reconsider their position. Tang San then analyzed, Master Ning, I know you have a close relationship with Emperor Shuiyi, but the empire has collapsed, and the Spirit Hall will not tolerate any forces that oppose it. Their ultimate plan is to unify the entire Douluo continent, and sooner or later they will take action against the Xing Luo Empire. The great Prince Davis of the Xinglua Empire was killed by Xiao Han, and they will definitely become enemies with the Spirit Hall. The current Xinglua Crown Prince is our good friend Dai Mubai, and he will definitely accept us. In that case, we can form a powerful alliance and fight the Spirit Hall to the end. Yu Xiaogang nodded, agreeing with Tang San's proposal. Xiao San is right. Xing Luo Emperor is known for his ruthlessness. After knowing Spirit Hall's plan, he will definitely make preparations early. He should not reject us, because our joining will only benefit them and not harm them. Tang San continued. Master Ning, if you have decided to relocate the sect, I can go to Xinglua Empire with my teacher to arrange everything in advance. Ning Fengji looked at Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo beside him. They both nodded at him in agreement. Ning Fengji took a deep breath and made up his mind. Okay, then we will follow what Xiao San and Master said and head to the Xing Luo Empire. Although this is very different from our previous position, for the sake of the sect and to fight against the ambitions of the Spirit Hall, we must make changes. I will arrange the relocation of the sect as soon as possible to ensure that every disciple can evacuate safely. Yu Xiaogang added. While preparing to migrate, we must also start collecting intelligence and understand the movements of the Spirit Hall to prevent them from launching a surprise attack. What the Master said is true. Master Ning, I will bring my people to help you migrate. Great, with the assistance of your Haotian sect disciples, we will be safer. Afterwards, several people planned the specific details of the migration in detail. Yu Xiaogang and Tang San set out overnight and rushed to the Xing Luo Empire to find Dai Mubai. Before leaving, Yu Xiaogang wrote a letter and asked someone to take it to Zhenlong Mountain, informing them of Liu Erlong's death and asking the family to be prepared to deal with the Spirit Hall. Tang Xiao also sent someone to bring a letter back to the Haotian sect, informing the clan members to prepare to move to the Xing Luo Empire. On the other side, the Papal Palace. Looking at the news coming from Tiando City, the expression on Bibi Dong's face gradually became distorted. Chapter 167. Bibi Dong was furious when she learned that Qian Renxue had taken over the Tiando Empire without any effort. The air in the Pope's palace was so heavy that it was almost suffocating. Bibi Dong's gaze was like a sharp blade, piercing through the secret letter in her hand, as if she wanted to cut Qian Renxue, who was far away in Tiando City, into pieces. You are so good, Qian Renxue, you conquered the Tiando Empire so easily, and even wanted to rename it the Wuhuan Empire. Bibi Dong felt very unwilling. She had originally planned carefully, intending to weaken the power of the Tiando Empire by wiping out several major forces within the Tiando Empire, such as the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, and eventually incorporate it into the territory of the Spirit Hall. However, before her plan could be implemented, it was completely disrupted by Qian Renshue's sudden change. Qian Renxue took control of Tiando City at lightning speed and successfully took the Tiando Empire into her possession with only a minimal cost. It was a huge victory. Moreover, in this battle, Xiao Han not only ended the life of Emperor Shui, but also killed a titled Douluo elder of the Haotian sect. Before this, the news that Tang Hao had been killed had already reached Wuhuan City. Xiao Han once again obtained a 100,000-year spirit ring. Within 2 years after the Soul Master competition, he was promoted from a Battle Soul King to a Battle Soul Douluo. Such a terrifying improvement shocked and feared Bibi Dong. Moreover, Qian Renxue also obtained a 100,000-year soul ring, and her 7th soul ring reached 100,000 years. Xiao Han, what kind of monster are you? How can you achieve such a perverted improvement? How could you find 200,000-year-old spirit beasts so easily? And how could you kill the arrogant Tang Hao? Why do you always have such good luck? Qian Renxue, why was it you who accomplished this feat, and not me? Bibi Dong gritted her teeth, feeling a strong sense of crisis in her heart. She regretted that she had not dealt with Xiao Han in time and watched him become so powerful. Xiao Han not only helped Qian Renxue deal with the enemies of the Spirit Hall, but also helped Qian Renxue take down the Tiando Empire. Qian Renxue renamed the Tiando Empire to the Wuhuan Empire, which was undoubtedly a declaration of her strength and ambition to the entire Douluo continent. What worries Bibi Dong even more is that Qian Renshue's behavior may shake her position in the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong knew very well that there were many people in the Spirit Hall who supported Qian Renxue. As the granddaughter of Qian Daolu, Qian Renxue herself possesses extremely high reputation and influence. Now, she has demonstrated her abilities in such a stunning way, which will undoubtedly attract more attention and support. No. We must not let her succeed. I have worked so hard to bring Spirit Hall to its current height. I cannot let her take over. The Spirit Hall is mine. The entire Douluo continent will also be conquered by me. I want to get it all, and then destroy it with my own hands. Bibi Dong secretly swore in her heart that she must firmly control everything that belongs to her. She quickly suppressed her anger and began to think calmly about countermeasures. She knew that she couldn't just sit there and wait for death, and she had to take action to consolidate her position in the Spirit Hall and weaken Qian Renshue's influence. During the Tiando Palace incident, the only thing that made her feel relieved was the death of Liu Erlong. Xiaogang, that bitch Liu Erlong is dead, will you come back to me? Your situation will become more dangerous, only I can protect you. Bibi Dong suddenly thought of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, and a cold smile appeared on her face. Those people have insulted you before, I will teach them a lesson for you and make them die a miserable death. Even if I don't do it, Qian Renxue will not let them go. I can't let Qian Renxue take the credit, so I'll do it, haha. Bibi Dong ordered Yu Guan and Gue Mei to come over, briefly stating the news from Tiando City, and then ordered, "Two elders, you must prepare immediately and take your men to Shenlong Mountain to wipe out the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Remember, this mission can only be successful, failure is not allowed. If you fail to complete the mission, bring your heads back to see me." The two elders looked at each other. "Please rest assured, Your Holiness, we will definitely complete the mission." "Very good. Kill them all, leaving no one alive." "Understand." 2 days later, under the leadership of the two elders Ju and Gui, nearly 10,000 spirit masters from the spirit hall marched towards Shenlong Mountain in a mighty force. In addition to Yueguan and Guimei, there are 2 other title Douluo level elders in the accompanying team. This time they are determined to wipe out the entire Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Meanwhile on the other side, Tang San brought Yu Xiaogang to the Xing Luo Empire and met Dai Mubai. After learning the whole story, Dai Mubai was shocked and angry. "I never thought that the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, Xue Qinghe, was actually Qianren Xue from the spirit hall in disguise. It's that damn Xiao Han again. He not only killed my eldest brother, but also Xiao Ao, Senior Dugu, Teacher Erlong, Dean Flanders, your father, and the elders of the Haotian sect. Sooner or later, we will tear him into pieces." Whenever he mentioned Xiao Han, Tang San felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. Too many people he cherished died because of Xiao Han. Xiao Han has surpassed Bibi Dong and is the #1 enemy he wants to get rid of. Mu Bai, the Heaven Do Empire no longer exists. It is about to become the Spirit Empire. Qianren Xue and the Spirit Hall's ambition is to take over the entire Douluo continent. You must prepare early. Yes, I know. Good brother, I have said long ago that I hope you can come to help me one day, and now it has finally come true. All of you come, let's unite and fight against the Spirit Hall together. With the support of the 3 major sects, the Master, and your hidden weapons that can be used to arm the army, maybe we will be the ones to unify the Douluo continent. Okay, let's work together to avenge the dead. Tang San left Yu Xiaogang in the Xing Luo Empire, and then returned to the 7 Treasures Glazed sect alone to convey the message. He worked day and night, racing against time. He knew that if Qianren Xue recovered, she would come to besiege the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect. The situation is critical and the evacuation plan cannot be delayed. Ning Fengji had already prepared for the sect's relocation. Upon learning of Emperor Xingluo's promise, he immediately set off for Xingluo city. Tang Xiao was accompanied by 4 elders and 100 disciples of the sect for protection. When the people of Haotian sect received the news from Tang Xiao, they were shocked. They didn't expect that the 7th elder would die in the Tiando Palace incident. They followed Tang Xiao's order, led the sect disciples down the mountain, and migrated to Xingluo city. After Qianren Xue took over the Tiando Empire, she has been busy dealing with subsequent affairs. Guanling Douluo, Jianhua Douluo, and Xiao Han all stayed in Tiando city to guard the imperial city that had just been pacified. After making all preparations, Qianren Xue officially ascended the throne and renamed the Tiando Empire to the Wuhuan Empire and Tiando city to Wudi city. Since then, there has been a true empress on Douluo continent. Chapter 168. However, she wasn't worried. The Wuhuan Empire had just been established, and the most important thing was to stabilize the people's hearts. Once the situation in the Wuhuan Empire stabilizes, she will move forward with the next plan, gradually devouring the Xingluo Empire until the entire Douluo continent is unified. The Star Luo Empire on the other side. The arrival of Ning Fengji, Tang Xiao and his party was warmly welcomed. Emperor Xingluo and Dai Mubai came to greet them personally and arranged everything for them in Xingluo city. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect not only has Ning Fengji, the strongest auxiliary soul master in the entire continent, but also has 2 powerful sect protectors, and the sect has thousands of disciples. The Haotian sect, including sect master Tang Xiao, has a total of 5 title Douluo and 2 to 300 direct disciples. The addition of these 2 powerful forces has undoubtedly greatly enhanced the overall strength of the Xing Luo Empire. If the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family could also join, the Star Luo Empire would become even more powerful. Unfortunately, such a beautiful wish will not come true easily. Not long after, a shocking news came to the Xingluo Empire. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family suffered a genocide, including the clan leader Yu Xiaogang, and all the more than 1,800 people in the family were killed. Upon hearing the news, Yu Xiaogang was struck by lightning. Before this, he had sent people to convey the message to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. But the family remained unmoved, still watching and not evacuating in time. Unexpectedly, we encountered the disaster of genocide so soon. After learning the news, Ning Fengji, Tang Xiao and others were also shocked. Ning Fengji felt fortunate that the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect evacuated the Wuhuan Empire in time, otherwise it would have been likely to be destroyed. In just 1 month, Yu Xiaogang lost his beloved woman Liu Erlong, his most trusted partner Flanders, and many family members. The successive blows were too much for him to bear and he fell ill. Tang San and his companions didn't know how to comfort him. Just when Yu Xiaogang was devastated, 2 young men came from Xinglua City, Yu Tianxin and Yu Tianheng. Seeing the 2 of them, Tang San was surprised and happy, and quickly brought them to see Yu Xiaogang. "Teacher, wake up quickly, Yu Tianxin and Yu Tianheng are here to see you." "What?" Hearing the names of Yu Tianxin and Yu Tianheng, Yu Xiaogang sat up abruptly. His eyes widened when he saw his 2 nephews. "Tianxin, Tianheng, you are still alive." "Uncle, we were training outside and happened to be away from the family, so we were lucky enough to escape. I came to find you when I learned that you were in the Xinglua Empire." "That's great. You are still alive, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex spirit is still there, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family is not extinct, and the sect has hope of revival." "That's great." The uncle, nephew and 2 others hugged each other tightly and cried bitterly. The return of Yu Tianxin and Yu Tianheng gave Yu Xiaogang hope. He knew that as an elder, he had to cheer up and revive the family. A few days later, Ma Hongjun also appeared in front of Tang San and his companions. He was originally traveling outside, but after learning about several major events that had happened recently, he rushed to Xinglua City. Dai Mubai, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, Xiao Yu, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong gathered together. They talked about the past and thought of Oscar, and they all felt a little lost. Ma Hongjun sighed. The Shrek 7 devils are only missing Xiao Ao. It would be great if Xiao Ao was still here. "Fatty, stop talking. Okay, no more." Ma Hongjun then noticed that Ning Rongrong's eyes were red. Ning Rongrong forced a smile. "I'm fine, don't worry." Tang San looked at Ning Rongrong who was standing beside him. How could she not be sad after losing the person she loved the most? In order to divert everyone's attention, Tang San quickly changed the subject and said. "Mu Bai, I have an idea." "What idea?" "We have an irreconcilable feud with Xiao Han and the Spirit Hall, but the gap in strength between us and them is too big. I am only in my 50s, and the rest of you have not even reached level 50 yet. With this level of training progress, it is impossible for you to catch up with Xiao Han. Therefore, I want to make breakthroughs in other areas to narrow the gap between us and him." "You mean hidden weapons?" "Yes." Tang San nodded, then said. "I once heard from Senior Titan that there is a metal capital in the Xinglua Empire called Gingxin City. There are not only a variety of precious and rare metals, but also many skilled blacksmiths. As long as I can find special materials and skilled craftsmen, I can develop a hidden weapon that can kill a title Douluo level spirit master." After hearing what Tang San said, they were all shocked. Dai Mubai said excitedly. "Xiao San, is that hidden weapon so powerful?" "Of course. But it's also extremely troublesome to develop." "Don't worry. I know Gingxin City. It has the largest number of blacksmiths in the entire continent. There must be many skilled masters there. I can go with you to take a look. Mu Bai, if you really want to develop those hidden weapons of mine, it will cost a huge amount of money." Dai Mubai smiled disapprovingly. Don't worry about the money. I'm already the crown prince of Xinglua, can't I handle this little thing? Besides, I've already told my father that I can arm the army with the Zhuge divine crossbow you developed, and I can just find the craftsman in Gingxin City to mass-produce it. Ning Rongrong then said. Third brother, don't forget, we still have the 7 treasures glazed sect. After the Li clan was destroyed, our supply of hidden weapons was cut off. Now that you are back, those hidden weapons can be mass-produced again. Our sect has money and can continue to support you. Well, in addition to mass-producing the Zhuge divine crossbow, I will also develop several more lethal hidden weapons to deal with those title Douluo level masters, so that they can have a taste of the power of my hidden weapons. Tang San was full of confidence. Although it is difficult to catch up with Xiao Han in terms of soul power, he would not be so afraid if he had the Tang sect's top hidden weapons in his hands. After Xing Luo Emperor and Ning Fengji learned of Tang San's idea, they both expressed their strong support. Accompanied by Tang Xiao, Tang San and Dai Mubai went to Gingxin City for an on-site inspection. The other side. Xian Renxue also received news that the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family had been destroyed. Although she was not directly involved, she understood that this was Bibi Dong's demonstration to her and a challenge to her. However, she did not take it to heart, but instead thought it was a good move. Without her having to do anything herself, she wiped out the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, eliminating a major hidden danger. She firmly believed that in a secret competition with Bibi Dong, she would be the last one standing. After all, she has the blood of the Qian family flowing in her body and is the descendant of the six-winged angel. She will not let the spirit hall fall into the hands of outsiders. Chapter 169. In the palace of the Wuhuan Empire, Qian Renxue was sitting in a high position, handling a mountain of government affairs. Xiao Han walked in slowly. Seeing Xiao Han, Qian Renxue smiled slightly and put down the work in her hands. Xiao Han, you're here. Your Majesty, what's the matter with you looking for me? No. Xiao Han, there are no outsiders here. You don't have to call me Your Majesty. It seems too unfamiliar. Xiao Han smiled. When you were still the crown prince, I called you Brother Shui, but now you are a girl, so I should call you Sister Shui. Before Qian Renxue could reply, Xiao Han immediately shook his head and muttered to himself. Sister Shui. No. You look so young, not much older than me. Calling you old would make you sound old. How about calling you Shui? Qian Renshue's cheeks turned slightly red, and she felt a little embarrassed. Do whatever you want, as long as you're happy. Then from now on, I will call you Shui in private. By the way, is there anything you want me to do? Qian Renxue raised her head, looked at Xiao Han gently, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Nothing much. The situation in Wudi City has completely stabilized. There is nothing important to deal with at the moment. Didn't you tell me last time that you wanted to go back to Qianshui City? Now you can. With Grandpa Guangling and Grandpa Jiangma stationed in Wudi City, they dare not attack rashly. Okay, I'll leave today. When Qian Renxue heard this, a trace of reluctance flashed in her eyes. She knew the relationship between Xiao Han and Shui Binger. He also knew that Shui Binger was a gentle, kind and considerate girl, and was very suitable for Xiao Han. Xiao Han, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to take over the Tiando Empire so smoothly. I'll need your support in the future. I think you deserve the reward you deserve. Xiao Han shook his head gently. You know, I don't care about that. That being said, you have made an invaluable contribution to the establishment of the Spirit Empire. How can I let you go back empty-handed? I would like to appoint you as the Imperial Master of the Spirit Empire. What do you think? Xiao Han smiled slightly, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. The national teacher is second only to the Emperor, which shows how much Qian Renxue values him. The title of Imperial Master is too heavy. I am used to being free and undisciplined, so I am afraid I cannot take on the role. However, if you don't mind, I can take on the title of Imperial Master, and I will definitely help you with all my strength when you need me. Qian Renxue smiled brightly. That's great. I won't restrict you. I just hope you can stand by my side at the critical moment. As for the reward, you must accept it. Tell me, what do you want? Xiao Han thought for a moment and said. Money is just a thing outside of my body. I have more money than I can spend in Qianshui City. If I don't take your reward, you will feel bad. I heard that there is a vast sea of heaven and earth in the palace. Is it still there? The vast sea universe cover is the national treasure of the former Tiando Empire and has always been kept by Emperor Shuiyi. Its preciousness is self-evident. After the death of Emperor Shuiyi, the vast sea universe cover fell into the hands of Qian Renxue. Knowing that Xiao Han wanted it, Qian Renxue did not hesitate at all. Xiao Han, you really have a unique vision. The vast sea universe cover is regarded as a national treasure by Shuiyi. Now I will give it to you. After Qian Renxue finished speaking, she took out the vast sea universe cover from her soul guide. The entire hall was suddenly enveloped by a strong precious light. The vast sea universe cover is a three-dimensional triangle in shape, and is crystal clear blue throughout. It was only the size of a palm and looked like it was carved from sapphire. Crystal blue light flickered on its surface, and strange energy fluctuations continued to emanate from it, like water ripples rippling on its surface, looking extremely mysterious. Xiao Han exclaimed, this vast sea universe cover is indeed a treasure. Of course. It's yours now. Before Qian Renxue finished her words, she handed the vast sea universe cover to Xiao Han. Xiao Han took it carefully, feeling the warm spiritual power flowing through it, with surprise surging in his heart. With this vast sea universe cover, he can send Shui Binger and others to the Sea God Island for training. Xiao Han knew that the establishment of the Wuhuan Empire had just begun and that it would face even greater challenges in the future. There are still many powerful enemies that have not been defeated and the threat always exists. Shui Binger and the others are not very strong now. In order to prevent them from being plotted against and retaliated by Tang San, Tang Xiao or Bibi Dong, sending them to Poseidon Island for training is a good choice. With this vast sea universe cover, Shui Bing'er may be favored by the sea god and become his successor. All of them may have the opportunity to take the divine test there, thereby improving their strength more quickly. After bidding farewell to Qianrenxue, Xiao Han strode out of the palace and headed towards Tianshui City. It was already evening when Xiao Han returned to Tianshui City. Some time ago, Lin Jirua had returned to Tianshui City. She was very happy to see Xiao Han. Xiao Han, you are finally back. Have you finished the work in Woody City? Well, there's nothing important for now, so I'll come back to see you guys. Lin Jirua pulled Xiao Han to sit down and said with a smile. Xiao Han, I have something to tell you. Is it good news? Tell me about it. Lin Jirua coughed lightly. President Zhao is planning to retire, and she wants me to take over the position of president. After hearing this, Xiao Han's eyes lit up. Really? That's great. Mom, you are going to be the president of Tianshui College. I believe that under your leadership, Tianshui College will definitely reach a higher level. Actually, I've always had an idea in my mind. You say. Tianshui College only recruited girls with ice and water attributes before, but we made an exception because of you. The college has become stronger than ever before because of you. I want to change the school rules after taking over the college. As long as they are spirit masters of the right age with ice and water attributes, regardless of gender, they can become our students. Xiao Han nodded in agreement. Mom, I've had this idea for a long time. Just like Blazing Fire and Divine Wind colleges, they only recruit soul masters of the same attribute. After two soul masters of the same attribute and the opposite sex combine, maybe they can produce more powerful offspring. You are right. The Tiando Empire no longer exists, and Tianshui College is no longer the same Tianshui College. It is time to make some changes. The two chatted for a while, and Lin Jirua suddenly remembered something. Xiao Han, how long do you plan to stay this time? I may not stay for long. Mainly because I have a few things to give to you. As Xiao Han spoke, he took out 5 soul bones from the soul guide. Mom, these soul bones all fell from Tang Hao. Originally there was a right arm bone with fire attribute, but it is not suitable for us. Qian Renxue gave me the 100,000-year-old left leg bone of the Titan giant ape, so I gave her the fire attribute soul bone. Before this, Xiao Han had already mentioned to Lin Jirua that Tang Hao had a soul bone. At this moment, looking at the 5 soul bones shining with different lights, Lin Jirua felt unbelievable. Chapter 170. Mom, this torso bone is for you. You can absorb it now. Xiao Han, didn't you promise several senior sisters that you would give them soul bones? Mom, I have arranged everything. Bing'er, Yu'er, Liu Yu and Qingba all have soul bones, but Heru, Ruoxue, Xuewu and Lingling don't have any yet. I have 4 left, and I have reserved them for them. I prepared this torso bone especially for you. Okay then. Afterwards, under Xiao Han's protection, Lin Jirua fused the torso bone. That piece of trunk bone was about 40,000 years old. After the fusion, Lin Jirua's soul power increased to level 87, the same level as Xiao Han. The next day, Xiao Han came to Tianshui College to find Shui Bing'er. Shui Bing'er was a little excited to see Xiao Han again. She heard Lin Jirua talk about everything Xiao Han experienced in the Xingdou Great Forest and Tiando City. The two exchanged a few pleasantries, and Xiao Han said. Bing'er, I have something important to give you, and I also have something important to discuss with you. Are all the senior sisters still in the academy? They are all here. Very good. After chatting with Shui Bing'er alone for a while, Xiao Han gathered several senior sisters together. Several people were very happy to see Xiao Han. After a brief chat, Xiao Han went straight to the point. Senior sisters, I promised you that I would arrange a soul bone for each of you. Some of you already have one, and today I will also arrange one for Sister Hai Ro, Sister Shui Wu, and Sister Ruo Shui. As Xiao Han spoke, he took out 4 soul bones from the soul guide. Looking at the 4 soul bones glowing with different lights, everyone was very excited. Shui Yu'er exclaimed. Xiao Han, you are amazing. Where did you get so many soul bones? These all fell from Tang Hao. Tang Hao. 2 years ago, Tang Hao suddenly appeared above the square in front of the Pope's palace, wielding a huge clear sky hammer and almost destroyed the Pope's palace. The few people still remember vividly the red glowing 100,000-year spirit ring on Tang Hao's body and his domineering aura. They never expected that Tang Hao would pass away just 2 years later. Moreover, he died at the hands of Xiao Han and the 2 great priests of the Spirit Hall. Xiao Han, we all heard about you killing Tang Hao in the Xingdou Great Forest. You are really amazing. Xiao Han smiled. Okay, let's not talk about the past, let's distribute the soul bones now. Xiao Han said this as he handed the head soul bone to Xue Wu. Sister Xue Wu, you are a support type and you also have the ability to control the weather. This head soul bone can enhance your mental strength, which is just right for you. Thank you. Xue Wu took the soul bone with a smile. Xiao Han picked up another soul bone, handed it to Yu Heru, and said with a smile, Sister Hai Ro, you are the first one I met among all the senior sisters. I treated you as my sister before I entered Tianshui College. I'm sorry that this left arm soul bone came a little late. It can improve your attack power. Xiao Han, that's too polite. I won't be polite then. Yu Heru took the left arm soul bone with great joy. Xiao Han took out another soul bone and handed it to Qiu Ruoshui. Sister Ruoshui, this right leg soul bone is similar to Sister Heru's left arm bone. Both can increase attack power. Here it is for you. Thank you, junior brother. There is only one soul bone left. Judging from the shape, it was a left leg soul bone. Xiao Han's gaze fell on Yi Lingling and he smiled. Lingling, this left leg bone that can increase your speed is given to you. Give it to me. Yi Lingling was a little bit unbelievable. After encircling and suppressing the wolf bandits with a few others last time, Yi Lingling has been staying in Tianshui College to practice and has not returned to Tiando City. She didn't expect that Xiao Han would give her a soul bone. Before this, Xiao Han had already given her a top-grade magical herb, the Qilua Tulip, which could change the fate of the nine-hearted Begonia Soul Master. She thus escaped from the cursed fate. Seeing Yi Lingling was a little dazed, Shui Binger smiled and said, Lingling, we have already considered you as one of us. Just accept what Xiao Han gives you. Yes, all of us have soul bones, except you. Xiao Han prepared this specially for you. Yi Lingling looked up at Xiao Han, her eyes full of gratitude. Xiao Han, thank you. After saying that, she carefully took the soul bone. Xiao Han's eyes swept over the few people. Okay, you guys go absorb the soul bones first. After the soul bones are fused, I have something important to discuss with you. It is good. Afterwards, the four of them each found a corner and began to fuse their soul bones. Time passed by minute by minute. The four of them have fused their own soul bones, and their soul power has also been improved. Everyone gathered around Xiao Han again. Xiao Han, what do you want to tell us? Several people are looking forward to it. Xiao Han said seriously. You all know that Tang Hao's death is related to me. I killed the 7 elders of the Haotian sect, and I have offended the entire Haotian sect. Moreover, Xinglua's eldest Prince Davis was also killed by me, as well as Dugubo, Oscar, Flanders, Liu Erlong and others, all died at my hands. Now, Tang San and others have fled to the Xinglua Empire, and they all regard me as an enemy. However, with my current strength, it is not easy for them to kill me. However, Tang San is a sinister and vicious person. He is not only good at using poison, but also good at making various hidden weapons with great lethality. I am worried that he and Tang Xiao will do something bad to the people around me. Not only Tang San and Tang Xiao, but also the Pope Bibi Dong. Although Bibi Dong is also a member of the Spirit Hall, she is secretly competing with Qian Renxue. Her methods are equally cruel, and she might also attack the people around me. Given Qian Renshue's personality, she will definitely attack the Xinglua Empire in the next 1 or 2 years, and a bigger war will break out at that time. During this period, the Spirit Hall may even experience civil unrest. In short, there will be no peace in the next few years. I can't protect you all the time, so I want to send you to a safe place, a place that Tang San, Tang Xiao and Bibi Dong would never think of. That is a very suitable place for you to train. You can grow quickly and improve your strength significantly by training there. After listening to Xiao Han's words, they became even more excited. Shui Yuer widened her eyes and asked curiously. Xiao Han, what place are you talking about? It feels so mysterious. Xiao Han smiled and said that place is called Poseidon Island, in a sea area outside the 2 empires. Poseidon Island? Yes. With your talents and current conditions, if you go there to train, everyone will have the opportunity to obtain a 100,000-year spirit ring. A 100,000-year soul ring? After hearing this, everyone was shocked. Xiao Han continued. However, there is a prerequisite. Whether you can go there depends on Binger. Xiao Han nodded, then took out the vast sea universe cover from his soul guide. Chapter 171. The soft blue light fluctuated in the room, and several people couldn't help but feel dazzled. This is... Shui Binger looked at the vast sea universe cover in Xiao Han's hand with confusion, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Xiao Han explained, this is the Vast Sea Universe cover. You can think of it as a special soul guide. However, in a sense, it is more like a divine weapon. Artifact? Several people were even more shocked. Xiao Han didn't explain too much, just nodded slightly. Shui Binger said, Xiao Han, this Vast Sea Universe cover is too precious, you should keep it for yourself. Xiao Han shook his head. You have all seen how quickly my soul power has increased. I have complete confidence in myself. Binger, you need it more than I do. This is a master recognition item, similar to the Acacia Heartbreak Red. If you can gain its recognition, you can lead everyone to the Sea God Island and stay there to train. Shui Binger possesses the top-level beast martial spirit, the Ice Phoenix, and her spirit power has reached level 63. She has absorbed a 50,000-year-old spiritual skull and possesses powerful spiritual power. In addition, it also absorbs the King of Flowers, Acacia Heartbreak Red, to protect the body. Therefore, Xiao Han believed that Shui Binger had a great chance of passing the temptation and test of the Sea God. Seeing Xiao Han's firm attitude, Shui Binger no longer refused. She also knew that Xiao Han had more important things to do and had no time to accompany them in their training. Okay then. Xiao Han, what should I do next? First, try to inject a little bit of spiritual power into this vast sea of heaven and earth. Just a little bit will do. It is good. Shui Binger carefully took over the Hanhai Qingquan cover. The triangle with blue light was quietly suspended in her palm. Everyone's eyes were focused on Shui Binger, and they were all looking forward to what would happen next. The atmosphere was a bit tense. The room was extremely quiet and the only sound was the sound of each other's breathing. Xiao Han smiled and said, Binger, don't be nervous, take your time. Ah. Shui Binger took a deep breath, then mobilized her mental power and slowly injected it into the vast sea of heaven and earth through her fingertips. As soon as her mental power touched the vast sea universe cover, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. Immediately afterwards, a backlash force surged in and bounced her mental power back violently. She seemed to be pushed by an invisible force and flew backwards. At this critical moment, a brilliant red light suddenly burst out from her body. That was the unique light of the Acacia Heartbreak Red. It seemed to consciously hold Shui Binger gently and sent her back to the ground steadily. This sudden scene made everyone in the room exclaim in surprise, their nervousness evident in words. Xiao Han took a step forward and asked Shui Binger with concern. Binger, are you okay? I am fine. What did you just feel? There was a flash of shock in Shui Binger's eyes. The spiritual fluctuations within this vast sea universe cover are like a vast ocean, deep, vast, and powerful beyond imagination. As soon as my spiritual power touched it, it was easily bounced back by that powerful force. Xiao Han frowned slightly. It was just as he expected. Fortunately, Shui Binger's mental strength is strong enough, and she has the Acacia Heartbreak Red to protect her body. Binger, this is a test from the vast sea universe cover. Don't be nervous. Try dropping a drop of blood on it and see what happens. Shui Binger nodded. Although she felt a little uneasy, she always had full trust in Xiao Han's words. She bit her fingertips gently, and a drop of bright red blood fell on the sharp corner of the vast sea universe cover. The moment the blood touched the vast sea universe cover, it seemed to come alive. The blue halo on her surface began to fluctuate violently, and then gradually turned red. As the blood absorbed it, the vast sea universe cover seemed to establish a mysterious connection with Shui Binger's fingers. It stuck tightly to Shui Binger's fingers and no longer loosened. And the red halo became gentler. The atmosphere in the room became subtle because of this change, and everyone stared with bated breath, witnessing this incredible scene. Shui Binger's vision gradually became blurred, and she seemed to see a faint blue light floating out from the vast sea of heaven and earth, condensing into a faded shadow. A calm and old voice suddenly appeared in her mind. This blood tastes good. I finally found someone who can withstand the power of the vast ocean. The halo on the surface of the Hanhai Qingquan cover suddenly converged, broke away from the wound on Shui Binger's finger, and fell directly into her palm. In an instant, it had turned blue again. However, there was a flash of red light in the center of it. Yi Lingling was just about to treat Shui Binger when a shocking scene occurred. The wound on Shui Binger's finger miraculously healed on its own. She seemed to have fallen into a coma and her body fell backwards. Xiao Han quickly supported her. Several people gathered around, looking a little worried. Xiao Han, what happened to Binger? Is she okay? Don't worry, Binger is fine. As Xiao Han spoke, his eyes fell on Shui Binger's right hand. He discovered that the vast sea and universe cover was lying quietly in Shui Binger's palm. It has changed. Although it is still sea blue all over, the brilliant light that originally flowed on its surface has disappeared. At this point, it looks like just an ordinary sapphire. Xiao Yu and the others also noticed this and were a little surprised. Xiao Han, how did the vast sea universe cover become like this? Xiao Han smiled slightly and explained, it means Binger has been recognized by it. Really? That's great. Several people were a little excited. Everything that happened in the room just now was so weird. The energy of the vast sea universe cover was too huge, and everyone was a little worried about Shui Binger. Xiao Han put Shui Binger on the bed, looked at Yi Lingling, and said, Binger is a little weak now, Lingling, give her some strength. Yi Lingling then released her sacred heart begonia martial soul, and as the soul ring glowed, golden light slowly descended onto Shui Binger. That endless power formed a warm barrier around Shui Binger. Shui Binger's face gradually turned rosy and her breathing became even. Xiao Han said. It may take some time for Binger to wake up. You guys go and have a rest first, I'll stay here and look after her. After a few people left, Xiao Han waited quietly beside Shui Binger. He knew that Shui Binger was feeling the vast spiritual sea at this moment. Time passed by minute by minute. Shui Binger gradually regained consciousness. She opened her eyes blearily, and a familiar face came into view. Xiao Han smiled slightly, his eyes full of tenderness. Binger, you're awake. Chapter 172. Feeling the warm power, she felt an indescribable joy in her heart. Xiao Han gently helped Shui Binger up. Shui Binger felt as if she had slept for a long time. Xiao Han, it's getting dark now. You must have been waiting here for a long time, right? It wasn't long, just a few hours. How do you feel now? I just felt like I was in another world. I never expected that this small sea of heaven and earth cover could contain such powerful energy. Well, it is a divine weapon after all. You have already gained its recognition. Shui Binger got off the bed, a little puzzled, and smiled. Xiao Han, how do you know that I have gained its approval? I'll try it for you, and then you'll know. After Xiao Han finished speaking, he picked up the vast sea universe cover from Shui Binger's hand and input a trace of soul power into it. That trace of soul power disappeared like a drop in the ocean, but the vast sea universe cover did not change at all. It just flashed a slight blue light and then returned to normal. Binger, look, after it absorbed my soul power, it didn't show any violent reaction. But you are different. Try injecting soul power into it. Shui Binger nodded, then urged her soul power to slowly inject it into the vast sea universe cover. A strange scene appeared. With the infusion of Shui Binger's soul power, the vast sea universe cover suddenly glowed with blue light, as if it had come alive. Precious light flowed on it, and the blue light waves spread throughout the room like sea water. The people outside the house were attracted by the powerful blue light and were stunned the moment they pushed the door open. Sister is awake. This vast sea universe cover has returned to its original appearance. It's so mysterious, it makes people want to worship it. Shui Binger felt the vast sea universe's desire for her soul power and increased the input of soul power. The blue light in the room grew stronger. The vast sea and universe cover slowly floated up from Shui Binger's palm and slowly rotated uncontrollably in front of her. Just as everyone was surprised, a blue light suddenly penetrated into Shui Binger's brows. Shui Binger's body trembled, and she felt a huge amount of information rushing into her brain through mental transmission. She seemed to have entered a wonderful world, with endless blue sea and sky. A bit of information entered Shui Binger's mind, as if telling her how to use the Han Hai Qiankun cover. Another ray of blue light sank into Shui Binger's brows. Then, she was completely enveloped by a layer of blue light, and her body floated off the ground uncontrollably, slowly floating in the air. The vast ocean and universe were spinning in her palm, and the blue light on her body became stronger. Circles of blue waves continued to form around Shui Binger's body, her entire body was rendered blue, and blue light was also emitted from her eyes. Xiao Han and the others were shocked when they saw the situation in front of them. However, they could clearly feel that the blue light was beneficial to Shui Binger, just like the golden light released by Yi Lingling's sacred heart begonia martial spirit could provide protection. Time passed by minute by minute. When Shui Binger woke up again, it was already dawn. Binger, you're awake. Several people gathered around with Xiao Han. Feeling everyone's concerned gazes, Shui Binger exclaimed, this vast sea universe cover is truly amazing. Shui Yu couldn't help but ask. Sister, does it bring you some magical abilities? Shui Binger nodded. I'll go outside and show you. Several people came to an open space outside. A blue light flashed in Shui Binger's eyes, and the vast sea universe cover floated in front of her without any warning, following her side as if receiving an order. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Shui Binger stopped and said, Xiao Han is right to say that it is a magical weapon. I have now mastered how to use it. As Shui Binger spoke, the blue light in her eyes suddenly became stronger. A blue triangular pattern appeared between her eyebrows. Under the control of her thoughts, the vast sea and universe cover rose into the air and flew above everyone's heads. Then, it expanded rapidly, magnifying hundreds of times in the blink of an eye. Blue light descended from the sky, covering Xiao Han and the others. The world around them turned into a blue one. They seemed to be covered by a transparent triangular cover, but they could still see everything outside clearly. Shui Binger explained. This is one of the uses of the vast sea universe cover. It can protect us. We are invisible inside this cover. Not only our bodies, but even our aura can be concealed. After Shui Binger finished speaking, she gently waved her right hand and took back the vast sea universe cover. Shui Yu said with emotion. Sister, this is so useful. With its protection, I am not afraid of any dangerous place. Yes, this is its first skill, called the Vast Sea Shield. Yu I will use you as a test for its next magical use. Okay. Shui Yu was a little excited. Shui Binger threw out the Vast Sea Universe cover in her hand, and it suddenly enlarged and enveloped Shui Yu completely. Shui Yu suddenly felt that her body was trapped tightly and she couldn't move. Sister, I can't move. Shui Binger smiled slightly and retracted the Vast Sea Universe cover. This is his second skill, called Qiankuan Dingshan Shield, which can freeze anyone with less than 3 times my spiritual power. Binger, this is too powerful. Shui Yu couldn't help but sigh. Xiao Han smiled and said, Binger, it should have other skills, right? Ah. Shui Binger continued. There is also a third skill called Vast Ocean Raging Waves, and a fourth skill called Heaven and Earth Destroying Demons. These 2 skills are used for attacking, and the power of the attack increases as my soul power increases. The 4 soul skills it brings to you are all very powerful, and the consumption of your soul power and mental strength should also be great. That's right. The one that consumes the least amount of my soul power is the Vast Sea Body Shield. It only requires 10 of my soul power to maintain it for 12 hours. Vast Sea Raging Waves is a group attack, and Heaven and Earth Destroying Demons is a single attack. These 2 soul skills are very powerful, and using them once almost uses up all of my soul power. Xiao Han nodded with relief. These soul skills were exactly as he had expected. The Vast Sea Universe cover greatly enhanced Shui Binger's strength and opened the door to her path to becoming a god. Xiao Han looked at them and said, Binger has mastered the use of the Vast Sea Universe cover. We can set off for Poseidon Island. Although training on Poseidon Island is a rare opportunity, it is also full of dangers. Everyone go back and prepare. We will set off tomorrow. Xiao Han planned to send Shui Binger and others to Poseidon Island, and then come back to deal with the Xinglua Empire together with Qian Rinxue. Without any worries, he can do what he wants. Friends, I will not write about Shui Binger and the others' training process on Poseidon Island, and will just briefly mention it. Many people say that the Sea God and the Azura God are old villains, which is true, but the punk has not even entered the Slaughter City, so he has no chance to be with them. If you have the Vast Sea Universe cover, it would be a waste if you don't use it. Besides, Shui Binger and the others are not strong enough now, and they are water attributed. By passing the Sea God's divine examination, they will have the opportunity to become gods. Chapter 173. Xiao Han and his group of 9 people rode in a large carriage and headed west. A month later, they arrived at the western coastal city of Hanhai City. Xiao Han brought a few people to the fighting arena to buy a navigation soul guide device, the Longyuan boat, and bought a nautical chart and some supplies. Then they rented a boat and went out to sea. After more than half a month of sailing on the sea, they were not far from the waters of Poseidon Island. Xiao Han was not in a hurry to go to Poseidon Island. Because, after this period of practice, Gu Qingbao, Shen Liuyu, Qiu Ruoxue, and Yi Lingling all broke through level 50. Xiao Han hunted down several sea soul beasts with their cultivation of 10,000 years, and helped them obtain their first 10,000-year soul ring. At this point, all of them have reached level 50 or above. Among them, Shui Binger has the highest soul power, reaching level 64. Xiao Han and his group sat in the Longyuan boat and continued sailing according to the nautical chart. In the distance, a small black dot appeared on the horizon. That is Poseidon Island. Using the Longyuan boat and the Hanhai Qinkuan cover, Xiao Han and his party passed through the seabed and directly landed on the Sea God Island. This holy land of the sea shrouded in legends and mysteries finally appeared before the eyes of Xiao Han and his party. The view in front of me suddenly became clear, as if I had stepped into a whole new world. The island is shaded by green trees and lush vegetation covers every inch of land. In the distance, towering mountains stand shrouded in clouds and mist, making it look like a fairyland. The sea breeze blows gently, bringing with it the salty fragrance of the sea water and the fresh floral scent unique to the island, making people feel relaxed and happy. The sunlight shines through the clouds, dappled onto the golden beach, shimmering with a delicate and warm light. A few people stepped onto the soft sand, and before they took a few steps, a voice suddenly came from the forest ahead. "Who are you? How dare you trespass into Poseidon Island?" Then, several figures suddenly rushed out from the woods, blocking everyone's way. They have different appearances and ages. The oldest is in his 40s and the youngest looks less than 20 years old. They are all wearing the same light yellow suit. Long Chen knew that the Sea Soul Masters on Poseidon Island were divided into different levels according to the color of their clothes. From low to high, they are arranged in cyclic colors, namely white, yellow, purple, black, and red. However, their level division has nothing to do with the level of their own soul power, but only represents the difficulty of their initial test with the sea god. The people in front of him were all wearing yellow, and it was obvious that they were only the second level higher than the white-clothed soul masters. Xiao Han stopped and said, "Hello, we have come here from afar. We have no ill intentions in coming to the island. We just hope to pass the test and join the Sea God Island." The middle-aged soul master in the lead looked Xiao Han up and down and was suddenly shocked. He could clearly feel that the young soul master in front of him was stronger than him. The girls next to this young soul master are all extraordinary. "Are you land soul masters?" "That's right. We are both ice and water attribute spirit masters. As the saying goes, ice and water come from the same source. For us, Sea God Island is a very suitable place." The middle-aged soul master said coldly. "It seems that you know a little about Sea God Island. However, it is impossible for you land spirit masters to pass the test and join our Sea God Island. Even if you are ice or water attribute spirit masters, it is difficult to do so. You are still young, don't ruin your life because of impulse, and leave quickly." Shui Binger and Xiao Han looked at each other, stepped forward and said, "Senior, we have come from afar in the hope of passing the test of Sea God Island. Now that we are here, how can we leave easily? If we don't give it a try, how do you know that we can't stay?" The middle-aged soul master looked at Shui Binger with an indescribable feeling. There seemed to be an invisible power in Shui Binger that made him unable to resist. "It seems that you young people have a pretty good level of cultivation. However, the test from Lord Poseidon has nothing to do with your level of cultivation. Everything is subject to his will. Moreover, once you accept the test, there is no possibility of quitting halfway, even if it means losing your life. Are you really ready?" "Yes, we are ready." On the way to Poseidon Island, Xiao Han had already reminded Shui Binger and the others that the test from Poseidon was cruel, but they all expressed their willingness to accept it. Seeing that the few people were so determined, the middle-aged soul master didn't say anything more. "Then come with me. I hope you won't regret it," Xiao Han suddenly said. "Senior, I sent them here specially. They will not stay on the island to be tested. Can you go with them?" "I will leave after they are tested." The middle-aged soul master frowned. "From your tone, it seems that you also know something about the process of the test by Lord Poseidon." "I only know a little bit." "Well, you come along." Afterwards, led by the middle-aged soul master, the group crossed the forest and came to a pond. The diameter of the pool is about 500 meters. In the center of it there is a triangular platform with a strange stone pillar standing on it. The stone pillar was engraved with complex patterns, and an invisible and strange energy emanated from it. Xiao Han knew that it was the Seahorse Holy Pillar. Under the Seahorse Holy Pillar, sat a soul master in black. Arriving at the pool, the yellow-clothed soul master seemed much more reserved. The middle-aged spirit master introduced to Shui Binger and the others, "This is the sea within the sea. In the center of the pool is the Seahorse Holy Pillar. The Seahorse Holy Pillar is one of the 7 holy pillars on Poseidon Island. Lord Poseidon spreads his will through the 7 holy pillars. Any holy pillar can be used to test foreign soul masters. You will receive the test questions from Lord Poseidon here, which is also the key to whether you can stay on Poseidon Island." After the middle-aged soul master finished speaking, he bowed towards the triangular platform and used his soul power to transmit his voice. "Master Haiba, a land-based spirit master is here to take the test. Please allow me to do so." The black-clad soul master under the Seahorse Holy Pillar suddenly opened his eyes, and a strong soul power fluctuation emanated from his body. Xiao Han knew that he was a titled Douluo level warrior. Shui Binger and the others also felt how powerful that man was. Seahorse Douluo said indifferently, only land soul masters who have crossed the sea within the sea and come to the seahorse sacred pillar are qualified to accept the test from Lord Poseidon. After he finished speaking, a blue halo lit up from behind him, and the entire seahorse holy pillar also lit up. A blue light spread out from the top of the seahorse holy pillar, forming a light curtain 10 meters high. The test that Seahorse Douluo mentioned was to let Shui Binger and the others pass through this light curtain and reach the seahorse holy pillar. This is not a problem for them at all, because they are all water-attributed soul masters and have excellent water skills. The girls looked at each other, understood each other tacitly, and quickly formed a 3-2-3 formation. Chapter 174. Yi Lingling and Xiao Yu were in the middle. Gu Qingba, Shen Liuyu and Qiu Ruoshui were at the back. Yi Lingling and Xiao Yu are auxiliary soul masters with relatively weak attack power, so it is somewhat difficult for them to pass this test alone. So, Shui Binger planned to lead everyone to rush forward together. Be prepared. As soon as Shui Binger finished speaking, several people released their martial spirits and spirit rings together. In an instant, the bright light was dazzling. Under the blue light curtain, the waves suddenly surged and the sea water became turbulent. When he saw the martial spirits of Shui Binger and the others, Seahorse Douluo was shocked. The Ice Phoenix martial spirit, the Jade Dolphin, the Azure Sailfish, are all water attribute spirit masters. When he saw Yi Lingling's martial spirit, Seahorse Douluo's eyes widened immediately. What kind of martial spirit is that? Nine-hearted begonia. But why is it golden? Just as Seahorse Douluo was exclaiming in amazement, Shui Binger and a few others rushed through the turbulent sea water at lightning speed and came directly to the seahorse holy pillar. Seahorse Douluo looked at Shui Binger and the others, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. I didn't expect that you are all water attribute soul masters, and you have reached the level of 5-ring soul king at such a young age. This Ice Phoenix soul master has even reached the level of 6-ring soul emperor. As Seahorse Douluo spoke, he set his gaze on Yi Lingling. Your martial spirit is very special. It looks like a 9-hearted begonia, but it's not. What is it? It was indeed a 9-hearted begonia before, but later evolved into the sacred heart begonia it is now. I see. When I was 18, I hadn't even reached level 40, but you are all above level 50. Among all the young spirit masters I've ever seen, you are the most powerful ones. Shui Binger smiled slightly. There is another one among us who is even more powerful, but he is not here to accept the test from Poseidon. Can he come here to witness the test questions that Poseidon gives us? Is there anyone more powerful than you? Let him come over. Okay, thank you. After Shui Binger finished speaking, she waved to Xiao Han who was standing opposite her. Xiao Han's figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye he appeared in front of them. Seahorse Douluo was surprised. He could clearly feel that the young spirit master in front of him had the strength of a titled Douluo. It is unbelievable that he is so young and has such strong strength. Seahorse Douluo immediately became alert, suspecting that Xiao Han and his group had other intentions. I have been staying on Sea God Island for these years. Are the young spirit masters on the mainland so powerful? It seems that you are not just here to challenge the test of Lord Sea God, right? Shui Binger said sincerely. Senior, to be honest, there have been constant conflicts on land in recent years. We are here to gain experience in order to improve our strength as quickly as possible and protect the peace of Douluo continent. Seahorse Douluo nodded doubtfully. Well, no matter what your purpose is for coming to Poseidon Island, since you have chosen to accept the test of Lord Poseidon, everything will be arranged by Lord Poseidon. Let's get started. Who will go first? The girls' hearts tightened, they knew that the real test was about to begin. Before landing on the island, Xiao Han had already arranged the order of tests for them. I'll go first. Shui Yue was the first to step forward and stood behind Seahorse Douluo. Following Seahorse Douluo's operation, a blue beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping Shui Yue completely. The colors on the seahorse holy pillar kept changing, from blue, white, yellow, purple, to black. Looking at the color change on Shui Yue's body, Seahorse Douluo was a little shocked. The seahorse holy pillar was soon covered with black light patterns. Then, 6 black rays of light appeared in front of Shui Yue at the same time, transforming into 6 square light curtains. On every light curtain, golden words flashed. It's actually the 6th black level test, 2 more than I had to do. Little girl, do you know what this means? I know, it means it will be difficult for me to pass the test of Poseidon. However, I have confidence in myself and will try my best. Xiao had told them long ago that the tests given by the sea god were also divided into levels, from low to high. They were white level test, yellow level test, purple level test, black level test and the red top level test. Moreover, assessments above the purple level may include several more different tests. Xiao Yu's optimistic attitude surprised Seahorse Douluo. Okay. Your test is very difficult, but it also means that you have greater potential. I wish you can pass the test of Lord Poseidon smoothly. The next one is ready. Next in order were Yu Heru, Gu Qingba, Shen Liu, Qiu Ruoshui and Xue Wu. All 5 of them are at the Black Level 5 exam. Seahorse Douluo gradually lost his composure. The 6 people tested previously were all at Black Level, and the difficulty levels were not low. He had not encountered such a situation for a long time. Seahorse Douluo's gaze fell on Yi Lingling and Shui Binger. There are only 2 of you left. Who will go first? Yi Lingling took a step forward. As the test began, Seahorse Douluo was completely shocked. The light of the sea god continued to change, and finally turned into a blood-red light that shot up into the sky. Thousands of soul masters on Poseidon Island were shocked by the blood-red light almost at the same time. It's actually the top 7 exams. The red light gradually faded away, and a faint red glow appeared on Yi Lingling's body. Seahorse Douluo looked at Yi Lingling and felt unbelievable. The top-level red test appears very rarely. The last time it appeared was Poseidon's test. Today, Poseidon has become the chief priest of Poseidon Island. Seahorse Douluo bowed slightly and said to Yi Lingling, "Miss, it is an honor to be your examiner. If you need anything on the island in the future, you can come to me and I will do my best to help you." Senior, there must be very few top 7 exams on Sea God Island, right? That's right. Don't worry, there has never been a record of failure in the top-level assessment since it first appeared. As long as you pass the top-level assessment, you may become the person in charge of Sea God Island in the future. After hearing this, several people looked at Yi Lingling with envy. Yi Lingling smiled and said, "Senior, Binger hasn't been tested yet, maybe there are bigger surprises." Only then did Seahorse Douluo realize that the strongest girl among this group of girls had not yet been tested. "Are you ready?" "Well, we can start." As the test began, the color on the seahorse holy pillar continued to change. Seahorse Douluo was shocked again. It's another top-level assessment. 2 top-level assessments occurred on the same day. This special scene had never happened before. A scene that shocked Seahorse Douluo even more appeared. A huge buzzing sound came from the seahorse holy pillar, and then a blood-red light column even larger than the one Yi Lingling tested shot up into the sky. Chapter 175. The sudden scene caused the sea where the seahorse holy pillar was located to suddenly boil, creating huge waves as high as 100 meters. The huge waves contained a strong sea blue light. The entire Poseidon Island seemed to tremble because of the huge red light rising into the sky. Under the gaze of everyone, 6 huge blood-red light pillars were released from the other 6 holy pillars and shot up into the sky. 7 blood-red beams of light converged at one point in the air. Then, the red light faded, and a bright golden light descended from the center. With the appearance of this golden light, the entire Poseidon Island was painted golden. Whether it was the forest, the beach, the hills, or the palace, everything was covered with a layer of golden light. Shui Binger's body was also covered by a layer of golden light. Then, 9 square golden light screens appeared out of thin air in front of her. Before Shui Binger could react, the light curtains turned into golden meteors and sank directly into her eyebrows. Countless information instantly flooded into Shui Binger's mind. Shui Binger could feel that her body was quietly undergoing subtle changes under the bath of golden light, and she felt an indescribable sense of comfort. Suddenly, the golden light on Shui Binger's body quickly converged. The last place where the golden light disappeared was her forehead. Everyone was surprised to find that a faint golden trident appeared on Shui Binger's forehead. The golden trident logo seems to be a symbol of some mysterious power, giving people a sense of majesty and nobility. Shui Binger opened her eyes, and her blue eyes became clearer. Xiao Han and Shui Binger smiled at each other. He knew that when Shui Binger was recognized by Han Hai Qiang Kunzho, the scene today was destined to happen. What Shui Binger got was the 9 tests of Poseidon. Shui Yuer looked at the dull-eyed Seahorse Douluo and asked, "Senior, Lingling's red is the top-level assessment, then what is my sister's gold assessment?" Seahorse Douluo finally reacted and shook his head. "I do not know either." Shui Binger smiled and said, "Senior, I think I need to complete 9 tests." Xiao Han deliberately asked, "Could this be the top-level 9 tests of Sea God? 9 tests of Poseidon?" Seahorse Douluo looked shocked. At this moment, an ethereal voice came from behind. "Yes, this is the 9 tests of Sea God. This is the first time that the 9 tests of Sea God have appeared since the appearance of Sea God Island." As soon as everyone turned around, they saw a red light. Then, the red light changed into a human shape. Is a beautiful woman. She was wearing a red robe, and her long sea blue hair was draped behind her, falling close to the ground. She was very beautiful, looked to be about 30 years old, noble and elegant. In her right hand, she held a 3-meter-long golden scepter with magic patterns carved on it and a diamond-shaped golden gem inlaid near the top. Xiao Han knew that this woman was Poseidon, the great priest of Sea God Island, a peerless Douluo of level 99. Poseidon looks very elegant. Even Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, looks inferior to her. Seahorse Douluo bowed to Poseidon. See the great offering. Poseidon nodded slightly, his eyes swept over Xiao Han and the others, and then fell on Shui Binger. I have been waiting here for more than 100 years, and finally I have found you. I am Poseidon, the great priest of Poseidon Island. What is your name? Junior Shui Binger, nice to meet you, senior. Shui Binger and the others never expected that this woman with such a great temperament was actually over 100 years old. Poseidon looked at Shui Binger and smiled, you have received the 9 tests of Poseidon. This is the will of Lord Poseidon. Remember, from now on, no one on Poseidon Island is qualified to accept your courtesy, including me. Shui Binger and the others looked at each other in disbelief. Only Xiao Han looked calm, as all this was within his expectations. Poseidon turned to Seahorse Douluo and said. From now on, these 8 people are all honored guests of Poseidon Island. Before they complete the test of Lord Poseidon, no one is allowed to neglect or offend them. Provide as much help as you can. Yes. After giving his instructions, Poseidon turned to look at Shui Binger and said. You can ask Oya for anything you need. However, you need to complete all the tests given to you by the Sea God. Remember, your 9 Sea God tests are the most difficult, and you must complete at least one every year. Okay, I get it. Shui Binger nodded with a firm look. Poseidon then turned around, and disappeared with a flash of red light. Hippocampus Douluo said. Dear Miss Shui Binger, you guys can stay in my seahorse city. I'm always at your service if you need me. Okay, thank you. Xiao Han came to Shui Binger and the others. Binger, fellow sisters, I have witnessed your divine examinations. It's time to leave. Xiao Yu joked. Xiao Han, don't you plan to stay a few more days on such a beautiful Sea God Island? We are all VIPs now, so it shouldn't be a problem for a friend to stay for 2 more days, right? Xiao Han shook his head. No, we will have to part ways one day. The situation on land is tense, so I'd better go back early. You should also seize the time and strive to complete your respective tests as soon as possible. Well, we'll take you to the beach. Ah. Several people sent Xiao Han to the beach. Shui Binger looked at Xiao Han with some reluctance. She knew that it might take a long time before they met again. Xiao Han, this sea area is too big. I'll give you the Longyuan boat. No need. Your assessment may also include sea operations, so you can keep the Longyuan boat for your own use. Don't worry, I will be fine. Shui Binger nodded and looked at Seahorse Douluo beside her. Booyah, can you send someone to escort my friend? Just take him to a place far away from the deep sea. Of course can. Thank you. You're welcome. I'm happy to be of service to you. After saying goodbye to Shui Binger and the others, Xiao Han boarded the speedboat that Seahorse Douluo had arranged for him. The speedboat was a soul-guiding device similar to the Longyuan boat. It moved across the sea like an arrow and left the waters of Poseidon Island in just 2 days. Xiao Han walked the rest of the way by himself, flying directly across the sea and reaching the coastline of Hanhai City. Afterwards, Xiao Han rode at full speed and headed straight to Wudi City. Qian Renxue was very happy to see Xiao Han again after 3 months. Xiao Han, you are finally back. During the time I was away, was there anything unusual in the Xing Luo Empire? Qian Renxue nodded slightly and her expression turned serious. I was just about to tell you about this. According to spies, the Xinglua Empire has sent a large number of troops to garrison Gingxin City. I'm very curious. It's just an ordinary city with no strategic significance. Why would they send a large number of troops to garrison it? Chapter 176. Xiao Han knew why the Xinglua Empire had stationed a large number of troops in Gingxin City. He said to Qian Renxue calmly. Gingxin City is the capital of metal and the city with the most blacksmiths in the entire Douluo continent. The reason why the Xinglua Empire sent heavy troops to garrison there is probably to forge hidden weapons with great lethality. Hidden weapon? Xiao Han nodded and continued. If I'm not mistaken, this matter is related to Tang San. As far as I know, there are 3 great master craftsmen on Douluo continent, Tang Hao, Tai Tan, the patriarch of the Power Clan, and Lu Gao of Gingxin City. Lu Gao is the president of the Blacksmith Association. He is based in Gingxin City and controls a large amount of rare metal resources. Tang San is good at designing various hidden weapons with great lethality, and those hidden weapons have high requirements on materials. Whether it is resources or the manufacture of hidden weapons, Lu Gao can provide help to Tang San. After listening to Xiao Han's analysis, Qian Renxue frowned, with murderous intent in her eyes. She knew that Tang San was good at designing various hidden weapons. The Zhuge divine crossbow used by the disciples of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tiles sect was designed by Tang San and built by the Li clan. After Bibi Dong learned about this, she exterminated the entire Li clan. But Tang San was not discouraged by this. After arriving in the Xinglua Empire, he not only had more abundant metal resources, but also had better conditions for creating hidden weapons. Qian Renxue also knew that those hidden weapons had enormous destructive power, not only posing a threat to the lives of ordinary soldiers, but also threatening the lives of low-level soul masters. If those hidden weapons were mass-produced and used to arm the army of the Star Luo Empire, it would undoubtedly greatly enhance their combat effectiveness. This was something Qian Renxue could not tolerate. "You are so good, Tang San, you still don't give up." 2 of the 3 great craftsmen on Douluo continent are gone, and the remaining one, Lu Gao, must die too. That's right, Lu Gao must die. Xiao Han knew that with Lu Gao's ability, he could develop the Tang sect's 3 greatest hidden weapons for Tang San, the Peacock Feather, the Buddha's Wrath Lotus, and the Torrential Pear Blossom Needle. The 3 hidden weapons were extremely powerful and could even kill titled Douluo level warriors. Any event that appears in the world is a huge threat to soul masters. Therefore, we must not let Tang San's plan succeed, and Lu Gao must be killed. Qian Renxue asked, "Now that you know their plan, what do you think?" "I'll go to Gingxin City and kill Lu Gao. If I run into Tang San, I'll kill him as well." Qian Renxue thought for a moment. Since they take this matter so seriously, it should be more than just a matter of stationing heavy troops. There may be many expert spirit masters guarding the city. "I will arrange for someone to go with you." "No, I'll go alone. It's more convenient for me to act alone. If there are too many people, it will alert the enemy. But that is within the Xing Luo Empire after all, and they must have taken precautions. I am afraid of you." Although Xiao Han is very powerful, Qian Renxue is still a little worried. Xiao Han said confidently, "Don't worry, nothing will happen. Even if I run into the elders of the Haotian sect or Tang Xiao, I'm not afraid." "Well, be careful. If something goes wrong, evacuate immediately. Put your own safety first. I don't want anything to happen to you." Qian Renxue's cheeks turned slightly red as she spoke. Xiao Han smiled and nodded. "I see." The next day, Xiao Han set off for Gingxin City. Gingxin City is one of the main cities of the Xinglua Empire. It is located in the southwest and is not considered a famous city. In Douluo continent, the status of blacksmiths is the same as that of civilians. Therefore, even as the capital of metal, Gingxin City is not taken seriously. Because of the plan to mass-produce hidden weapons, Emperor Xingluo regarded it as a key protected city and sent a large number of soldiers and soul masters to garrison it. More than half a month later, Xiao Han arrived outside Gingxin City. This is an extraordinary period and the entire Gingxin City is on high alert. The guards at the city gate would conduct strict checks on every passerby to prevent suspicious persons from sneaking into the city. However, this method was meaningless to Xiao Han. Xiao Han fell directly from the sky into a hidden corner in the city. In order to avoid attracting too much attention, he disguised himself as an ordinary person and walked on the street. A strong metallic smell hit me in the face. Gingxin City is the city with the most blacksmith shops, with thousands of them and tens of thousands of blacksmiths. Fortunately, the city is not very large, so it is not difficult to find a job with tall buildings. Xiao Han walked towards the city center and saw a tall building in the distance. This building covers a large area and is at least 30 meters high. Its overall style is very similar to that of the Fighting Spirit Arena. But it does not have the gorgeous decorations like the Fighting Arena and looks very rough. Directly above it hangs a dark iron plaque. There were no words on the iron plaque, only 2 images of a hammer and a chisel. Xiao Han knew that this was the location of the Blacksmiths Association headquarters. A dense crowd of soldiers surrounded it. They held spears in their hands and looked around vigilantly, not allowing any outsiders to approach. Only one of the 3 doors was open, and occasionally someone went in and out. Obviously, this place has been completely requisitioned by the army of the Star Luo Empire. The Blacksmith Association is divided into 5 floors in total. The first floor is the general trading area. The second floor is the advanced trading area. The third floor is the blacksmith registration and assessment area. The fourth floor is the VIP area, where some particularly precious and rare castings will be auctioned. The fifth floor is the office area of the blacksmith's guild, which is the working area on the upper floor. After this place was requisitioned, all transactions were temporarily stopped and only hidden weapons were made. All the previous trading areas have been converted into foundry areas, and the noise inside can be clearly heard. Xiao Han knew that it would not be easy to rush in and find the building height. Because there is more than one person working in the office area on the fifth floor. There are dozens of separate casting rooms on it, each of which is made of special materials and is indestructible. Moreover, the entrance to the fifth floor is specially designed with complex mechanisms that ordinary people cannot open. Therefore, rushing in rashly would only alert the enemy. All Xiao Han could do now was to wait patiently for Lu Gao to come down. As long as he sees Lu Gao, Xiao Han will be sure to kill him. Although Xiao Han had never seen Lu Gao, he knew that he was a fat man about 1.6 meters tall, with protruding ears and small eyes. Such an obvious feature can be recognized at a glance. Xiao Han observed in the building opposite the Blacksmith Association for dozens of days, but did not see Lu Gao walk out of the gate. Hard work pays off. Finally, on a dark night, a short and fat old man walked out of the half-open door. Xiao Han recognized him immediately. It was Lu Gao. Next to Lu Gao, stood a white-haired old man, who seemed to be there to protect him. Xiao Han took a closer look and was surprised. He had seen the white-haired old man before. It was the person who appeared in the Tiando Palace incident, the fourth elder of the Haotian sect. Chapter 177. Lu Gao worked for dozens of days in a row, and during this period he ate and lived in the foundry. He planned to go home tonight, and the fourth elder specially escorted him to ensure his safety. Tang San once explained that any blacksmith in Gingxin City could get into trouble except Lu Gao. This is because the Tang clan's most lethal hidden weapons could only be made by the master craftsman Lu Gao. If something happens to the building, their plan will be wasted. Lu Gao and the four elders left the blacksmith guild. Xiao Han restrained his breath, and followed the two of them silently like a shadow, shuttling through the dim streets of Gingxin City. The entire city of Gingxin was already on alert, and now it was night, so there were even fewer people on the streets. When they reached a remote street corner, Xiao Han suddenly accelerated, and in a flash, he appeared in front of the two men, blocking their way. The fourth elder's eyes fixed, and when he saw the face of the person clearly, his face turned pale in an instant, and his fear was beyond words. It turned out to be Yu. The fourth elder had personally witnessed the seventh elder being killed by Xiao Han during the Tiando Palace incident and knew how powerful Xiao Han was. He smelled a hint of danger. It seemed that Xiao Han was heading towards the top of the building intentionally. Without any hesitation, the fourth elder quickly released his clear sky hammer martial spirit. 9 spirit rings surrounded his body, shining with light, ready for the upcoming battle. Seeing this scene, Lu Gao was shocked. He didn't expect that the fourth elder at the title Douluo level would be so cautious in front of a young spirit master. President Lu Gao, this man is Xiao Han from the Wuhuan Empire. He is ruthless and extremely powerful. It seems that he has bad intentions. The fourth elder introduced Lu Gao hurriedly, his tone revealing an undisguised nervousness. Lu Gao was shocked when he heard this. He had heard of Xiao Han's name a long time ago. He knew that this man had stirred up the situation in Douluo continent and done many things that shocked the world. The eldest prince of the Star Luo Empire, Davis, was killed by this man. Not daring to be careless at all, Lu Gao quickly took out a flaring arrow from his arms, aimed it at the night sky, and released it. A sharp sound broke the tranquility of the night sky. It was a warning to the disciples and also a signal to summon reinforcements. At the same time, not willing to be outdone, he released his Vajra chisel martial spirit. The 7 soul rings lit up one after another, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, and black, demonstrating his powerful strength as a top blacksmith and soul master. The fourth elder said coldly. Xiao Han, what are you doing in Gingxin City? Where are your accomplices? Faced with the two people's serious preparations, Xiao Han seemed exceptionally calm, with a faint smile on his lips. I came to Gingxin City to stop you from making hidden weapons. Where's the little jerk? Is he hiding like a turtle again? I'm sorry to disappoint you, Tang San is not in Gingxin City. As the fourth elder spoke, he looked around vigilantly, worried that Xiao Han had other accomplices. Xiao Han said in a cold voice, unfortunately, that little jerk got away with it again this time. But you two can't get away. Humph. How dare you be so arrogant just by yourself? You really don't take me, Lu Gao, seriously. As soon as Lu Gao finished speaking, figures suddenly jumped out from all directions. In the blink of an eye, dozens of soul masters surrounded Xiao Han. Xiao Han could feel that there were many soul sage-level warriors among them. Another group of people who want to die have come. Well, I will grant your wish. After Xiao Han finished speaking, the aura around him suddenly changed. A powerful soul power fluctuation instantly spread out, causing the temperature on the street to drop a few degrees. The Zhenbing Bao and arrow martial spirit suddenly appeared in his hand, with a faint blue light flowing on it, as if it could freeze everything in the world. The soul rings emerged one by one. Purple, purple, black, 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 red, red. The horrifying configuration made the air around it freeze. How is this possible? A soul master shouted in horror. When had they ever seen such an amazing spirit ring configuration? The first soul ring was at the 1,000-year level, and the third soul ring reached the 10,000-year level. Even more terrifying were the 200,000-year soul rings that glowed with red light, emitting a frightening aura. The fourth elder felt a sinking feeling in his heart. He knew that even if Xiao Han was the only opponent, they would be doomed. Protect President Lu Gao. President Lu Gao, hurry up. I'll hold him back. Before he finished speaking, the fourth elder's figure had already swelled. The true form of the clear sky hammer appeared, and it smashed towards Xiao Han with a momentum like a tsunami, trying to use this thundering blow to buy Lu Gao a chance to escape. However, Xiao Han just smiled lightly. His left arm's soul bones suddenly burst into dazzling light, and an extremely cold air instantly spread out, freezing all opponents within 100 meters, including the four elders and Lu Gao, in ice. The ice was crystal clear yet indestructible, as if even time was frozen by it. The fourth elder roared. Relying on his strong soul power and the unparalleled strength of the clear sky hammer, he broke free from the ice. But just as he broke through the ice, a high explosive arrow flashing with cold light pierced through the night sky and directly pierced his chest. Boom! With a loud bang, the fourth elder's body was torn apart by the huge explosive force and turned into a blood mist that filled the sky. Another title Douluo level elder of the HIATUS sect has fallen. Lu Gao's struggle in the ice was even more intense. After all, he is a top blacksmith, and his understanding and use of strength are far beyond ordinary people. After a violent tremor, he also broke free from the icy restraints. But the scene before him made him feel hopeless. The tragic condition of the fourth elder shocked him deeply. Only then did he realize how terrifyingly powerful the young soul master in front of him was. No. I can't die here. Lu Gao had only one thought in his mind. If he died, there would be no one to develop those top-level hidden weapons with great lethality for Tang San and the Empire. So, he must survive. Lu Gao turned around without hesitation and ran away as fast as he could. But how could Xiao Han let him go so easily? Xiao Han's 8th soul ring and right leg soul bone lit up at the same time. An ice arrow with tracking and locking capabilities was shot out instantly. The icy arrow was like the coldest starlight in the night sky. It reached Lu Gao at an incredible speed, pierced through his body, and nailed him to the ground. Lu Gao's eyes were filled with resentment and despair. He never expected that after devoting his entire life to forging, he would end up like this. The flame of Lu Gao's life was quickly extinguished by the penetration of the ice arrow. A master craftsman of his generation has fallen. After dealing with Lu Gao, Xiao Han turned his attention to the remaining soul masters. They hadn't yet broken free of the icy bonds, and fear was written all over their faces. As the red light of the 7th soul ring bloomed, Xiao Han released his weapon soul true form. Thousands of arrows were fired at once. In an instant, countless ice arrows poured down like raindrops. Those soul masters were panicked. But under this impenetrable rain of arrows, all struggles seemed so pale and powerless. In the blink of an eye, the streets were filled with mess and cold corpses. Chapter 178. Xiao Han stood alone in the middle of the street, surrounded by a faint chill, like a ruthless ice sculpture. There were corpses lying all around. The air was filled with the strong smell of blood and despair. The movement in the distance gradually got closer. It was the soul masters and soldiers who came after hearing the news. They came in waves. But after seeing this scene, everyone gasped, stopped, and dared not move forward. Xiao Han turned around slowly, his eyes like knives, sweeping over the people present. Then he said coldly. The 4 elders of HIATUS sect and the master craftsman Lu Gao have been killed by me. If anyone dares to forge hidden weapons for Tang San again, this will be the end. Xiao Han's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone, like ice piercing their bones, making people feel cold. Those soul masters and soldiers stood there in a daze. They had witnessed Xiao Han's strength and ruthlessness with their own eyes today, and no one wanted to be the next person to fall in a pool of blood. In the end, they could only watch Xiao Han's back gradually disappear into the night, leaving behind deathly silence and fear. Xiao Han did not leave Gingxin City immediately, but came to the towering building of the Blacksmith Association. This building, which was once the result of Lu Gao's hard work, now looked like a pile of rubble that was about to turn into ruins in his eyes. He stepped into the hall, and wherever he looked, he saw all kinds of semi-finished hidden weapons and sophisticated casting equipment. Without any hesitation, Xiao Han activated his soul power, and the Zhenbing Bao and arrow martial soul appeared again, and the dark blue light reflected on his cold face. Ice arrows shot out like a meteor shower, accurately hitting the semi-finished hidden weapons and the sophisticated casting facilities. Wherever the ice arrows passed, loud noises erupted, destroying the equipment and semi-finished products. After doing all this, Xiao Han turned around and left, leaving behind a mess. The Blacksmith Guild, once the pride of Gingxin City, will no longer exist. The news that the master craftsman Lu Gao was killed and the Blacksmith Association was destroyed quickly spread from Gingxin City to Xinglua City. Tang San held an urgent report tightly in his hand, his face as pale as paper. When he read the news about the death of Lu Gao and the 4 elders, his heart was suddenly shocked and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Xiao Han, why is it you again? Tang San's heart was filled with anger and unwillingness. Lu Gao is not only their friend, but also a key figure in the Tang clan's hidden weapon plan. The 4 elders are the backbone of the Haotian sect. Their sacrifice was undoubtedly a heavy blow to Tang San and the Haotian sect. After hearing the news, Tang Xiao was also very angry. In just a few months, Tang Hao, the 7th elder and the 4th elder all died at the hands of Xiao Han, which was unbearable for him. Xiao Han. You bastard. Tang Xiao's voice was low and powerful, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth, containing endless anger and sorrow. Uncle, Xiao Han is a ruthless and extremely powerful person. If we don't get rid of him as soon as possible, I'm afraid our Haotian sect will never have peace in the future. Tang Xiao took a deep breath and tried to calm his inner anger. Xiao San, you are right. We cannot passively take a beating. But Xiao Han's whereabouts are erratic, and he is often in Woody City. How easy is it to get rid of him? Of course Tang San also understood this. In this world, there are probably not many people who can be Xiao Han's opponent. He fell at Xiao Han's feet again and again. Even though he was unwilling, he could only be furious. Tang Xiao turned his gaze to the window. The tall buildings in the distance were looming in the clouds and mist, but his mind was clear. Brother Hao, 7th elder, 4th elder, the Haotian sect will definitely avenge you. Xiao Han, just wait. I, Tang Xiao, swear to tear you into pieces to comfort the heroic spirits of the Haotian sect in heaven. The fall of Lu Gao and the destruction of the Blacksmith Guild were also a huge blow to the Xing Luo royal family. Inside the Xing Luo Empire's palace, the atmosphere was so heavy that water could almost turn into ice. Emperor Xing Luo sat on the dragon throne, his hands clenched into fists, veins faintly visible under his skin, and his eyes burning with rage. Inside the hall, all the ministers were silent and no one dared to make a sound. Xiao Han. How dare you, a demon like you, be so reckless and come to Xinglua to kill people? The voice of Emperor Xinglua was low and hoarse, filled with uncontrollable anger. Before this, the eldest Prince Davis and 2 loyal Soul Douluo level guards had all fallen at the hands of Xiao Han. Damn you Xiao Han, you are challenging the bottom line of the empire. You destroyed my royal family and harmed my people. I will not be a human being if I don't take revenge. Emperor Xing Luo took a deep breath and tried to make his voice sound calmer. Pass the order down. From now on, the Xinglua Empire will enter a wartime state. All troops are ready to go, and the Soul Master Corps is ready to go at any time. I want to let their Spirit Hall know that our Xinglua Empire is definitely not a lamb to be slaughtered. Emperor Xinglua knew that the war with the Wuhuan Empire would break out sooner or later. Rather than waiting to die, it is better to take the initiative. Even if we are ultimately defeated by the Spirit Empire, we will fight to the death. Xiao Han returned to Woody City. Qian Renshue greeted him warmly. Xiao Han, you're back. Qian Renshue's voice was gentle but with a hint of barely perceptible excitement. Her eyes stayed on Xiao Han, wanting to see if Xiao Han was injured anywhere. Xiao Han joked, what are you worried about? Am I going to get hurt by those rubbish again? Qian Renshue smiled slightly. This plan went more smoothly than I thought. You did a great job. Lu Gao is dead, and the Blacksmith Association has been destroyed by you. Those top-level hidden weapons will never be developed again. Tang San's dream seems to be shattered. The little scoundrel is not so easy to be defeated. He will not give up easily. Although he cannot produce top-level hidden weapons, he can still mass-produce ordinary hidden weapons such as the Zhuge Divine Crossbow. According to what you said, that Tang San is really a headache. Xiao Han sighed softly. It's a pity that I didn't meet him in Gingxin City this time, otherwise I would have dealt with him as well. Don't worry, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. This incident has dealt a heavy blow to the Xing Luo Empire. I have received a secret report that the Emperor of Xing Luo has issued an order to prepare for war at any time. Then let's fight. It will happen sooner or later anyway. The Spirit Hall is so powerful that it will definitely be able to take down the Xing Luo Empire. Qian Renxue nodded slightly. Okay, then let's get ready and try to take down the Xing Luo Empire as soon as possible. Qian Renxue's tone was firm. She already had the idea of starting a war. The news that both countries were preparing for war soon reached Bibi Dong's ears. In the empty and cold Pope's palace, Bibi Dong sat alone on the high Pope's chair with an evil smile on her face. Very good, let's start the war as soon as possible. When both of you are defeated, I can reap the benefits. Chapter 179. Both the Wuhuan Empire and the Xinglua Empire are preparing for war. Although Lu Gao was killed by Xiao Han and the Blacksmith Association was destroyed by him, Tang San did not give up his plan to forge hidden weapons. Those hidden weapons with great destructive power are as powerful as those of ordinary soul masters and can greatly enhance the combat effectiveness of ordinary soldiers. The Xing Luo Empire has its own arms manufacturing bureau, which specializes in making weapons for the army and is managed by the army. Under the leadership of Tang San and Dai Mubai, it took only half a year for tens of thousands of Zhuge Divine Crossbows to be manufactured and used to arm the army. Xiao Han and Qian Renxue both knew that they couldn't wait any longer. They are going to take the initiative to launch an attack on the Xing Luo Empire. A large number of troops gathered at the border between the two countries, led by Xiao Han and Qian Renxue personally supervising the army. The two armies faced off at the border, and a war was about to break out. Wuhuan City, the Pope's Palace. Bibi Dong leaned forward slightly on the Pope's chair, her eyes penetrating the cold hall, as if she could cross thousands of mountains and rivers and see the figure in the distance whom she both loved and hated, Yu Xiaogang. Complex emotions surged in her heart, a mixture of love and hate, just like the irrepressible power in her body. Although Bibi Dong longed for a war to break out between the two empires so that she could reap the benefits, she was always worried about Yu Xiaogang. She believed that after Liu Erlong's death, Yu Xiaogang might return to her. Xiaogang, why do you always make me so worried? Bibi Dong recalled every detail of her experience with Yu Xiaogang, from their initial meeting, to their later acquaintance, to their separation due to different positions. Every step was unforgettable. Even though she was the Pope of the Spirit Hall and held great power, deep in her heart, her concern for Yu Xiaogang had never faded. Xiaogang, do you know? My feelings for you have never changed. The war is about to break out, and I hope you can stay away from this conflict, but I know you will never stand idly by. Bibi Dong stood up, walked to the window and stared into the distance. I have to do something. I can't put you in danger. Xiaogang, you can't escape from my grasp. No matter what the outcome of this war is, you will belong to me. On the border. As the dawn broke, a streak of blood-red sunlight shone across the battlefront between the two armies, as if foreshadowing the upcoming brutal battle. Tang Xiao, the two elders of Haotian's sect, Ning Fengji, Jian Douluo, Yu Xiaogang, Dai Mubai, Tang San and others were standing on the towering city wall. They are the ones defending the city. The army of the Wuhuan Empire has arrived in front of the city. The massive army showed Qian Renshue's determination, and the air was filled with a tense and depressing atmosphere. For Qian Renxue, this was a victory that must be won. A victory in the first battle can greatly boost morale. Therefore, the lineup sent by the Wuhuan Empire can be considered luxurious. The fifth offering, Guanling Douluo, the sixth offering, Qianjun Douluo, and the seventh offering, Jianma Douluo, have all been dispatched. In addition, Snake Spear Douluo and Thorny Porpoise Douluo also accompanied to protect Qian Renxue. They are determined to win the first battle. For the Xing Luo Empire, this is also a defensive battle that cannot be lost. This battle concerns the future of the Star Luo Empire, and we must go all out. If we can successfully resist the attack of the Wuhuan Empire, we can not only defend our homeland, but also accumulate confidence and strength for subsequent counterattacks. If the first battle fails, the Xinglua Empire will face an unprecedented crisis. Low morale, loss of territory, and plundering of resources, this series of chain reactions will put the Xing Luo Empire in a passive situation and may even cause internal turmoil and division. The Wuhuan Empire will take this opportunity to advance straight ahead, further expand its sphere of influence, and eventually bring the entire Xinglua continent under its iron hoof. Soldiers of Xinglua, I advise you not to make any more futile struggles. Facing the powerful Wuhuan Empire, you have no chance of winning. If you surrender, I can spare your lives. Qian Renshue's voice came from the sky into the ears of the soldiers in the city, with unquestionable majesty. Dai Mubai shouted. Soldiers, as citizens of the Xingluo Empire, it is our mission to defend our country. We will never allow the Wuhuan Empire to trample on the land of Xingluo. Even if we die in battle, we will not give up an inch and fight for honor. Fight for Xingluo, fight for honor. Loud shouts came from the city, and the soldiers seemed ready to die. The Xinglua Emperor was known for his ruthlessness and the military power of his empire was formidable. Therefore, he was not afraid of going to war with the Wuhuan Empire. Qian Renshue said coldly. Since you want to die, then I will make it happen for you. Dai Mubai, today is the day you die. Siege. Following Qian Renshue's order, the army slowly advanced forward. Xiao Han, Guanling Douluo, Qianjun Douluo, and Jianhua Douluo flashed out and went straight to the city gate. Xiao Han knew that Tang San, Dai Mubai and the others must have prepared a large number of Zhuge divine crossbows and other hidden weapons. Therefore, in order to reduce unnecessary casualties, ordinary soul masters and soldiers are not allowed to attack the city. The 4 strongest men among them will lead the charge. Catch the thief first to catch the king. The goal of the 4 of them is to kill the strongest title Douluo in the opposing team, as well as Dai Mubai, Yu Xiaogang and Tang San. Seeing the 4 figures approaching quickly, Tang San shouted, "Fire arrows." In an instant, countless arrows made of special materials shot towards the 4 figures in the air like an overwhelming force. Little tricks. The 4 of them activated their respective defenses. Although the Zhuge divine crossbow is powerful, it can only deal with soul masters below the soul emperor level and cannot penetrate the defense of title Douluo level soul masters. Xiao Han and Guanling Douluo had the ability to attack from a distance. They quickly drew their bows and shot icy arrows at the crowd on the city wall. Boom! As Xiao Han shot an ice explosion arrow, a gap was blown in the city wall and a group of soldiers fell down. Protect His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. 3 Soul Douluo level guardians surrounded Dai Mubai, Yu Xiaogang and Tang San. Tang Xiao, the 2 leaders of HIATUS sect, and Sword Douluo quickly flew out to meet the 4 people in the air. Jian Dao Chen Xian, you are indeed very strong. We didn't have enough fight last time, so let's have another good fight today. Don't worry, I won't use any despicable means to take advantage of the opportunity to attack Ning Fengji. Okay, then I will do as you wish. After saying that, the 2 rushed towards each other at the same time. Xiao Han, you killed my brother Hao and 2 elders of the HIATUS sect. You have an irreconcilable feud with the HIATUS sect. Today I will make you pay with blood. After hearing this, demon subduing Douluo was very unhappy. Humph. Tang Xiao, you are old, but you challenge a junior. What kind of man are you? Fight me if you can. Grandpa Jiang Mo, let me do it myself. Tang Xiao, if you run away again today, you will really become a coward. After Xiao Han finished speaking, he drew his bow and shot an arrow directly at Tang Xiao. Demon subduing Douluo and 1000-strength Douluo also greeted the 2 titled Douluo level elders of the HIATUS sect respectively. Chapter 180. Although Xiao Han was still a fighting soul Douluo, the powerful soul power fluctuations and the amazing combat power he had demonstrated before all showed that he already possessed a powerful strength that surpassed that of a title Douluo at level 95. Therefore, when facing Xiao Han, Tang Xiao did not have the slightest intention of underestimating his enemy. His whole body was filled with soul power, like a river bursting its banks, and he directly released the true form of the clear sky hammer, which, with the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, suddenly smashed towards Xiao Han. Xiao Han snorted. After this period of training, his soul power has increased again and is currently at the bottleneck of level 90. Faced with this blow that was powerful enough to shake the mountains and rivers, he was not afraid. Instead, a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. As the 200,000-year soul rings bloomed at the same time, Xiao Han also released his true form of the Zhenbing bow and arrow. There was a chill lingering around the bow and arrow, as if it could freeze everything in the world. Then, he directly activated his 8th soul skill, Seal of the Ice Sky Azure Dragon. An arrow containing extreme icy power broke through the air and collided with Tang Xiao's clear sky hammer in midair. Boom! The moment the 2 collided, the entire space trembled. An indescribable chill erupted from the collision point, instantly freezing all the space within 100 meters around it, forming a crystal-clear ice area. The ice crystal sparkled and the cold was overwhelming, as if even time was frozen by this extreme cold. Tang Xiao only felt a huge force rushing towards him. At the same time, the biting cold seemed to penetrate into his bones and freeze him completely. He was greatly surprised. He did not expect that Xiao Han's 8th soul skill would be so powerful. If he didn't find a way to break through the ice, he would be frozen to death. The soul power in Tang Xiao's body surged wildly, and relying on the powerful force of a clear sky hammer, he broke through the ice with a deafening sound of shattering. However, the moment he regained his freedom, an inexplicable force suddenly enveloped his whole body. His movements became abnormally slow, and even his mental strength seemed to be bound by invisible shackles. It's the slow field. Tang Xiao's heart trembled. He had heard Tang San mention that Xiao Han might possess this extremely tricky domain skill. In this slow area, movements and mental strength will be restricted to a certain extent, which is undoubtedly fatal in combat. Xiao Han's attack was too overbearing, and he wanted to kill Tang Xiao as soon as he appeared. Tang Xiao was a little panicked. He knew that in this slow zone, even just a few seconds could determine life or death. Only incomparably powerful skills can break the limitations of this slow realm. Without time to think, Tang Xiao directly launched the 9 absolutes of HIATUS. The soul power in his body gathered madly on the clear sky hammer. 9 wonders of HIATUS. The secret of emptiness. With a low shout, the clear sky hammer in Tang Xiao's hand suddenly expanded several times, and black light wrapped around the hammer head, as if carrying the power to destroy the earth. He wielded the huge clear sky hammer in an almost brutal manner. Xiao Han shot 2 arrows in succession, but they were both shattered by the clear sky hammer. HIATUS 9 Ju, breaking word Ju. Boom. With a deafening bang, the space seemed to be torn apart by this blow. The invisible barrier of the slowness domain gradually disintegrated under the violent force of the clear sky hammer. The moment the domain was broken, Tang Xiao felt his body lighten, and the shackles that bound his movements and mental strength disappeared. He took the opportunity to flash and leap back hundreds of meters. What a great HIATUS Jiujue! Seeing this, Xiao Han curled up a smile, but the fighting spirit in his eyes became even more intense. Tang Xiao, if you have the guts, don't run away, come again. Tang Xiao is much stronger than the injured Tang Hao. But Xiao Han was not afraid at all and prepared to attack again. Tang Xiao watched Xiao Han closely. Suddenly, a heartbreaking scene came into his sight. At this moment, the 5th elder was seriously injured by the stick of demon subduing Douluo. The demon subduing Douluo's panlong stick is extremely powerful, and every stick seems to be able to shake the mountains and rivers. Although the 5th elder tried his best to resist, he was ultimately unable to withstand the devastating blow. He was like a leaf blown by the wind, and hit the city wall hard. Under the huge impact force, a shocking big hole appeared in the city wall, with rubble and dust flying everywhere. The 5th elder was dying with blood gushing out of his mouth. He struggled to stand up, but eventually fell to the ground weakly. 5th elder. Tang Xiao's eyes were bloodshot. He roared, as if he wanted to vent all the grief and anger in his heart. The 5th elder's injuries are extremely serious. If he is not treated in time, he will be in great danger. There was a blazing rage in Tang Xiao's eyes as he looked at Xiao Han, Jiang Mo Douluo and the others, with murderous intent in his heart surging like a tide. Ah, then, another scream was heard. Another elder was also defeated by Qianjun Douluo's panlong stick, and his end was equally tragic. The 2 titled Douluo of the HIATUS sect suffered heavy losses, instantly changing the situation on the battlefield. Xiao San, quickly take the 2 elders away. Tang Xiao shouted loudly. He knew that the situation was extremely unfavorable to them. Tang Xiao, you can't even protect yourself, and yet you still care about others? Go to hell. Xiao Han pulled the longbow in his hand again and aimed at Tang Xiao. Kill those 2. Xian Renshue shouted loudly. Demon subduing Douluo and 1000-strength Douluo flashed out at the same time, heading straight for the 2 elders who were severely injured, ready to give them a fatal blow. Tang Xiao was horrified when he saw this. He leaped up like a bolt of lightning, cutting through the sky, attempting to intercept demon subduing Douluo and Qianjun Douluo at that fatal moment. However, although he was fast, he was still a step slow. Xiao Han showed his power again. The 2 arrows were wrapped in an extremely cold aura, like the scythe of the god of death, accurately piercing through the bodies of the 2 elders who were no longer able to resist. The moment the arrow penetrated, cold air burst out, instantly freezing the bodies of the 2 elders. This was followed by 2 deafening explosions. Ice crystals and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The 2 once mighty titled Douluo turned into a bloody mist in full view of the public. The air was filled with a pungent smell of blood and a cold chill. This scene was so tragic that it shocked everyone present. Tang San was dumbfounded, unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. Tang Xiao witnessed the two elders being blown to pieces, his eyes filled with anger. "Xiao Han, you bastard! I will cut you into pieces." Tang Xiao roared and swung the clear sky hammer in his hand again, with even more powerful momentum than before. When Qian Renshua saw this, a hint of coldness flashed in her eyes. She didn't expect that Tang Xiao could still burst out such powerful fighting power under such circumstances. This only strengthened her determination to destroy the Haotian sect. Kill Tang Xiao, don't give him any chance to breathe. Chapter 181. Facing the pincer attack from demons subduing Douluo, 1000-strength Douluo and Xiao Han, Tang Xiao was under double pressure. The soul power in his body surged wildly like a surging ocean, and a bright light appeared around him, and the Haotian formation was suddenly activated. This is a secret method passed down from generation to generation in the Haotian sect. It can use the formation as a basis to enhance one's own strength while resisting external enemies. With the activation of the Haotian formation, the Haotian 9 absolutes became even more powerful. The attacks of subduing demon Douluo and Qianjun Douluo came like a violent storm, but were bounced back one by one by the clear sky hammer. The two could not help but look surprised. However, the three men's attack was still swift and they were determined to kill Tang Xiao. The whole army retreats. Seeing that the situation was not good, Dai Mubai quickly gave the order to retreat. He knew that if they continued, everyone would die here. "Xiao San, take the master away quickly." Dai Mubai shouted loudly, hoping that Tang San and Yu Xiaogang would quickly evacuate this land of death. He himself was also preparing to evacuate under the cover of several Soul Douluo level guards. "Teacher, let's go." Without time to think, Tang San quickly activated the flying skill of his 100,000-year-old right leg soul bone, pulled up Yu Xiaogang, and flew towards the back. "You guys go away quickly, I'll cut off the queen." Tang Xiao's voice was like thunder. Faced with the siege of 3 people, he still resisted tenaciously, trying to buy time for everyone to escape. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, Jian Douluo gave up the fight with Guangling Douluo and quickly retreated with Ning Fengji. On the battlefield, only Tang Xiao was left facing the siege of Xiao Han, subduing demon Douluo and Qianjun Douluo. Guangling Douluo suddenly disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he was already on Dai Mubai's escape route. He smiled coldly, and the light feather arrow in his hand condensed instantly. Tracking and locking skills come without warning and are activated. An invisible cold arrow pointed directly at Dai Mubai's heart. Dai Mubai fled very quickly, but compared to the speed of light, all his reactions seemed so pale and powerless. The feather arrow pierced his chest and blood spurted out. "His Royal Highness." The guard roared, but to no avail. Dai Mubai's body fell heavily to the ground, and dust flew everywhere. Blood gushed out from the wound on his chest, staining the ground beneath him red. "No." Tang San's eyes were bloodshot, and his flying figure suddenly stopped. "Mubai." Yu Xiaogang's voice was trembling and his heart was bleeding. Tang San looked back and was immediately panicked. A blue figure is approaching rapidly. He knew that it was Xiao Han. Without any hesitation, Tang San released his soul power to the maximum, and his flying speed instantly increased to his limit. He knew that they were racing against time at the moment. Once Xiao Han caught up with them, they would end up like Dai Mubai. Behind, Xiao Han was chasing closely. The sky blue divine arrow was already on the bowstring, the tip of the arrow flashing with a cold blue light, locking onto Tang San's back. "You little bastards, you can't escape." The Suoshan arrow flew out from the bow and chased after Tang San. Tang San was extremely nervous, as if he could smell the breath of death. At this critical moment, a powerful force suddenly surged from the side and blocked the arrow. "Who?" Xiao Han's face darkened, his eyes as sharp as knives, and he turned towards the source of that power. "All I saw was a purple-black figure, accompanied by an extremely powerful evil aura. The person who came was Bibi Dong." "Bibi Dong, it's you." At this moment, Guangling Douluo also rushed over. "Bibi Dong, why are you crazy? Do you know what you are doing? These two are our spirit hall's enemies." Bibi Dong snorted coldly, "Yu Xiaogang is mine, I will never allow anyone to hurt him. Even if he wants to die, he has to die in my hands." After Bibi Dong finished speaking, she gently waved her hand, and an invisible force wrapped up Tang San and Yu Xiaogang, and instantly took them away from the battlefield. Seeing this, Guangling Douluo clenched his teeth, worried that he had fallen into a trap and was not in a hurry to chase after him. "Xiao Han, Bibi Dong's sudden appearance could be a trap. Let's go back and tell Xiao Shui the news, and kill Tang Xiao while we're at it." "It is good." The two quickly turned back. On the battlefield, Tang Xiao was still fighting hard with subduing Demon Douluo and Qianjun Douluo. Facing the attack from two peak Douluo, it is not easy for Tang Xiao to escape unscathed. As time went by, his physical and spiritual power were rapidly depleted, but the fighting spirit in his eyes never diminished in the slightest. The return of Guanling Douluo and Xiao Han made the already difficult battle situation even worse. The four of them formed a circle and trapped Tang Xiao tightly. Every move and every style was enough to shake the mountains and rivers. Tang Xiao, today is the day you die. Tang Xiao looked around and knew that if he continued like this, he would really not be able to escape. But as the leader of the Haotian sect, he must not give up easily. Humph, it's not that easy to kill me. Tang Xiao roared angrily, and the soul power in his body surged wildly. He decided to use the most forbidden skill of the Haotian sect, the ring explosion. This special skill requires the soul ring to explode, thus unleashing astonishing power. It will not be used lightly unless it is absolutely necessary. Tang Xiao waved the clear sky hammer in his hand frantically, and the first soul ring exploded. The explosion was accompanied by a deafening roar, and the powerful shock wave shook the entire battlefield. Demon subduing Douluo, Guanling Douluo, and Xiao Han experienced the scene of ring explosion when they fought with Tang Hao in the center of the Star Do Great Forest. Therefore, they were well prepared and were not affected by the powerful energy. Tang Xiao, you are worthy of being Tang Hao's brother. Even the way he died is the same, dying by self-explosion, Tang Xiao was extremely angry at the ridicule from the demon subduing Douluo. You all go to hell. Immediately afterwards, the second, third and fourth soul rings on the clear sky hammer in Tang Xiao's hand exploded one after another. However, this is not enough. When the fifth soul ring also began to explode, the entire battlefield seemed to be swallowed up by the black light, and an unprecedented terrifying energy surged out and rushed straight into the sky. After the black light dissipated, the battlefield was dead silent, with only broken walls and smoke everywhere. The city walls had been razed to the ground, and thousands of men had fallen forever on the battlefield. Although they were prepared, demons subduing Douluo, Qianjun Douluo and Guanling Douluo were shocked by the power of the continuous ring explosions. Especially that 10,000-year soul ring, the energy it released was truly terrifying. With such destructive power, even they would find it difficult to escape unscathed, let alone the innocent soldiers who were closest to them. Damn it, he escaped again. The demon subduing Douluo gnashed his teeth. Seeing Qian Renxue coming over, he quickly asked Xiaoxue, are you okay? I'm fine. Fortunately, Xiao Han blocked the explosion of the 10,000-year spirit ring for us, otherwise the casualties would be even more severe. Chapter 182. In the past, the area beyond that was the territory of the Star Luo Empire. But from today on, that city belongs to the Wuhuan Empire. The battle went fairly smoothly. Although Tang Xiao escaped again, the Haotian sect lost 2 titled Douluo-level elders and many disciples, and its strength was greatly reduced. Qian Renxue smiled with satisfaction. 3 grandfathers, Xiao Han, we were able to win the first battle so smoothly, and the 4 of you have made an invaluable contribution. The demon subduing Douluo chuckled. I haven't had enough fun yet, and Tang Xiao, that bastard, got away again. Qianjun Douluo sighed. The power of the Haotian sect's unique skill, the ring explosion, is indeed strong, especially the power generated by the explosion of the 10,000-year soul ring. Tang Xiao should have been seriously injured, but it's a pity that I couldn't kill him this time. Guanling Douluo looked solemn. Haotian sect has lost 4 elders, leaving only Tang Xiao and another elder. They are not to be feared. What I am worried about is what Bibi Dong wants to do. Speaking of Bibi Dong, both subduing Demon Douluo and Qianjun Douluo were furious. That woman Bibi Dong is really crazy. She actually rescued Yu Xiaogang. She went against us just for a piece of trash. What on earth was she thinking? To be honest, I've disliked her for a long time. If it weren't for my eldest brother's support, how could she have ascended to the throne of Pope? Xiao Han smiled slightly and said, Guys, I think this is a good thing. Oh. How do you say this? Xiao Han paused for a moment, then analyzed. Bibi Dong cares about Yu Xiaogang very much, so Yu Xiaogang's death will become a time bomb. If Yu Xiaogang really dies, Bibi Dong will become even more crazy, seeking revenge or even destroying the spirit hall. She will do anything. This time, she rescued Yu Xiaogang from us. She must have been prepared to break with the spirit hall, and she can no longer keep the position of Pope. We can just take back her position as Pope and firmly control the spirit hall in our own hands. Qian Renxue smiled slightly. Xiao Han is right. Bibi Dong and I have been competing secretly, and the spirit hall has long been split into 2 factions. After the complete breakup, the spirit hall controlled by us is the real spirit hall. Qian Renxue had been looking forward to this day for a long time. From the day she took over the Tiando Empire, she knew that Bibi Dong would not sit still and wait for death. Bibi Dong wiped out the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family in a lightning speed, which was a silent provocation to her. Today, Bibi Dong disregarded her identity as the Pope in order to save the good-for-nothing Yu Xiaogang. When she made this decision, she was doomed to no longer be the Pope of the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall can finally return to the hands of the six-winged angel lineage again. Guanling Douluo said. That being said, Bibi Dong's defection has a huge impact on the overall strength of the Spirit Hall. The four lower sects are all in the Xing Luo Empire and originally supported Bibi Dong. In addition, she has many confidants in the Spirit Hall. If those people still support Bibi Dong and are taken to the Xing Luo Empire by her, they will be a huge threat to us. Qian Renxue certainly knew the seriousness of the matter. She looked at Xiao Han and smiled. Grandpa Guanling, you are right to worry, but we are not unprepared. Xiao Han reminded me a long time ago that Bibi Dong had such ambitions. Among her trusted aides, the two most powerful ones are elders Zhu and Gui. They were originally my father's men, and they only began to assist Bibi Dong after my father died. I also reminded Grandpa a long time ago that if Bibi Dong rebelled, leave those two elders behind. Guanling Douluo nodded slightly and said with a smile. So you and Xiao Han have already made preparations. This makes me feel relieved. The fusion skill of Yueguan and Guimei's martial soul, the static field, is very powerful. Even the peak Douluo above level 95 will be restricted by the skills of this field. This is also the reason why they have been highly valued by Spirit Hall and Bibi Dong for many years. If the two of them also defected to Bibi Dong, they would undoubtedly become a huge threat. Xiao Han knew that Qian Doulu could keep the two of them. Because the two of them had been loyal to the former Pope Qian Xuanji, but they had no idea the real cause of Qian Xuanji's death. If they knew the truth, they would be unlikely to continue following Bibi Dong. Qian Renxue's eyes swept across the battlefield. I will not let the blood of the people of the Wuhuan Empire be shed in vain. Today is the beginning of our conquest of the Xinglua Empire. One day, Douluo continent will achieve peaceful unification and no more wars will break out. Well said. Spirit Hall will win. They smiled at each other, full of confidence for the future. Qian Renxue continued. Grandpa Guanling, you are the fastest. Go back to Wuhuan City and tell Grandpa everything that happened here so that he can make arrangements early. It is good. Guanling Douluo nodded to Xiao Han, then turned around and turned into a beam of light, disappearing into the sky. Under the command of Qian Renxue and Xiao Han, the soldiers began to clean up the battlefield and prepare to enter the city. Meanwhile on the other side, Tang Xiao fled to a deep mountain in the Xinglua Empire. He slumped on the ground, his face as pale as paper, with blood still lingering at the corners of his mouth. Faced with the siege of four powerful men, he managed to escape with the help of the power of the explosion of his 10,000-year soul ring. However, the successive explosion of 5 soul rings was a huge drain on himself. This is a desperate skill in itself, no different from suicide. Fortunately, before this battle, he was in a completely victorious state and had no injuries. Otherwise, he would end up exploding and dying like Tang Hao. However, after using the ring explosion skill, his body is now in a weak state. Within 3 days, he could no longer use the spirit ring skills. Those soul rings that exploded will also take 3 days to recover gradually. Therefore, for him at the moment, hiding in this uninhabited deep forest is the safest option. Cough cough. Tang Xiao coughed a few times and spat out some blood. Damn you, Spirit Hall. You killed 2 elders of my Haotian sect today. I, Tang Xiao, will repay you 100-fold for what you did to the Haotian sect. When I recover from my injuries, it will be time for us to fight to the death. Ahem. Tang Xiao was so angry that he coughed up some blood. He thought of Tang San, wondering whether Tang San and Yu Xiaogang were dead or alive. Xiao San, have you escaped? Are you still alive? Brother Hao, it's all my fault. I didn't protect Xiao San well. In a dark cave within the Xing Luo Empire, Tang San sat cross-legged, taking the opportunity to recover his soul power. Not far away, Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaogang were chatting about something. Yu Xiaogang gritted his teeth, his eyes full of anger. Bibi Dong, why did you have to save me? You wiped out our entire Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, but you didn't let me die. Why did you torture me like this? Bibi Dong, just kill me. Chapter 183. They have always believed that Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue were in cahoots and jointly committed the massacre of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Yu Xiaogang's anger and confusion intertwined together, almost suffocating him. He stared at Bibi Dong with his eyes wide open, his gaze filled with hatred and a hint of indescribable complex emotions. Bibi Dong looked at Yu Xiaogang quietly. There are too many unknown stories and sorrows hidden in those deep eyes. Xiaogang, I understand that you hate me. But do you know? From the moment I decided to save you, I had already stood on the opposite side of the spirit hall. Everything I did was for you. For you, I could even give up the position of Pope of the Spirit Hall. Until now, don't you understand my sincerity? Yu Xiaogang found it unbelievable when he heard what Bibi Dong said. The woman in front of him was the high and mighty Pope of the Spirit Hall, revered by thousands of people. The last time we met, she was still arrogant and looked down on everything. But now he has become so humble, like a dog wagging its tail to beg for mercy. If this isn't some other agenda, then what could it be? After guessing Bibi Dong's thoughts, Yu Xiaogang said coldly, "Humph. Who knows what you, a woman with a heart more vicious than snakes and scorpions, are planning to do?" The anger on Yu Xiaogang's face didn't seem to ease at all. He believed that Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue were in the same group, and she did all this just to infiltrate the Xing Luo Empire and catch them all in one fell swoop. Yu Xiaogangs attitude and words were like an ice-cold sword, piercing deeply into Bibi Dong's heart. Bibi Dong was so heartbroken that she could hardly speak. "Xiaogang, everything I do is for the ideal in my heart, why can't you understand me?" Yu Xiaogang continued to mock. "Your Holiness, I am more accustomed to your superior attitude. What is your ideal? Power? Domination of the entire Douluo continent? Or?" Yu Xiaogang couldn't continue. Bibi Dong shook her head gently, her eyes became gentle, as if she had traveled through time and space and returned to the past. "Xiaogang, do you still remember our dreams when we were young? At that time, we longed for knowledge and to explore the mysteries of martial arts and growth. Although we have experienced a lot since then, I have never forgotten that original intention." Yu Xiaogang was stunned. Those dusty memories came flooding back like a tide, making him a little dazed for a moment. Yes, they all had innocent dreams. But when did it all become so complicated and so unrecognizable? "But you wiped out the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family." "That's my family, the place where I was born and raised." Yu Xiaogangs voice trembled and tears welled up in his eyes, but he stubbornly refused to let them fall. Bibi Dong closed her eyes and took a deep breath in pain. "That was the most difficult decision I have ever made. But Xiaogang, you have to understand that my original intention of doing this was also for you. Those who have hurt and humiliated you will not have a good death. Isn't it good for me to avenge you and get rid of them?" "Not good. Not good at all. Bibi Dong, you're crazy. We've broken up a long time ago, and you don't need to worry about my affairs at all. Xiaogang, are you still holding a grudge against me for what happened back then? Do you know that I also had my own difficulties back then? For you, I would rather give up the position of the Pope of the Spirit Hall, but in return I still get your ruthlessness and indifference." The cave fell into a brief silence, with only the sound of Tang San's light breathing and the occasional sound of wind coming from outside. Yu Xiaogang was struggling violently inside. He tried to understand Bibi Dong and to find a reason that would allow him to accept all this. Bibi Dong really wanted to tell Yu Xiaogang about the humiliation she suffered that year and the true relationship between her and Qian Renxue. But, that was the biggest stain in her life. Yu Xiaogang was narrow-minded, how could he accept her like that? "Xiaogang, give me a chance, and give yourself a chance too. Let us work together to change the things we can change, and correct the mistakes we made before." Bibi Dong spoke again, with a hint of pleading in her voice. Yu Xiaogang looked at Bibi Dong, his eyes flashing with complex emotions. There was only one step between the two of them, but it seemed like there was a whole world between them. "Bibi Dong, how can I trust you? Xiaogang, how can you trust me? Because of you, I have already lost the position of Pope of the Spirit Hall. In the future, I will use my actions to prove to you that I am sincere to you." "Okay, then let me ask you, Qian Renxue is the direct descendant of Qian Doulu, but whose daughter is she?" "She is the daughter of the former Pope Qiang Sunji." Yu Xiaogang frowned. "Qiang Sunji's daughter? What about her mother?" "Her mother died when she gave birth to her." A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes. It was a shame she didn't want to talk about. In her heart, she had already died once. Yu Xiaogang was skeptical about Bibi Dong's words, and then asked. "Then what are you going to do next?" Bibi Dong snorted coldly, "Xiaogang, you don't know. The Spirit Hall seems to be united, but in fact it has already split into two factions, one led by me and the other led by Qian Doulu. Although that old man Qian Doulu helped me become Pope, he did not truly recognize me. And those old guys in the worship hall are only loyal to the six-winged angel lineage and only recognize Qian Renxue. Even if I have devoted half my life to the spirit hall and brought it to an unprecedented height, it will not belong to me in the end, but only to the Qian family. From the moment Xiao Han helped Qian Renxue take over the Tiando Empire, the situation had quietly changed. Sooner or later they will drive me out of the spirit hall and take firm control of the spirit hall in their own hands. But I was well prepared, and the accumulation over the years has enabled me to get 100 responses when I call for help. I want to build a force that is completely my own, and I will control everything by myself, also called Wuhuan Hall. No. It's the new Wuhuan Hall. After hearing what Bibi Dong said, Yu Xiaogang was shocked. He didn't expect that the seemingly united spirit hall had actually split into two factions. You want to set up a new spirit hall? That's right. Why can they name it after the spirit hall, but I can't? I will still be the Pope of the Spirit Hall, revered by everyone. As long as I am still the Pope, the four lower sects of the Xing Luo Empire and my trusted old generals will all come to me. Looking at such a crazy Bibi Dong, Yu Xiaogang was speechless. Seeing that Yu Xiaogang's attitude had softened a lot, a smile appeared on Bibi Dong's face. Xiaogang, Dai Mubai is dead. How are you going to face the Xing Luo Emperor when you return? If I set up a new spirit hall, are you willing to be my chief elder? Chapter 184. For many years, Bibi Dong has had only one goal, which is to destroy the spirit hall controlled by the Qian family and build a world that can accommodate her and Yu Xiaogang. If this goal is ultimately unattainable, she will destroy the entire world. Bibi Dong originally wanted to take advantage of the war between the Wuhuan Empire and the Xinglua Empire, when both sides were suffering losses, to reap the benefits. But she underestimated Qian Renshue's determination and Xiao Han's strength, and overestimated people like Tang Xiao, Ning Fengji and Jian Douluo. There was no way she would just watch Yu Xiaogang being killed. For Yu Xiaogang, she was willing to give up the position of Pope of the Spirit Hall. Yu Xiaogang looked at Bibi Dong with mixed feelings. Although Bibi Dong's idea of building a new spirit hall is crazy, it is not impossible to achieve. Dai Mubai's death was like a heavy hammer that hit Yu Xiaogang's heart, forcing him to re-examine the current situation and his future. After the fall of the Tiando Empire, Yu Xiaogang, Ning Fengji, Tang Xiao and others came to the Xinglua Empire and were valued by the Xinglua Emperor and Dai Mubai. But he always felt that something was missing. After all, they are outsiders, and there is always an invisible gap between them and the Star Luo Emperor. Everything in this world seems to be based on profit. After the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family was exterminated, Yu Xiaogang seemed to have no use to Emperor Xingluo. Emperor Xingluo would not use Yu Xiaogang as much as Emperor Shuai did when he was alive. He only gave Yu Xiaogang some opportunities to display his abilities for Dai Mubai's sake. But it is only limited to some insignificant decisions. Yu Xiaogang has no say in major decision-making issues. Accompanying Dai Mubai to defend the city this time was originally an opportunity to prove himself. But unexpectedly, not only did they lose the city, but they also witnessed Dai Mubai's tragic death in the battle. Yu Xiaogang also didn't know how to face Emperor Xingluo when he returned. Mubai. Yu Xiaogang's voice was trembling, as if he couldn't believe the fact that Dai Mubai was dead. Bibi Dong comforted softly. Xiaogang, don't be too sad. This is not your fault. You have tried your best. Yu Xiaogang tilted his head back, trying not to let the tears in his eyes flow out. He knew that Dai Mubai's death was a huge blow to the Xing Luo Empire. Even if Emperor Xing Luo did not blame him, he would find it difficult to forgive himself. If Bibi Dong can really form a new spirit hall to fight against the Spirit Empire, the situation in the Star Luo Empire can be reversed, which is undoubtedly good news. Thinking of this, Yu Xiaogang asked. Bibi Dong, where do you want to build the new spirit hall? Of course it's the Xinglua Empire. I only need one city. The Xinglua Empire has the new spirit hall, so Qian Renxue and the others won't dare to act rashly. Yu Xiaogang nodded slightly. Up to now, he has not completely trusted Bibi Dong, and he doesn't know if this will lead to a wolf entering the house. But right now, they seem to have no better choice. Faced with such a swift offensive from the Wuhuan Empire, the Xinglua Empire simply could not hold out for long. Seeing Yu Xiaogang hesitate, Bibi Dong said. Xiaogang, haven't you always wanted to know how I solved the problem of twin martial spirits? I can tell you and let you help Tang San. Yu Xiaogang was shocked and looked at Tang San not far away. Wait for me here for a while. I'll go discuss it with Xiao San. After Yu Xiaogang finished speaking, he walked straight towards Tang San. Tang San was also surprised that Bibi Dong openly went against the people from the Spirit Hall and rescued him and Yu Xiaogang from them. Teacher, what are you talking about? You've been talking for so long. Xiao-san, there are some things I don't know how to say. Teacher, is it about Bibi Dong? We just experienced a life and death situation. If she hadn't intervened in time, we might have died under Xiao Han's ice arrow. Although I shouldn't say it, I can really feel that she really cares about you, just like I care about Xiao Wu. Yu Xiaogang sighed. Xiao-san, do you think so too? Well, if you really care about someone, your eyes won't lie. Okay, this is going to shock you. Teacher, please tell me. Afterwards, Yu Xiaogang told Tang-san everything about his conversation with Bibi Dong. After hearing this, Tang-san was secretly happy. I never thought that there would be such a serious split within the spirit hall. This is great news for us. Bibi Dong's establishment of a new spirit hall will definitely greatly damage the strength of the spirit hall. This is our opportunity. Xiao-san, you're right. But do you really not mind what Bibi Dong did before? Tang-san shook his head and said, before, most of the debts that Spirit Hall owed to our Haotian sect were caused by the former Pope Qian Xuanji. After Bibi Dong took over the position of Pope, it was normal for her to make such a decision. The deaths of my father and the 4 elders of Haotian sect are directly related to Xiao Han, Qian Renxue and others. They are my real enemies. What about Xiao Wu? Although Xiao Wu's mother died because of Bibi Dong, De Ming and Er Ming both died at the hands of Xiao Han, Qian Renxue and others. It had nothing to do with Bibi Dong. Teacher, don't worry, I will explain everything to her in person. I believe that she will consider the overall situation. Tang-san is a man who is good at calculating, and he is calculating all the time. At this moment, the target of his calculations was Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong possesses the strength of a peerless Douluo. It is certainly a good thing that such a strong person can become an ally rather than an enemy. She can be used to deal with Xiao Han and Qian Renxue. No one can guarantee what will happen in the future. But for now, Bibi Dong's joining can resolve the major crisis that the Xinglua Empire is facing. Moreover, Bibi Dong truly loves Yu Xiaogang. With her around, Yu Xiaogang's safety can be guaranteed. If Yu Xiaogang could stay with her as the chief elder, he would have the opportunity to show his talents in the future. Maybe he, Tang-san, can also have a place in the new spirit hall. If I become stronger in the future, after getting rid of enemies like Xiao Han and Qian Renxue, I can find an opportunity to get rid of Bibi Dong. Tang-san then analyzed. Teacher, there is not much conflict between Bibi Dong and the Xinglua Empire. Moreover, the 4 lower sects in the Xinglua Empire all support Bibi Dong. Under the circumstances, the Xinglua Emperor should also support Bibi Dong in establishing a new Wuhuan Hall in the territory. There is no direct conflict between the 7 Treasures Glazed Tiles sect and Bibi Dong, and a situation of non-interference between the two should be formed within the Xingluo Empire. As for our Haotian sect, I have just stated my position. Our Haotian sect's biggest enemies are people like Xiao Han and Qian Renxue. Uncle should also understand this. Now the most important thing is your attitude. Teacher, no matter what decision you make, I will support you. Yu Xiaogang understood what Tang-san meant. The destruction of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family was directly related to Bibi Dong. If even Yu Xiaogang can forgive Bibi Dong, what else can't be overcome? Chapter 185. Will Chapter 185 invite a wolf into the house? After careful consideration, Yu Xiaogang's eyes gradually became firm. He looked up at the dark cave ceiling and made an important decision in his heart. Then, he turned to Tang-san and said, Xiao-san, you are right. In this chaotic world, we need not only strength and revenge, but also wisdom. Although Bibi Dong made mistakes, I can feel her intentions. In order to fight against the Wuhuan Empire and for our future, I am willing to trust her again. After hearing this, Tang-san showed joy. Teacher, your decision is wise. I believe that with you here and with the help of Bibi Dong, we will be able to turn the situation around and defeat the Wuhuan Empire. Yu Xiaogang nodded, then called Bibi Dong over. Bibi Dong, Xiao-san and I have discussed this. We are willing to trust you and cooperate with you to fight against the Wuhuan Empire. However, I hope you can understand that our cooperation is based on mutual trust. If you betray me in any way, I will never forgive you. After hearing this, Bibi Dong felt relieved. She looked at Tang-san and smiled. Tang-san, you have always regarded me as your enemy. I never thought that we would become allies one day. Tang-san said calmly, Bibi Dong, my mother's death has nothing to do with you. My father and the elders of the Haotian sect all died at the hands of Xiao Han and Qian Renxue. They are my real enemies and our common enemies. I can understand your thoughts. I'm afraid no one in this world cares about my teacher more than you and me. With my current ability, I am not enough to protect my teacher. My teacher is safest when he is with you. Bibi Dong turned to look at Yu Xiaogang and said. Xiaogang, now I know why you have been so protective of him, you really have a good disciple. Tang San, don't worry, with me here, no one can hurt your teacher. Tang San nodded slightly. Yu Xiaogang continued. Bibi Dong, don't be too happy yet. This is just a consensus reached between the three of us. Whether you can set up a new spirit hall in the Xing Luo Empire depends on the attitude of the Xing Luo Emperor. Bibi Dong sneered. Xing Luo Emperor? Does he have any choice? The Wuhuan Empire won the first battle and the offensive was swift and fierce. Without my intervention, how long can he hold out? That being said, the decision is still in his hands. Let's go back to Xingluo City and report everything to him, and then we can make the next plan. Xiaogang, let him know that I don't have that much patience. Yu Xiaogang nodded, then left with Tang San. At the same time, the Xing Luo Empire was already in a state of gloom and sorrow. When Emperor Xingluo learned that Dai Mubai had died in battle and the city had been occupied by the Wuhuan Empire, he was furious. Damn the Wuhuan Empire. My son was brutally murdered by them. Emperor Xing Luo roared, his voice echoing throughout the palace. First it was Davis, then Dai Mubai, his two most beloved sons, both died tragically at the hands of the enemy, and both were directly related to Xiao Han. He felt even more hatred towards Xiao Han. Ning Fengji and Jian Douluo escaped back, and Tang Xiao, Yu Xiaogang and Tang San were at a loss. No one knows whether they are dead or alive. Emperor Xing Luo sent more people to find out about them, hoping that they were still alive. A few days later, Yu Xiaogang and Tang San returned to Xingluo City in despair. They were not in a hurry to meet Emperor Xingluo, but found Ning Fengji first. Ning Fengji was very happy to see the two return safely. Master, Xiao San, I'm so glad that you are safe and sound. Uncle Ning, I'm sorry to have worried you. I wonder if my uncle. Ning Fengji patted Tang San's shoulder and comforted him. Xiao San, don't worry. Sect Master Tang Xiao is very powerful and will never let those people succeed easily. I guess, maybe he is recuperating somewhere, or on his way back to Xingluo City. I hope so. By the way, Xiao San, why did you come back just now? Yu Xiaogang and Tang San looked at each other and indicated that they would speak first. Master Ning, to be honest, Xiao San and I almost died under Xiao Han's arrow. It was Bibi Dong who saved us. What? It was Bibi Dong who saved you? Ning Fengji found it unbelievable. Yu Xiaogang nodded slightly, and then told her how they were rescued by Bibi Dong and that they had decided to cooperate with Bibi Dong. After listening to this, Ning Fengji was silent for a long time. He was well aware of the risks of this decision, but he also understood that under the current circumstances, they really needed a powerful ally to fight against the Wuhuan Empire together. Xiaogang, Xiao San, your decision is bold, but also wise. The current situation is extremely unfavorable to the Xing Luo Empire. We really need to unite all the forces that can be united to fight against the Wuhuan Empire. Although Bibi Dong has made mistakes, her strength and influence cannot be ignored. If we can cooperate with her, it will undoubtedly greatly increase our chances of winning. Yu Xiaogang and Tang San smiled at each other. Sect Master Ning, so you also support this decision? Ning Fengji nodded. There is no conflict between him and Bibi Dong personally. Moreover, he has already relocated the entire sect to Xingluo City, and certainly does not want the Xingluo Empire to be defeated. After some discussion, the three decided to go meet Emperor Xingluo. They hoped that Emperor Xingluo can support Bibi Dong in establishing a new spirit hall within the Xingluo Empire to fight against the invasion of the Spirit Empire. Yu Xiaogang, Tang San and Ning Fengji came to the palace. Afterwards, he told the Star Luo Emperor that Bibi Dong had rescued them and that Bibi Dong wanted to establish a new spirit hall in the Star Luo Empire. After listening to this, Emperor Xingluo was silent for a moment. He weighed the pros and cons in his mind, wondering if this decision was wise. Giving up a city to Bibi Dong might lead to a wolf entering the house. However, judging from the current situation, they are simply unable to stop the progress of the Wuhuan Empire. Emperor Xingluo was not in a hurry to give an answer. Such a major matter concerns the fate of the Xing Luo Empire, so he has to discuss it with the ministers before making a decision. Yu Xiaogang, Tang San and Ning Fengji left the palace. As soon as he returned to Haotian sect, Tang San met Tang Xiao. Uncle, you are finally back. Tears welled up in Tang San's eyes. These days, he has been worried about Tang Xiao's safety. He was very excited to see Tang Xiao return. Tang Xiao looked at Tang San carefully and found that he was safe and sound, so he felt relieved. Xiao San, it's great that you and the master are safe and sound. Tell me what happened after you left. Uncle, it was Bibi Dong who saved me and the teacher. Afterwards, Tang San told Tang Xiao what had happened. Chapter 186. In just over a year, the Haotian sect lost 4 title Douluo level elders. This was a huge blow to them, which seriously damaged their vitality and greatly reduced their strength. With the Wuhuan Empire's rapid offensive, it won't take long before it can swallow up the entire Xinglua Empire. When war comes, the Haotian sect has to fight for the empire. This will result in more serious casualties. If Bibi Dong joins, it will give them some breathing space. Therefore, Tang Xiao also supported the decision of Tang San and Yu Xiaogang. On the other side, Wuhuan City. Upon learning what Bibi Dong had done, Douluo quickly summoned the top leaders of the Spirit Hall. Everyone unanimously decided to abolish Bibi Dong's position as Pope. This decision caused a huge stir. Many soul masters loyal to Bibi Dong fled Wuhuan City overnight, including some soul Douluo level masters. Fortunately, Douluo was well prepared and left behind 2 elders, Yueguan and Goemei. After taking the first city of the Xinglua Empire, the Wuhuan Empire did not stop its progress. After a short rest, under the leadership of Qian Renxue and Xiao Han, the army of the Wuhuan Empire advanced rapidly and captured 2 cities of the Xinglua Empire one after another. This time, Emperor Xinglua was really panicked. He quickly found Yu Xiaogang and agreed to let Bibi Dong set up a new Wuhuan Hall in the Xinglua Empire and gave her a city. This city is located in the Magara province, not far from Xinglua City, only about 200 miles away. Although this is very dangerous, it can provide protection for Xinglua City when the enemy attacks. After meeting and discussing with Bibi Dong, Yu Xiaogang gathered together several members of Shrek. 2 of the Shrek's 7 devils are gone, leaving only Tang San, Ma Hongjun, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. Yu Xiaogang looked at everyone and said, "Children, I will soon leave Xinglua City to help Bibi Dong set up a new Wuhuan Hall in Makan City. Although Bibi Dong was once our enemy and did many things to hurt us. But in order to avenge Flanders, Erlong, Dai Mubai, Oscar and those who died because of Xiao Han and Qian Renxue, I have to do this." Tang San said. "Teacher, I'll go with you. Master, I'll go with you." Xiao Wu continued. Tang San frowned. After all, Xiao Wu is a soul beast with a cultivation history of over 100,000 years. It is extremely dangerous to let her stay with Bibi Dong. However, Tang San was even more worried about leaving her alone in Xinglua City. Yu Xiaogang nodded slightly towards Tang San. "Xiao San, I know you're worried about Xiao Wu. Take her with you. With me here, Bibi Dong won't hurt her." "Ah." Ma Hongjun said, "Master, please take me with you. I'm quite bored in Xinglua City now that you're all gone." After Oscar's death, Ma Hongjun tried to please Ning Rongrong and wanted to take care of her for Oscar. But Ning Rongrong didn't appreciate it. Moreover, Ning Fengji also looked down on Ma Hongjun. If Tang San left, Ma Hongjun would only be asking for trouble if he stayed in Xinglua City, so it would be better for them to leave together. Yu Xiaogang nodded. "Okay, you can come with us, so we can take care of you." Xiao Wu looked at Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong and asked. "Rongrong, what about you guys?" Ning Rongrong's tears welled up in her eyes. "Xiao Wu, I want to go with you, but I have a family mission to fulfill. I am not as free as you are. I have to stay in the sect." Yu Xiaogang nodded and said. "Rongrong is right. She can't go with us. It's safest for her to stay in the 7 Treasures Glazed sect." Xiao Wu then looked at Zhu Zhuqing. "Zhuqing, what about you?" "I'll go with you." Dai Mubai's death made Zhu Zhuqing very sad. She didn't want to stay in this sad place either. "Rongrong, you are staying in Xinglua City alone, take good care of yourself. Don't worry, it's not far away anyway. If I miss you, I will go find you." "Okay, then it's settled." The next day, Tang San and his friends said goodbye to Ning Rongrong and followed Yu Xiaogang to Makan City. In the city of Makan, everything is going on in an orderly manner. There was originally a branch of the Spirit Hall here. After Qian Renxue conquered the Tiando Empire, she officially became the enemy of the Xinglua Empire, and the people from the Spirit Hall branch evacuated early as a result. Although this branch temple is far inferior to the Pope's palace in Wuhuan City, it is also a good temporary place to stay. As soon as they arrived here, Tang San and his companions saw 3 familiar faces. They are Hulaina, Xiao Yu and Yan, the leaders of the younger generation of soul masters in the Spirit Hall and known as the 3 geniuses of the Spirit Hall's golden generation. In the final match between the top 3 in the Soul Master competition, the Shrek Academy team led by Tang San defeated the Spirit Hall Academy team. At that time, poison won. However, they all eventually fell to the Tianshui Academy led by Xiao Han. After losing the Soul Master competition, the three of them had been training in the Death Canyon and had made considerable progress. However, no one expected that the Spirit Hall would undergo earth-shaking changes. Hulaina has always been trained by Bibi Dong as her successor. For Hulaina, Bibi Dong is not only a mentor but also a mother-like figure who gives her meticulous care. Therefore, no matter what decision Bibi Dong makes, she will follow it unswervingly. As Hulaina's brother, Xiao Yu would of course support his sister's decision. Yan grew up with the two of them, and they have been inseparable for many years. They have a deep relationship, and he also likes Hulaina. Therefore, the three of them all turned to Bibi Dong. The three of them walked towards Tang San and his companions. Hulaina smiled and said, "I never thought I would meet you here. We used to be rivals, and even enemies. But from now on, we are friends on the same front." Tang San also smiled and responded, "We were connected by a common enemy. Now we all have a common goal. Let everything in the past go." Just then, Bibi Dong walked towards them. "I am very happy to see that you can put aside the grudges of the past and face the challenges of the future together. This is the unity and trust we need. Very good, you are all excellent, and you are the future of the new Spirit Hall." As Bibi Dong spoke, her eyes swept across several people and finally stopped on Xiao Wu. She saw some hostility in Xiao Wu's eyes. "Xiao Wu, I'm sorry for your mother's death. As you know, it is the law of nature for soul masters to hunt soul beasts. However, since you have transformed into a human through cultivation, and you are also one of Xiaogang's most cared-for students, I will no longer have any thoughts about you. This is my promise to you, and I hope you can let go of your guard." Chapter 187. Xiao Wu pursed her lips tightly and looked at Bibi Dong with complicated eyes, feeling mixed emotions. Her mother's death has always been a pain in her heart and an unbridgeable gap between her and Bibi Dong. But, as Tang San said, the current overall situation is more important. They need to rely on Bibi Dong's power to fight against the powerful Wuhuan Empire and avenge Daming, Erming, Flanders, Liu Erlong, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and those who died because of Xiao Han and Qian Renxue. Bibi Dong, I admit that I cannot get over my mother's death. But more people I care about died because of Xiao Han and Qian Renxue, so I am willing to put aside my personal grudges temporarily and fight alongside you. This does not mean that I will forget the past in the future. If there is a chance in the future, I will still seek justice for my mother." After hearing Xiao Wu's bold words, a barely perceptible sadness flashed across Bibi Dong's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. She understood Xiao Wu's position and admired her honesty and courage. However, she didn't take Tang San and Xiao Wu to heart at all. With her strength, killing these two people is as easy as crushing an ant. For Yu Xiaogang's sake, she would not bother with them. "Xiao Wu, I admire your honesty. Don't worry, although I, Bibi Dong, am not a good person, I am also trustworthy. After dealing with Xiao Han and those people from the Spirit Hall, if you still want to seek revenge on me, I will be waiting for you at any time." Bibi Dong also has her own calculations. If Xiao Wu overestimates her own capabilities and really wants to seek revenge on her in the future, she can just go with the flow and get rid of Xiao Wu. Tang San watched Xiao Wu silently from the side, feeling heavy in his heart. He knew how difficult it was for Xiao Wu to make such a choice. But the current situation forces them to do so. Tang San and Xiao Wu returned to their residence. The dim light in the house adds a touch of warmth to this quiet space. Xiao Wu sat on the edge of the bed, her hands wrapped around her knees, her eyes still filled with disgust and resentment towards Bibi Dong. Tang San stood beside her, his eyes gentle but firm. "Xiao Wu, I know you feel bad. What Bibi Dong did is unforgivable. But now, we have to be patient." Xiao Wu lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously stroking the corners of her clothes, her voice slightly choked. "I really hate her. Every time I see her face, I think of my mother, but..." Tang San squatted down, reached out his hand, gently held Xiao Wu's hand, and comforted her. "I understand that this conflicting feeling makes you very painful. When all this is over, no matter what you want to do, I will support you, even if it means facing Bibi Dong." Xiao Wu raised her head, and Tang San's determined figure was reflected in her tearful eyes. "Brother, thank you. With you here, I feel I can get through this. If there is still a chance, I must seek justice for Mom myself." Tang San nodded, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. "Don't worry, that day won't be too far away. Brother, I believe you." Xiao Wu forced a smile on her face to prevent Tang San from worrying. She believed that there would be a day when she would take revenge on Bibi Dong. Hu Xiao Yu and Yan stood in the hall. Bibi Dong sat upright on the Pope's chair. She received news that Yu Guan and Gui Mei both chose to stay in Wuhuan City and would not join her. A chill emanated from her body, causing the temperature in the hall to drop sharply. Hu Xiao Yu and Yan shuddered involuntarily. They had never seen Bibi Dong so angry. Yue Guan, Gui Mei, you two traitors. Bibi Dong's voice was low and full of anger. When I was the Pope of the Spirit Hall, I treated you too well. I thought you would know how to handle the current situation, but I didn't expect you to be so short-sighted. Bibi Dong waved her sleeve suddenly, and a cold wind blew in the hall. Hu and the other two quickly lowered their heads, not daring to look directly into Bibi Dong's eyes that seemed to be spitting fire. The two elders, Yue Guan and Gui Mei, have always treated the three of them well and watched them grow. Especially to Hu he treated her like his own granddaughter. The three of them never imagined that there would come a day when they would become enemies with the two elders. Wuhuan City, huh? It's nothing but a rotten cage. Do you think you can live the rest of your life in peace if you stay there? Bibi Dong sneered repeatedly, her facial expression slightly distorted with anger. Since you have chosen to betray me for the glory and wealth that Spirit Hall has given you, don't blame me for being ruthless. Bibi Dong suddenly stood up and swept her eyes over Hu and the other two like a knife. Remember, the three of you, from now on, Yu Guan and Gui Mei are also enemies of our new Spirit Hall. If you see them on the battlefield, don't think of the old friendship. Yes, His Majesty the Pope. Hu and the other two felt their hearts tighten and did not dare to make any rebuttal. Bibi Dong looked at them, the anger in her eyes subsided a little, but her tone was still cold. Very good. What I need is absolute loyalty. Anyone who betrays me will not have a good ending. You three are the future of the new Spirit Hall, so don't let me down. Please rest assured, Your Holiness, we have no second thoughts about you. Bibi Dong nodded with satisfaction. Nana, at the opening ceremony tomorrow, I will anoint you as the saint of the new Spirit Hall, and you will be my successor in the future. Thank you, Your Holiness, for your cultivation. Okay, all of you go down and get ready for tomorrow's opening ceremony. The next day, at dawn, the sky above Macon City was covered with a faint golden glow. The city was bustling with people, and tens of thousands of soul masters gathered in the square in the center of the city. Their eyes were filled with anticipation and enthusiasm as they were about to witness this historic moment together, the opening ceremony of the new Spirit Hall. Representatives of the new 7 major forces, the Holy Dragon Sect, the Elephant Armor Sect, the Black Tiger Sect, the Wind Sword Sect, the Fire Leopard Sect, the Rock Antelope Sect, and the Sparrow Bee Sect, stood in the front row. They each led their elite soul masters to express their firm support for Bibi Dong with practical actions. As a melodious and solemn bell rang, the entire square fell into a brief silence, and everyone's eyes were focused on the platform. Bibi Dong, dressed in gorgeous papal robes, wearing a jewel-studded crown on her head and holding a scepter, slowly walked to the center of the platform. Each of her steps seemed steady and powerful, as if the once almighty Pope of the Spirit Hall had returned. As everyone waited with bated breath, Bibi Dong slowly spoke. Today, the new Spirit Hall is officially established. It will no longer be the Spirit Hall of the past, but a new dawn in the Spirit Master world. Together, we will write our own glorious chapter. Bibi Dong's voice is powerful and can be heard clearly by everyone. As soon as he finished speaking, thunderous applause and cheers broke out in the square. The Soul Masters were so excited that they couldn't express it in words. They believe that under the leadership of Bibi Dong, the new Spirit Hall will usher in unprecedented prosperity. Chapter 188. Then, Bibi Dong turned around and said to Yu Xiaogang, who was waiting on the side, Yu Xiaogang has outstanding wisdom and a deep understanding of spirit theory, and is therefore known as the theoretical master of the Spirit Master world. From today on, he is appointed as the chief elder of the new Spirit Hall and will lead the future of the new Spirit Hall with me. This move shocked everyone present. Yu Xiaogan's strength is not strong, but his research and insights into martial spirits are unmatched. This is Bibi Dong's personal decision, and no one dares to refute it. Next, I have an important announcement. Hu come forward. As Bibi Dong finished her words, the entire square fell into a brief silence again. Everyone's eyes were focused on Hu beside her. Hu was wearing an exquisite dress, the golden patterns on it sparkling in the sun. Hu you have shown extraordinary talent and wisdom since you were young, and your loyalty to the Spirit Hall is impeccable. Today, I am here to anoint you as the saint of the new Spirit Hall. You will take on more responsibilities in the future. Hu knelt on one knee, crossed her hands in front of her chest, bowed her head and responded respectfully, Thank you for your trust and cultivation, Your Holiness the Pope. Huliena will do her best to live up to your expectations. Bibi Dong nodded with satisfaction, then glanced at the representatives of the 7 major sects below the stage, and her voice rang out again: Master of the Holy Dragon sect, Master of the Elephant Armor sect, Master of the Black Tiger sect, Master of the Wind Sword sect, Master of the Fire Leopard sect, Master of the Rock Antelope sect, and Master of the Sparrow Bee sect. You each lead a powerful sect and are loyal to me. Today, I am here to enthrone you as the elders of the new Spirit Hall. May we work together to create a bright future for the new Spirit Hall. Thank you, Your Majesty the Pope. The 7 clan leaders came forward one after another, knelt on one knee, and accepted the enthronement. As the conferring ceremony came to an end, unprecedented cheers erupted in the square, and the Soul Masters raised their arms and cheered to celebrate the establishment of the new Wuhuan Hall. From this day on, a new Spirit Hall headed by Bibi Dong appeared in Douluo continent. This huge force is very likely to change the situation of Douluo continent. The news of the establishment of the new Spirit Hall quickly spread throughout the Spirit Empire and the Xinglua Empire. Xiao Han and Qian Renxue also received the news soon. The two discussed the next countermeasures. Qian Renxue frowned, feeling angry and a little worried. Damn Bibi Dong. She actually named her power the new Spirit Hall and used the name of the Spirit Hall to recruit Spirit Masters. How shameless. The establishment of the new Spirit Hall has undoubtedly created a huge obstacle to our plan to conquer the Xinglua Empire. Xiao Han seemed relatively calm, as if everything was within his expectations. Bibi Dong cares too much about Yu Xiaogang. For Yu Xiaogang, she can do anything crazy. Indeed, Bibi Dong made a brilliant move, giving the Xinglua Empire a chance to breathe. Most of the forces that originally supported her were in the Xinglua Empire. Now they are really a nest of snakes and rats. So what do you think we should do next? Xiao Han thought about it and analyzed carefully. I believe that the priority now is not to launch a rash attack, but to consolidate the territory we have already occupied. As the saying goes, he who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. After all, those 3 cities were seized from the Xinglua Empire. We must appease the people, implement benevolent policies, and let them feel the tolerance and care of the Wuhuan Empire. Let everyone in the world know that the Spirit Hall unified the entire Douluo continent in order to achieve a vision of peace and beauty. Only in this way can we truly achieve victory without fighting and make the people of the Xinglua Empire voluntarily submit to us. After hearing what Xiao Han said, Qian Renshue's eyes flashed with approval. This is a great plan. In this way, we can not only consolidate our existing territory, but also gradually weaken the people's hearts and minds in the Xinglua Empire, laying the foundation for the great cause of unification in the future. That's right. Moreover, Bibi Dong has just established a new Spirit Hall, which will definitely cause turmoil within the Spirit Hall. Let's stabilize the situation first. Well, that's what I meant. Xiao Han continued, my soul power is about to break through level 90. After I obtain the 9th soul ring, it won't be too late to help you destroy Bibi Dong's forces. Okay. I didn't expect you to be promoted to title Douluo so soon. Your 7th and 8th spirit rings have both reached the 100,000 year level. The age of your 9th spirit ring must also be at least 100,000 years, right? Ah. Qian Renxue then asked. 100,000-year soul beast is not that easy to find. Where are you going to hunt soul beasts? The Star Do Great Forest or the Frozen Forest? Xiao Han shook his head. Don't go to those 2 forests, go to the sea area of Poseidon Island. As for the upcoming 9th soul ring, Xiao Han already has a clear target in mind, which is the million-year-old deep-sea demon whale king in the sea. It's a good opportunity for me to go and see Shui Binger and the others. What is Poseidon Island? Qian Renxue looked at Xiao Han with confusion. That is a mysterious sea area. There are many titled Douluo level masters on the island, and there is also a peerless Douluo who is as famous as your grandfather. Afterwards, Xiao Han briefly described Poseidon Island to Qian Renxue, and told her that Bing Binger and others were training on Poseidon Island. Qian Renxue was shocked. I never thought that there is such a mysterious sea area on Douluo continent. From what you said, there seem to be many 100,000 level soul beasts in that sea area. Hunting one to make a soul ring should not be a problem. Do you need me to send someone to go with you? No need, my mom will accompany me. Okay. Even if you are alone, you can kill 100,000 level spirit beast. However, with Dean Lin here, he can protect you while you absorb the spirit ring, which is safer. Then I will wait for you to return safely. Well, I'll go back quickly. Xiao Han didn't want to make Qian Renxue worry, so he didn't tell him that the real target was the million-year-old deep-sea demon whale king. A month later, Xiao Han's soul power broke through level 90. He returned to his home in Tianshui City. Lin Jiruo was surprised and delighted to learn of Xiao Han's progress. Xiao Han has grown into a powerful man who is about to enter the title Douluo realm. Looking at Xiao Han, Lin Jiruo's eyes were full of pride and satisfaction. Xiao Han, you have really grown up. Xiao Han smiled and held his mother's hand. Mom, this is all thanks to you. Without your guidance and support, I would not be able to achieve what I have today. Lin Jiruo shook her head, tears flashing in her eyes. No, you have achieved this through your own hard work. I have always believed that you have extraordinary talent and perseverance. Now, you are about to face a more difficult challenge, but I believe that you will succeed. Mom, this time when we go to see God Island, in addition to obtaining the 9th spirit ring, we can also visit Binger and the others. Okay. Before I knew it, more than a year has passed. I really miss them a little bit. The next day, the two set out from Tianshui City and headed for Hanhai City. Chapter 189. The afterglow of the setting sun shines on this prosperous coastal city, giving every building and every street a golden glow. Hanhai City, as one of the few cities directly facing the sea on Douluo continent, is not only prosperous in commerce due to its geographical location, but also particularly unique because of its close connection with sea soul masters. On both sides of the street, various shops display rare treasures from the depths of the ocean. Xiao Han brought Lin Jiruo to an auction house that specializes in selling sailing equipment. A sailing vehicle that was similar in shape to the Longyuan boat but smaller and more flexible attracted his attention. This sailing vessel is called Sea Spirit Boat and is made of a rare lightweight metal mixed with special materials. Not only can it travel quickly on the sea, but it can also withstand the strong pressure in the deep sea to a certain extent. It is an excellent tool for exploring the sea. Xiao Han took a picture of it without hesitation so that he could use it for traveling. Early the next morning, Xiao Han and Lin Jiruo arrived at the beach. Xiao Han found the old captain who sent him and Shui Binger and his crew out to sea last time and prepared to go out to sea. After more than a year, the old captain was a little surprised to see Xiao Han again. Respected Soul Master, didn't you go to the Sea God Island? I have been there. Those girls stayed there to gain experience, and I didn't go with them. I see. So where are you going this time? Xiao Han smiled and said, I think you should know the Demon Whale Sea, right? Devil Whale Sea? The old captain was shocked when he heard these words. The fishermen and sea soul masters of Hanhai City have a deep respect for the Demon Whale Sea. After all, that is the territory of the deep-sea Demon Whale King and the burial place of countless creatures. Mr. Soul Master, are you going to the Demon Whale territory? That's right. Don't worry, I won't let you take any risks. Just like last time, you just need to give me a ride to the sea area, and I will walk the rest of the way by myself. The deep-sea Demon Whale King is the true overlord of the ocean and is not to be trifled with. Well, I have my own sense of discretion. Seeing Xiao Han's firm attitude, the old captain didn't say much. Set sail. As the ship slowly left the port, the sea breeze blew in with a salty and humid breath, and the waves gently hit the side of the ship, making a rhythmic sound. Golden ripples appeared on the sea, which was breathtakingly beautiful. Lin Jiruo stood at the bow, looking at the increasingly vast sea, with an indescribable feeling in her heart. Xiao Han, this is my first time going out to sea. The sea is really beautiful, but it is also full of dangers. The deep-sea Demon Whale King you mentioned should be much more powerful than the Azure Bull Python, and the ocean is its territory, so it is easier for it to exert its strength. It is not easy to deal with a soul beast like that. Xiao Han smiled calmly. Don't worry, Mom, I have a plan. Xiao Han knew that the deep-sea Demon Whale King was very powerful. Even the high priest of the sea god, Poseidon, who possessed the power of a demigod, was no match for it. But Xiao Han knew its weakness and could use the extremely hot and cold spring water from the Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire to deal with it. The ship is sailing alone in the vast ocean. Finally, on the 10th day, they arrived near the Demon Whale Sea. Respected Soul Master, we can't go any further. Ahead is the territory of the deep-sea Demon Whale King. The old captain's voice trembled, and it was obvious that he was filled with fear of that sea area. Okay, I get it, let's stop here. Xiao Han and Lin Jiruo looked at each other. Without further ado, they both knew that they could only rely on themselves for the rest of their journey. They said goodbye to the crew, boarded the Sea Spirit boat they had purchased earlier, and continued to head towards the deep sea following the route marked on the nautical chart. As the Sea Spirit boat went deeper, the light around it became dimmer and dimmer. Xiao Han activated his soul power and controlled the Sea Spirit boat to move slowly forward in the sea, maintaining a stable speed and direction. Xiao Han, it's getting closer, be careful. Don't worry, Mom. I know my limits. The two continued to move forward cautiously. The sea water became extremely deep, and its color changed from emerald green to dark blue, as if it could swallow all light. Xiao Han could feel a slight fluctuation of soul power deep under the sea. The deep-sea demon whale king is at the bottom of the sea. Mom, it's at the bottom of the sea, let's lure it out. Xiao Han deliberately released his soul power to stir the sea water and disturb the deep-sea demon whale king. Suddenly, a huge force came from the bottom of the sea. The sea spirit boat seemed to be lifted up by an invisible giant hand, and then suddenly fell down. The huge impact force forced Xiao Han and Lin Jiruo to use their soul power to stabilize their bodies. Then, a huge figure emerged from the dark sea. It was the deep-sea demon whale king. Its entire body is sapphire-colored, and its huge body is 200 meters long. One eye is blind, leaving only one eye. The diameter of the single eye was 3 meters away, like a bright lamp, flashing a cold light. The overall look is extremely terrifying. The single eye stared coldly at Xiao Han and Lin Jiruo, who were standing in the air. You two weak human spirit masters, you are so bold that you dare to run wild in my sea area. The cold voice seemed to come from the sea, and the strange sound waves spread into the air. The air seemed to tremble slightly under its powerful pressure. Immediately afterwards, an extremely large blue light column with a diameter of 5 meters broke out of the sea without warning and instantly arrived in front of Xiao Han and Lin Jiruo. The two men had been prepared and did not try to take the beam of light head-on, but instead dodged to the left and right. Lin Jiruo was suddenly shocked. She could feel that the strength of this soul beast was definitely not comparable to that of the sky blue bull python. Seeing that the two human soul masters dodged his attack so easily, the deep-sea demon whale king smiled grimly. It seems that you two are not as weak as I thought. You dare to trespass into my territory, so don't even think about leaving. Xiao Han snorted, Demon Whale King, since we came to this sea area, we have never thought of leaving. To tell you the truth, I am here to take your spirit ring. If you know what's good for you, sacrifice yourself to me and you will suffer less. After hearing this, the deep-sea demon whale king was both shocked and angry. Boy, you are so arrogant. How dare you, a mere human spirit master, dream of taking my spirit ring? You must be tired of living. It looks like your soul power is around level 90, and your physical strength is also good. It is rare for someone so young to reach this level. Unfortunately, you are too arrogant. You dare to challenge me. You are really overestimating yourself. Then I will eat you. It will just replenish my body. After saying that, the huge body of the deep-sea demon whale king churned violently in the sea. Rays of blue and purple light shot out from its giant tail, heading straight towards Xiao Han and Lin Jiruo in the air. Chapter 190. Facing the violent attack of the deep-sea demon whale king, Xiao Han's figure was like a ghost, easily avoiding the blue and purple light. At the same time, his martial spirit, the Bing Bao and arrow, condensed in his hand. 8 soul rings surround its body, shining with brilliant purple, black, 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 red, and red light. After Xiao Han's soul power broke through level 90, the power of dragon bones was released to a greater extent. Driven by this power, the second soul ring also transformed into a 10,000-year level, allowing his strength to reach a higher level. The deep-sea demon whale king was shocked when he saw the spirit ring on Xiao Han. It never imagined that the young human spirit master in front of it actually had such a powerful spirit ring configuration. The 200,000-year soul rings glowing with red light meant that he had hunted at least 200,000-year level soul beasts. No wonder they have the confidence to come to this sea area. The deep-sea demon whale king was not afraid at all, but instead felt a sense of surprise in his heart. Boy, do you think that you are qualified to challenge me just because you have hunted 200,000-year soul beasts? My strength is not comparable to those ordinary 100,000-year soul beasts. Xiao Han snorted, of course I know your strength. You have practiced for 300,000 years, and by devouring other sea soul beasts, your cultivation has reached nearly 1,000,000 years. You are only one step away from becoming a demon god. After hearing Xiao Han's words, the deep-sea demon whale king was shocked again. How do you know? With your current strength, it is impossible for you to sense my cultivation. Could it be that the sea god sent you here? No. There is no sea god in this world anymore. I am the master of this ocean. Do you think that only the power of Poseidon can kill you? You are too naive. Xiao Han knew that one of the eyes of the deep-sea demon whale king was blinded by the sea god. It fears Poseidon the most and never takes other opponents seriously. Underestimating the enemy is also its most fatal weakness. Seeing Xiao Han acting so relaxed, Lin Jiruo was not so nervous anymore. Before coming to this sea area, Xiaohan told Lin Jirua that they should never engage in a head-on confrontation with the deep-sea demon whale king, but should instead rely on their wits to defeat him. Lin Jirua mobilized her soul power, ready to provide support to Xiaohan at any time. The deep-sea demon whale king didn't know why Xiaohan knew it so well. This young human soul master doesn't seem to be afraid of it at all. Moreover, he easily dodged its first two tentative attacks. Only then did it realize that this human soul master was not a simple person. Boy, you have some skills, which makes me more interested in devouring you. You are much more nutritious than those 100,000 level sea soul beasts, After all, the deep-sea demon whale king is the overlord of the ocean. He quickly adjusted his state and launched a more fierce attack again. It flicked its giant tail, and even thicker blue-purple rays of light swept over like a tornado, trying to drag Xiaohan and Lin Jirua into it. Xiaohan snorted coldly and instantly pulled the Zhenbing Bao to its full length. The arrow was filled with extremely cold air, as if it could freeze everything. He aimed at the only remaining eye of the deep-sea demon whale king, which was also its weak point. As the 500,000-year soul bones in the body were activated at the same time, an invisible arrow shot out rapidly, heading straight for the one eye of the deep-sea demon whale king. Although the deep-sea demon whale king could not see the invisible arrow clearly, he sensed the danger with his powerful mental power. It was startled and quickly turned its huge body around. At the same time, he pushed forward his soul power to form a blue light curtain around his body, trying to block the attack of the invisible arrow. Xiaohan's invisible arrows have extremely strong penetrating power. The moment it hit the blue light curtain, a loud bang erupted. That powerful attack left a crack on the light curtain. Impossible! The deep-sea demon whale king roared. It couldn't believe that the attack of a human soul master could threaten its defense. Demon whale king, your defense is just this good. Before Xiaohan finished speaking, he pulled the bow to its full strength again, and shot another invisible arrow, aiming directly at the crack in the light curtain. You're looking for death. The deep-sea demon whale king roared, and its huge body rolled in the sea, causing huge waves. It swung its huge tail violently, and thunder and lightning intertwined, like a punishment from heaven, pointing directly at Xiaohan. However, Xiaohan's body was as fast as lightning and he easily dodged the devastating blow. At the same time, he pulled the Zhenbing Bao in his hand to its full strength again, his eyes cold and determined. Do you think you can get away with this? The voice of the deep-sea demon whale king echoed in the sea, filled with anger and unwillingness. I am the overlord of the ocean, no one can defeat me. Xiaohan curled up the corner of his mouth into a sneer. Without saying anything, he aimed more intently at the deep-sea demon whale king. He knew that his strength was not as good as that of the deep-sea demon whale king and he could not fight it head-on. But fortunately, he has powerful long-range attack capabilities. Always maintain a proper distance from the deep-sea demon whale king, so as to effectively avoid its powerful attacks while launching long-range attacks on it. Xiaohan had some understanding of the deep-sea demon whale king's abilities and knew all of its attack methods and defense strategies, so he could play to its strengths and avoid its weaknesses. Therefore, deliberately provoke it and make it attack continuously to consume it. Then take advantage of its weakness and give it a fatal blow. This is Xiaohan's battle strategy. This is also the reason why he dared to challenge the deep-sea demon whale king. The deep-sea demon whale king was enraged once again. Just when the giant tail of lightning was about to hit Xiaohan, his figure flashed strangely and he appeared on the other side of the deep-sea demon whale king. At the same time, the invisible arrow that condensed the ultimate icy energy penetrated the blockade of thunder and lightning and accurately hit the giant tail of the deep-sea demon whale king. The deep-sea demon whale king laughed loudly. Boy, do you think this little attack can hurt me? You are so naive. The body of the deep-sea demon whale king was too huge, and even if it was shot, the wound on its giant tail was insignificant, just like a sting. Just when it was feeling proud, it suddenly felt something strange in its body. The wound froze instantly, and the icy force spread along the wound and began to corrode its body. Impossible. How could I be hurt by a human spirit master? What kind of ice is this? The deep-sea demon whale king roared, trying to use his powerful soul power to disperse the ice. But, that is the ultimate ice. In the blink of an eye, the area within several meters of the whale's tail that was hit by the ice arrow was all frozen. The part of the tail that was frozen was completely unconscious. Although it was not the entire tail, the deep-sea demon whale king still felt threatened. Xiaohan's attack did not stop. The freezing skill was activated, and a huge ice arrow shot towards the sea around the deep-sea demon whale king. The huge ice arrow carried a bone-chilling coldness, and wherever the arrow passed, the sea water froze instantly. Although the deep-sea demon whale king sensed the danger, he tried to avoid it. But how could its huge body be faster than an arrow? The ice arrow fell into the sea beside the deep-sea demon whale king. The extreme force of ice exploded instantly, quickly spreading around and freezing the surrounding sea water into huge ice blocks. The huge body of the deep-sea demon whale king was suddenly wrapped in a thick layer of ice. Chapter 191. The body of the deep-sea demon whale king was frozen by the extreme ice and suddenly became unable to move. But it is unwilling to be bound in this way. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the huge body of the deep-sea demon whale king shook violently, as if the entire ocean was shaking. With its amazing strength, it broke free from the icy cage that Xiao Han had carefully arranged. However, this is not without cost. Its tough skin was now covered with frostbite left by the extreme ice. The long and thin scratches were like cracked ice, exuding traces of coldness. "Boy, how dare you hurt me!" The deep-sea demon whale king roared, his voice filled with anger and unwillingness. Its single eye was like a burning torch, staring at Xiao Han in the air, wanting to devour him to relieve its hatred. Xiao Han did not give it a chance to breathe. The seventh soul ring suddenly flashed, and the 100,000-year soul ring emitted a heart-pounding red light. In the state of the weapon soul's true body, the second soul skill, 10,000 arrows, was activated instantly. Suddenly, the sky was filled with dense arrows. These arrows are not ordinary arrows. Each of them carries the extreme cold and hot power of the two dragon kings. The rain of arrows poured down like a tide, carrying a destructive aura, heading straight for the deep-sea demon whale king. The deep-sea demon whale king could only hastily swing his giant tail to try to resist the overwhelming attack. However, these arrows were too dense and contained a fusion of two extreme forces, so even its tough leather armor could not completely resist them. Arrows fell on its body like raindrops, and every crisp sound was accompanied by the wailing of the deep-sea demon whale king. The power of extreme cold and heat penetrated into its body through those tiny wounds. The deadly poison began to spread in its blood, causing it unbearable pain. "What the hell is this?" the deep-sea demon whale king roared. Its body began to tremble uncontrollably, which was the fear and pain from the depths of its soul. Xiao Han's strength far exceeded its expectations. It had never encountered such a strange and powerful attack method. Faced with this sudden change, the deep-sea demon whale king finally realized the seriousness of the matter. It no longer dared to underestimate the enemy. The huge body suddenly kicked in the sea water, and like a butterfly breaking out of its cocoon, it soared directly from the sea and rushed into the sky. In the sky, the dark clouds seemed to sense the call of the deep-sea demon whale king and quickly gathered together to form a huge vortex. 9 lightning bolts as thick as water tanks came down like pillars of heavenly punishment, landing accurately on the body of the deep-sea demon whale king. Under the baptism of these 9 lightning bolts, the body of the deep-sea demon whale king began to emit a faint golden light. It was an almost sacred aura, and any external attack seemed to be blocked by this layer of golden light and could not get close at all. "Boy, you are dreaming if you want to defeat me." The voice of the deep-sea demon whale king echoed in the sky, carrying a hint of pride and determination. It knew that in order to fight against Xiao Han, it would have to pay a huge price. Transforming into a human form is the best strategy it can think of at the moment. As the deep-sea demon whale king finished speaking, its huge body seemed to be compressed by an invisible force and began to shrink rapidly. A huge lightning vortex formed above the sea. When the vortex finally dissipated, the figure of the deep-sea demon whale king had undergone earth-shaking changes. It transformed into a 3-meter-tall, sturdy middle-aged man with a healthy bronze skin, clear muscle lines, and full of explosive power. His one eye still retains the unique depth and coldness of the deep-sea demon whale king, revealing a majesty that should not be underestimated. After transforming into a human form, the deep-sea demon whale king's body is no longer as strong as before, and its overall strength seems to have decreased a lot. But in fact, this form makes it more flexible and easier to dodge Xiao Han's precise and deadly arrow attacks. "Huh, kid, do you think you can defeat me by forcing me to transform into a human form?" The voice of the deep-sea demon whale king sounded in Xiao Han's ears, with a bit of sneer and provocation. "In human form, my speed will no longer be limited, and I still have more tricks up my sleeve." Xiao Han smiled calmly. Of course he knew that although the deep-sea demon whale king had lost some of his physical strength after transforming into a human form, he was superior in flexibility, speed, and use of skills. "Then let me see how powerful your so-called more methods are." A sneer appeared on Xiao Han's lips, with a look of determination flashing in his eyes. The deep-sea demon whale king transforming into a human form was exactly what he wanted to see. He still has one biggest trump card that he hasn't used yet, which is the yin-yang field of ice and fire. The huge body of the deep-sea demon whale king is more than 200 meters long. If Xiao Han uses the ice and fire yin-yang field to encircle it, it will consume a lot of his mental and soul power. If it cannot be completely defeated, the hunting mission will fail. You may also put yourself in danger. However, after transforming into a human form, the deep-sea demon whale king not only lost his powerful strength, but his body also shrank rapidly. In this case, Xiao Han only needs to consume less mental energy and soul power to trap it. At this time, the deep-sea demon whale king was wearing a strange dark purple armor, and there was no visible seam on his body. At the same time, a huge dark purple vortex appeared behind it. The vortex floated from behind it to the front and turned into a fist-sized gem, embedded in the center of its breastplate. There was a swirling energy flashing in that gem, and it looked very strange. Seeing this scene, Xiao Han seemed exceptionally calm. He knew that the deep-sea demon whale king had completed the energy armoring, compressing the energy that could not be completely solidified into the body into armor and wearing it on his body. Only by approaching the realm of God can one accomplish this feat. However, with the current ability of the deep-sea demon whale king, he can only transform the energy into armor, but cannot completely integrate it with the body. Xiao Han confronted the deep-sea demon whale king in the air without any fear. The main attribute of the deep-sea demon whale king is water, and the secondary attribute is thunder and lightning. Neither of these two attributes can pose a threat to Xiao Han. Go to hell. The deep-sea demon whale king roared, and purple balls of light were released from its body, instantly covering an area of hundreds of square meters. The appearance of those light balls turned the area around the deep-sea demon whale king into purple. The entire space was shaking slightly under the powerful energy fluctuations. Thousands of purple light balls fell from the sky like a meteor shower, and each one locked onto Xiao Han. Xiao Han knew that those light balls were made of a fusion of water and thunder. They would explode after a collision, thus releasing terrifying attack power. Chapter 192. At this critical moment, he decisively activated the skill attached to the 100,000-year-old left arm soul bone, absolute defense. In an instant, a layer of indestructible blue ice tightly wrapped his entire body, as if he was wearing a thick ice crystal armor. But this is no ordinary ice. It combines the evil god protection of the dark demon evil tiger, so that the surface of the blue ice is covered with a layer of blue-gray mysterious light shield, creating an impregnable protection for Xiao Han. This not only greatly enhances the defense capability, but also extends the duration of absolute defense. At the same time, Xiao Han did not stop his counterattack. In the state of the weapon soul's true body, he quickly gathered his soul power and activated his fifth soul skill, Blizzard Arrow. With a low roar, a huge vortex of ice and snow suddenly formed around him, with the power to destroy the world. This vortex of ice and snow not only contained extreme coldness, but also, through the power of high-speed rotation, generated a powerful suction force, sucking in those densely packed, whistling energy balls one by one, as if to devour them all. However, the changes did not stop there. Just as the vortex of ice and snow and the energy ball were clashing fiercely, a more bizarre force quietly emerged. The originally azure vortex of ice and snow was suddenly stained by a deep black color and turned into bluish-black, like the darkest ink in the night sky or the darkest light in the abyss. At the critical moment, Xiao Han integrated the power of the Dark Demon Evil God Pearl into it. The Dark Demon Evil God Pearl not only contains a trace of the power of the Evil God, but also possesses multiple attributes such as thunder, wind, strength, space, and time. It merges with Xiao Han's ice attribute to produce a powerful strange energy. With the help of the power of the Dark Demon Evil God Pearl, the ice and snow vortex suddenly expanded in size and its rotation speed became more and more astonishing. It seemed to have turned into a huge demon's eye, staring at everything in the sea, ready to devour everything it saw. Those energy light balls, which were originally formed by the fusion of water and thunder, disappeared like a drop of water into the sea after coming into contact with the blue-black vortex. There was no sound at all. They were completely swallowed up and digested, and transformed into even more powerful energy in the vortex. The deep-sea demon whale king witnessed this scene and a look of disbelief flashed in his eyes. It never thought that Xiao Han also mastered the power of devouring. Moreover, this devouring force also contained an evil and power that made it feel palpitating. You, why do you have such power? Could it be that, you are the descendant of a certain god? The deep-sea demon whale king's voice was filled with shock and fear that were difficult to conceal. It began to realize that the young man in front of it might not be an opponent it could easily defeat. Xiao Han sneered and did not directly answer the question of the deep-sea demon whale king. The battle is far from over and cannot be taken lightly. You have to find the right moment to deal a fatal blow to your opponent. It doesn't matter whether you are the heir of a god or not. What matters is that today, you will be defeated by me. Before he finished speaking, Xiao Han moved and took the initiative to attack. In a state of absolute defense, he rushed straight towards the human form of the deep-sea demon whale king. You wanna die? The deep-sea demon whale king was not willing to be outdone. His entire body glowed with purple light, and a powerful purple halo rippled from the armor on his chest. Xiao Han knew that this was the domain skill of the deep-sea demon whale king, which had a stun effect. But he was not afraid at all. Absolute defense can resist all attacks below the god level. Although this state can only last for tens of seconds, it is enough for him. The moment he approached the purple halo, a red light and an ice-blue light bloomed from Xiao Han's body. The two rays of light intertwined with each other, instantly forming a yin-yang field of ice and fire. This area possesses a powerful dragon bone force, which is both extremely cold and extremely hot. The two extreme forces blended together to form an unprecedented destructive force. Seeing this, the deep-sea demon whale king did not dare to be careless and quickly mobilized all his soul power to prepare for this fatal blow. The gem embedded in the center of the breastplate shone with an even brighter light, as if providing it with endless power. The two opposing forces collided in the air, instantly bursting into dazzling light and deafening roar. The entire space was shaking, and the waves were raised hundreds of meters high. Suddenly, the deep-sea demon whale king was shocked to find that he was trapped in the light that was a mixture of extreme cold and extreme heat. How can this be? The deep-sea demon whale king's eyes were filled with shock. It never thought that one day it would be trapped in the hands of a seemingly ordinary young human soul master. Under the terrifying power of the ice and fire yin-yang field, the deep-sea demon whale king felt that the space around him seemed to be solidified. The double impact of extreme cold and extreme heat was like thousands of sharp blades, constantly cutting its soul and body. Cracks began to appear on the energy armor on the surface of its body. Although the gem inlaid on the breastplate continued to shine, trying to provide resistance, it was powerless in the face of the violent energy of ice and fire, and its light gradually dimmed. The deep-sea demon whale king felt that his strength was being rapidly consumed by this powerful domain force. It realized that it was facing an unprecedented crisis. At this moment of life and death, the deep-sea demon whale king let out his final roar. It attempts to break free from the shackles that bind its fate. At this moment, an ice arrow shot out without warning and hit the head of the deep-sea demon whale king accurately. At the moment of collision, the ice arrow exploded with a deafening roar. The entire sea area was shaken again. Under the powerful explosive force, the deep-sea demon whale king's head armor exploded. In a flash, the yin-yang light of ice and fire shot out from Xiao Han's eyes and locked onto the single eye of the deep-sea demon whale king. Without the protection of head armor, the yin-yang divine light shot directly through the one-eyed creature. Hey! The deep-sea demon whale king let out a painful scream, exerted all his strength, and once again transformed into a 200-meter-long demon whale king and fell into the sea. However, Lin Jiruo was well prepared. Freeze skill activated. The seawater within 200 meters below the deep-sea demon whale king was instantly frozen. Boom! The huge body of the deep-sea demon whale king slammed heavily onto the ice. The moment the ice broke, Xiao Han also activated the freezing skill and froze the deep-sea demon whale king again. Go to hell. Both eyes of the deep-sea demon whale king were blind. While it was taking a breath, an arrow wrapped in the ice and fire yin-yang ice spring water was shot out and hit the valve on its head.